Welcome to the Chaos Continent. A cold mechanical voice laden with boundless pressure resounded like a great bronze bell within every soul, ignoring borders and races as it forced its way into the minds of billions of living beings. Next, together with a million other lords, you will partake in a lordly contest spanning the myriad heavens. As a newly appointed lord, you possess a single initial building, the Lord's Cabin. Gather resources, recruit troops, contract heroes, expand your territory, and wage war in all directions. This is your only path to survival. In addition, the Lord's Tome in your hand contains core functions such as an inbuilt marketplace, regional chat, and cross-lord trading. It is the very foundation upon which you shall secure a foothold on the Chaos Continent. Within this vast, boundless land of shattered rules lie countless ancient opportunities and secret inheritances, yet equally lurk lethal perils and inescapable dead ends. As a mere mortal lord, you shall tread upon this brutal path of domination, cutting through thorns and brambles until you unveil the ultimate mysteries of eternal life and even ascension to godhood. As a new lord, you will enjoy a 7-day novice protection period. Until it ends, your territory will remain in absolute safety. Any form of attack or invasion will be rendered ineffective. You must leave the protected zone as soon as possible, gather resources, develop your territory, and increase your strength. Across the continent lie scattered mysterious treasure chests that only lords can open. Unlocking them may grant building blueprints, rare items, vast quantities of gold, and other development materials enough to let you leave others far behind in the early stage. After 7 days, the protection period will naturally dissipate, and a life and death trial for lords will descend as scheduled. Those who pass shall reap great rewards. Those who fail shall have their souls scattered and be utterly eliminated. Beyond your territory, danger lurks everywhere. Rampaging wild beasts, entrenched alien forces, and even other lords who arrived alongside you may all become threats that seek your life. Friendly reminder: devouring another Lord's Tome will grant benefits far beyond imagination. May each lord on the road of contest to come survive and grow ever stronger. Now we begin drawing talents for all lords. Drawing in progress. Lord. Contest. Chaos Continent. One unbelievable message after another crashed against Jiang Chen's consciousness. Jiang Chen snapped his eyes open. Harsh yet cheerless light fell into his gaze as he found himself inside an extremely crude wooden hut whose 4 walls leaked wind on all sides. In his palm lay a heavy ancient tome, its cover gilded and etched with mysterious patterns, the pages faintly warm to the touch. Bracing his weak legs, Jiang Chen stepped out of the structure that barely qualified as a cabin. His gaze was met by an eerily clear azure sky, and upon the firmament hung 2 full moons, one silver bright and pure, the other blood red and sinister, so enormous they seemed to press upon his eyes as they silently looked down upon the earth. A chill sank into Jiang Chen's heart. There was no saving this situation now. He was utterly certain he was no longer on Earth. Earth could not have 2 moons, much less such a monstrously large, blood-hued, grotesque red moon. Yet within only a few breaths, Jiang Chen forced down the storm surging in his heart and swiftly accepted reality. He had merely taken a nap at home, and upon opening his eyes had been hurled onto this continent in some ghost-forsaken place. The words of that icy voice were clearly etched into his mind. The Lord's contest, survival above all, and the life and death trial that would arrive 7 days hence. On this peril-riddled Chaos Continent, he would have to carve out a path of survival amid beasts, alien races, and countless lords watching him like hungry tigers. Jiang Chen stood before the Lord's cabin and gazed into the distance. Though his territory lay on flat ground with an open field of view, the sight before him made his heart lurch violently. All that met his eyes was a dead gray-white expanse, vast, desolate, utterly devoid of even a single blade of grass, stretching beyond the horizon like a forbidden zone to life. Only in the distant north did the color darken, where layers of ice ran uninterrupted, faintly outlining a frozen lake or the rim of a boundless icy ocean. This was no ordinary plain or woodland at all, but the so-called deathly icefield tundra. His initial territory was not large. A pale blue barrier firmly encased it, covering an area roughly the size of 2 football fields. The Lord's cabin stood at its exact center, and aside from that, the surroundings were utterly empty. Here, apart from solid ice and frozen earth, there was not even a single blade of grass or a loose stone to be found. Worse still, he was currently dressed in summer shorts and a t-shirt. Once he stepped beyond the protective barrier in this bone-piercing cold of the ice field, he would freeze stiff upon this wasteland in less than half an hour, even without any beasts attacking. Even if he holed up in the protected zone and never ventured out within a few days, he would simply starve to death. The sole consolation was that this cursed place was so barren that not even a single wild beast could be seen, not even a polar bear eager to eat him. A disastrous opening offset only by news so mediocre it could barely count as not entirely hopeless. Jiang Chen drew a deep breath of frigid air, confirmed he was temporarily safe, then, without further hesitation, focused his mind and opened the Lord's tome in his hand. The golden pages turned of their own accord, and a column of functions surfaced before his eyes. Lord information, territory, construction item, crafting, regional channel, trading platform, friends list. The features were few yet exceedingly practical. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen first tapped open Lord information. Lord Jiang Chen. Faction not yet chosen. Territory level 1. Existing building, Lord's cabin. Unit producing buildings, none. Special buildings, none. Resources, none. Equipment, none. Materials required for upgrade, wood 800, stone 500. A pure row of none from top to bottom. It was enough to make listeners weep and onlookers grieve. A standard hell mode start. One cabin at the beginning, and every resource had to be scraped together with bare hands. The problem was that he had fallen onto an ice-field tundra devoid of even a single tree. Forget wood and stone. Not even a strand of hair could be found. With what was he supposed to develop? Unwilling to give up, Jiang Chen scrolled further down the page, and suddenly his gaze halted. At the very end of the Lord information, a small line of text quietly surfaced. Lord talent. Extraordinary luck. The 4 characters entered his sight with an imposing air, sounding inherently domineering. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. With a trace of excitement and expectation, he opened the talent description. Extraordinary luck, grade A. When opening treasure chests, the probability of obtaining higher or above rewards increases by 10%. After he finished reading, the hope that had just risen in Jiang Chen's heart cooled halfway in an instant. Probability increase. And only 10%. Was this not a fickle, face-dependent metaphysical talent that worked when it pleased? Perhaps in the far late game this would be a cheat like bug-tier talent. But for now, he was not even sure he could survive the very first day. Even with a 7-day protection period on this resource-depleted ice field, would he not ultimately freeze and starve to death all the same? Jiang Chen suppressed his disappointment and quietly opened the regional chat channel. The moment he entered, a dense barrage of messages frantically flooded the screen. Nearly 1 million lords within this same region were already in an uproar. What kind of new punishment game is this? I woke up in the middle of a great grassland. A grassland is still decent. I was thrown straight into a desert. The sand is about to bury me. Where am I supposed to find resources? Isn't it standard to punch trees first in games? To get rich, start by punching trees. I need to hurry and recruit peasants to chop wood. Help! I'm in a tropical rainforest. A pack of wolves bigger than rhinos is circling outside the barrier. I don't dare go out at all. My luck's not bad. There's a forest right next to me. I've already sent peasants to cut wood, but they don't have any. They can only dig with their hands. If loyalty drops, it'll be a problem. The instructions say they might defect if it falls below 50 and below 30, they'll even turn on the Lord. I'm just a shoot-in with no fighting ability. I can't beat 10 peasants, so I have to coax them. At a time like this, you still have the mood to joke. Doesn't anyone want to think about how to get back to Earth? Whoever can send me back, I'll pay $1 million on the spot. Stop dreaming. There's no going back. Just be a lord quietly. I just want to go home. As expected, jokers on the internet could find bitter laughter anywhere. Jiang Chen lurked silently for a while. The screen was filled with wails, complaints, and scattered survival tips, yet not a single person voluntarily mentioned their lord talent. Someone had tried probing about talents in the public channel earlier, but no one responded, and the questioner quickly fell silent as well. In this world, no one was a fool. In such a brutal contest, talent was a lord's greatest trump card. Unless one was an utter novice or a naive saint, they would never expose it under broad daylight. Some attempted to rally lords to develop together, yet their efforts vanished without a ripple. From the very beginning, that voice had spoken clearly. The lords' tomes could devour one another. Who would be foolish enough to expose their location and strength to potential enemies? Moreover, Jiang Chen had already noticed that each person possessed only 10 message slots per day. With information blocked and communication inconvenienced, so-called alliances were nothing but empty talk. From the very start, every lord was destined to rely on themselves alone. Jiang Chen returned to the wooden hut and quickly checked the few remaining supplies inside. One tattered wooden table, a single chair, a hardboard bed, and several crude pots and bowls. In a corner lay a small pile of items: a rust-eaten fish-gutting knife, an old fishing rod, and a worn cotton coat, barely sufficient to ward off the cold. Aside from these, an ancient, austere emblem with strange patterns rested quietly on the tabletop. When Jiang Chen picked up the emblem, its attributes popped up automatically. Faction Conversion Emblem. Effect grants a single unconditional conversion of one's own faction. Currently available choices: Orc, Dwarf, Elf, Abyss, Undead. The default initial faction was Human. All listed options were basic factions. None of the heaven-defying choices such as Dragon or Divine. Once selected, the decision could never be changed unless one obtained a rare conversion item. After converting factions, one would automatically obtain that race's initial buildings and basic troop type. The 5 great factions each had their strengths and weaknesses. Humans possessed higher intellect and strong learning ability. As a human lord, one would naturally enjoy affinity with human subjects, their loyalty remained stable, and rebellion was unlikely. Overall development was the most balanced and reliable. Orcs boasted formidable physiques and explosive combat power, yet their intelligence was generally low. In some brutal tribes, if loyalty fell too far, they might even treat the lord as food. Dwarves excelled at forging and possessed immense potential. Their troop strength was slightly above average, making early development comfortable. Elves were adept at magic, forest warfare, and archery, granting them considerable combat prowess. The Abyss faction wielded terrifyingly extreme combat power, but was equally perilous. It was exceedingly easy to be corrupted by abyssal forces. If the summoned troops grew even slightly dissatisfied, they could turn and devour their lord with loyalty, plummeting at frightening speed. Undead troops were the weakest in equal rank combat. No muscles, no vitality. Their advantage lay in needing no grain supplies, and in having no fatigue or morale issues. Low-tier units had almost no concept of loyalty at all, pure tools, and nothing more. Their flaw, however, was just as fatal. They were exceedingly weak in the early game and nearly every faction's public enemy. Even chaotic evil demons regarded the undead as mortal foes. Their starting difficulty was hell itself. For secure development, humans were the optimal choice. For early combat strength, orcs came first. Those willing to gamble their lives on massing troops might dare to choose Abyss. Undead, by contrast, were the least favored option of all. Facing an unknown future in a deadly ice field, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on the faction conversion emblem as his thoughts raced. After weighing his options again and again, he slowly raised his hand and made his final choice. Of course, he chose the undead faction. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen had already made his decision in his heart. Choose humans. They demanded food. Choose orcs. They demanded food as well, and might even turn on him and slaughter him in return. Choose elves or dwarves. They required resources, a suitable environment, and on this stretch of ice field, he had none of that. Choose the Abyss. At any moment, he could be devoured and turned dying, without even understanding how it happened. By comparison, the undead were the most cost-effective option right now, the only choice that offered him a chance to survive. What kind of situation was he in now? 0 resources, no food at all. He himself was on the verge of starvation with no strength left to sustain any troops. The moment his units went hungry, their loyalty would plummet. At best, the peasants would flee. At worst, they would draw their blades and cut down their lord. But skeletons were different. Individually, they were weak in combat, true, yet they needed no food, no sleep, no rest. They could labor ceaselessly 24 hours a day and would never suffer from low morale or betray their master. For Jiang Chen, who now possessed nothing and was trapped in a desperate predicament, they were the perfect starting troops. Excellent laborers and dependable cannon fodder. Jiang Chen could almost foresee the future already. A boundless undead legion sweeping across everything, grinding all enemies into dust. Once his resolve was set, he no longer hesitated. Grasping the faction conversion emblem firmly in his hand, he spoke in a low, commanding voice. Convert faction, undead. A buzzing hum reverberated. The emblem suddenly erupted with a chill, deathly gray-black mist that coiled around Jiang Chen's arm and drilled into his body. It was as though some law of heaven and earth chimed softly. The cover of his lord's tome instantly shifted from gold to a dim bone-white hue. At that very moment, a crisp, unfamiliar notification sounded abruptly in the depths of his mind. Ding! Conversion of the host's faction detected. The All-Things Enhancement System is now officially awakened. Purpose of this system: to forge the strongest lord beneath the heavens. By consuming points, all things may be enhanced. Current remaining points 0. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then the corner of his lips curved with understanding. It had arrived. The standard perk of a transmigrated, the golden cheat, belated yet never absent. Only, why had it chosen to activate precisely after he selected the undead faction? He did not delve too deeply. With a mere thought, a translucent pale blue interface independent of the Lord's tome surfaced and hovered before his eyes. On one side was the archaic, weighty Lord's tome, on the other a three-dimensional light screen brimming with a sense of technology. The contrast was like that between an old-fashioned brick phone and top-tier panoramic VR. Jiang Chen quickly skimmed through the system's rules. Its function was as straightforward as its name. Use points to strengthen everything. Its quality ladder was clearly defined: white-green 100 points, green-blue 100 points, blue-purple 100 points, purple-orange 100 points, orange-gold 100 points, gold-dark gold 100 points, dark gold-red 100 points. The source of points was recycling materials. The most basic wood and stone granted 1 point per unit. Iron, ore, and metal ore yielded a higher ratio, and all kinds of rare materials and special resources could likewise be converted. Scrolling to the bottom, Jiang Chen even spotted an entry so outrageous it bordered on absurdity. Divinity, 1 unit equaled 100 million points. The corner of his mouth twitched. If one could already slay a god, would they truly still need that 100 million points? Yet on second thought, 100 million points was precisely enough to raise a quasi-divine artifact into a true artifact. Viewed that way, it did not seem such a bad deal. Rather than merely an enhancement system, it was more akin to a colossal recycling engine. But one point was absolutely crucial. The system cared only about the elemental energy contained within a material, not its form. A single iron ingot, and the same iron forged into a fine suit of armor, would yield identical points when recycled. In that instant, an immense field of possible operations unfurled before Jiang Chen's eyes. He could buy up discarded weapons and battered armor at low prices, feed them to the system, and exchange them for points. At times, the cost of scrap could be even lower than that of the raw materials themselves. This system was bizarre in the most peculiar way. Yet from another angle, as long as he could gather 100 million units of wood or stone, he could have the system forge an artifact for him. If such news ever spread, the lords of the top powers on the Chaos continent would probably fight each other bloody for a chance to do business with him. A deal that guaranteed profit with no loss. They would make it 10,000 times if they could. In other words, in his hands now lay a screeching path by which basic resources alone could be turned into artifacts. Only at the moment, his points were 0, his materials were 0. No matter how powerful the system, it could not quench his immediate thirst. On this frozen tundra there was nothing but ice and dirt, and the system clearly did not accept either. Jiang Chen cleared his throat lightly and more out of routine than expectation asked tentatively, "System, is there a newbie gift pack?" However stingy a system might be, it should not swallow the starter benefits outright. The system fell silent for several seconds like a machine stuck in a long lag before finally responding reluctantly. "Newbie gift pack detected. Open immediately." Inwardly, Jiang Chen grumbled, thinking that had he not asked, the system would probably have tried to swallow it whole. Complaints aside, he did not hesitate. "Open. Newbie gift pack has been opened. Obtained one-click enhancement 1. Jiang Chen was stunned at first, then his pupils suddenly lit up. He immediately focused on the description of this special item. One-click enhancement 1. Effect: designate any single item and directly enhance it to divine grade. As he finished reading that single line, Jiang Chen's heart pounded wildly. In an instant, a bold, audacious thought surged into his mind. Enhance myself, turn me directly into a god. If he could ascend to godhood in a single step, this ice field, the scarcity of resources, the 7-day trial, none of it would matter any longer. He would stand at the very pinnacle of this continent, gazing down upon all living beings. Yet the system's cold prompt instantly doused his fantasy. System rule: living beings cannot be enhanced. So there was no pie falling from the sky after all. Though disappointed, Jiang Chen did not fully give up. His eyes shifted slyly as he began to ponder how to exploit a loophole. Then enhance the system itself. Upgrade you into an infinite enhancement version that requires no points. The system fell speechless. A long silence followed, the clear reaction of a system utterly dumbfounded by its outrageous host. Jiang Chen stopped joking and calmed down, finally voicing a practical plan. If I cannot enhance people, then enhancing my lordly talent should be allowed, shouldn't it? Artifacts, however powerful, were still external possessions. The common saying held true: a man is not guilty, but having treasure makes him a target. With his current strength, wielding an artifact would only invite mortal disaster. Talent, however, was different. A power engraved upon his very soul, which no one could steal. This time the system did not pretend to be dead. Lordly talent detected: extraordinary luck, grade A. Confirm use of one-click enhancement. Execute. Yes, Jiang Chen answered without hesitation. One-click enhancement successful. Obtain unique divine grade lordly talent, Fate's Guidance. Fate's Guidance, divine grade. Effect: all probability-based events within the limits permitted by the rules shall be forcibly determined as certain to occur, including opening treasure chests, triggering items, recruiting units, activating skills, etc. Note: regular enhancements that consume points still do not apply to living beings. As he finished reading the description of his new talent, Jiang Chen drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly, eyes surging with irrepressible joy. Guaranteed top-tier cards when drawing, guaranteed rare loot from chests, guaranteed activation of any chance-based effect. This was not luck, it was the outright rewriting of rules. A hellish starting scenario had been forcibly twisted into easy mode in an instant. Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement, reopened the Lord's Tome, and focused his gaze on the now updated building panel. Lord's Cabin, Undead version. Level 1. Faction Undead. Recruitment limit 0-10. Recruitable units, skeletons free. Upgrade requirements: wood 500, stone 500. Note: basic undead laborers can be recruited here to undertake gathering, construction, and other fundamental tasks with an extremely low probability of summoning elite units. Once he had finished reading the panel, a sharp glint flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes. extremely low probability. Others might have to depend on luck. But he possessed fate's guidance. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Without any hesitation, he issued his order: recruit all 10 skeleton soldiers. After a burst of light, 10 skeletons appeared in front of the Lord's cottage. Jiang Chen examined the attributes of the skeletons. Skeleton first stage, elite faction, undead racial traits, undead skeleton weakness, to light inherent ability, beginner gathering proficiency, undead. This unit stands in opposition to all living beings lacking morale and emotions, and is immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, and mental interference. Skeleton, it has no fatal weaknesses, but due to its skeletal nature, its strength is only half of what it was in life, and blunt strikes can easily cause critical hits. Weakness to light attribute magic deals 50 additional damage to it. Beginner gathering proficiency, capable of performing basic gathering tasks. Note the most basic unit of the undead, typically used as laborers and cannon fodder. Don't expect these almost falling apart skeletons to accomplish anything significant. Jiang Chen looked at the notes on the summoned skeletons, revealing an expression of mild surprise. Normal skeletons can't even defeat a farmer without fear, and other factors in terms of basic combat power. Skeletons are the weakest among the foundational units. However, Jiang Chen felt something was off about the skeletons he summoned. This skeleton was rather tall. Jiang Chen was already quite tall at 1.8 meters, but he had to look up at the skeleton. Moreover, its bones did not have a decayed appearance. They resembled white jade with hardness and strength surpassing that of ordinary skeletons by a level. These skeletons were clearly unusual, at least 2 meters tall. Such skeletons could easily take on 3 ordinary skeleton warriors. Jiang Chen looked over the skeleton's description again, and upon seeing the word elite, he revisited the introduction of the Lord's cottage, which indicated a very small chance to summon elite units. Jiang Chen immediately realized that his talent Destiny Guidance had been activated, turning that minuscule chance into a guaranteed summon of elite units. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement, envisioning an army of elite undead in the future. His opponents would surely be filled with despair. Looking at the few pieces of furniture in his room, Jiang Chen steeled his resolve and decided to recycle all of it, even prying up a few stone floor tiles. After recycling, he barely met the minimum requirement of 10 points for reinforcement. He had to utilize every resource at his disposal. After contemplating for a long time, Jiang Chen finally focused on the only 2 items he had. Fishing rod can be used for fishing. Rusty fish killing knife has a certain basic attack power. After thinking, Jiang Chen immediately invested all 10 points into the fishing rod. Now he had at least 10 elite skeletons by his side. If they couldn't handle the situation, wielding a rusty fish knife wouldn't help either. After the fishing rod was reinforced, it instantly upgraded from a basic item to the lowest level green quality. Fishing rod green can be used for fishing, slightly increases the success rate of fishing. Upon seeing this description, Jiang Chen immediately activated his Destiny Guidance talent to enhance the fishing rod. Although the quality of the fishing rod remained green, the panel description indicated a significant increase in the success rate of fishing. Seeing his anticipation come to fruition, Jiang Chen quickly donned a tattered cotton coat for warmth and, accompanied by 10 elite skeletons, stepped out of the protective barrier with a fish-killing knife and an old fishing rod. Jiang Chen was not worried about dangers, rather the extreme cold was the greatest peril. Although this place was a forbidden zone for living beings, it also served as a natural barrier with the harsh weather, shielding Jiang Chen from most ill-intentioned foes. Of course, even with a tattered coat, Jiang Chen couldn't stay outside the protective shield for too long. The cold here was truly a death trap for living creatures. To the north of Jiang Chen's territory lay a frozen lake, which could also be a sea. Without a map, Jiang Chen had no way to discern whether it was a vast lake or a connected ocean. Finding a spot on the ice, Jiang Chen ordered the elite skeletons to use stone picks to smash a large hole in the ice, then prepared the fishing rod ready to fish. This was unavoidable. Jiang Chen had searched the Lord's cottage thoroughly, but found no bait, making him want it. Now he could only hope that his Destiny Guidance talent was powerful enough. The ice was not as thick as he had imagined. Jiang Chen tested it and found it to be salty. Although there were some water source issues, the crisis of salt was temporarily alleviated. What Jiang Chen aimed to do was ice fishing. The principle is quite simple. On a frozen lake in winter, smashing a hole will allow fish to come to the surface for oxygen. Experienced anglers can wait for a large number of fish to emerge. The poor fish had no idea that their quest for oxygen would lead to their demise. Jiang Chen stood on the shore, casting the baitless hook into the water. Almost immediately after the hook was cast, Jiang Chen felt a tremendous force on the fishing rod, nearly pulling him into the ice hole. Even he was surprised at how powerful the effect of Destiny Guidance was. A baitless hook was attracting fish. Jiang Chen hurriedly called a few skeletons to assist him. Fortunately, the elite skeletons were strong, almost comparable to adult males. Despite the tremendous force exerted by the fish underwater with the help of several skeletons, Jiang Chen managed to drag up a large fish weighing dozens of pounds. Jiang Chen looked at the flopping fish on the ice. If this cod he had caught wasn't an excessively developed individual, it indicated that the wildlife in this world was significantly larger than in the previous world, and not just by a little. Size equates to strength, and this was still an ordinary creature at the bottom of the food chain. If it were extraordinary beings, Jiang Chen could hardly imagine how massive they would be. Seeing the cod struggling to escape back into the ice hole, Jiang Chen quickly ordered the skeletons to use the fish-killing knife to strike its head several times, finally ending the suffering of this silver cod. Jiang Chen frowned and pointed to the fish's eyes, saying, "Next time attack this area directly." The skeleton soldiers stood silently in place, unsure if they understood Jiang Chen's command. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. These skeletons seemed to lack intelligence. It was clear that if they stabbed along the direction of the eye sockets, they could easily resolve the situation, but instead they were hacking at the hard fish bones. However, Jiang Chen quickly shook his head. Having become skeletons, they inherently lacked brains, and he couldn't expect them to have high combat intelligence. Discovered an Arctic silver cod, shall it be slaughtered? Jiang Chen selected yes in the Lord's book, and the 1-meter-long silver cod was quickly disassembled into various materials neatly arranged on the ice. With skillful knife work separating flesh from bone, the red fish meat's texture clearly visible, rivaling that of the top sushi chefs. Slaughter completed. Obtained fish meat 20, of fish bones 1, of fish entrails 1. Just as Jiang Chen finished slaughtering the silver cod, an announcement suddenly appeared on the World Channel, repeating 3 times. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for the first slaughter of prey. Reward bronze treasure chest 1. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for the first slaughter of prey. Reward bronze treasure chest 1. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for the first slaughter of prey. Reward bronze treasure chest 1. Instantly, not only the regional channel, but also the World Channel erupted. Who is this Jiang Chen? He's already started hunting prey. Oh, does anyone know this big shot to reveal themselves? I'm still having farmers gather wood. Had I known there was a reward for the first kill, I would have ordered them to hunt. Don't make sarcastic comments. The beasts in this world are generally larger than those in the previous world. The rabbits I encountered in the wild are larger than huskies. Who knows who will be hunting whom? Indeed, I'm currently considering how to drive the beasts outside away. I can't even step out of the protective barrier. This big shot must be extraordinary. Perhaps he is a hunter or a special forces veteran. Otherwise he wouldn't have such skill. Initially, the discussions on the World Channel were about who Jiang Chen was, but as the conversation progressed, it drifted into a strange direction. I say that Jiang Chen is nothing special. If I had gone out hunting earlier, I might have caught something by now. Wasn't a treasure chest rewarded? What exactly is the reward? Jiang Chen, come out and let us know. I estimate it's not a great reward. If he's not speaking now, it must be something mediocre. Everyone is finding it tough. Oh, can Jiang Chen share the rewards and prey? Only by working together can we overcome this hardship. At first, it was merely a discussion about Jiang Chen's identity, but then there were those who, unable to attain the grapes, began to sourly comment on them. Eventually, some even took a moral high ground to point fingers at Jiang Chen, urging him to consider the bigger picture and hand over the rewards. There were even those recommending renowned individuals in the channel insisting that he relinquish his spoils for a unified distribution. While these appeared to be statements made by the hopelessly foolish, in reality, anyone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education would not truly be foolish enough to act so saintly. Among them were 2 types of individuals. One group consisted of clever people who simply wished to exploit societal morals to coerce others and secure their own interests, akin to taking advantage of the situation. As for those who could truly obtain rewards, let's just say they were soft targets, the kind that could be easily bullied. These individuals would never consider the kindness of such a person, merely deeming them foolish. Regrettably, the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, is an unshakable truth in any world. In other words, a good person deserves to be threatened. As for the other group of slightly foolish individuals, they simply followed the crowd, driven by jealousy of others driving luxury vehicles. For these people, whether they were the former or the latter, Jiang Chen had no intention of paying them any heed. Although the world announcement caught him off guard, he was merely surprised. Not to mention whether they knew exactly which region's traveler they were. Even if they did, whether they could approach him was still. Jiang Chen glanced at the World Channel's remarks and chose to ignore them, not even feeling angry. It would be a loss to get upset over matters that had nothing to do with him. Jiang Chen checked the bronze treasure chest reward. Bronze treasure chest opening. It grants a 100 chance of obtaining green quality items, a 10 chance for blue quality items, and a 1 chance for purple quality items. Jiang Chen scoffed at this description. A 1 chance, isn't that practically guaranteed? Jiang Chen activated his destiny guidance talent and proceeded to open the bronze treasure chest. As expected, a dazzling purple light erupted from within. Opening the bronze treasure chest, obtained Evil Moon Purple Graveyard Building Blueprint Blue Job Change Scroll Greenstone Axe Blueprint White Soul Crystal X20 Undead Gold X248. Looking at the overflowing rewards, Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. The rewards were even more bountiful than he had imagined, nearly dazzling Jiang Chen's eyes. The Destiny Guidance talent truly proved useful. The concept of probability seemed non-existent before him. Among them, the highest quality item, Evil Moon, was a purple single-edged sword. Jiang Chen casually tested it, finding it light and capable of cleaving through thick ice with a mere swipe. Truly a purple tire weapon. Evil Moon Purple Damage Level 4 Durability 120 Traits. Sharp, bleeding, lightweight. Note: a purple quality weapon is at least a family heirloom level in any territory. If carelessly exposed, it could attract unwanted attention. Jiang Chen just happened to need a sword for fish. He handed the Evil Moon to one of the skeletons, assigning it the task of fishing. Since living fish could not be slaughtered once the fish were caught with the Evil Moon, he could process them himself. The only problem was that only Jiang Chen could utilize the Destiny Guidance Lord talent. He could only cast his line and wait for the fish to bite while checking the other rewards. He did not examine the attributes of the two blueprints in detail, instead directly recording them in the Lord's Book. The buildings could be constructed later upon returning to his territory using the Lord's Book. However, the stone axe blueprint was different. To craft such an item, he needed to unlock the workbench first. Of course, Jiang Chen currently had no building materials, so he was not particularly disappointed about the construction. Looking at the green job change scroll, Jiang Chen began to check its introduction. Job change scroll green can change to a hero class of the current faction initial template. Confirm usage. Jiang Chen selected yes. Using job change scroll green, detected Lord faction as undead. Available classes: Death Knight, Undead Mage. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen chose Undead Mage. Having arrived in another world, not becoming a spellcaster while wielding a sword would be a disgrace to culture. Moreover, Jiang Chen was very much looking forward to summoning undead calamities as an undead mage. Job change complete. Current Lord class: Undead Mage green. Learn basic skills: Skeleton Summon, Meditation, Magic Missile, Bone Explosion. Skeleton Summon green requires bone medium, summons second-tier skeleton soldiers to fight. Meditation green accelerates magic recovery speed, cannot move during the process. Magic Missile green summons colorless magic missiles, power level 2, attack range 10 meters. Bone Explosion green controls summon skeleton units to self-destruct, power level 2, explosion range 5 meters. It was a decent panel for a spellcaster. All four skills were of green quality, and Jiang Chen had now become an excellent undead mage. Not to mention summoning spells. Even when facing enemies alone, he had the magic missile skill to use. If luck was on his side, the transparent magic missile could deal a significant blow to any enemy facing him. Jiang Chen began commanding the idle skeleton to place fish bones in front of him, attempting to use. Though it felt a bit odd to summon skeleton soldiers using fish bones, it was indeed possible in this world of extraordinary power. The essence of summoning was more like a sacrificial act, gaining the power of otherworldly beings through sacrifice, summoning them to assist in battle. As he used the skeleton summon skill, he naturally did not forget to activate Destiny Guidance. Jiang Chen immediately felt a slight fatigue in his spirit, a sign of magic expenditure. As part of his magic was consumed, the fish bones melted into a mass of black sludge, which slowly stood up, forming a skeleton soldier holding a bone blade. Jiang Chen examined the attributes of the summoned skeleton soldier. Skeleton soldier, second-tier faction, undead race. Traits: undead skeleton, weakness to light, inherent ability, basic combat mastery. Undead. This unit stands opposed to all living beings, lacking morale and emotion, while being immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, and mental interference. Skeleton lacks fatal weaknesses, but due to being a skeleton, its strength is only half that of its predecessor, and blunt strikes can easily cause critical hits. Weakness to light attribute magic deals 50 additional damage to it. Basic combat mastery, capable of basic combat. The bone blade poses a certain threat to living beings. Note: a foundational unit of the undead race, typically used as cannon fodder. Although it possesses some combat capability, don't expect these crumbling skeletons to accomplish anything significant before they can form a proper scale. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. The attributes were somewhat embarrassing. Firstly, because it was not a recruited unit through construction, but a summoned one. It was impossible for elite units to appear, not even a chance. However, the effect of Destiny Guidance should still be in play. The most basic skeleton summon theoretically could summon either first-tier or second-tier skeleton soldiers, with the specifics depending on the proficiency of the magic and luck. Summoning a second-tier skeleton soldier with just a fish bone could be considered extremely lucky. However, even the second-tier skeleton soldier looked feeble with black bones and a rather short stature, far from the first-tier elite skeleton. Without the enhancement of the bone blade, Jiang Chen even doubted whether this second-tier skeleton soldier could stand against a first-tier elite skeleton. Secondly, there was the speed of magic consumption. Jiang Chen estimated that he could summon skeletons at most 20 times before his magic would be depleted. Moreover, that was not a good choice. After all, this was a real world. Who knew what kind of repercussions awaited once the magic ran out? The earlier dizziness was the best proof. If the side effect of exhausting magic power is fainting, it could be fatal in this icy wilderness. Jiang Chen tightened his tattered cotton coat, deciding to stop using magic power when it decreased to 2/3 and instead meditate to restore it. After all, meditation does not consume magic power and has no cooldown time, so waiting for full recovery before using magic is just the same. Jiang Chen instructed the newly summoned skeleton soldiers to carry the butchered fish back to the Lord's cabin, while his fishing rod averaged a silver cod every minute, with most of the time consumed in the process of pulling the fish up. With Destiny's guidance, nearly every time he cast the line, a fish would bite, but the wasted time was spent on the fish struggling to be pulled ashore. It is this old fishing rod that truly stands the test of time. Perhaps due to its upgrade to green quality, it has been holding up well. Jiang Chen had the skeletons gather the dead fish and butcher them collectively. Upon completion, he received 60 pieces of fish meat, 3 fish bones, and 3 fish entrails. With the fish bones, he continued to summon skeletons, thus maintaining the influx of troops. The harvest seemed to come quickly. Once he sensed a certain degree of magic power depletion within himself, Jiang Chen ceased summoning skeleton soldiers and devoted all his energy to fishing. In the World Channel, the crowd that had been clamoring for quite a while saw that Jiang Chen was ignoring them completely, causing some to become angry, but limited by the fact that each person could only speak once, and with no one responding to them, the chatter gradually decreased. More clever individuals had started to follow Jiang Chen out to hunt. It was clear that this was a farming lord game, and seizing the initiative was not everything. Moreover, they needed food. The camp conversion emblem was still a very scarce starting item, and the majority of Lord's troops required sustenance. Many farmers busy gathering wood and stone had worked hard all day without a meal, and their loyalty was visibly declining. This made many lords anxious. It had already been stated in the introduction that loyalty below 50 could lead to defection and below 30 could lead to rebellion. Let alone rebellion, even defection was unacceptable for those lords who had only 10 farmers under their command, but still harbored lofty ambitions. As tensions eased, Jiang Chen was nearing his limit. Feeling the gradual loss of body heat, Jiang Chen had a premonition that if this continued, he might freeze to death in this cursed place. Most importantly, he hadn't eaten anything for half a day and his stomach was empty. Looking at the mountain of fish meat and entrails piled beside him, Jiang Chen opened the Lord's book, where the channel had already begun to wail en masse, pleading for food to be put on the market. My farmer's loyalty has begun to drop, and they are slacking off at work. Is there any big shot out there who can put some food on the market to help me out? The person above is dreaming, whose family still has extra rations to spare for you. Exactly, I just picked a few wild fruits in the forest and didn't even have time to eat them myself before giving them to the farmers. Who can care about you? The person above is truly a good young person in the new era. The farmers must be very grateful for a lord who would rather starve himself than let them go hungry. I estimate that loyalty has already dropped to the red line. Only for the sake of their own lives would they compromise like this, eh? Whoever gives me 100 units of food when I return to Earth, I will make him the general manager of a company. Have you lost your mind? Not to mention, who has that much food right now? The key is that no fool would give it to you for free. As Jiang Chen saw the channel flooded with requests for food, he knew that his opportunity had come. He flipped to the trading interface in the Lord's book and listed 500 units of cod meat. 500 units of polar silver cod meat. Each unit requires 50 units of wood, 50 units of stone, 20 units of iron, ore, and other resources. Items and blueprints can be discussed privately. Most of the lords were worrying about food. Jiang Chen directly priced it at 50 units of wood or 50 units of stone, a price that could be considered quite high. But the value of goods is related to supply and demand. Right now, let alone meat, even the most basic food items are unavailable in the marketplace, so Jiang Chen was not worried that it wouldn't sell after listing. Especially since there are millions of lords. While he only had 500 portions of food, he need not worry about not selling due to the supply-demand relationship. If Jiang Chen had listed the high-priced meat from the start, no one would have paid him any attention. People are not only foolish, but also will not admit their own mistakes. In other words, they only shed tears when they see the coffin. Until the critical moment, no one is willing to be the one who bears the loss. Within less than a minute of listing, both the regional and world channels were in an uproar. There's actually a big shot who listed food. And it's fish meat. Isn't that Jiang Chen who butchered his prey for the first time? I didn't expect he would have so much stock on hand. Isn't this kid a bit too lucky? Is this territory near a fishing ground? It must be by the seaside, a definite seafood king, but this price. I also saw it. Isn't the price too high? My farmers have worked hard to collect resources. I don't want to be the one who suffers a loss. Can you lower the price a bit? Who forced you to buy? Buy it or not? I'm definitely going to buy some, or else my farmers will defect. We all come from Blue Star, who hasn't had a tough time. Lower the price a bit for future encounters. Exactly, we are all in a tough spot now. You should take out resources to help those in need, so we can all get through. The comments on the channel became increasingly excessive. While some people spoke from a fair perspective, more were lamenting and demanding a price reduction, and eventually some even resorted to moral coercion, demanding that Jiang Chen provide materials for free to share with everyone. It is worth mentioning that these people actually gained the upper hand over time, even starting to flood the screen. In any world, those wanting to take advantage for free always make up the majority. Jiang Chen was indifferent to this. It didn't matter, he could wait. Although food was common, it was a necessity. The question was whether they would starve to death first, or he would. While checking the Lord's book, Jiang Chen also looked for ways to cook the fish meat. Due to the need to upgrade the fishing rod, Jiang Chen had converted everything usable into points. He had no fire starter and not even a pot. Although the fish meat looked very fresh and should be edible raw, Jiang Chen instinctively felt some aversion to eating raw meat. In a short time, he received tens of thousands of friend requests on the Lord's book, most of which were from those pretending to be poor and seeking to take advantage. Among these people, Jiang Chen even saw someone saying they would give him a favor and send him 100 units of food, promising a reward in the future. Jiang Chen directly cleared these garbage comments in one click, leaving only a few private messages with keywords he needed. Big shot, I have a blueprint here. How much food can you give? Jiang Chen glanced at the Lord's name, which was Dong Fu, and from the avatar, it appeared to be a young man similar to himself. Jiang Chen had some impression of this person. It seemed that he was the unlucky one who had first complained about wolves as big as rhinos roaming around his territory. Workbench blueprint green, workbench green 20 wood, 20 stone 10 iron, or wooden spear blueprint white 2 wood. However, it seemed that he was also quite lucky, having found a bronze treasure chest near his territory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained a green building blueprint. Jiang Chen looked at the two blueprints exchanged and asked, how much food do you need? To be direct, I need 500 units of food, and you must agree to give me 20 wooden spears once you make. Dong Fu directly asked for a lion's share. Jiang Chen frowned, saying, that's too much. According to market prices, Dong Fu's asking price was more than enough to upgrade the Lord's cabin by one level, and Jiang Chen did not believe the workshop blueprint was worth such materials. As for the additional wooden spear blueprint, simply put, it involved sharpening a piece of wood. The blueprint merely accelerated the process. Jiang Chen did not think such an item held such high value. The other party was merely playing along, so they countered, then how much do you think is a fair price? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I'll give you a sincere offer, as well, 100 units of food, no more. Wait, I can settle for less food, but I truly need wooden spears right now. Dong Fu had more to say as the enormous forest wolf lingered outside its territory, showing no signs of leaving, seemingly intent on staying. That fearsome wolf had already killed a farmer, causing the farmers to be too frightened to venture out to gather resources, rendering his blueprints utterly useless. He now understood clearly that if he didn't eliminate this threat, he wouldn't be able to develop. Even his troops would have to venture out to gather resources with trepidation. Dong Fu was indeed someone capable of making tough decisions, willingly offering up his most crucial blueprint to exchange for some weapons to eliminate this threat. All right, let's finalize the deal. They'll trade you the wooden spears shortly. Jiang Chen felt that the bargaining was nearly complete, as it was only 40 units of wood, which wasn't even enough for 1 unit of food. Dong Fu promptly initiated the designated trade, and Jiang Chen agreed, watching as 100 units of food vanished from his inventory, while a blueprint appeared in his hand. As Jiang Chen acquired the blueprint for the wooden spear, the meat listed in the trading interface began to disappear at an observable rate, and a large quantity of wood and stone started to appear in front of him. Although there were voices in the moralistic chat channel collectively opposing Jiang Chen's sale of food, pressuring him to lower his prices, this sentiment did not last long, as some individuals soon succumbed to the pressure and began purchasing the food he offered. There were only 5,000 portions of food in total, a minuscule amount in the context of 1,000,000 lords. Even if only a small fraction intended to buy food for emergencies, to these lords the food reserves seemed to be dwindling. Seeing Jiang Chen's food stock about to run out, those who had been hesitating could no longer sit idly by and rushed to buy, further driving down the food reserves. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Chen's food stock was depleted. What the hell? What kind of speed is this? How did it vanish in just a moment? 30 years of singlehood has honed my speed. I managed to grab 2 pieces of fish meat. Just now, when I announced that dinner would be fish, the farmer's loyalty shot up by 20 points. What? There are actually such good things. Missing out is truly a loss. Can you list some more fish meat? This time I won't hesitate. Ooh, I'll grab them right away. Jiang Chen, big shot. Jiang Chen looked at the mountains of wood and stone in his warehouse along with a few rare iron ores, realizing that he had chosen the right path. Honor is more like a consumable. At critical moments, it's about having no shame to gain greater benefits. In addition to a large quantity of materials, Jiang Chen also collected a few simple blueprints, all of which were initial tools for lords. Wooden barrel white 2, wood wooden chair white 3, wood simple single bed white 5, wood wooden spear white 2 wood. After collecting all the blueprints and seeing the vast array of resources, Jiang Chen opened the Book of Lords, flipped to the crafting page, and chose to build a workbench first. After consuming specific resources, a rudimentary workbench appeared in the Lord's cabin. Workbench green can create items of green quality or lower, requires blueprints. The workbench can only produce low-end tools. If one wants to create higher-grade tools, they need to unlock more advanced workshops or even factories. Selecting the wooden spear from the blueprints, he set the production to 40. The workbench in front of him automatically started up, consuming specific shapes of wood and wooden spears, all nearly identical in size, continuously rolled off the production line from the workbench. Moments later, a notification came from the Book of Lords. Production complete. Acquired 40 wooden spears. Wooden spear white, damage level 1, durability 10. Note: a lightweight and easy to simple wooden spear, a sharpened wooden stick, can also deliver a decent amount of power. Jiang Chen picked up a wooden spear to check its attributes, only to find it was just an ordinary wooden spear. It seems the production from the Book of Lords cannot trigger quality crafting. The items produced are of standard specifications like a factory assembly line, ensuring no defective products, but naturally no superior items either. He traded 20 wooden spears to Dong Fu in exchange for a regular stone to complete the transaction, as Jiang Chen never liked to owe favors to anyone. After receiving the goods, Dong Fu sent a message: "Thank you, you kept your promise." Originally, Dong Fu was somewhat apprehensive as he was trading his blueprint with a stranger whose credibility was unknown, but he had no other choice since Jiang Chen had listed so much food, making it unlikely for him to scam over just this little thing. Fortunately, Jiang Chen kept his promise. "Well, if you have good items, next time feel free to contact me directly. I'll ensure you're satisfied with the price." "Alright, can you add me as a friend, big shot?" Jiang Chen agreed to his friend request. He then began to process the materials in front of him. First, he adjusted to the Lord's Cabin interface. Lord's Cabin Level 1 Faction Undead Recruitment Limit 010 can recruit skeleton. Free materials needed for upgrade 500. Would 500 stone materials are sufficient? Would you like to upgrade? Jiang Chen chose yes, and 500 units of wood and stone vanished into thin air as the Lord's Cabin advanced to Level 2. Lord's Cabin Level 2 Faction Undead Recruitment Limit 1020 can recruit skeleton. Free materials needed for upgrade 2000. Wood 2000 stone 50 hemp rope. After upgrading, the Lord's Cabin revealed new upgrade materials, and a global announcement was issued again. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for being the first to upgrade the Lord's Cabin, rewarded with a bronze treasure chest 1. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for being the first to upgrade the Lord's Cabin, rewarded with a bronze treasure chest 1. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for being the first to upgrade the Lord's Cabin, rewarded with a bronze treasure chest 1. Why is it again this Jiang Chen? Isn't it because you idiots insisted on buying his food? Otherwise, how could this guy upgrade his Lord's Cabin? You're the idiot. How about you let the farmers work without eating? Exactly. If you could produce 5,000 portions of food, I would give you as much resource. Speaking of which, is there any extra food? Big shot Jiang Chen, can you list some more food? I missed out earlier due to slow hands. Watching as Jiang Chen received yet another notification on the world channel, the Lord in the Plains had a gloomy expression, his eyes radiating hostility. In his past life, this Lord was relatively capable, managing to keep his poorly educated farmers working hard while starving by painting grand visions. However, contacting other lords to continue this charade proved to be much less successful. Having undergone elite education, he deeply recognized that one could never become wealthy by relying solely on hard work. Only by deceiving others into working for you could one earn significant wealth. Not to mention that they were all individuals who lived through an era of information explosion. Even if the middle-aged man wanted to exploit others, the current lords needed to have something to exploit first. Simply talking would not guarantee that the other lords would hand over the materials they painstakingly gathered. After all, they weren't foolish. Everyone needed to eat, and empty promises had little effect, especially when everyone was struggling to get by. Wang Hai grimaced as he looked at the bronze treasure chest on the announcement. This was supposed to be his possession. Jiang Chen, is it? We shall see. With a cold snort, Wang Hai turned back to continue brainwashing his farmers while painting a beautiful future for the Lord who had shown signs of being swayed by his earlier words. Now Jiang Chen finally had some wood. Using a flint to start a fire, the soft wood quickly ignited into a campfire. Jiang Chen roasted some fish to satisfy his growling stomach and began to examine the rewards he had obtained. Activating the ability of Destiny's guidance, he opened the bronze treasure chest. Just like last time, the treasures inside spilled out shining with dazzling purple light. Opening the bronze treasure chest, he obtained Ashen Tower Blueprint Purple Hero Contract Scroll Blue Black Iron One-Handed Sword, Crafting Blueprint Green Fireplace, Blueprint White 20 Soul Crystals, 324 Undead Coins. The Ashen Tower Purple could connect with the Lord to use the Descend skill, allowing remote control of units under his command. Not to mention the Death Gem, which he had never even heard of. He didn't even have the blueprint for the twine. Let alone the iron ingots and copper ingots, which were refined from iron ore and copper, or there was no hope of acquiring either in the short term. Although the effects of this functional building were outstanding, it could even be said to be a life-saving technique. For the Lord being unable to construct it left him with no options. As usual, he recorded the blueprints into the Lord's book, but what interested Jiang Chen the most was the hero recruit. Hero Contract Scroll Blue contracts a hero of level not exceeding blue to join the territory. Heroes signed with the Hero Contract Scroll cannot act against the Lord's will. This is an enhanced version of the Enslavement Scroll, and after experiencing the hero's capabilities, Jiang Chen formed a basic understanding of their strength. While it might be an exaggeration to say one could take on 1,000 foes, it was certainly no problem for a combat-type hero to achieve 100 kills. Moreover, the significance of heroes was not solely in combat. The special skills of different types of heroes could greatly aid in the development of the territory. In other words, heroes were the foundation of a force. Just like Jiang Chen himself, he had almost single-handedly created all the troop types in the territory, relying on his necromancer abilities. Jiang Chen arrived at the edge of the territory and opened the Lord's book to begin constructing a barracks. Graveyard Blue Blueprint required resources 300 wood, 600 stone, 100 bones. A building of the undead faction, typically requiring more stone and less wood, but most constructions demand bones. Fortunately, Jiang Chen didn't lack in fish bones, having accumulated a portion. He selected a location and immediately constructed a tomb mound. Tomb Mound Blue. Level 1. Faction Undead. Recruitable Skeleton Soldier 2nd Tier. Consumption 1 soul, crystal 1 bone. Note: can recruit units of the corresponding faction at this building. A graveyard filled with various tombstones emerged at the edge of the territory. To Jiang Chen, it was less of a tomb mound and more of a mass burial site. Looking at the introduction, the recruited skeleton soldiers should not differ much from those he summoned using magic. At most, the units summoned from the building might be elite. However, doing so would consume the scarce soul crystals, which Jiang Chen viewed as an unprofitable venture. Soul crystals were worth 10 points in the system's recycling price. While his magical energy could continuously restore, this was clearly not a good deal. But the calculations weren't that simple, especially with Jiang Chen having an external system. Jiang Chen knew that relying on selling fish was ultimately not a long-term solution, especially since this fishing was heavily reliant on the talent of Destiny's guidance. Using a mythic-level talent on fishing was already a waste of great potential. Especially when the Lord's development progressed, the price of food on the trading platform would surely drop. History has proven countless times that the fastest way to develop is still through war and plunder. Jiang Chen converted most of the resources gained from selling fish into points, and then began to upgrade the Tomb Mound's tier. Consuming 110 points, he reinforced it twice in a row, raising the Tomb Mound's tier to orange. Tomb Mound Orange. Faction Undead. Recruitable Skeleton Soldier 7th Tier. Consumption 7 soul crystals, 7 bones. The level of the Tomb Mound had directly been elevated to orange. Although the materials consumed for recruiting skeleton soldiers increased, no other materials were required. This was a very positive phenomenon, indicating that the system was directly enhancing strength based on the existing foundation rather than transforming second-tier skeleton soldiers into other units that required more varied recruitment materials. Jiang Chen had only 40 soul crystals, which he had obtained from opening treasure chests. He chose to recruit skeleton soldiers while activating Destiny's guidance. Would you like to recruit skeleton soldiers? 7th tier. Adjusting the recruitment quantity to 5, he selected yes. 5 pitch-black skeletal arms emerged from beneath the tombstone. Soon 5 tall skeletons crawled out of the graves, shaking off the dirt from their bodies, standing quietly in front of Jiang Chen, awaiting the command of their awakened master. Jiang Chen checked the attributes of the skeleton soldiers and was almost startled. Skeleton Soldier 7th Tier Elite. Faction Undead. Racial traits: Undead Skeleton, Weakness to Light. Skills: Hard Bones, Rapid March, Heavy Strength. Inherent abilities: Proficient in Intermediate Swordsmanship, Proficient in Intermediate Combat. Undead. This unit stands in opposition to all living beings, cannot possess morale or emotions while being immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, and mental interference. Skeleton. No critical weaknesses, but due to being a skeleton, its strength is only half of that of its predecessor, and blunt strikes can easily cause critical hits. Weakness to Light. Light attribute magic deals 50 additional damage. Hard bones, a trait of high-tier skeleton units. Their bones are as tough as steel. Rapid march, the immense strength grants high-tier skeletons enhanced mobility, increasing marching speed by 30. Heavy strength, tough bones, and powerful strength endow high-tier skeletons with great destructive power. Note: high-tier skeletons of the undead faction are formed only when the bravest and strongest warriors die. When these warriors awaken after death, they once again wield their weapons as they did in life, unassailable. What a huge profit. This was the only thought in Jiang Chen's mind. Just by looking at the data, a single skeleton soldier could easily defeat an entire circle of second-tier skeleton soldiers he summoned, including the elite skeletons he possessed. Stone axe, white 1 wood 1 stone. Jiang Chen crafted 4 stone axes, enhancing them to green quality before handing them to the 4 elite skeleton soldiers, and gave the last skeleton, the evil moon, to serve as his bodyguard. Before leaving, Jiang Chen contemplated and decided to open the crafting interface, manufacturing all remaining stones and wood into stone axes and wooden spears, leaving only a small amount of materials for backup along with the attributes of the stone axes listed. Stone axe, white 1 units, each exchangeable for 15 units of wood, 15 units of stone, 15 units of thatch, 6 units of iron, or 4 units of copper, or 1 unit of soul crystal. Wooden spear, white 150 units, each exchangeable for 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, 10 units of thatch, 4 units of iron, or 3 units of copper, or 1 unit of soul crystal. Since the wood obtained through trade was slightly more than the stone, Jiang Chen determined that the price for stone should be a bit higher, hence the price for stone axes made with stone was also higher than that of wooden spears. However, in pursuit of collecting soul crystals, Jiang Chen priced both the stone axes and wooden spears at 1 soul crystal each. Yet he did not hold out much hope, as those who currently possess soul crystals likely knew that this item was hard currency for summoning troops and would not easily trade it away. This time Jiang Chen listed all the materials he might need in the near future. The reason for listing so many stone axes was to make resource gathering more convenient for the lords. After all, once the chives grow, he would have the opportunity to harvest right. As for not listing wooden spears, it was a small thought of Jiang Chen. Although the food business would inevitably devalue, he still wanted to enjoy a few more bites before that happened. With wooden spears for hunting, more lords gained the ability to hunt independently, thus reducing their demand for food. Naturally, Jiang Chen would not do anything to undermine his own livelihood. Upgrading a worn-out cotton coat to blue armor significantly enhanced its warmth, and Jiang Chen led his skeleton army equipped with sturdier stone axes out of his territory. 5 7th-tier elite skeleton soldiers and over 200 ordinary skeleton soldiers set out on their journey. As Jiang Chen walked on the ice field, he truly felt what it meant to be in a life-restricting zone. Heading south, Jiang Chen had firmly decided to swiftly clear the surrounding area, ensuring that no excessively powerful creatures appeared near his territory. The scattered skeleton soldiers quickly found signs of nearby creatures. When Jiang Chen and the main skeleton force arrived, a group of polar ice bears had already smashed several of his skeleton soldiers. Polar ice bear 6th tier, a type of wild monster, but given its near rhinoceros size, it was evident that ordinary attacks would not easily kill it. The ice bear, relying on its thick hide and layer of fat, nearly ignored the attacks of ordinary skeleton soldiers. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, it let out a roar, clearly an intelligent creature charging towards the only living person, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen coldly watched as the ice bear charged on all fours. With a thought, 2 skeletons rushed from the side and tightly grasped the bear's head, while Jiang Chen pointed from afar to activate his skill. Bone explosion technique. The 2 skeletons exploded violently, and the power of the bone explosion technique was directly linked to the skill level and the skeleton's level, so the damage they caused was not enough to be fatal. It merely left the ice bear's head charred and its brain dazed. This was the opportunity Jiang Chen needed. The 7th-tier skeleton soldier wielding the evil moon charged forward easily, piercing the ice bear's brain with its 4th-tier sharp spear. The ice bear's vitality was evidently robust. Even after having its brain pierced, it did not die immediately, but rather lay on the ice howling in pain until Jiang Chen confirmed there was no danger before allowing the skeleton soldier to deliver a final blow to decapitate the bear. Now the 7th-tier skeleton soldiers were precious. While ordinary skeletons could be summoned, Jiang Chen was unwilling to let these high-tier troops become mere bone fragments due to his negligence. That would be a tremendous loss. Jiang Chen used butchery on the ice bear's corpse. Butchering the polar ice bear yielded 220 bear meat, 20 bear skins, 120 fat units, 600 internal organs, and 30 bones. It was indeed a bountiful prey, obtaining over 1,000 units of usable fat and internal organs, totaling over 2,000 units of food. No wonder its size was a shortcut to wealth. However, this also depended on the strength of the lord. It seemed Jiang Chen only sacrificed less than 10 disposable skeleton soldiers, but without the bone explosion technique to buy him time, and without the 4th-tier sharp weapon, he would not have been able to kill this adult ice bear so easily. It wasn't that he couldn't win, after all, ordinary stone axes also dealt damage. A multitude of ants could kill an elephant, but it would likely come at a heavy cost. A skeleton pulled out a wooden box from the ice bear's cave and tossed it in front of Jiang. He ordered the skeleton to carry the prey back to the territory, while Jiang Chen activated the fate guidance to open the treasure chest before him. Opening the wooden treasure chest revealed a map of the polar forces green and a blueprint for hemp rope white. The blueprint for hemp rope was a pressing solution, but Jiang Chen's attention was still focused on the green map he had obtained. After acquiring the map of the polar forces, a map option appeared in the Lord's interface indicating several tribes and a small town within a 100-kilometer radius centered around the polar ice bear's lair. To Jiang Chen's surprise, his current location did not seem to be deep within the true polar region. Although the environment was harsh, a few dozen kilometers away already exceeded the polar limits, where there was a small town inhabited by both orcs and polar-grey dwarves. This was good news, at least the presence of human activity indicated it was not a completely barren land. Without means of communication with the outside world, Jiang Chen could only rely on hunting and the trading market to develop. Once the Lord's difficulties passed, his development speed would be greatly hindered. Jiang Chen contemplated and commanded a skeleton carrying bones to follow him, summoning skeleton soldiers while exploring the surroundings, ensuring to clear out any threatening wild monsters near his territory. For the undead, bones were also a type of resource. 30 units of bones meant he could summon skeleton soldiers 30 times or use them as 30 portions of summoning materials. The green map was still quite rudimentary, only marking a few small tribes of polar-grey dwarves and cold-resistant orcs. All other lairs and wild monster divisions were unknown. Jiang Chen did not wish to engage with those tribes for now, or at least he wanted to wait until his strength increased to a level where he could approach those forces. Otherwise, being a weak outsider would only leave him as nothing but bones. The days in the polar region were exceptionally long. Jiang Chen seemed to lose track of time, continuously exterminating several wild monster lairs, yet there were no powerful creatures like the polar ice bear. The most he encountered were just a den of 4th-tier snowmane wild boars. Jiang Chen deemed such prey unworthy of expending his own magical energy. He simply deployed high-tier skeletal warriors supported by lesser skeletons, swiftly concluding the battle. Upon returning to his territory, Jiang Chen acquired an additional 90 units of food along with various pelts, fats, and bones. His contingent of low-tier skeletal soldiers also swelled to 400, marking a truly bountiful harvest. More crucially, Jiang Chen obtained over 50 soul crystals, a rare drop granted upon slaying enemies. Recognizing this mechanic, he realized that territorial expansion was inevitable for any lord aspiring to grow and thrive. Back in his domain, 5 wooden treasure chests awaited before him. Jiang Chen activated the guidance of fate and proceeded to open them one by one. Opening the wooden chest yielded iron axe blueprint, greenstone pickaxe blueprint white. In opening the wooden chest yielded black iron shortsword, green plank blueprint white. In opening the wooden chest yielded warehouse blueprint, green 10 soul crystals. In opening the wooden chest yielded market building blueprint, green 46 undead gold coins. In opening the wooden chest yielded cart blueprint, green stone spear blueprint white. And after archiving all blueprints, Jiang Chen bypassed those clearly requiring iron ore and instead selected the market building blueprint. Market green blueprint requires 200 stone blocks, 500 timber, and 20 hemp ropes. Green tier structure demanding hemp rope. During Jiang Chen's recent hunting expedition, stone axes had sold out rapidly. After all, every lord understood the adage, sharpening the axe does not delay the felling of trees. Moreover, their price remained reasonable, far more accessible than sustenance, and thus many lords purchased several to enhance resource gathering efficiency. Before his lord's hut lay a vast stockpile of resources, including reeds, the raw material for hemp rope. Jiang Chen opened the lord's tome to the crafting page. Hemp rope, white, requires 2 reeds. In adjusting the quantity to the maximum, 400, Jiang Chen initiated production. Vast quantities of reeds vanished, replaced instantly by copious bundles of sturdy hemp rope. Jiang Chen selected the lord's hut, intending first to upgrade it and claim its reward. Lord's hut level IN faction undead recruitment cap 10-20 in recruitable unit skeletons, free and upgrade materials required 2 timber, 2 stone blocks, 50 hemp ropes, and confirm upgrade. Upon confirming, massive quantities of materials vanished, and a progress bar appeared beside the lord's hut. In lord's hut upgrading. Remaining time 4 minutes 59 seconds. Jiang Chen immediately grasped that upgrades demanded time, and that each successive tier would require increasingly longer intervals. Seizing this interlude, Jiang Chen turned to constructing other structures. Warehouse green requires 800 timber, 200 stone blocks, 80 hemp ropes. In confirmed construction. He confirmed. and a timber-framed warehouse materialized just beyond the Lord's hut. Upon inspecting its attributes, Jiang Chen noted its unique capacity to extend the preservation period of stored goods. He promptly ordered his skeletons to relocate the haphazard piles of raw materials from the plaza into the newly built warehouse. At that very moment, the Lord's hut completed its ascension to Tier 3, its name shifting accordingly. Lord's Timber Hut and Level II in Faction Undead Recruitment Cap 2040 in recruitable unit skeletons, free and upgrade materials required 300 timber, 0 stone blocks, 400 hemp ropes, 100 stone bricks. And the material requirements escalated once more, not yet demanding rare metals like iron or copper ingots, but now including stone bricks. No blueprint related to stone bricks had surfaced thus far, meaning the upgrade of the Lord's Timber Hut must be postponed indefinitely. Jiang Chen felt a quiet pang of disappointment. This ascent bore no worldwide announcement, nor any reward. He now understood rewards were not guaranteed with every first-tier upgrade of the Lord's Timber Hut. In essence, an unguided exploration game was nothing short of exasperating. As customary, he summoned 20 elite Tier 1 skeletons. Free troops, after all, were never unwelcome. Undead troops required neither food nor shelter. Even a single warehouse could comfortably house hundreds of skeletons. Though no reward had manifested, Jiang Chen's attention shifted decisively to another blueprint, the true centerpiece of this construction phase. Market Green requires 500 timber, 500 stone blocks, 120 hemp ropes. In confirmed construction. He confirmed. And a broad stately structure rose on the periphery of his domain, well removed from the Lord's Timber Hut. It bore little resemblance to a conventional marketplace. Rather, it resembled a serene courtyard flanked by several modest timber pavilions. Before Jiang Chen could inspect its functions, the Lord's tome chimed with a notification. Market construction complete. Would you accept the Gnome Merchant Guild sales representative into your territory? Notice as your faction is undead, the probability of undead-themed merchandise appearing in inventory is significantly increased. Jiang Chen instantly comprehended the implication. Crosslord trade via the Lord's tome enabled instantaneous commission-free exchanges, effectively obliterating spatial distance. Yet the drawback was stark. Most transmigrators remained destitute. Many could scarcely afford even a single evening meal, and thus traded almost exclusively in timber and stone, utterly outmatched in financial clout by long-established native powers. The market existed precisely to bridge this divide, to facilitate trade between transmigrators and indigenous factions, and even among native powers themselves. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen affirmed. Non-merchant caravan posed no threat, surely. You have accepted the Gnome Merchant's application for residency. The Gnome Merchant will enter your territory shortly. Jiang Chen waited only moments before a green-skinned dwarf appeared within the market compound, his appearance perfectly matching Jiang Chen's mental image of a gnome. Blast it all, who builds markets at this hour? Now poor old Daimo must work overtime. And even before fully stepping out of the building, the gnome's grumbling reached Jiang Chen's ears. Clearly, in this polar realm where day and night held no distinction, Jiang Chen had lost all sense of temporal rhythm. He resolved then and there to restore strict circadian discipline. After all, physical health remained the bedrock of revolution. And given that his vocation leaned toward arcane mastery rather than martial prowess, premature exhaustion was a risk he could ill afford. Straightening his faded cotton coat, though classified as blue-tier gear, it already bore signs of wear. He stood before the market flanked by 2 7th-tier skeletal guards. Though a mere sales representative posed negligible danger, prudence dictated vigilance. After muttering a few final complaints, the gnome said nothing more. He approached Jiang Chen, made no judgment based on his simple attire, and offered a gentle, respectful bow, exemplifying consummate professionalism. Greetings, young lord. Demo of the Goblin Mercantile Guild is at your service. The goblin peddler spoke with weary yet unwavering enthusiasm. Goblin peddlers like him underwent rigorous training, never to slight a potential client. No matter how modest Jiang Chen's attire appeared, such rudeness would only alienate future patrons. After all, how many true paupers could possibly hold a fiefdom and even build a marketplace? Even a derelict vessel retained 3,000 nails. And should this lord truly be destitute, Demo, seasoned, sharp-tongued, and supremely confident, was certain he could persuade him to sell his very cauldron and pawn his bedroll to purchase his wares. Jiang Chen observed Demo before him, a goblin bedecked in gold and jewels, radiating ostentatious wealth as if proclaiming it to the world. And yet Jiang Chen did not neglect to offer a courteous reply. Greetings, Mr. Demo. Welcome to my domain. An honor indeed. The goblin peddler cast a thoughtful glance at the skeletal warrior standing beside Jiang Chen, then hesitated briefly before voicing his question. Though I as a merchant ought not pry, yet I must humbly ask, why do you keep undead guardians at your side? I belong to the undead faction. Surely having undead retainers is perfectly natural. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Surely the renowned Goblin Mercantile Guild does not refuse trade on account of race. Though Jiang Chen urgently needed this channel, he refused to grovel. It was not merely a matter of dignity. Merchants possessed neither moral compass nor ideological allegiance. Their sole compass pointed toward profit. Excessive concession would only embolden avaricious traders to strip and bare, a measured display of spine by contrast secured greater leverage and authority. Still, to prevent Demo from walking away entirely, Jiang Chen offered the Goblin Mercantile Guild a subtle nod of respect. True to form, Demo shook his head emphatically. Preposterous. I was merely startled that a human lord commands the undead, but certainly I'd never tarnish our guild's reputation with such folly. All goblins worship but one deity, gold. With enough coin you need not be undead. You could be a demon risen straight from the abyss, and the Goblin Mercantile Guild would fling its gates wide open for you. Watching Demo gesticulate wildly, Jiang Chen felt as though the goblin were steering a runaway cart, though admittedly he had no proof. Without further preamble, Demo produced his current inventory list, and sure enough it included undead-specific goods, further cementing his conviction of Jiang Chen's authenticity. Yet Demo regarded Jiang Chen with quiet bewilderment. He had seen elderly humans, their lifespans ebbing, embrace undeath in desperate pursuit of eternity, but never a youth so strikingly young, so evidently vital, choosing eternal death as a lord. With so much gold awaiting his grasp across the world, Demo could scarcely fathom what profound despair or peculiar ambition had driven this seemingly down on his luck, yet undeniably sovereign young lord to seek undeath. My lord, here is today's inventory list. After verifying the items, Demo handed the list to Jiang Chen. Though intrigued, he harbored no intention of prying deeper. As he himself declared, every goblin worshipped gold alone, perhaps at most paying lip service to the god of commerce or the god of mechanics. To Demo, Jiang Chen's reasons for joining the undead paled utterly beside the promise of profit. He simply hoped this lord was not quite as impoverished as he appeared, worthy at least of Demo's sacrifice in rising from his warm bed in the dead of night to conduct business. Jiang Chen accepted the inventory list, which listed 5 items. Roughwood shield schematic common, 5 golden blackerin shortsword uncommon, 10 golden leather armor schematic uncommon, 30 golden undead magic scroll uncommon corrosive miasma, 200 golden ashstone 20, 200 golden 2 schematics 1 weapon, and the high-value scroll and ashstones were precisely what Jiang Chen sought. Especially the ashstones. Jiang Chen had long pondered where such a rare resource might be obtained, only to find Demo's single visit nearly supplying half the quantity required for the Ash Spire Tower. Jiang Chen had previously puzzled over the purpose of gold, since even the Lord's Tome forbade direct gold transactions. Now he understood gold existed solely for trade with native factions. Ashton in type, resource and description: a vital construction material for undead architecture, mined from deposits saturated with death energy over centuries, found only in high-tier undead cities or ancient necropolises. Jiang Chen studied the description intently. Understanding Ashstone's origin, he realized acquisition would depend entirely on trade for the foreseeable future. As Jiang Chen examined the item details, Demo surveyed the Lord's domain. Clearly a fledgling settlement of village rank, populated not by living souls, but by silent hollowed skeletons in unremarkable nascent power within the undead faction. What struck Demo most was the landscape beyond the domain's border, blindingly white. Though clad in enchanted garments impervious to cold, he now began to wonder where precisely did this lord's territory lie. Could it possibly be the fabled frost-forbidden zone, the far northern wastes? Certainly not the undead's traditional stronghold in the sun-scorched deserts. Demo grumbled inwardly, but his smile remained affable, polished, and unwavering. A seasoned merchant judged no buyer, a goblin peddler judged even less. Given sufficient gold, Demo would kneel then and there and call Jiang Chen father. Dearest undead lord, have you made your selections? Having rehearsed his pitch, Demo resolved to secure at least several purchases, justifying the noble Demo's sacrifice of sleep for commerce. Jiang Chen lowered his gaze and said, I'll take them all. Dear undead lord, these are truly exceptional wares exclusive to our Goblin Mercantile Guild. Wait, what did you just say? What a... Demo, mid-sentence and ready to deploy his most persuasive rhetoric, jolted upright, utterly unprepared for Jiang Chen's sudden sweeping declaration. Jiang Chen regarded Demo momentarily speechless with mild curiosity. Did I utter something strange? No, not at all, dear father. I mean, exalted undead lord. By the sacred coin, you are magnanimous beyond measure. Demo swore he'd never heard sweeter words in his life. I'll take them all, rang in his ears like celestial. For the first time, Demo admitted he'd misjudged entirely. This was no destitute lord. No baron's heir he'd once glimpsed at a grand banquet had ever spent hundreds of gold coins without blinking. In that instant, Jiang Chen's figure loomed impossibly tall in Demo's awestruck gaze. It turns out that the goblin salesman's claim of not believing in any gods, but only in gold coins, is not just a deceptive tale. The stark contrast in Demo's attitude before and after speaks volumes. One moment, he was merely exchanging polite social niceties, and the next, he was reverently ready to call him father. Jiang Chen raised his hand, and several skeletal soldiers creaked as they dragged a heavy wooden chest from the Lord's cabin. Upon opening the lid, it revealed a neatly stacked collection of dark golden coins etched with skull patterns. He casually picked one up, weighing it on his fingertips, and looked at Demo with an indifferent tone. By the way, I don't have any universal gold coins on me. Is it fine to settle with undead gold coins? Demo's eyes instantly widened, his posture deepening as he spoke in a tone so obsequious, it almost overflowed. Of course. The great undead lord, you should be using undead gold coins. Only those are worthy of your status. As the goblin buried itself in counting coins amidst the clinking sounds, Jiang Chen casually engaged in conversation, quickly grasping the currency system of this world from the goblin's eager chatter. On this continent, major transactions among the various powers are nominally settled in gold coins. However, the gold coins minted by each race and faction vary greatly in gold content, and their crafting quality is equally inconsistent, leading to differing values. Overall, the universal gold coins issued by the goblins are the hardest currency across the continent. They are backed by the goblin markets and trade networks spread across major factions, possessing high gold content and exquisite craftsmanship, making them the most widely circulated and recognized currency in the market. In addition, there are several types of gold coins considered equivalent to universal gold coins due to their high gold content and fine craftsmanship, which can be freely exchanged at the Goblin Merchant Guild. Undead gold coins etched with skull patterns, elf gold coins imprinted with leaf totems, and dwarf gold coins cast with the likeness of bearded dwarves. These three types of coins are minted based on the value of universal gold coins, differing only in their designs and patterns, while their weight and gold content are assured. As for the currencies of other factions, they are not as respectable. The orc gold coins, engraved with beast tusks, have mixed gold content and rough craftsmanship, with an exchange rate of 3:1, requiring 3 to equal 1 universal gold coin. The Blood Clan gold coins, adorned with bat engravings, exhibit extravagant craftsmanship and decent gold content. However, as a faction of the undead that has betrayed their kind, they are not recognized by the mainstream races. While small-scale transactions are permitted, large-scale trades prohibit the use of Blood Clan gold coins among the various races. Other currencies include the ancient gold coins of the lizardmen, the short-bearded gold coins of the gray dwarfs, and the poorly minted fairy gold coins, most of which have a 2:1 exchange rate for universal gold coins. The most special and valuable are two types of gold coins with unique added value: the temple gold coins inscribed with crowns and the magical gold coins etched with crystal patterns. The former can be used to purchase special services from the Church of Light, such as healing, holy water, and blood. The magical gold coins serve a similar purpose, allowing purchases of alchemical potions and magical scrolls at the Mage Tower, considered the designated currency of the Church of Light and the Mage Council, with an astonishing exchange rate of 1:2. 2 universal gold coins are required to exchange for one of these special coins. These two major powers are not entirely closed to other currencies. In the face of significant transactions from the larger factions, they also recognize the purchasing power of universal gold coins. However, once it comes to individual purchases or small transactions, they must use the specified gold coin. Given the Church and Mage Tower's indispensable roles in healing and magic, the major powers have no choice but to begrudgingly accept this inequitable rule. Fortunately, these two factions have shown restraint, avoiding the reckless issuance of currency that could disrupt the market. Otherwise, this exchange system would have long been torn apart by the combined efforts of the major powers. After hearing this, Jiang Chen scoffed lightly, succinctly exposing the essence of the situation. To put it bluntly, it's about exploiting the individual and fearing the strong. Demo's hand counting the gold coins paused abruptly as he suddenly raised his head, pondering for a moment, then fixated his gaze on Jiang Chen with an extremely peculiar mix of admiration. My dear great undead lord, every word you say is filled with the philosophy of gold coins. He paused, his tone incredibly serious. You wouldn't happen to be a goblin in human skin, would you? Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. He was not at all offended, or rather he found it quite amusing. He understood all too well this kind of recognition at the racial level, transcending mere regional acknowledgement. Just like in his original world, if you were to say a person from Shenzhou was from a minor nation, it would be a profound insult, even worthy of a showdown or worse, death. Yet if you were to call a Russian Davalik and offer a bottle of life water, they would instantly treat you like a brother. At this moment in the goblin's mind, the phrase a goblin in human skin was not an insult, but their highest form. After counting out 445 undead gold coins to the goblin merchant, Demo trembling with excitement, carefully stowed the coins in his space bag, his small green eyes almost sparkling with gold. All debts settled. Jiang Chen successfully obtained all the goods from this transaction, including Ash Stone's blueprints and scrolls. Demo was so thrilled he was trembling all over the fatigue he felt before instantly vanishing. He could hardly wait to rush back and count the coins over and over again. However, just as he turned to step into the teleportation portal, Jiang Chen gently pulled his wrist. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" Demo instantly reined in all his impatience, bending even lower, his tone dripping with respect. In front of the benefactor, even the greediest goblin understood that patience was more valuable than gold. "I ask you, when will the next shipment arrive?" This question was crucial, directly impacting the speed of development in Jiang Chen's territory. This transaction had nearly depleted all his current currency reserves, but he felt no regret. Gold coins were not solely obtained from opening chests. Jiang Chen could still trade with other factions, or even engage in warfare to acquire the resources necessary for his territory's development. To Jiang Chen, gold coins held no intrinsic value. Only by spending them to enhance his own strength could he thrive in this world. Jiang Chen had not forgotten that in 6 days he would face his first lord's assessment. Even more critically, in 6 days the territory's protective shield would completely dissipate, and the frigid cold that could pierce the soul would come sweeping in without restraint. If he could not develop his territory to a sufficient scale within this short time frame, he would either die in the assessment or become a frozen statue in the cold. Compared to other lords who were still leisurely clearing the land, Jiang Chen's sense of urgency was already ingrained in his bones. "Dear lord, you are truly the most esteemed merchant," in Deimos' eyes. Deimos' face was filled with excitement and regret. Unfortunately, the next transaction will have to wait for another 7 days. He simply couldn't bear to part with such a generous client, a lord who immediately declared, "I want it all." There were hardly a few like him across the continent. "Can it be done sooner?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, extremely displeased with this answer. 7 days. By then the assessment would already be over. If luck ran out, he might have already turned into an ice corpse in the polar regions. The night's chill was deadlier than any monster. "This is a hard and fast rule set by the guild. I truly cannot change it," Demo said earnestly, implying that there was no room for negotiation. The supply cycle of the guild was inherently linked to the level of the territory. For a newly established village territory like Jiang Chen's, once a week was already the limit. Though he didn't know why this young undead lord was so anxious, it was of no concern to Demo. There's an old saying among goblins, a silent goblin attracts more gold. "Then in the next transaction, can I specify the products?" Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. The newly developed undead territory had a great demand for materials like ash stone and death gem. Demo hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. "My lord, the privilege of specifying goods belongs to higher-level forces. Once your spending quota reaches the standard and you establish a larger territory, the guild will grant you higher-level market blueprints. At that time, not only will you be able to specify products, but you will also be able to transport goods directly to our goblin-built commercial capital through the market." He spoke with longing, painting a grand vision for Jiang Chen. "Trust me, the goblin cities are the most prosperous in the world, with major forces setting up shops there, offering rare materials, forbidden magic, and divine weapons, everything you could wish for." In Demo's view, although Jiang Chen was generous, he still had a long way to go before stepping into that commercial. The development of a territory cannot be achieved overnight. It requires time. Jiang Chen understood this in his heart. Indeed, global trade has never been a cake that the goblin race alone could consume. It is only through the collaboration of various forces that the size of the pie can be increased for a long-term solution. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered that the forces in this other world were very clever. They would set up checkpoints to exclude those who weren't eligible to participate in sharing the pie. Jiang Chen carefully confirmed with Demo and found out that not only was specifying products not allowed, but even large-scale ordinary materials could not be traded at this moment, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Hearing Jiang Chen's request, Demo gritted his teeth and said, "Of course, if everyone has needs, you can tell me in advance what materials you require, and I will try to apply for as many of them as possible for you next time." Clearly, rules are rules, but as a seasoned goblin salesman, Demo could still make small adjustments within the framework. Isn't there a saying? No matter whom you clash with, never clash with money. After all, it was all about making money for the Goblin Guild. Even if his superior discovered the small maneuvers he was making, he definitely wouldn't be punished. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he directly stated, "I need blueprints for undead structures, ash stones, death gems, and soul crystals. I want as many of these as possible. I'm not short on money." Although Jiang Chen currently had no money in hand, that didn't mean he couldn't paint a big picture and trick Demo into believing him. Upon hearing this, Demo's eyes indeed lit up, and he quickly assured Jiang Chen, "Rest assured, my lord, these items you requested will definitely appear in the product list for the next transaction." What a generous, undead noble. Demo sighed, feeling that he had truly come to the right place this time. After sending demo away, Jiang Chen immediately compiled all the obtained blueprints and then tore open the skill scroll. Would you like to learn the skill scroll Mist of Corrosion Green? Yes, a dim light faded away as the scroll turned to ash. A light green skill icon, Mist of Corrosion, suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's skill panel. He didn't study the skill immediately, but opened the Lord's book and accessed the public channel. It was already deep into the night, but this group of transmigrated lords were mostly night owls accustomed to staying up late, and the forum was still bustling. The screen was filled with complaints. Aside from grumbling about the lack of food and their troops nearly starving, there were demands for food to be listed. After a day of struggle, a few lords had managed to list a little food, but the prices were outrageous, even more absurd than what Jiang Chen had sold before, with some trading 100 units of materials for a bit of food, making it daunting for most. Clearly, with Jiang Chen leading the way, many wanted to learn and see if they could get rich overnight. When Jiang Chen opened the regional channel, he happened to witness two lords exchanging friendly greetings about meat prices on the public screen, their language so fierce they seemed ready to fight through the internet. He smiled faintly, already formulating a plan in his heart. Right now, everyone was scrambling for food, but it wouldn't be long before the surviving lords stabilized their food sources, and the days of high-priced grain would last at most another day. Now was the time to harvest a wave of basic resources. Jiang Chen quickly operated his fingers, listing all the meat he had on hand, leaving no scraps behind. Trader Jiang Chen listed items: meat, fat, edible organs, quantity 28653 units, exchange requirements per unit 50, wood 50, stone 50, straw 20, iron or 15, copper or 1 soul crystal. In such a cursed place as the polar regions, fat and organs rich in calories and vitamins were worth more than pure meat. After finishing with the food, he then turned his gaze to tools. Stone axes and wooden spears were white-quality tools and were no longer considered rare. There were already people starting to sell them in the channel. To seize the market, one must exchange quantity for price. Jiang Chen was determined and directly built another workbench, continuously producing stone axes and wooden spears. Trader Jiang Chen listed items: stone axes, wooden spears, quantity 50,000 each, exchange 10, wood 10, stone 10, straw 4, iron or 3, copper or 1 soul crystal. Jiang Chen specifically checked the trading platform, finding that the value of wood and stone was already similar, so he simply unified the price. To plunder the soul crystals scattered among other lords, he also specifically listed the exchange rate for soul crystals. Soul crystals were strategic resources for summoning troops and upgrading buildings. Even the lord's cabin required them to summon extra farmers. Farmers represented productivity and also had a certain combat capability. During the initial stages of development, almost no one was willing to trade their soul crystals. In addition, Jiang Chen added a line in the transaction notes: private message, high price for purchasing various blueprints and rare resources. After completing this, the notification sound from the Lord's book nearly exploded. He casually closed the interface and a wave of fatigue surged over him. Having not slept for a whole day and night, even the strongest will could not hold up anymore. Jiang Chen lay down on the bed, covered with a thick bear skin, the warm and heavy fur isolating him from the biting cold outside the wooden house. Almost as soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. If he didn't sleep now, he would truly be heading straight to the god of the undead. The next morning, Jiang Chen was awakened on time by the alarm of the Lord's book. 6 hours of efficient sleep was enough for him to restore all his energy. Now was not the time to relax. Every minute and second before the Lord's assessment was valuable. He glanced at the time. It was 8 in the morning. The public channel was still abuzz with activity. Those night owls who hadn't slept were indeed still discussing Jiang Chen's affairs. Yesterday, during the day and late into the night, he had listed nearly 30,000 units of food along with 2 types of weapons, which shocked the entire region. By the end of the night, Jiang Chen had received over 100,000 friend requests and private messages. Outside the wooden house, the skeleton soldiers were still busily and mechanically sorting and transporting various materials from the transactions back to the warehouse. Aside from the mountainous pile of basic materials, the most eye-catching were the more than 900 units of iron ore. Jiang Chen opened the transaction record, his gaze pausing slightly. In this batch of iron ore, surprisingly more than 400 units came from the same person, Xia Yulan. The name sounded quite elegant. The avatar was that of a pretty girl about his age with a clean smile, looking like an innocent and naive sweetheart. However, looking at the transaction record, it was anything but simple. She hadn't bought much food, but had snapped up 40 stone axes and 40 wooden spears all at once. Jiang Chen lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his eyes deepening. This lord named Xia Yulan was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. While everyone else was scrambling for food, she was frantically stockpiling tools and weapons. Either she was a big shot who wasn't lacking in food, or she had a keen eye and understood that weapons were the true hard currency for pioneering. A faint smile curved the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. Interesting. He opened the friend interface, and Xia Yulan's request was indeed quietly lying in the list. Jiang Chen paused, slightly hesitated for a moment, but still clicked to agree. Almost in the same second, a dialog box immediately popped up, exuding a sense of excitement. Wow, Jiang Chen, you agreed to my friend request. I've been waiting since last night. Jiang Chen didn't indulge in unnecessary pleasantries and went straight to the point. How come you have so much iron ore? My territory is built on an open mine, although I lack other resources. Stone and iron ore are abundant. Jiang Chen looked at these words, feeling a pang of envy. People truly cannot be compared. He was born in a frigid and desolate northern wasteland, while she had an open iron mine right beneath her feet. He was astute enough not to ask where her territory was, as that would simply be self-deprecating. Rather, the fact that Xia Yulan was willing to share how she obtained her iron ore already indicated a level of trust. It seems you have also upgraded to a level 3 Lord's cabin. This was determined by the fact that she had purchased 40 axes and spears all at once. In the early stages of pioneering, no one would stockpile tools. Buying so many could only mean one thing: the territory needed to be upgraded and required large-scale construction. Iron ore was a rare commodity at this time, and there was no shortage of buyers. Jiang Chen even suspected that Xia Yulan had built a workbench. Also, does that mean, Jiang Chen, you've already upgraded to a Lord's cabin too? Haven't you received rewards? Not every upgrade comes with rewards, Jiang Chen replied calmly. He didn't want to chat any longer and directly stated his purpose. I need more iron ore. Xia Yulan replied very straightforwardly. Of course I can sell it to you, but I currently don't lack food and tools. Do you have anything else of value? Jiang Chen directly sent the introduction for the green quality black iron one-handed sword. He had already unlocked this blueprint earlier and had seen a finished product from the Goblin demo yesterday. The production cost wasn't high. It only required iron ore and wood along with a workbench to manufacture. As long as the supply of iron ore was sufficient, he could completely equip the skeleton army with green weapons on a large scale. If he wanted to be extravagant, he could even use resources to enhance them and allow the skeletons to wield blue weapons. Xia Yulan was clearly intrigued and directly asked, is it a blueprint or the actual item? I have the blueprint, but I can sell you the actual item at below market price, settled with iron ore. The other side fell silent for a moment, evidently tempted. Her territory was located in an open mine seemingly blessed by heaven, yet fraught with hidden dangers. A commoner is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings calamity. Through such a mobile treasure trove once discovered by other lords would inevitably attract unnecessary coveting. Moreover, although no other threats had been found near her territory, the absence of threats did not mean they did not exist. One must not harbor malicious intent, but one must also be vigilant. She certainly did not want to become the kind of tragic lord who had her stored food stolen. Furthermore, the sword of Damocles that was the lord's assessment hung over everyone's head. Reinforcing military strength was almost every lord's core need. When she spoke again, Xia Yulan had already put away her earlier playful demeanor, her tone surprisingly calm. 5 units of iron ore for 1 sword. It was clear that this woman was not as harmless as she seemed. She had merely pretended to be naive to gain some unexpected benefits. Jiang Chen directly refused. Impossible. This is not the same as food. Green weapons will also be a hot commodity when lords build their armies on a large scale. There will be no shortage of market demand. What Jiang Chen said was the truth. Even if he raised an undead army in the future, it would be impossible to equip every skeleton with orange weapons. Even a fool knows that wielding an orange weapon is like chopping vegetables, but what is the production cost and market price of an orange weapon? Such rare equipment cannot support army-level outfitting. When building an army, the focus is always on cost and cost-effectiveness. Even established local forces typically have green equipment for regular troops, while blue is the standard for elite units. If anyone could field a personal guard fully equipped in purple gear, that lord would have bragging rights in the goblin market, which was gathering powerful forces. As for why Jiang Chen knew all this, it was from his previous conversation with Demo inquiring about the gold exchange standards of various races, where he picked up relevant information indirectly. Much information is hidden within casual conversations. It all depends on whether you have the ability to discern these messages and extract the intelligence you seek. You should know that the market price of a black iron one-handed sword in local forces is 10 gold coins, which translates to 10 units of iron ore, and your iron ore may not even fetch this price. Jiang Chen said calmly, don't rush to deny it. I have no reason to deceive you. Lords who develop quickly like you will sooner or later come into contact with outside forces. Xia Yulan hesitated for a few seconds, gritting her teeth and asking, what price can you offer me? Jiang Chen's words had already revealed to her that he had begun to engage with external forces. If she continued to remain stagnant, she would only end up being eliminated by the overwhelming force of the time travelers. Therefore, Xia Yulan had already decided that as long as Jiang Chen's offer was reasonable, she would agree to his trading terms. If you can ensure that I receive over 400 units of iron or daily, I will offer you an exchange price of 8 units of iron. However, there is one condition. You cannot sell the one-handed sword I trade to you on the trading channel. Alright, I currently have enough iron or on hand. Xia Yulan readily agreed. She could tell that Jiang Chen was merely preventing her from flipping the market, which was not an unreasonable demand. Moreover, this price exceeded her expectations. However, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated the wealth of the other party's territory. Coupled with the transaction volume from last night, it indicated that this was someone who could easily earn 800 units of iron or a day. But this was not Jiang Chen's concern. He opened the Lord's book to the crafting interface and pulled up the blueprint for the black iron one-handed sword. Black iron one-handed sword blueprint, green materials 2 iron or 1 wood. Jiang Chen directly adjusted the quantity to 500 and confirmed the crafting. With a series of clinks, rows of black iron one-handed swords wrapped in a cold glow sprang from the workbench neatly piled on the ground. However, the crafting speed was noticeably slower than that of white weapons. To ensure work efficiency, Jiang Chen turned around and built several more workbenches. Black iron one-handed sword, green, damage level 2, a weapon without special properties, was within Jiang Chen's expectations, but both its damage and durability were superior to those of stone axes and wooden spears. However, arming skeleton soldiers with it represented a qualitative leap. Jiang Chen first listed 50 swords for trade with Xia Yulan. After receiving 400 units of iron, he immediately plunged into the next round of crafting. The big boss is generous. I love trading with someone as open-handed as you. Xia Yulan was clearly very satisfied with the quality of this batch of weapons. The wooden sword handles were plain, but far sharper and sturdier than stone axes. After the transaction concluded, Jiang Chen sent a message. Hey race, a suggestion: if manpower is in surplus, consider pausing mining and focus on clearing out the surrounding monsters. Treasure chests can yield blueprints and resources. If you want to develop quickly, this is the only shortcut. Regardless, thank you very much. Xia Yulan was quite pleased with the large number of green quality weapons she had exchanged for. Jiang Chen's impression in her mind also subtly changed. Although he was a rather dark-hearted individual, he did not engage in deceitful practices and instead offered her sound development advice. Jiang Chen gave Xia Yulan advice based on practical considerations. After all, only if Xia Yulan developed could he harvest more iron or every day. Wool comes from sheep. After a quick wash and a hasty cold breakfast, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and began to fully expand his military force. He summoned skeletons repeatedly, using the bone materials he had brought back, drawing on his fully restored magical power. After exhausting his magic several times, his skeleton army finally swelled to 600. Additionally, after selling a large quantity of food and weapons yesterday, he had also collected over 100 soul crystals. Coupled with the loot from yesterday and the remaining resources, he could summon a portion of 7th-tier skeleton soldiers. He was particularly fond of this high-tier elite troop type. Cannon fodder could easily be summoned by himself, but high-tier troops required buildings from the necromancer faction to produce. Jiang Chen approached the grave mound building and opened the recruitment option. Recruitment materials for skeleton soldier: 7th tier, 7 soul crystals, 7 bones. He adjusted the quantity to 27 and consumed all his soul crystals at once. This action could no longer be described as merely militaristic. Jiang Chen needed immense power. Under the dual countdown of extreme cold and the Lord examination, all the lords were constantly expanding their military strength. Faint gray summoning lights flickered in succession as skeletons pieced themselves together from the grave mound. 30 fully solidified, cold-glowing 7th-tier elite skeleton soldiers lined up neatly, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue soul flames, standing stiffly in the center of the territory. Next, he turned to the item enhancement panel, and all the black iron one-handed swords piled in the corner were drawn into the air. He set aside the green quality equipment reserved for subsequent trades, while all the other black iron one-handed swords were fed into the enhancement slots. A pale blue enhancement aura enveloped the sword body in layers, and the system prompt sound continuously rang out, with all weapons ultimately stabilizing at the blue tier. However, this batch of enhanced blue-black iron one-handed swords still failed to exhibit any other properties, merely increasing their base damage to level 3, rendering them the lowest tier among blue equipment. Nevertheless, even so, the foundation of blue equipment was their far surpassing green equipment in terms of durability and base attack power, remaining unattainable for green equipment. This round of enhancement also allowed Jiang Chen to clearly glimpse the hidden flaws of the system. The system's enhancement could only strengthen based on the original foundation without generating effects out of thin air. An ordinary item that initially started as white, even if enhanced all the way to the legendary artifact level, would only possess the damage value of an artifact without any unique skills, passive effects, or the enhancements of laws, effectively being a blank weapon. Such an artifact would even fall short of a damaged half-artifact. Like the black iron one-handed sword in hand enhanced to the blue tier, it could barely be used as the lowest tier blue weapon, but if it were forcibly enhanced to the purple rare quality, it would still be incomparable to the evil moon blade in his possession. Moreover, due to the lack of other properties, even if the damage were raised to level for it, could only be considered a top-tier blue weapon at best. The value of system enhancement could actually be maximized at the first enhancement. With each subsequent enhancement, the inputs and returns would decrease in a stair-step manner, making it a sheer waste of materials and resources. Understanding this detail, he no longer hesitated reopening the crafting panel and locating the wooden shield blueprint white in the blueprint list. Wooden shield blueprint white required materials 2 wood. Jiang Chen directly adjusted the crafting quantity to 600, and the system instantly consumed the reserve wood with 600 rough and heavy wooden shields neatly piled on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the enhancement light shone again, uniformly enhancing all wooden shields to green quality. The second-tier defense property green wooden shields were sufficient for the skeleton soldier's daily combat use. With all preparations wrapped up, Jiang Chen began arranging his troops. He specifically reserved 100 skeleton soldiers to carry supplies for the entire army and to use the bone explosion technique as cannon fodder on the battlefield. All remaining skeleton soldiers were equipped with blue-black iron one-handed swords and green wooden shields. The fully armed undead army stood like a mountain, their soul flames flickering in unison. Jiang Chen looked at the orderly formation of the undead army and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. With a grand army of skeletons, he stepped out of the territory. His first target was the polar gray orc camp that was closest to his territory and also the smallest in scale. There were only over 200 orcs stationed here, including the old, weak women and children, making their combat strength the weakest. Though it was the closest, the endless polar ice fields were harsh with cold winds and snow stinging Jiang Chen's face. Leading his army, they trudged through the icy wilderness for over an hour before finally spotting several semicircular ice huts scattered across the snowy plains in the distance. Amidst the silver-white snow, the outlines of the ice huts stood out starkly. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he confirmed that he had found the right place. Almost at the same moment, he spotted the orc. The orc on guard in front of the ice house also noticed the low piercing sound of a horn instantly shattered the silence of the snowy plain, awakening the orcs huddled in the ice house. Wrapped in thick, coarse animal skins, they grabbed various weapons and stumbled out from the ice house. These orcs were the lower-class gray orcs of the Northern Orc Empire with grayish skin, slightly hunched figures, and round bellies. Aside from their size being somewhat comparable to ordinary humans, they bore an uncanny resemblance to ugly goblins. The group was a hodgepodge of various heights and weights, wielding an assortment of weapons, mostly blunted tools fashioned from animal bones, with a few clutching rusty short swords. Their formation was disorganized, resembling a rabble of untrained misfits. However, the savage gray-skinned orcs still retained a basic level of intelligence. The skeletal figures before them, which seemed precariously assembled, far outnumbered their own. How many times they outnumbered them was beyond the calculating capacity of the orcs' limited intellect. They could only perceive the dense mass, which was significantly more than their own. Moreover, since the skeleton army had not actively launched an attack, these orcs did not rush forward to engage. Orc warriors, though valiant and fearless of death, were not mindless savages who would attack any force without cause. After a brief standoff, a narrow path opened in the crowd of orcs, and an elderly orc leaning on a bone staff slowly stepped forward. His murky eyes revealed a glimmer of wisdom distinct from the other orcs, fixating directly on Jiang Chen, who stood in the center of the skeletal army, wearing a tattered, thick cotton coat that seemed particularly out of place. The old orc's face was adorned with vibrant paint, and colorful pheasant feathers were tucked into his ears. From his garb alone, it was evident that he was no ordinary orc. He was likely a figure akin to a chieftain. After all, among the gray orcs, if it were not to withstand the extreme cold, they would hardly bother wearing animal skins, usually just running around in a simple loincloth. A famous elven scholar once said that the most effective way to judge the status of an orc was by the decorations they wore. More decorations and more expensive materials indicated higher status. Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the moment when the goblin demo recounted this amusing anecdote to him, laughing so hard he could barely breathe, mocking that the so-called elven scholar was actually a general from the eastern front of the Elven Empire, engaging the Orc Federation, and was a complete illiterate among the highly literate elves. His notorious fame stemmed solely from drunkenly flirting with the princess wife of his superior, ultimately becoming a cautionary tale for the entire Elven Empire. Demo also couldn't resist mocking the elven race's brazen audacity. If a general who couldn't even count could be labeled a scholar, then surely every goblin capable of mental arithmetic could be deemed a PhD. Jiang Chen could relate to this, as when he traded with Demo for a few coins, the goblin insisted on sitting on the ground and repeatedly calculating the amount with a dry twig before finally confirming the payment. It must be said this manner of doing things was truly goblin-like. Not only was greed ingrained in their bones, but there was also an inherent disdain for elves. Jiang Chen had no interest in the long-standing animosity between goblins and elves, but this remark provided him with crucial information. The uniquely dressed old orc before him was undoubtedly the ruler of this orc camp. Human, state your reason for intruding into the gray-skinned encampment. If you come with sincerity and goodwill, we shall treat you with courtesy. If you harbor ill intentions, the weapons in our hands will shatter every bone in your body. The old orc's hoarse voice rang out, and a system probe panel suddenly popped up before Jiang Chen. Name: Brooks. Strength level 6. Occupation: Orc Shaman. Jiang Chen scanned the other orcs, most of whom were no higher than level 3. Seeing this disparity in combat power, his heart finally settled. There were no heroes, and with a green-tiered necromancer present, they could not possibly lose. The old orc spoke in a language common across the continent. It was not fluent, but clearly conveyed his meaning. And this was precisely the advantage of a transmigrator. Regardless of the language used by the other party, it would automatically translate into something comprehensible in their ears, and the spoken language would also automatically convert into something the other party could understand, creating no communication barriers. I am a lord from the north, and I have come to negotiate a transaction with the orcs, Jiang Chen stated in a calm tone. Old Orc Brooks' eyes suddenly narrowed as he sternly rebuked, "You are lying. Further north lies a forbidden zone aside from the polar ice bears and sea beasts. No orc can survive there. As a human, you are even less likely to." Jiang Chen did not become angry. His expression remained calm. "My territory is indeed further north, but that seems unimportant. I am a necromancer practicing here in solitude. I believe we can reach a mutually beneficial deal. If you do not accept my goodwill, I can also choose to head south to Blackstone City." Blackstone City is the largest settlement near the extreme north, located at the edge between the polar region and the northern wasteland. Though still cold, it experiences distinct seasons and can cultivate a small amount of hardy winter wheat as sustenance. The city is home to a constant population of 100,000 orcs and gray dwarves, with a garrison of over 10,000, making it the largest trading market in the extreme north. The Orc Lord of Blackstone City maintains control through reputation and strength, and various chieftains and lords from the north willingly travel to this city to exchange goods. As for the identity of a necromancer, it was merely a guise Jiang Chen adopted. In this world, necromancers are simply a profession not exclusive to the undead race. Pretending to be a necromancer allows him to temporarily conceal his true affiliation with the undead faction. It is not that Jiang Chen despises the undead race, but rather that in this world the undead are notoriously reviled by all living beings, and he must don this disguise to minimize unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing this, Brooks' eyes narrowed again, his gaze sweeping over the dense mass of skeletons behind Jiang Chen. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. "What goodwill do you bring?" He decided to first see what Jiang Chen's so-called goodwill was before deciding whether to trade with him or to pay any price to annihilate this undead army. He was very confident in the orc warriors. Jiang Chen raised his hand, and a skeletal soldier with prominent joints stepped forward, holding a smoothly polished wooden shield. The wood had a warm hue, reinforced at the edges with fine bone nails and animal sinew. The shield's surface was flat and thick, indicating exceptional craftsmanship. Old Orc Brook reached out to take it, rubbing his rough palm over the shield's surface, pressing his knuckles into it, and leaning closer to sniff the wood scent. He beckoned a nearby robust orc warrior and said in a deep voice, "Give it a try with an axe." The orc warrior gripped his rusty battle axe bent at the waist and struck the round wooden shield with a powerful chop. Clang! A dull thud resonated with wood chips flying. The round wooden shield bore only a shallow mark, but did not penetrate, appearing capable of enduring several more blows, its sturdiness far exceeding that of a typical wooden shield. On the battlefield, this was indeed a life-saving item. Old Brooks' murky eyes suddenly brightened, reflecting the greedy glint of a beast spotting rare prey. "White gear. How many round wooden shields do you have?" He spoke in a low voice, unable to suppress his greed. Jiang Chen calmly reminded, "This is not ordinary white gear, it is of green quality. It is crafted using my family's ancestral techniques and secret formulas. You experienced its hardness firsthand just now." "You're lying." Old Brooks suddenly raised his voice, his expression darkening. "This is just an ordinary wooden shield." Old Brooks' judgment couldn't be wrong, could it? "It's worth at most one beast tooth gold coin." "How much?" Jiang Chen laughed, in anger, his laughter laced with coldness. "One beast tooth gold coin. That's not even a third of the market price for the lowest grade white gear." The greed and stupidity of this old fool were laid bare at this moment. "That's right," Old Brook said confidently, chin raised, as if he had Jiang Chen completely figured out. In any orc tribe, this worthless wooden piece is only worth that much. He subtly made a few obscure hand gestures with the hand behind his back. Jiang Chen's expression turned completely cold. It seems you have no intention of making a fair trade at all. Did he think of him as an easy target, or just a naive rookie? Goodwill, eh? Old Brook sneered, his face twisted in malice. I see that you simply do not want the friendship of the orc tribe. Whooshed. Before he finished speaking, a cold slicing sound suddenly pierced through the darkness, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's heart. It was clearly an archer lying in ambush, intending to take Jiang Chen's life. Jiang Chen's pupils narrowed, and before he could react, a skeleton soldier instinctively darted forward. The cold arrow struck fiercely against the skeleton's shield, the force pushing the skeleton soldier back half a step, yet it successfully blocked the arrow. Jiang Chen's eyes turned icy in an instant. These orcs had clearly planned to ambush him from the start, thinking that his subordinates were mere skeletons without any fighting power that could be easily manipulated. Attack. His tone was calm, yet carried undeniable killing intent. At his command, the skeleton army surged forward, and a ghostly light flickered at Jiang Chen's fingertips as a corrosive mist erupted forth. The purple-gray toxic mist exploded like a tide among the orc ranks, the acrid stench immediately enveloping the area. The old shaman, seeing the ambush fail, intended to raise his hand and cast an inspiring totem to boost his kin's strength, but a large expanse of purple-gray toxic mist suddenly appeared among them. Upon contact with the purple mist, his skin instantly experienced a sharp burning pain as his magic power became chaotic, interrupting his skill. It's a wizard. The orcs, already culturally backward, held an ingrained fear of wizards. Orcs generally had tough skin and flesh, but their resistance to magic was extremely low. In tribal legends, human wizards were beings comparable to brutal demons. Fear spread like a plague, causing the orc formation to fall into disarray. Charge! Jiang Chen shouted softly as 10 skeleton soldiers without any weapons bravely rushed into the chaotic orc crowd, while Jiang Chen also unleashed his magic power. Bone explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Bone fragments flew, flesh and blood scattered. The already chaotic orcs completely collapsed, cries, wails, and curses mingling together. After activating several spells simultaneously, Jiang Chen felt his mind go blank, his magic power nearly depleted, and his face turned pale as he almost collapsed to the ground. Feeling his body's weakness, Jiang Chen quickly summoned several skeleton soldiers to surround him and rapidly retreat away from the center of the battlefield. The undead, being soulless and spiritless, knew not fear. After being bombarded by the bone explosion several times, the orcs had already lost morale and began to scatter in flight. The demoralized orcs were like lambs to the slaughter in front of the elite skeleton soldiers. 20 elite skeletons wielding blue-quality weapons led the charge, their sharp blades slicing through the orcs' rudimentary leather armor as easily as cutting tofu. It was a massacre of overwhelming proportions. The battle ended faster than one could imagine. Jiang Chen, at the cost of fewer than 50 ordinary skeletons, nearly annihilated the entire small orc tribe. Old Brook lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. Until the end, he could not understand how the supposedly weak skeletons could be so formidable. Once the corrosive mist had completely dissipated, Jiang Chen returned to the battlefield. His expression was not particularly pleasant, not because of the earlier lethal ambush, but because although the power of the corrosive mist was strong, it was indiscriminate, unfriendly to all living beings. In the future, unless in absolute dire straits, it would be wise to use this ability that could utterly ruin corpses as little as possible. Clean up the battlefield and categorize all resources. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, quickly absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to restore his depleted magic. Before long, the skeleton soldiers neatly piled the spoils in front of him. Jiang Chen glanced over and silently counted soul crystals: 296, beast hides 321, frozen beast meat 8750 units, orc weapons 286, beast tooth gold coins 785, fresh fruits 5 baskets, salt 10 bags, stone and wood in the hundreds of units. Upon seeing these items, Jiang Chen instantly understood. No wonder Old Brook, despite being at a disadvantage in numbers, dared to audaciously attack and ambush. Not only was there an element of underestimating the skeletons, but these orcs driven to the Arctic were truly desperate. There wasn't even a proper territorial map or a basic recipe blueprint, and the gold coins were pitifully few. It seemed they had nothing to lose, betting everything to try and swallow him whole, as if he were a piece of fat meat. In addition to the resources, there were also over 200 orc corpses. In the eyes of the Lich Lord, corpses themselves were a form of resource. Although not every killed unit dropped soul crystals, it was clear that higher-tier units had a greater chance of dropping them, and in larger quantities. Intelligent beings like these were not allowed to be butchered. Although orcs had a tradition of consuming humans, it was evident that the Book of Lords did not include the option to slaughter orcs. However, looking at those faces twisted in death, Jiang Chen felt a bit queasy inside. He couldn't just pile the corpses in the backyard of his territory and face those unclosing eyes every time he summoned skeletons, could he? Though the weather was cold enough not to rot, he couldn't mentally overcome this hurdle. Suppressing his discomfort, he stepped toward the largest beast skin tent in the camp, which should be the old shaman's dwelling. Just as Jiang Chen stepped into the beast skin tent, the Book of Lords issued a notification. Detected a building that can be occupied or camp, level 3. Would you like to occupy? Discard. Occupy, gain complete control of the camp. Discard, recycle 50 of building resources. Is a tribe of over 200 already at level 3. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and chose to occupy. This area is vast and sparsely populated. Having an additional outpost means more retreat options and more visibility. Jiang Chen stood in the midst of the wreckage of the orc camp, staring at the 2 treasure chests before him, his heart racing uncontrollably. One chest was entirely white, shimmering with a faint silver light, identified by the system as a silver chest for breaking into an enemy camp for the first time. The other emanated an ancient green hue, a bronze chest found after conquering the orc camp. The faint glow from the 2 chests intertwined under the dim sky, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, realizing how true that overused saying felt at this moment. Indeed, the saying to kill and set fire is to wear a golden belt was not without merit. In this perilous world of transmigration, the only way to continuously accumulate capital was to wield the blade and clear obstacles, growing stronger like a snowball. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, lightly tapping the air with his fingertips to summon his innate skill, fate's guidance. Taking a deep breath, he decided to open the bronze chest first to test his luck, as the silver chest was of a higher grade and would feel more ceremonial if saved for last. With the crisp sound of the chest opening, a rich aroma of treasures surged forth, a dazzling array of items pouring out, accompanied by a brilliant flash of purple light. With a 1-drop rate boosted to 100 under fate's guidance, followed closely by blue, green, and white glimmers, the resplendent light filled Jiang Chen's eyes, bringing him inexplicable comfort and joy. As long as he continued to open treasure chests like this, his strength would keep growing. Opening the bronze chest, he obtained magic source blueprint, purple burial map, blue light crossbow blueprint, green iron pickaxe blueprint, white soul crystal X20, undead gold X198. Jiang Chen quickly collected all the blueprints, his gaze immediately fixating on the purple glowing magic source blueprint as he hurriedly checked the detailed information. Magic source blueprint, purple requirements: 2,000 stones, 500 wood, 500 bricks, 200 wooden boards, 100 hemp ropes, 5 natural gems, magic essence X1. After a brief glance at the requirements, Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head and set the blueprint aside. The other basic materials were manageable, but the final requirements of natural gems and magic essence were clearly rare materials far beyond his reach at this stage. Currently, all the traversers in the server were tightly grasping such rare materials, refusing to trade even when starving and gnawing on tree bark or eating roots. Even if he wanted to craft, he simply couldn't gather the materials. Originally, Jiang Chen thought he could trade some scarce resources with the orcs, but these savage orcs were inherently violent and aggressive, lacking any concept of commerce. They only brandished their weapons to kill, giving him no opportunity for negotiation. At first, they even attempted to ambush him, forcing Jiang Chen to reluctantly wipe them all out and seize them. As Jiang Chen sighed in contemplation, his gaze fell upon the blue burial map, and a line of system prompts instantly ignited hope in his eyes. Burial map, blue requirements: 800 stones, 500 wood, 150 hemp ropes. Remark: a specialized building for the undead clan to collect corpses, capable of automatically separating and preserving bones and flesh, delaying decay, and permanently storing resources. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary storage building, but a core facility tailored for the undead lord. It's important to note that bones are currently the core material for summoning skeleton soldiers. Previously collected corpses easily rotted, and to avoid waste, he had to meditate tirelessly to restore magic power to summon skeleton soldiers. With the burial site, he could perfectly store the corpse resources, no longer worrying about material loss, of value far exceeding a few flashy items. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chen shifted his focus to the silver chest, gently touching its surface with his fingertips. In an instant, dazzling golden light erupted, forcing him to squint instinctively. The aura of the treasures was several times richer than that of the bronze chest. It's gold. Opening the silver chest, he obtained shining amulet, orange archer's graveyard, purple class advancement scroll, blue iron axe blueprint, green cart blueprint, white soul crystal X100, ash stone X20, undead gold X659. Jiang Chen collected all the blueprints into his space, and almost without hesitation took out the blue glowing class advancement scroll, choosing to use it immediately. Prompt: please specify the class to upgrade. Jiang Chen currently only had the class of Undead Mage. Upon clicking, he immediately felt his mind clear a bit, as if the magic power consumed in the recent battle was restored. However, Jiang Chen knew it was just an illusion. He had merely become a blue-quality Undead Mage, and the upper limit of his magic power had increased several times, leading to this sensation. In addition, Jiang Chen discovered that his skeleton summoning skill level had surprisingly increased to blue quality, likely due to his continuous usage leading to improved proficiency. That class advancement scroll had merely acted as a key. The levels of his other skills had not changed. It seemed that traversers could enhance their power not only by relying on the treasures obtained from chests, but also by diligently studying on their own to master extraordinary powers. This could be considered an unexpected bonus. Jiang Chen's fundamental skill for survival and prosperity was precisely this skeleton summoning. Without this skill, he wouldn't be able to summon such a large undead army. Though he was completely a cannon fodder on the battlefield with various high-quality weapons and shields, he could still play a significant role. Following this, he picked up the shining amulet, the orange rare light, swirling in his palm. As soon as the attributes panel unfolded, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp, feeling as though he had struck gold. Shining amulet, orange type, accessory skills: magic shield, magic essence, hostility, perception, purification. Magic shield automatically generates a level 4 defense magic shield upon being attacked, fully blocking damage. Magic essence increases the wearer's magic recovery efficiency by 50. Hostility perception automatically senses all units harboring hostility towards the host within 5 meters. Purification automatically purifies negative states and powerfully resists mental magic invasions. In this world, accessories of the same grade are far more precious than weapons. Small in size and easy to conceal, it could save his life in critical moments. He could even imagine that if he had been wearing this amulet during the previous battle, the orc's ambush arrow wouldn't have even grazed his clothing. He immediately wore the amulet close to his heart, its cool touch bringing him immense reassurance. If it weren't for his currently insufficient points, he would have eagerly enhanced this orange amulet to maximize its life-saving capabilities. Mages are inherently fragile classes. With this amulet, his survival ability would see a tremendous boost. Subsequently, Jiang Chen pulled up the seemingly unremarkable cart blueprint. Command the skeletons to categorize and load all loot, including the orc corpses, onto the cart. Then Jiang Chen pointed to the inside of the fur tent and instructed the high-ranking skeleton beside him, "This stove, the fur carpet over there, and the bone utensils in the corner, not a single piece is to be left behind. Take them all." At this moment, he resembled a locust swarm, sweeping away all usable supplies from the camp. In the end, he even personally dismantled and packed the large fur tent, rolling it into a big bundle to carry on the cart. His territory was lacking in everything. Even a blunt weapon made from orc leg bones could be exchanged for basic wood and stone with other traversers in the trading channel. Little by little, it would amount to a considerable fortune. To be honest, the orc camp itself wasn't particularly valuable, especially after he had slaughtered all the labor and combat forces. At most, it could only be considered a temporary transfer station. Moreover, a transfer station for the undead faction inherently requires no extravagant luxuries. Taking all the resources that can be moved is the most pragmatic choice. The snow and wind of the far north, while a symbol of death for most, provided Jiang Chen with a natural shelter. Without sufficient logistical support, anyone lost in the far north would be doomed to death. Jiang Chen commanded the skeleton army, returning in grand procession to his undead territory with several carts full of loot. After settling the team, he instructed the high-ranking skeleton to continue clearing the surrounding wilderness and gather more resources while he prepared to sit down for lunch and take a short rest. Just as he set up the simple undead rations, the Lord's book on his wrist suddenly lit up with a faint blue glow, signaling a friend message. It was Dong Fu, who had not contacted him for a whole day. To be honest, Jiang Chen initially held this Dong Fu in high regard. The other party had previously traded blueprints for weapons with him and was quite decisive, making him a somewhat clever traverser. However, after a whole day without contact, Jiang Chen had already assumed that he had likely failed in hunting and perished at the jaws of a wild beast in the wilderness. The message was straightforward: "Boss, I have a new blueprint for Iron Arrow Green." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. This was exactly what he urgently needed. Earlier, when he opened the bronze treasure chest, he had just obtained a blueprint for a light crossbow, but due to the lack of matching arrows, he had been unable to craft it. Compared to the light crossbow that requires range support, the black iron one-handed sword is more suitable for high-ranking skeletons with intermediate swordsmanship proficiency. However, obtaining the Iron Arrow blueprint would enhance their ranged combat capabilities, which is crucial for the development of his territory. Although he could not currently manufacture the architecture of the archer's cemetery, having it might fill the gap in range. Jiang Chen tapped on the Lord's book and replied, "What do you want in exchange? The weapons I can sell are already listed on the trading channel." He had previously posted information about trading blueprints in the trading channel. A green blueprint could typically be exchanged for 20 white quality weapons, which was widely recognized as a fair price across the server. However, Dong Fuss replied directly pierced through the surface of the transaction. "Let's be straightforward, boss. You have iron weapons, right?" "I need iron weapons." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not ask, "How do you know?" A question that would reveal his hand. Having just wiped out an entire orc camp, any traverser with a bit of sense could understand that with only a stone axe it was impossible to defeat the tough-skinned ferocious orcs. Jiang Chen must certainly possess higher-grade iron weapons. However, he did not refuse directly. He had already planned to list iron weapons on the trading channel soon, so going with the flow to make this deal wouldn't be a bad idea. Black iron, one-handed sword, green, 3 pieces, no more than that. Jiang Chen set his bottom line. He only intended to exchange unenhanced ordinary black iron one-handed swords. Listing blue-grade weapons now would be too early and could easily attract the covetous eyes of other lords. Although he was not afraid, there was no need to expose his trump card so early. More importantly, the manufacturing cost of blue weapons was shockingly high. Just the enhancement fees and basic materials required at least 1,000 units of basic materials, which would cause him considerable distress. After receiving the message, Dong Fu immediately checked the attributes of the black iron one-handed sword. With its level 2 sharpness and impressive attack power, it instantly captivated his attention. His current situation was dire. Although he had fortuitously killed a gray wolf, he barely gathered the resources needed for upgrading to a level 2 lord's cottage through food trades, and had even opened a wooden treasure chest, but his farmers suffered heavy casualties. Had he possessed such a sharp iron weapon earlier, he would not have ended up in such a wretched state. After pondering for a moment, Dong Fu gritted his teeth and replied, 5 pieces along with this natural gem. I will trade you the Iron Arrow Blueprint natural gem for 5 black iron one-handed swords. Upon seeing the words natural gem, Jiang Chen's gaze instantly became eager. This was one of the essential materials for the previously mentioned magical power source blueprint, which he had searched for a long time without finding. He didn't expect Dong Fu to have one. With the rare resource at hand, he no longer hesitated. Okay, let's list it for trade. The two quickly completed the exchange in the trading channel. 5 black iron one-handed swords were sent out, and Jiang Chen received an iron arrow blueprint and a natural gem the size of a pigeon egg, glowing faintly green and radiating a gentle natural aura. Jiang Chen quickly stored the blueprint in his space, rubbing the cool and smooth gem between his fingers, unable to suppress a feeling of emotion. If this item were on Earth in his past life, it would definitely be a high-quality green gem, but in this harsh world of traversal, it was merely a slightly rare manufacturing material. Nevertheless, this natural gem brought him one crucial step closer to constructing the magical power source. Natural gem, a mineral that condenses large amounts of natural energy. Jiang Chen gently stroked the cool green gem, pocketing it, and his gaze sharpened as he knocked out a line of text on the Lord's book. Could you tell me how you obtained this? It seems you are worried about me being cautious. I want to clarify that I'm not asking where you got this, but rather how this. Dong Fu replied promptly, there's nothing inconvenient about it. I found it while tracking a forest wolf dug it out from its cave. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, an instant judgment forming in his mind. Dong Fu's territory was most likely in a forested area, and the natural gem containing the power of life was very likely a specialty of the Elven faction. This information, which might seem like a simple origin to others, appeared to him as a long-term resource route that could be developed in the future. Jiang Chen immediately replied, if there are more of these in the future, I can trade with you for all of them. Not just black iron one-handed swords, I have other good items as well. Jiang Chen lightly tapped his fingers, transferring the attributes of the green wooden shield, light crossbow, and simple leather armor all at once to Dong Fu. To make a horse run, one must first let it eat grass, or at the very least let it see where the grass grows. Jiang Chen understood this principle better than anyone else. By offering sufficiently tempting bait, he could ensure the other party willingly revealed their hidden treasures. He thought the other party would take a moment to ponder, but to his surprise, Dong Fu replied almost immediately, I want 5 wooden shields, and I have a natural gemstone. The rest I will compensate with resources. Without batting an eye, Jiang Chen agreed directly. After this transaction, he gained an additional natural gemstone along with 500 units of wood. Seeing these resources, Jiang Chen was even more certain of his earlier speculation. Dong Fu's territory bordered the forest, and while it lacked other resources, wood was abundant. After ending the communication, Jiang Chen casually opened the public lore channel and browsed it a few times, raising an eyebrow slightly. After 2 days of clearing land, some lords had begun to list food items one after another. However, the prices were exorbitantly high, with someone actually calling for 100 units of basic resources in exchange for a portion of food greedier than before. Yet Jiang Chen merely chuckled coldly. As everyone began to gradually become self-sufficient, such sky-high prices were nothing more than a path to self-destruction. He swiftly operated his fingers, listing another batch of food with a price marked at only 10 units of basic resources. Food would eventually decrease in price, and without monopolizing, one could not earn massive profits. Currently, Jiang Chen was the only one consuming food in his territory, while everything else was skeletons that did not require sustenance. He had already consumed the richest slice of the cake, and what he needed to do now was not to continue preying on others, but to stabilize the market. In essence, Jiang Chen aimed to establish rules for this chaotic novice area. The channel, which had just been bustling with noise, fell silent in an instant the moment he refreshed the prices, and then erupted into chaos. Where's that fool who was calling for 100? Didn't they say that no one would buy? Now Jiang Chen has come out to uphold justice. A drop this significant? Damn, did I just lose a fortune buying at a high price? Jiang Chen, you're deliberately disrupting market order. Market order, my ass. You were the one selling at the highest price. Just now, how dare you jump out and shout? Jiang Chen is a mate. A few people who were hoarding goods were so furious that they were about to explode, but amidst the overwhelming voices of ordinary lords, their protests were pitifully small and were quickly drowned out. The food they listed was not only scarce in quantity, but also had outrageous prices far less reasonable than what Jiang Chen offered. As he watched the flood of messages, he felt a mix of absurdity and reality. Just a couple of days ago, he sold food at exorbitant prices, and this group both cursed and hurriedly bought. This time, he proactively lowered the prices, and in the contrast with a bunch of greedy merchants, his image suddenly rose significantly. As Das Kapital stated, when prices are not vastly different, buyers will always compare goods from different sellers and hesitate to haggle. However, once a stark contrast appears, they will rush, without hesitation, towards the cheaper option. That is human nature. When people see a bargain, they don't take it, feels as if they have suffered a great loss. The food he listed was being consumed at a visibly frantic pace. Even those lords with a bit of food stock were placing orders to hoard, hoping to turn a profit when prices rose again. Jiang Chen only found it amusing. It was impossible. After tasting the sweetness of low prices, even if they faced true hunger later on, they would never accept exorbitant food prices again, but would obediently wait for him to list more. This is the behavior of human nature. I can be the fool, but I will never tolerate others being the fool, especially when they try to take advantage of me. Sometimes people need a little good reputation, even if it's just one or two who can speak up for you. Closing the noisy channel, Jiang Chen reopened the Lord's book, his gaze falling on the workbench. Wooden spear, white wood. 2 wooden shield, white wood. 2 iron axe, white iron or 1 wood. 1 iron pickaxe, white iron or 1 wood. 1 with sufficient wood stock. He directly filled the wooden spears and wooden shields. 5,000. With limited iron, or he could only make 200 of both the iron axe and iron pickaxe. Jiang Chen also made a few extra workbenches to produce what he needed more quickly. Production completed. Obtained wooden spear 5,000, wooden shield 5,000, iron axe 200, iron pickaxe 200. Jiang Chen listed this batch of equipment all at once. Wooden spears and wooden shields were uniformly priced at 10 units of woodstonereed or 1 soul crystal. The profit wasn't high, only 5 times, but for now he prioritized quantity. As for the iron axes and iron pickaxes, due to the scarcity of iron, or he only accepted iron or trades at 5 units of iron or each. The price was fair, not exorbitant. After all, iron tools could greatly improve the efficiency of chopping trees and mining stones, which was a win-win situation. Jiang Chen was well aware of this. White schematics would be available to everyone later. Unlike the initial food, which was a necessity, there was no need to offend anyone over this. If sold too expensively, others would rather take it slower than become fools themselves. Finally, he slowly took out the real hard currency. A batch of wooden shields, green quality black iron one-handed, swords, weapons confiscated from the orc camp, and bone blades discarded by skeleton soldiers. As for those broken bone clubs, he kept them as materials for summoning skeletons. Transaction settings refreshed in the channel. Orc weapons, white 216. Exchange iron, or 8, copper, or 4. Soul crystal 4 bone blades, white 679. Exchange iron, or 4, copper, or 2. Soul crystal 2 black iron one-handed sword, green 100. Exchange white schematics. Rare resources 30 soul crystals, black iron one-handed sword, green 10. Exchange for 1 green schematic. Jiang Chen took out the green weapon, and his purpose was never just soul crystals and ordinary materials. What he wanted were those rare resources hidden in the hands of countless lords, resources that they themselves did not know the use of, but were reluctant to part with. When Dong Fu pulled out 2 natural gemstones in one go, he concluded many people had 1 or 2 unknown rare materials hidden, but just clutched them tightly, unable to comprehend or unwilling to use. However, green weapons were different. A few years later, they would still have a market, though the prices would stabilize. But right now, holding these green quality weapons meant a tremendous advantage against wild monsters. Weapons are something you can do without, but you cannot be without. Every transmigrator understands this principle. Even if they have to tighten their belts, they must ensure they have real weapons in hand. Inevitably, some will painfully part with those temporarily useless rare resources in exchange for powerful weapons that can provide a short-term boost to their territories. When this long list hit the public lord channel, like a thunderous crash, the entire channel instantly exploded. What the hell? What's going on? I'm still using a stone axe to hunt monsters, and Jiang Chen is already using green weapons. Exchanging schematics and rare resources. Isn't that a bit too expensive? Too expensive. There are wooden spears listed. Honestly, they are quite useful, though a bit uncomfortable to stab with. White weapons also require iron ore. Isn't that too unfair? You don't have to buy a wait for 5 days for the lord assessment, and when the monsters knock your teeth out, you'll know if it was worth it. By the way, what exactly counts as rare resources? Jiang Chen, I have a lowly voice. Can you send a few green weapons to the little sister? I will surely repay you when we meet. Upstairs is a foot-picking big man. Stop pretending. Can I exchange a family heirloom gold watch for green weapons? Congratulations, Lord. Successfully captured the orc camp, level 3. In the next moment, 3 announcements resounded throughout the world, simultaneously echoing in the ears of every Lord. World announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for becoming the first Lord in the region to occupy a hostile camp with over 100 enemies. Reward: silver treasure, chest X1. World announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for becoming the first Lord in the region to occupy a hostile camp with over 100 enemies. Reward: silver treasure, chest X1. World announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiang Chen for becoming the first Lord in the region to occupy a hostile camp with over 100 enemies. The announcement echoed 3 times like thunder, shaking the world channel. The name Jiang Chen once again struck heavily in the eyes of all the lords. The world channel instantly exploded. It's Jiang Chen again. It's him again. What kind of cheat does he have? While I'm still struggling against wild rabbits, he has already annihilated an entire orc tribe. And he won. This is too absurd. He must have opened a bronze treasure chest to get a divine item. Otherwise, it's impossible to progress so fast. Is there anyone who can spare some food? My farmers are about to starve, and the look in their eyes is getting a bit off. Meanwhile, across the world, on a desolate mountain, Xia Yulan was directing her farmers to encircle a wild boar. Upon seeing the announcement, her face was filled with bitterness. This person is developing too quickly. Is there no sense of reason? She was still in the process of clearing the surrounding territory to establish a safe zone, not expecting that Jiang Chen had already begun to take the initiative. In the primordial forest, Dong Fu, bare-chested and muscular, was carrying a wooden spear and returning with several injured farmers. Blood dripped from the spear, and behind him dragged a massive gray wolf, while he held a wooden treasure chest that had just opened, initially brimming with confidence. However, upon seeing the world announcement, all joy was extinguished in an instant. His expression darkened, followed by a long sigh. It's Jiang Chen again. Why is it that all good fortune seems to be his? He was unwilling and perplexed. He considered himself to possess top-tier talent destined to be the protagonist, yet why was his development speed far behind others? Those silver treasure chests should have been his. Everything should have belonged to him. Looking at the silver treasure chest mentioned in the announcement, the man was furious, his eyes turning red with rage. As expected, the world channel's messages became increasingly ridiculous, filled with various jokes and idle. However, in the trading bar at the bottom of the channel, the quantity of weapons and armor was rapidly decreasing at an observable rate, while Jiang Chen's black iron one-handed sword remained untouched. Jiang Chen was not in the slightest bit anxious. Instead, a confident smile flickered in his eyes. He was certain that it wouldn't be long before someone could no longer resist approaching him. In the entire area of traversers, only he possessed a green quality weapon, a unique monopoly in the market. Others had no choice but to accept their limitations. It is important to note that even when opening a bronze treasure chest, the probability of obtaining blueprints for green equipment is only a mere 10%. Given the current strength and development level of the traversers, those who could successfully obtain a bronze treasure chest without losing manpower were already considered to be among the top tier of the game. Even if someone truly had the luck to obtain a blueprint for a green weapon from the most ordinary wooden treasure chest, Jiang Chen would not care in the slightest. He was the heir of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, and even blue-quality weapons could be easily produced. Such small luck was hardly worth mentioning. By the time most people could create green-quality weapons, he could likewise produce blue-quality weapons and armor, and at that time the high-end products in the market would still belong to him. Moreover, compared to other entrepreneurs, his ability to mass-produce high-quality weapons was vastly superior. The thrill of monopolizing the market was truly exhilarating. No wonder all capitalists love to monopolize. Jiang Chen felt a rush of satisfaction within as he stepped forward to the edge of his territory, raising his hand to open the Lord's book and preparing to summon the architectural blueprints he had long since prepared. Burial Site Blueprint Blue required resources: stone 800, wood 500, hemp rope 150. Confirm construction. Yes. With Jiang Chen's confirmation, a pale blue system glow suddenly burst forth. Soon after, a building appeared out of thin air behind the Lord's cabin, positioned diagonally from the burial mound. The burial site was an enormous circular pit, simply lined with a rough stone fence around its edge, appearing unremarkable and somewhat crude. Although its shape was bizarre and hard to comprehend, the Lord's book had clearly popped up the prompt: Burial Site Blue construction completed, and Jiang Chen did not dwell on it further. Burial Site Blue faction undead effect decomposes various corpses, continuously collects skeletal and flesh resources. The foundation of the undead faction is far more complex than the outside world perceives, which is not merely a pile of soulless skeleton soldiers. Otherwise, the undead race could not possibly stand at the pinnacle of the continent, becoming one of the few top-tier forces. In addition to the mediocre combat power of skeletal soldiers supported only by bones, there are also flesh and blood corpses that possess immense strength, but are slightly slow-moving, as well as decaying corpses that, though they rot over time, boast superior combat capabilities. The recruitment of the latter two types of soldiers relies heavily on scarce flesh resources, and their explosive combat power is unmatched by the basic skeleton soldiers. After the burial site was completed, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the waiting skeleton soldiers to transport all the orc bodies they had previously slain and dump them into the pit. The quicksand within the pit slowly surged, resembling a greedy beast that devoured the orc corpses. Meanwhile, on Jiang Chen's Lord's book interface, 2 resource bars for bones and flesh appeared instantly. This meant that from now on he no longer needed to carry a pile of bones to summon skeletons. He could freely access skeletal resources through the Lord's book. It was both convenient and discreet, not easily misjudged by other factions as an evil camp. No wonder the burial site was referred to as the core resource building of the undead race. It lived up to its reputation. However, after roughly estimating the speed at which the burial site decomposed corpses and collected flesh, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, displaying dissatisfaction. Even with a blue-quality burial site, the resource conversion efficiency remained painfully slow. If it were a typical undead faction, they would choose to build several burial sites to stack efficiency in such a situation, but Jiang Chen was different. He was a man with a dedicated system. Without hesitation, he directly converted the large amount of basic resources stored in his territory into points, then focused his attention on the burial site, tapping twice to trigger 2 enhancements. After a burst of radiant light, the originally simple deep pit transformed into a profound and solemn sight, with intricate patterns on the stone fence, and the atmosphere felt entirely different. The burial ground orange has the faction of the undead, with the effect of rapidly decomposing corpses, significantly enhancing the efficiency of collecting skeletal and flesh resources. After upgrading to orange quality, the decomposition speed indeed increased by hundreds of times, allowing the complete digestion of an orc corpse every 10 seconds, a terrifying efficiency. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and opened the Lord's book again, pulling out the highest grade blueprint he currently possessed, a purple quality Archer's Cemetery Blueprint. Archer's Cemetery Blueprint Purple required resources: 5,000 stone, 3,000 wood, 500 hemp rope, 30 ash stones. Only the ash stones among the construction materials are rare resources. This batch of ash stones was also collected with great effort. He originally intended to use them to construct the Ashen Tower, but the unexpected acquisition of the Archer's Cemetery Blueprint made him change his mind. After all, the Ashen Tower also required a large amount of iron ingots and copper ingots, and he currently did not even have a shadow of those. It was better to fully develop combat power with the existing resources. In the far north, the raging snow and biting cold served as his best protective barrier. Defensive structures could be considered later. However, the moment Jiang Chen clicked to confirm the construction, the Lord's book popped up a cold system prompt. Detected that the Lord's wooden house is level 4 and does not meet the level 5 standard, unable to construct purple quality buildings. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, and then he abruptly realized. The wooden house, which seemingly could only summon basic units, was in fact the core cornerstone of the entire territory. Its level directly determined the maximum construction limit of the territory and the overall prosperity. However, he turned to look at the already advanced orange grave mounds and burial grounds beside him, a knowing smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he fully understood the miraculous aspects of the system in his hands. Even if the enhanced buildings could only be considered semi-finished products, they truly allowed him to have orange quality buildings and high-tier units in advance, despite the wooden house only being level 4. On a smaller scale, this was exploiting a loophole in the rules. On a larger scale, it was an outright disregard for the laws of the world. However, at this moment the reserve of stone bricks must be expedited, and next it was time to find a way to connect with Blackstone City and open up resource channels in the local world. Relying solely on the traversers, he could only think of ways to scrape a little benefit. The resources traded had almost all turned into enhancement points. Even those traversers who had struck lucky and obtained 1 or 2 high-level resources treated them like treasures, unwilling to trade them out. To access those higher-end resources in advance, he needed to engage with local forces that had developed for who knows how many years. At that moment, a sudden disturbance echoed in Jiang Chen's consciousness. As several skeleton soldiers patrolling the area around the territory had their soul flames abruptly extinguished, and the soul flames of the remaining skeletons rapidly dissipated one after another at an astonishing speed. Encountering strong enemies, Jiang Chen raised his brow slightly, his expression becoming sullen. These skeletons, although merely second-tier cannon fodder, were equipped with green-quality weapons and armor. The fact that they could be annihilated so swiftly indicated a dangerous presence nearby that posed a threat to his foundation. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen turned towards the graveyard, consuming all the soul crystals he had accumulated in his arms, and summoning 60 elite skeletons of the 7th tier in one go. After equipping them with blue-black iron one-handed swords and green-round wooden shields, he simultaneously issued orders to all the skeleton army outside the territory to return for defense immediately. In Jiang Chen's vicinity, such a ticking time bomb could not be allowed to exist. Moments later, Jiang Chen commanded the central army marching forth in a grand manner, surrounded by nearly 1,000 skeleton soldiers, bypassing a distant iceberg behind the territory and finally arriving at the location where the skeletons had suffered consecutive losses. However, as his gaze crossed the glacier, Jiang Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This was not some wild monster's nest, but a towering ancient fortress. The fortress walls were in ruins, covered in thick ice and snow, appearing desolate and lifeless. Yet Jiang Chen would never be deceived by this superficial layer. Although the skeleton soldiers were not top tier in combat power, they were fully equipped in green gear. Yet in his perception, the soul flames of the skeletons extinguished at a terrifying rate, nearly 1 per second, and in just half a minute an entire squad was annihilated. Perhaps the guardians here had no interest in bones, as shattered skeletons lay scattered before the castle gates. The weapons and armor beside the skeletons remained untouched, enough to conclude that the attackers were not particularly intelligent or simply did not need to use these weapons. There was definitely something strange about this place. Everyone spread out and form an encirclement formation. Jiang Chen commanded in a deep voice, positioning the skeleton soldiers around him for protection while he remained at the center, slowly advancing towards the ice fortress step by step. It was not that he wanted to forcefully tackle this tough nut, but rather that this location was far too close to his territory, too close for him to dare to leave an unknown danger lurking right under his nose. After walking several dozen meters, Jiang Chen finally saw the true face of the attackers. The heavy gates of the fortress suddenly swung open, and large black spiders surged out frantically, their 8 legs glinting coldly like knives, exuding a deadly danger. Black wolf spider monster, 5th tier, with the faction of the underground world and the racial traits of being a creature, beast folk, and arachnid. It turned out to be a 5th tier unit. Moreover, a rough glance indicated that there were at least 2 squads of them, making the defeat of the ordinary skeleton squad seem quite justified. However, these spiders seemed not adept at using webs, relying more on their physical strength and venom to attack their enemies. Front row skeletons, advance. Jiang Chen decisively commanded, his fingertips swirling with magic. Bone explosion. With a few thunderous sounds, the front row of skeletons instantly self-destructed, scattering bone shards like sharp shrapnel. Even though these arachnid creatures had low intelligence, they were forced to halt their charge by the sudden attack, panicking and dodging. All troops attack. Jiang Chen commanded, raising his hand to release corrosive fog, coordinating with the skeleton army for a pincer attack. Since donning the shimmering amulet, he no longer had to worry about these skills harming himself and acted without hesitation. To his surprise, however, the corrosive fog had minimal effect on the black wolf spider monsters. It seemed these spider monsters already bore potent poison, granting them considerable resistance to toxin-based magic. With no other choice, Jiang Chen switched spells, raising his hand to release magic missiles for long-range support, but unfortunately his accuracy was quite poor, with several missiles whizzing past the heads of the skeleton soldiers, nearly hitting his own forces. Jiang Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling secretly frustrated. He silently vowed that after resolving this crisis, he must practice his spell accuracy diligently, or he would eventually stumble in this regard. The development of the territory is crucial, but one must also pay attention to their own strength. The battle ended swiftly, yet it was incredibly brutal. The combat strength of the black wolf spider monster far exceeded that of the same tier of orcs, Its 8 glimmering legs swept through the air, easily shattering the fragile skeletal bodies of the skeleton soldiers. However, Jiang Chen's side prevailed due to an overwhelming number advantage bolstered by 60 elite skeletons of the 7th tier. These reinforced skeleton warriors deftly dodged the assaults of the spider legs, using their weaponry advantage to deliver precise strikes, severing the claws of the spider monsters one by one, and subsequently charging in to claim their lives. As the fierce battle concluded, nearly 100 ordinary skeletons were reduced to shattered bones, and several of the elite 7th tier skeletons were also lost. Jiang Chen gazed at the scattered bones, his expression slightly grave. Such losses were enough to cause ordinary traversers to feel deep anguish. If they could truly summon this many 2nd tier soldiers, continue advancing, eliminate all living things inside. Jiang Chen commanded coldly as the disposable skeletons surged into the ice fortress once more. This time there was no resistance along the way. It was as if the spider monsters that had just rushed out were the entirety of the fortress defense. Clean up the battlefield and gather the spoils of war. As Jiang Chen's words fell, half of the skeleton army immediately split off to search the frost-covered hall. All objects that caught the eye were neatly piled in front of him. Aside from a bronze chest quietly resting in the corner, Jiang Chen also gathered a large amount of materials and rusty equipment: beast tooth stone 8, soul crystal 68, rusty iron sword 21, rusty armor 34. Additionally, many decayed white bones lay scattered across the ground, their surfaces smooth and intact, showing no signs of gnawing or biting. It was clear that these deceased did not perish at the hands of the spider monsters. Jiang Chen was not anxious. With just one layer, having found a bronze chest, this transaction was already a considerable profit. The beast tooth stone should be a unique material of the black wolf spider monster. Although these creatures were classified as beasts, they belonged to the underground world faction, distinctly separate from the surface orcs. However, the system determined that they belonged to the same faction. From the skeletal remnants left behind in the castle, it was not difficult to conclude that the black wolf spider monster was the invader that later occupied this place. As for whether these armored withered bones were the former owners of the fortress or unfortunate souls who had come to explore earlier, it remained unverified for now. With no further gains on this floor, Jiang Chen led the team to continue upwards. As they stepped onto the 2nd floor, a thick, foul stench assaulted their senses. This place had long since devolved into a complete spider nest. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all covered in dense webs, and in the corners and shadows lay dozens of fist-sized spider eggs glowing with a ghostly green sheen, sending shivers down one's spine. Smash all the spider eggs, leave none behind, Jiang Chen ordered without hesitation. He did not wish to be ambushed by these newly spawned monsters while exploring. The skeleton soldiers faithfully executed the command, raising their black iron swords and plunging them forcefully into the plump spider eggs, stirring them vigorously, causing thick green liquid to splatter everywhere. Jiang Chen retreated to the edge of the corridor, where 10 elite skeletons formed a protective circle around him. Just as nearly half of the spider eggs were destroyed, a piercing, furious shriek suddenly erupted from the depths of the corridor, as if the entire ice fortress trembled slightly. A giant spider queen, nearly twice the size of an ordinary spider monster, forcefully burst through the door, its 8 fist-sized red compound eyes radiating a murderous intent that felt almost tangible. Shadow Spider Queen 10th tier. Cohort Underground World. Race traits: sentient beast, arachnid creature. Skills: venomous silk, spitting, death charge, spider monster, reproduction 10th tier. Jiang Chen's heart sank. The sheer size of this spider queen crouching on the ground was nearly double that of his 7th tier elite skeletons. The oppressive force from its size alone was enough to make ordinary soldiers tremble. At this level, advancing further would transform it into a hero-level creature. Moreover, this being was evidently more terrifying than an ordinary hero. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed 100,000 points to forcibly enhance the nearest skeleton, holding a cursed moon into an orange-quality entity. Charge, take her down. Undead know neither fear nor morale. Upon receiving the order, countless skeletons brandished their blades and rushed forward without regard for their lives. The Spider Queen, a true 10th tier overlord, casually swept her sturdy front legs, instantly reducing the dozen or so skeletons at the forefront to shattered bones. Jiang Chen watched with a pained heart. This battle would surely come at a heavy cost. The layout of the corridor was not suitable for this kind of all-out assault. If they were on a plane, the surrounding skeletons could easily overwhelm this dark shadow spider queen, inflicting massive damage. Faced with attacks from a single direction, the giant dark shadow spider queen had a significant advantage. However, he still held the advantage in numbers. As one batch fell, the remaining skeletons surged forward once more, and no matter how strong the spider queen was, she would soon be completely overwhelmed by the stacked skeletons. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, disregarding the risk of friendly fire, and activated bone explosion on the 2 elite skeletons entangled with the spider queen's legs. Boom! The bone shards exploded. The bone explosion caused by elite units was evidently more powerful, and the Spider Queen's leg was drenched in blood. Though it wasn't severed, it was already severely injured. The elite skeleton wielding the orange cursed moon seized the opening, leaped up, and struck down with all its might toward the wound. Jiang Chen finally realized just how terrifying the power of a fifth-tier orange weapon could be. The sharp sword light effortlessly severed the Spider Queen's sturdy forelimb, causing its massive body to lose balance and tilt dramatically. That elite skeleton, however, was struck by the Spider Queen's dying counterattack, sent flying by a powerful kick. Its seventh-tier sturdy body instantly snapped in half, leaving only the upper half crawling forward, instinctively, desperately, trying to continue the fight. You pick up the cursed moon and continue the charge. Jiang Chen pointed at another intact seventh-tier elite skeleton. While ordinary weapons could inflict damage on this Shadow Spider Queen, they were clearly less lethal than this orange weapon. The named elite skeleton immediately picked up the cursed moon from the ground and charged back into the fray. No matter how fierce the 10th-tier Spider Queen was, she couldn't withstand the continuous onslaught of the undead. When the second forelimb was severed by the cursed moon, the Spider Queen completely lost her balance, shrieking in agony as she collapsed to the ground. The undaunted skeletons surged forward, and under the relentless assault of various weapons, the Shadow Spider Queen was swiftly reduced to a pile of indistinguishable mush. Confirming that the Spider Queen had completely lost her life force, Jiang Chen slowly approached the corpse. For this 10th-tier boss, he had paid a heavy price of nearly 200 ordinary skeletons and 6 elite 7th-tier skeletons. This was the true power of a 10th-tier unit, a veritable human meat grinder on the battlefield. The skeletons continued to clear the remaining spider eggs. In the recent chaotic battle, the Spider Queen had rampaged and crushed most of her offspring herself. The rewards on the second floor were far more abundant than on the first, clearly indicating that this was the true core nest of the spider monsters. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The Deathstones are an exceptionally rare resource exclusive to the undead, even more precious than as for the key, having found so many resources on the second floor, without seeing the corresponding treasure chest, the answer was obvious. It must be hidden in the office. The skeleton quickly found an exceptionally well-preserved metal door at the end of the corridor. Perhaps the spider monsters were uninterested in such intricate mechanisms, or perhaps they simply did not understand how to use the key. The door remained intact, showing no signs of damage. The skeleton was incapable of delicate tasks. Jiang Chen had to open the door himself. He secretly activated the shining talisman, and a pale blue magical shield enveloped him instantly as he inserted the key into the lock and turned it gently. The door slowly pushed open, and Jiang Chen immediately stepped back a considerable distance, allowing a regular skeleton soldier to approach and open the door. After confirming there were no traps and no danger behind the door, Jiang Chen walked to the entrance of the room. At first glance, Jiang Chen saw an extremely familiar figure. It was another skeleton. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the guard skeleton immediately raised its shield and stood at attention. Go in and investigate. No anticipated attack occurred. The skeleton simply pushed, causing the dry bones sitting in the chair to topple to the ground and shatter into a pile of fragments. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just an ordinary dry bone, not an undead warrior, merely a deceased person who had died long ago at the desk. As soon as Jiang Chen pushed open the office door, a warm, gentle aura rushed out, instantly dispelling the bone-chilling cold brought by the polar frost. On the walls, a row of fist-sized bright yellow crystals was embedded continuously, emitting a soft, the faint yet enduring glow warmed the entire room, completely isolating it from the biting cold outside. Item: Sunstone. Category: Special Building Material. Notes: can be used for special building construction, providing natural heating and soft illumination, particularly precious in extreme cold environments. Jiang Chen gently touched one. The crystal felt warm, yet not hot to the touch, fitting in his palm, like a hand warmer of constant temperature, making it difficult to let go in such a cold winter. He raised his eyes to survey the long-sealed office. Directly opposite the door was a heavy solid wood desk and a high-back chair with towering wooden bookshelves lining both sides and facing the door. The bookshelves were densely packed with various tomes, their pages slightly yellowed from the ravages of time, yet they were well preserved, showing no signs of mold, insect damage, or deterioration. This unexpected discovery brought a glimmer of joy to Jiang Chen's eyes. To him, these books were far more valuable than gold and silver. This polar expedition had already proven worthwhile solely because of these volumes. It was not that he had developed a habit of studying books after his crossing, rather these texts contained the most core and fundamental knowledge of this other world. Jiang Chen could still be said to be completely ignorant of this world, a situation shared by most other crossers, unless one of them had ventured out of the protective barrier before the novice protection period and encountered enemies beyond their capability. Returning to the subject, Jiang Chen was almost entirely blank regarding this world's geography, culture, factions, rules, and secrets, making it impossible to even discuss the most basic survival and planning. And these volumes just so happened to fill all the gaps in his understanding. The office was covered with a thick layer of dust, clearly having been vacant for a considerable time. The spider monsters outside had lingered here for some time, yet they had not formed a substantial scale. It was likely either because they had only recently occupied the place, or because the harsh polar environment and extreme scarcity of food made it difficult even for monsters to reproduce. Move all these books back, handle them with care, and don't break anything, Jiang Chen instructed the skeleton soldier beside him, pausing momentarily before adding. Also pry down all the sunstones on the wall and take them with you. Jiang Chen always took advantage of every opportunity, and the sunstones were crucial for him at this moment. Once the novice protection period ended, the extreme cold of the polar region would be enough to freeze all living beings. With these sunstones, Jiang Chen could maintain the temperature of his territory and ensure his survival and development. After finishing his orders, Jiang Chen sat down in the high-backed chair behind the desk, ignoring the silver treasure chest quietly placed in the corner. Compared to the ordinary treasure chest, the long brocade box on the desk and a worn leather notebook were clearly more deserving of his attention. While the skeleton soldiers moved in an orderly manner, Jiang Chen reached for the notebook, brushing his fingers over the rough leather cover as he slowly opened it. The handwriting in this notebook was automatically translated into something Jiang Chen could understand. However, after flipping a few pages, his brows furrowed. The handwriting transitioned from initially strong and powerful to increasingly messy and trembling, with despair and unwillingness seeping through the lines, as if the long passage of time still pressed heavily upon him. In the 23rd year of Emperor Wilson's reign, I led the remnants of my family far north to uncover the secrets of that mysterious arm bone. O spirit of courage, I had always regarded the family legends I heard since childhood as absurd tales. But I have no choice. If I delay any longer, the Emperor's blade will surely strike down the entire Claynod family. How absurd. My Claynod family has been loyal for generations, yet we are accused of colluding with the Abyss. In the 23rd year of Emperor Wilson's reign, after enduring countless hardships, we finally stepped into the extreme north. This cursed place is not a realm where humans can survive. Only the exiled beastmen and the cursed gray dwarves can barely live here. In December, this winter is harsher than previous years. We dare not linger in the wasteland, for those bloodthirsty beastmen will see us as prey. Though the beastmen of Blackstone City trade with humans, we are already short on supplies and had to sell the purple armor passed down from our ancestors just to barely obtain winter provisions. In the first month of the 24th year of Emperor Wilson's reign, the bad news arrived. All our family's properties in the Holy Alliance were completely cleansed by the Church of Light. These sanctimonious hypocrites covet the power of the Abyss, yet they want my family to be their scapegoat. The Emperor must know the truth, yet he still permits it all. In the founding war, my Claynod ancestors shed blood on the battlefield, will those loyal bones ultimately become useless sacrifices? In February, our movements were detected by the Emperor, and the Church, the Royal Guard, and the Inquisition are now pursuing us to the extreme northern border. What could they possibly fear? Is it the truth of the family legend? That golden hero from the legend? I searched high and low in the extreme north, almost beginning to doubt that it was all just the fantasies of our ancestors. In March, misfortune does not come alone. The supply line has been cut for 2 days, and we are now facing a once-in-a-century blizzard. Building this fortress has exhausted the last resources of the family, yet the legendary arm bone remains elusive. I even began to believe that there was nothing here capable of reviving the family. It was all a lie. In April, the food supplies were completely depleted, yet the blizzard showed no signs of stopping. Those sent out to find food did not return. Everyone fell into despair, no longer believing in the ghost stories of awakening the puppet and reviving the family. What is the ice and snow goddess mocking? It is spring, yet the blizzard continues to rage, showing no signs of dissipating. We are trapped in this ancient castle, and the people have begun to revolt. From the depths of the blizzard, the undead lurking underground have emerged. O God of courage, why have you abandoned your loyal followers? I have locked myself in the study as the end draws near. To any who might read this note, if a descendant of the Claynod family stumbles upon these words, remember, completely forget the baseless legends, preserve your own safety, and do not repeat the mistakes of your predecessors. The diary ends here with a blot of ink likely left by the skeleton after it finished writing, indicating its demise. Jiang Chen skimmed through the pages rapidly, only slowing down when he reached the final scrawl of the note before gently closing the book. Though Jiang Chen was unaware of just how far removed the era of Emperor Wilson was from the present, he realized that historical texts might hold the key to confirming the time period of the note's author. However, he could clearly sense that the Claynod family was a complete tragedy. A loyal family fell victim to a conspiracy turned into scapegoats in a power struggle. The clan leader, in search of a sliver of hope, led the remnants to the far north in pursuit of legends, only to be trapped in the ancient castle amidst the blizzard, resulting in the destruction of his family. This elder dedicated his life to protecting the family's glory, only to be met with endless despair. To be honest, Jiang Chen had no particular feelings towards the Kleinod family. They were merely a pawn that had lost its value in political struggles, or simply a scapegoat. One could even say that the fate of the Kleinod family was entirely to be expected. Jiang Chen gently tapped the leather cover of the notebook with his fingertips, his heart already understanding that the value of this notebook far exceeded his expectations. The first half detailed the family's glory, lineage, sacred alliances, and the power dynamics of human kingdoms, providing him with a fundamental understanding of human civilization in this world. The mention of trade between the orcs in Blackstone City and humans and other creatures was crucial information, clearing his biggest concern for future dealings with Blackstone City. Even as time changes, this rule is likely still effective. A city built on trade would not refuse the entry of quality suppliers. The latter part's description of the blizzard in the far north rang alarm bells in his mind. His territory was very close to this ancient castle. If the blizzard continued to rage, his land would inevitably suffer as well. Preparing in advance for the cold and wind had become an urgent priority. What made Jiang Chen most vigilant was the phrase in the note, "The undead emerged from the blizzard." If this was not merely a hallucination or metaphor from the elder in despair, but a real biological threat, it would imply that the far north harbors an unknown undead force, a threat he had previously been unaware of. Having sorted through the information, Jiang Chen had already developed a clear plan for the next steps. He no longer hesitated and reached for the long, narrow brocade box on the table. Inside the box lay dark red velvet, and in the center rested a segment of a right arm bone, its texture resembling neither jade nor gold, exuding a faint metallic sheen, ancient and mysterious. The moment his fingertips touched the arm bone, a system prompt suddenly sounded. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a clue to the Puppet Master 13. Collect all 3 clues for a chance to invite a golden hero to reside in your territory." Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, waves of shock surging within him. It turned out that the legends of the Kleinod family were indeed true. This seemingly ordinary metallic arm bone was truly entwined with the secrets of a golden hero. Moreover, it was a very important one-third. Gathering all would grant him the loyalty of a golden hero. He was already aware of the hero ranks. The system had clearly indicated that dark gold-level heroes had reached the level of demigods. And golden heroes were the pinnacle sequence beneath demigods, standing at the apex of the continent. If such a powerful being were willing to intervene in the tribulations of the Kleinod family, it would not matter if the family was merely framed and affected. Even if they were truly entangled with the abyss, the Emperor and the Church of Light would absolutely turn a blind eye, not pursuing the matter too much. No one would offend a peak powerhouse beneath a demigod for a dispensable pawn. So-called power politics are merely about balance and exchange. When the cost of bearing exceeds the anticipated limits, it is better not to act. The Kleinod family has always been the most unfortunate and innocent sacrifice on the chessboard of power. Abandon a pawn and seek a new replacement, who would provoke an untouchable peak existence for a discarded. With that thought, Jiang Chen gazed at the arm bone in the brocade box, his gaze growing ever more profound. This segment of the arm bone was not only the blood and tears of the Kleinod family, but also a precious opportunity on his path to rising. Also lying quietly in the brocade box was an exquisitely crafted ring. The ring was forged from an unknown dark gold alloy, intricately patterned, and prominently featured the carving of a roaring golden wolf head. Its mane distinct with cold and sharp fangs. It was clear at a glance that this was no ordinary ornament, but the legitimate emblem of some ancient family. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the ring, and the system panel instantly popped up with a clear prompt: space ring blue, storage space 10 cubic meters, remarks a treasured heirloom of the Kleinod family, a symbol of past glory. It was personally engraved by the continent's top master carver with the family emblem, and could only be worn by successive family heads, representing the identity and authority of the family head. It turned out to be a rare piece of spatial equipment. Yet Jiang Chen merely raised an eyebrow. The heirloom of a respectable count family was only at the blue level, indicating that this so-called count title was merely a nominal one in this continent with ordinary strength and heritage. He delicately picked up the ring, examining it for a moment, a hint of boredom flashing in his eyes. Because the ring was surprisingly empty. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen directly consumed points to initiate an enhancement on this space ring. A flash of blue light erupted and the red-orange glow surged upward. The wolf head emblem on the ring seemed to come to life, the golden light swelling, and its aura suddenly became thick and profound. Enhancement successful. Space ring purple, storage space 100 cubic meters. Enhancement successful. Space ring orange. Storage space 1,000 cubic meters. Seeing that the storage space had finally reached a sufficient capacity, Jiang Chen satisfiedly put the ring on his left middle finger. The cool touch adhered to his skin, and a subtle sense of connection to the space surged into his heart. He did this not just for convenience and storage. From the notes he had previously read, the Kleinod family had long severed its bloodline with no heirs left in the world. An unclaimed ancient count identity in this strange foreign continent is undoubtedly the best shield for a traveler. Compared to a nameless, originless black household, being recognized as a descendant of an ancient noble family undoubtedly makes it easier to be accepted by this world and gain the trust of others. This is his first step toward truly integrating into this world, obtaining an identity. From today onward, I shall inherit the surname Kleinoid. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the long-decayed skeleton on the ground. This skeleton belonged to the last ancestor of the Kleinoid family. Even if he is merely borrowing the name out of respect for the deceased, he would grant the most basic dignity. He gave a faint command to the skeleton soldier standing by, "Go outside and dig a grave for him to rest in peace." The skeleton soldier, with its limited understanding, did not grasp the meaning of this command, but still obeyed, collecting the bones and taking them outside to dig a hole for burial. After handling the remains, Jiang Chen scanned the increasingly empty castle office again, his gaze finally settling on the smooth and flat stone tiles on the ground, and his eyes suddenly sharpened like a knife. These are essential materials for upgrading the Lord's abode. It seems there is no longer any need to maintain them. Prise up all the stones here, dismantle the entire castle, leaving not a single brick tile or blade of grass. Take everything away. Meanwhile, within the Blackstone city in the far north, an old halforc hunched and with mottled skin sat in the main seat, his bark-like fingers gently tapping the armrest, looking down at the trembling orc kneeling below him, his face filled with impatience and irritation. "Chief York, please avenge our clan." During that battle, although Jiang Chen had the advantage in numbers, he lacked ranged troops and scouts for pursuit, and he himself was not adept at offensive magic. It was completely normal for a few to slip through the net. The fleeing orc was the son of the old orc. Although his strength was lacking, he was at least a representative of, and the one he was now crying to was the true ruler of Blackstone City, Hero York the Halforc. Though he was merely a halforc of impure blood, he possessed the terrifying power of a sixth-tier hero, using his iron-fisted methods and overwhelming strength to uphold a stable city in the chaotic far north. In the midst of the brutal and combative orcs and the greedy and rough gray dwarves maintaining a stable trading city-state, even at his advanced age, York's prowess and capability were beyond doubt. Yet today this reckless orc suddenly barged into his territory, wailing for revenge against the destruction of his tribe, which was simply pouring oil on fire. York was already troubled with many worries. For some unknown reason, the Human Holy Alliance in the south had suddenly gone to war with the Orc Federation in the east, and Blackstone City, which had been ignored in the far north, suddenly received invitations from both factions. What kind of place is the far north? In a land of ice and snow, resources are scarce. Who would willingly step into this forsaken wasteland unless they were left with no other choice? Settlers here, apart from the native gray dwarves, are only the exiles, criminals, and failures driven out by the Orc Federation. As for humans, 40 years ago, a group of adventurers foolishly ventured into the ice fields, and since then no human has dared to cross the 1,000 miles of frozen earth to come here. As more and more exiles from the Orc Federation found no way to survive Blackstone City, gradually, with the ever-present goblin traders and a small amount of cold-resistant winter wheat cultivation, the permanent population within the city has surpassed 10,000, with regular soldiers exceeding 2,000. Given Blackstone City's foundation, as long as there are enough weapons, almost every orc and gray dwarf can join the fray, making military expansion easy. Moreover, with him, the purple hero stationed there, Blackstone City has long become a force that cannot be ignored in the far north. Even if they cannot fight on the front lines, serving as cannon fodder is sufficient to entice both factions. Because of this, the envoy from the Orc Federation was extremely arrogant, directly demanding the mobilization of the entire army of Blackstone City to rush to the front lines and engage in a fierce battle with the Human Holy Alliance. On the other hand, the envoy from the Holy Alliance appeared to be much more respectful, at least on the surface, showing no hint of disdain for the filthy and lowly halforc. Their intentions were straightforward: to invite York to join forces, launch a surprise attack on the Orc Federation's frontline camp, and promised a host of nebulous rewards. York has lived for more than 60 years. Although heroes have long lifespans, for a halforc, he is already quite. Having seen countless schemes, deceptions, and hypocritical faces in his life, he understood better than anyone neither of these two factions is trustworthy. The Orc Federation has never regarded these exiles as compatriots. Even if he is a purple hero, once he steps onto the battlefield, he will still be cannon fodder and a pawn the army of Blackstone City will only be consumed as cannon fodder for the front line. And while humans may seem courteous and respectful, they are inherently filled with the scheming of a smiling tiger. York dares to bet his life that once he sends troops to attack the orcs, the human alliance will immediately retract their defenses, unhesitatingly betray him, leaving Blackstone City to bear the brunt of the Orc Federation's wrath. Agreeing to either side is a dead end. But neutrality. The powerful have never maintained true neutrality. The fate of a fence-sitter is often to be crushed by both sides. He actually cannot afford to offend either of these factions. Caught between a rock and a hard place, York was already in an extremely foul mood, and now being disturbed by this orc, it was a testament to his restraint that he did not draw his sword and slay this fool on the spot. Suppressing his anger, he spoke in a cold tone. Blackstone City maintains neutrality and does not interfere in external tribal disputes, a rule you are well aware of. Though his words were polite, the underlying message was unmistakable: go where it is cooler. Unexpectedly, the kneeling orc not only did not retreat, but suddenly cried out hoarsely, "Lord of the city, if it were an ordinary tribe attacking us, even if the tribe were destroyed, we would never trouble you. But we were annihilated by a human. A human." York's brow furrowed, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his murky eyes. When did a human force capable of annihilating an entire orc tribe appear in the icy desolation of the far north? He had never heard of such a thing. That's right, it was a human. The orc wept and wailed, deliberately concealing his ulterior motive of wanting to blackmail and seize goods, only crying out in desperation. This morning, he led thousands of undead troops to raid our tribe, killing everyone in sight, rivers of blood flowing. If I hadn't risked my life to escape, I would have become a pile of bones. A human controlling the undead. An undead mage. When did this desolate ice field yield a human undead mage? York pondered for a moment, his mind in disarray, thinking this orc must be terrified and exaggerating the enemy's numbers. Even if he were truly a necromancer, a tribe that could be easily slaughtered by a single mage was merely a rabble. He had enough common sense to recognize that those skeletal frames were of little use. Understood. Next time I encounter him, I will take action for you. York casually replied, clearly indicating a nonchalant attitude of next time for sure. The orc panicked and shouted, "City Lord, that necromancer brought a large quantity of goods. We lured him into the camp under the pretense of trade, and he will definitely come to Blackstone City next. You must not be swayed by his sweet words." As soon as this was said, the orc realized he had let something slip. A cold smirk curled at the corners of York's mouth. In an instant, he grasped the sequence of events. He was not angry that these orcs had turned on each other to be crushed, but rather that this fool dared to slander and deceive him right to his face. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Upon hearing this, the orc immediately lowered his head, cold sweat soaking through his back. "Get lost. This will not happen again. I have my own considerations regarding this matter." York's tone, though he looked down upon them, the sudden appearance of a mysterious necromancer capable of annihilating tribes in the extreme northern region was undoubtedly a new variable. As a neutral force, Blackstone City could not afford to let its guard down. The orc opened his mouth to protest, letting out a few low growls of discontent, wanting to argue further. But when his gaze met York's sharp eyes glinting like cold blades, the words stuck in his throat. He knew full well that although this elder appeared to be frail, he was still a powerful hero, and the killing intent and authority hidden in those eyes were not something he could challenge. If he said another word, he feared he might not survive to step out of this door today. Old York was indeed old, with a slight hunch and white hair, yet the prestige he had built in Blackstone City had not diminished with age. In the past, when Blackstone City was plagued by bandits and ravaged by beasts, he had wielded a long knife, fighting bloody battles to carve out peace, transforming this chaotic city into the most stable and orderly stronghold in the surrounding extreme north. This authority, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, had made it so that no one dared to offend him lightly before he showed any weakness. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was wholly focused on the development of his territory, completely unaware that a loose end had gone to report him. After gathering a full 100 standard stone bricks, Jiang Chen did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately led his elite team back to the main city. As for the main forces, he left them behind to continue dismantling the buildings. That fortress was a defensive stronghold built by the Claynod family, utilizing their entire clan's potential in the bitter cold of the extreme north. The materials used were far more than just 100 bricks. There were also some high-grade materials. Building materials of the same quality as sunstones were not completely absent. These stones, wood, and components would all become hard currency for the territory's future development. At this stage, before the blueprints for mass-producing stone bricks were settled, the more resources the better. They should dismantle as much as possible without wasting a single bit. Upon returning to the main city, Jiang Chen immediately opened the Lord's panel, where lines of pale blue holographic text floated clearly before him. Lord's cabin, level 3 faction, undead recruitment limit 2040, recruitable units, skeleton free, materials required for upgrade 3,000, wood 5,000, stone 400, hemp rope 100, stone bricks upgrade. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, as his voice fell, the panel refreshed instantly. Upgrading Lord's cabin time, remaining 9 minutes 59 seconds. The upgrade duration had extended to 10 minutes, and Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, understanding immediately. It seemed that the higher the building level, the longer the upgrade time would be, so future developments must be planned in advance. During the waiting period for the upgrade, Jiang Chen did not remain idle. He commanded his skeleton soldiers to toss all the spider carcasses they had previously hunted into the burial ground, converting them into the bones and flesh resources needed for the territory. However, the meat of spiders was toxic throughout, making it inedible, or otherwise they could have been put on the market for. Jiang Chen then turned his attention to the 2 treasure chests obtained from this haul, rubbing his hands in preparation to open them. The fate guide could only ensure that he would receive gold, but it could not guarantee what high-level items would emerge. Thus, before opening the chest, Jiang Chen still held a certain level of expectation. Activating the fate guide, he took a deep breath and decided to open a bronze chest first to test his luck. Opening the bronze chest, he obtained azure staff, purple leather factory blueprint, blue iron shield blueprint, green wooden cup blueprint, white soul crystal 20, undead gold 269. The light faded and several items lay quietly in the void, with Jiang Chen's gaze immediately falling on the staff, emitting a faint azure glow. Azure staff, purple type staff, effect magic penetration, breath of nature, magic flow, magic penetration, increases spell power by 20, long range casting, increases casting distance by 10, magic flow, increases magic recovery speed by 20. Jiang Chen raised his hand to grasp the staff and waved it gently. The staff pulsed with gentle magical waves, feeling wonderful in his grip. This was a universal staff with no faction restrictions and no magical attribute requirements. Although it was not the necromancer specialization equipment he most desired, its attribute panel was solid and quite practical for him at this stage. He glanced at the territory's trading channel. Today's trading volume was noticeably quieter than yesterday's. Although all the weapons crafted had been sold, there was still no response for the blueprints and rare materials. However, Jiang Chen did not mind. It was only the 3rd day. Logically speaking, as long as there was a little action ability with the protection of the Lord's shield, they would not starve. But as time went on, the crowd's anxiety would only grow, and eventually the market for high-quality weapons and armor would gradually open up. At present, the resource reserves in the territory's warehouse were quite sufficient. He immediately converted a batch of basic materials, unhesitatingly investing them into the staff's enhancement. He had always been generous with the things he used. A powerful piece of equipment was enough to save his life at a critical moment. As the light flickered, the purple quality azure staff directly evolved into orange. Azure staff, orange type staff, effect magic penetration, long range casting, magic flow, magic penetration, increases spell power by 30, long range casting, increases casting distance by 50, magic flow, increases magic recovery speed by 50. After equipping the orange azure staff, Jiang Chen clearly felt the speed of magic flowing within him surge. The overall rate of magic recovery skyrocketed to an astonishing 100. This meant that the total number of skeletons he could summon daily had significantly increased, and the scale of the undead army in the territory would expand at an even faster rate. The only potential limitation was the materials needed for summoning. Immediately, his gaze landed on the blueprint of the blue quality leather factory. Blueprint of the leather factory, blue 500, stone 500, wood 400, hemp rope 200, iron ore. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. He had long possessed the blueprint for crafting leather armor, but due to the lack of leather processing channels, he had been unable to produce it. Only at this moment did he realize that leather was not directly synthesized from beast pelts, but needed to be professionally processed in a leather factory to take shape. Considering that leather processing would produce a pungent odor, Jiang Chen deliberately chose a location at the far edge of the territory, completely opposite to the barracks and core buildings, planning an exclusive industrial zone to avoid pollution affecting the layout of the main city. Confirming the materials were complete, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the construction. Is it time to build? Yes. A light blue glow spread across the ground, and a simple processing factory made of wood and stone rapidly took shape. Leather factory, blue type processing building, effect basic troops can enter and process pelts into leather, remaining slots 020. Jiang Chen quickly allocated 20 idle skeleton soldiers to the processing factory, simultaneously transporting all the pelts stored in the warehouse. On the Lord's book, the processing progress bar of the leather factory slowly fluctuated, indicating an output of 10 pieces of leather per hour. This speed is too slow. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Although the skeleton soldiers did not require rest, their basic processing efficiency simply could not keep up with the demands of the territory's development. He promptly invested resources to upgrade the leather factory from blue quality to purple, and the progress bar instantly surged. It could now produce 100 pieces of leather per hour, a tenfold increase in efficiency. After a simple calculation, Jiang Chen decided not to upgrade the leather factory to orange. Currently, the territory's stock of pelts was limited, apart from a few obtained from hunting wild monsters. The rest were almost all seized from work camps. At the current rate, by tomorrow morning the pelts would be nearly consumed. The undead had this one advantage: they could work in the processing factory on a production line for 24 hours without needing physical strength. As a lord, one should not only pursue production speed, but also balance resource efficiency and cost control. Blindly upgrading would only lead to waste. As for the blueprints for the iron shield and wooden cup, they were all basic tools that Jiang Chen casually recorded in his inventory for future use. The soul crystals and undead gold coins were counted and stored in the territory's treasury. The only regret he had was that since the beginning of opening chests, he had never drawn any top-tier rare resources like gems. His luck could only be considered average. Suppressing the regret in his heart, Jiang Chen picked up the remaining silver treasure chest and gently opened it. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, soaring into the sky. Open the silver treasure chest, obtained orange hero summoning scroll, moonshadow robe, purple space teleportation scroll, blue iron spear blueprint, green 20 ash stones, 50 soul crystals, 548 undead gold coins. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the scroll, radiating a brilliant golden orange glow, ignoring all other items. His heart skipped a beat. Instinct told him he had struck gold. An orange hero. Jiang Chen's breath quickened. From the notes left by the Cleaned family, he learned that the family elder, who had left no name, spent his entire life seeking a golden tier hero to continue his lineage. But in the end, he tragically perished on the ice field, having gained nothing. Yet at this moment, he held a genuine orange hero scroll. Although not as legendary as the golden ones, it still placed firmly among the top echelon in the world, a supreme combat power that countless lords sought but could not obtain. Use it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen tore open the scroll. The scroll transformed into a golden flame, exploding in front of him and tearing open a profound space gate. A somewhat petite and youthful figure slowly emerged behind the door. Once the figure solidified, the flames extinguished and the space gate dissipated. A little girl looking no more than a dozen years old stood quietly in front of Jiang Chen. She was adorable, with fair and smooth skin exuding a strange glossy sheen. This did not resemble living flesh and blood. Her eyes quietly gazed at Jiang Chen, revealing a delicate yet eerie hollow quality. At that moment, the Lord's book popped up with a complete hero panel detailed beyond measure: automaton Siska, orange tier, 4 faction, none class, alchemist, racial traits, undead, automaton, artificial soul skills, alchemy, gold fire magic, purple inherent skill, intermediate combat mastery, undead being this species, transcends life and death, immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, mental interference, and all other negative states. Automaton can freely replace discarded parts or upgrade itself with no lifespan limit. Artificial soul, born from a twist of fate, it possesses independent emotions, morale, and loyalty. Alchemy, gold mastery of the entire system of alchemical knowledge, achieving a master-level proficiency. Fire magic, purple, can skillfully control various advanced fire magic. Background introduction: a failed creation of a mysterious, which yet it retained existence due to the extremely rare occurrence of an artificial soul. Once an alchemical assistant to the witch, it learned everything the witch had in a century. After the witch disappeared, it sealed itself in the alchemical laboratory, waiting to be awakened. Note: Siska comes with a blue quality blueprint for the alchemy laboratory. Siska's current loyalty 65. Jiang Chen stared at the tiny automaton girl before him, his eyes swirling with uncontrollable excitement. This was not merely good luck. He had directly drawn the core pillar for the future of his territory. Moreover, he was correct in his previous assumptions. This being deemed an orange hero by the system was not flesh and blood, but an automaton created through alchemy. From the faint magical fluctuations and exquisitely crafted structure emanating from her, it was clear that she was not one of those poorly made puppets, but a top-tier work crafted by a master alchemist possessing independent thought and even an artificial soul. What made Jiang Chen's heart race, yet send a chill down his back, was that even though the background introduction stated that she was merely a failed creation, her level firmly stood among the ranks of orange heroes. How terrifying must have been the true power of the mysterious witch who created her. Was she a demigod touching the realm of divinity, or a taboo existence surpassing even demigods? Jiang Chen dared not think any further. Just contemplating for another second made his scalp tingle. The most important task at hand is not to probe the depths of the witch, but to find every possible way to stabilize and please this puppet-like little girl before him. The information on the Lord's book is clear. Automaton Siska, current loyalty level 65. This value implies that she could turn against him at any moment, even abandoning her summoner in a crisis. In other words, to this automaton lady, he the summoner is likely no different from an ordinary person, and she does not harbor any special feelings for him just because he summoned her. This means the threshold for rebellion is still below 30, otherwise Jiang Chen might have to find a way to save his own life. Despite Siska's cute and petite appearance, her skill set mostly comprises research, alchemy, and support abilities, making her seem completely unfit for combat, but Jiang Chen dared not underestimate her. After all, she is an orange hero. Even if she is not adept at direct combat, could she not handle him, a mere blue-quality necromancer? Would she really consider her high-level fire magic and alchemical secrets mere decorations? Jiang Chen had no doubt that if this seemingly quiet automaton went into a frenzy, she could potentially ravage his territory. Moreover, this automaton even possesses skills of golden quality, which alone is enough to prove her. Embracing her is akin to holding onto a genuine golden thigh. While Jiang Chen scrutinized Siska without revealing his thoughts, the automaton girl raised her glass-like eyes calmly, gazing back at the human who awakened her. After a moment, a clear voice devoid of too much emotion gently sounded. "Hello, may I ask if you are my master?" Jiang Chen instantly focused his mind, his expression serious, as he replied, "Yes, it is I who awakened you from your long slumber." Although the essence lies in the power of the orange summoning scroll, as he personally activated the scroll, it is only natural to attribute this awakening to him. Upon hearing this, Siska slightly nodded, her hands gracefully folded in front of her, and she gently bowed to Jiang Chen, her movements precise and elegant. "Thank you, Necromancer. Automaton Siska is willing to serve you." System notification: Automaton Siska loyalty 10, current loyalty 75. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the loyalty jump by 10 points. A loyalty increase of 10 points over a minor disagreement suggests that she is not unreasonable. At least for now, she would not betray him over a trivial matter. The hero summoned through the scroll seems reliable, avoiding any absurd scenarios like attacking the master upon arrival. Just then, the Lord's book suddenly popped up with a new notification. The Lord's cottage has been completed. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to speak, his tone gentle. "Siska, let me show you around my territory." Siska did not object and quietly followed behind him. "Feel free to mention any needs. The territory is currently in its early development stage. With a strong presence like you, the development speed will surely accelerate," Jiang Chen said casually to Siska. However, Siska's expression remained unchanged, calm as a tranquil lake, leading Jiang Chen to briefly wonder if she had not heard him. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly spoke, "If possible, I hope the Lord can establish an alchemical laboratory for me. My life, rest, and research all require a laboratory." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately showed a difficult expression. He pointed to the Lord's cottage, which had just been upgraded to level 4, and explained helplessly, "I'm afraid that at the current level of the territory, we cannot construct orange-quality buildings." System notification: Automaton Siska loyalty 5, current loyalty 70. Jiang Chen's heart sank at once. "Let's communicate politely. Oh, don't lose loyalty over a disagreement." Jiang Chen felt as though he had picked up a cat mistress. Any slight misalignment with her wishes would result in a display of displeasure. Even a minor disagreement might lead to her running away. Jiang Chen hurriedly remedied the situation. "Although it's not possible right now, my territory will soon upgrade, and it won't be long before I can meet your requirements." Siska's expression remained expressionless, but Jiang Chen could clearly sense that she did not believe his words at all. To build an orange-quality building, the territory must reach at least level 10, and more importantly, it needs treasures to maintain the energy of the alchemical laboratory. These two conditions under normal development of the territory might take 40 to 50 years to achieve. To secure this golden thigh, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and directly pulled out his trump card. He walked up to the ordinary green-quality warehouse, and with a thought consumed a large amount of points to strengthen it. In an instant, green light surged and purple mist enveloped the area, and the green warehouse instantly upgraded to purple quality, its storage capacity multiplying several times. Jiang Chen decided to lay all his cards on the table, intending to completely win over this orange hero. "This is my special ability. I can ignore the main city level." Jiang Chen decided to lay all his cards on the table, intending to completely win over this orange hero. "This is my special ability. I can ignore the main city level and forcibly upgrade buildings." To enhance his persuasiveness, he took Siska to the two conspicuous orange buildings in the territory, the burial mound and the resting place. "You see, these two were directly upgraded by me. As long as you can provide a simplified version of the alchemical laboratory blueprint, once I build it, I can upgrade it to orange quality, and in the future it could even reach gold or higher levels." System notification automaton Siska loyalty 10, current loyalty 80. The loyalty increased again, but Jiang Chen did not feel relieved, rather a chill ran down his back. Is this system's loyalty truly reliable? Why has Siska's attitude towards him not changed at all, yet her loyalty has risen to 80? Could it be that Siska, this automaton, has a different way of assessing loyalty, and she can adjust her own value? Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that after revealing his special ability, Siska looked at him with a somewhat strange gaze. The delight in her eyes was not the joy of soon having an alchemical laboratory, but rather the excitement of a scientific madman who had just discovered a unique, unparalleled experimental material. That kind of gaze made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable. Siska pondered for a moment and gently nodded, a simplified blueprint. It's not impossible, but it will take some time. With her golden level alchemical skills, improving or even simplifying an alchemical laboratory blueprint is not a difficult task. It merely involves weakening some non-essential features. Master, I have another request, Siska suddenly spoke. Go ahead. Jiang Chen felt inexplicably tense, sensing an ill intent hidden in her hollow yet translucent automaton eyes. Once the alchemical laboratory is built, may I study your body? I am very interested in your special ability. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched. What do you mean by study? Siska's tone was calm, as if discussing something completely normal perhaps. I could cut off an arm or extract a kidney. Jiang Chen, what a terrifying dark story about this automaton. He immediately refused sternly, his tone resolute. Absolutely not. System notification automaton Siska loyalty 5, current loyalty 75. Loyalty began to fluctuate again. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen would never compromise. He felt that Siska was playing with his loyalty as a form of leverage, and he absolutely could not allow her to bring this atmosphere into their working relationship. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's determination, Siska did not decrease her loyalty again, but instead proposed a suggestion. I can replace your functional limbs with more powerful automaton limbs, which would be more practical than your original flesh and blood. Siska was clearly still not willing to give up. No need. Jiang Chen flatly refused. Seeing the fleeting disappointment in Siska's eyes, and recalling her fluctuating loyalty, Jiang Chen eventually relented. I can give you a bit of blood or hair for research, but you absolutely cannot cause me any bodily harm, not even a little. This is the bottom line and a command. System notification automaton Siska loyalty 5, current loyalty 80. Jiang Chen finally understood. This automaton is far from a simple artificial soul. Her intelligence and cunning are on par with normal humans, and she might even be more sinister and obsessive. However, with 80 loyalty points, it is above the safety line, alleviating his worries that she would tie him to an operating table for dissection in the middle of the night. Jiang Chen returned to the level 4 Lord's wooden cottage with Siska. The upgraded Lord's cottage not only added an empty room to temporarily accommodate Siska, but also refreshed the materials needed for the upgrade. Lord's cottage level 4 faction undead recruitment limit 40, 80 recruitable unit skeletons, free upgrade requirements 5,000, wood 10,000 stone, 900 hemp rope, 400 stone bricks, 150 roof tiles, 100 leather. These materials are not rare, and even if the old castle to be dismantled lacks them, he can still procure them in the nearby Blackstone City. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to set off for Blackstone City early tomorrow morning. The space teleportation scroll obtained from the silver treasure chest gave him ample confidence. Even if the attitude from Blackstone City is not sincere and they try to cheat him, he can still safely retreat. Moreover, with an orange hero like Siska by his side, even if she is not skilled in combat, her level alone is enough to intimidate those brutish orcs. Back in the room, Jiang Chen casually flipped through a few pages of the Lord's book, then exhausted his magical power to summon a batch of skeleton soldiers before finally falling into a deep sleep. Morning light had only just brushed the lordly castle's window lattice when the precise alarm built into the Lord's book sounded without fanfare. Faint golden runes flickered once across the page before subsiding into silence. Jiang Chen rose from the soft beast-skin bed at almost the exact second the bell fell. Rubbing the last traces of sleep from his eyes, he habitually swept his gaze toward the center of the hall, and his heart leapt, the hairs along the back of his neck prickling. Zizika sat on the rough wooden chair beside the bed, her posture unchanged from the night before. Her deep blank eyes fixed on him, her porcelain-pale skin almost translucent in the dawn. In the morning light, her skin gleamed like cold jade, her chest showed no rise or fall. No movement, no sound, not even the flicker of an eyelid. She sat there utterly motionless. Jiang Chen instinctively pressed a hand to his chest. The sight filled him with an inexplicable chill. There was nothing to be done. Seeing a doll seated on the bedside staring at you deadened from dawn, and perhaps all through the night, would unnerve anyone. If he had not long since learned the peculiar temper of this automaton, Miss Jiang Chen might very well have been given a proper fright that morning. Zizika, don't you need to rest? Jiang Chen suppressed the oddness in his chest and asked with a tone of help. The girl slowly lifted her eyelids. Her voice was cool and steady without the slightest fluctuation. Master, your question is strange. I am an automaton. I do not require rest. Rather than rest when I am not working, I am in a state of rest. Jiang Chen was left speechless. Sure enough, the logic of different races could not be measured by common sense. He had been presumptuous. He cleared his throat and returned to the point. You said yesterday you would simplify the alchemy laboratory blueprints. Any progress? Work complete, 32. Estimated completion in 25 hours for the alchemy laboratory blueprint simplification task. Zizuka reported mechanically, her tone betraying no emotion. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and instructed earnestly, when you simplify, preserve every function of the laboratory, only reduce overall operational performance. Do not remove any feature. Enhancement had its limits. One could not conjure an extra function out of nothing. He could accept a weakened alchemy lab, but he would not tolerate one that had been castrated of capabilities. Zizuka merely tilted her head slightly and turned her porcelain cheek toward him. Whether she had truly heard him was anyone's guess, and the sight left Jiang Chen once again helpless. He said no more, rose, and stepped outside the Lord's cottage to wash. The cold splash of water across his face chased away the last remnant of drowsiness. He moved into the makeshift kitchen, sparking a flame, boiling water, cutting and preparing, and soon had a steaming simple breakfast ready, a flatbread with meat broth, its aroma spreading slowly through the cavernous hall. Zizuka did not need to eat, so Jiang Chen had prepared only one portion. He carried the tray to the long table and began to eat with leisurely care, idly opening the Lord's trading channel to peruse the listings. After no more than a few bites, he felt a gaze clinging to him, impossible to shake off. Zizuka had somehow taken a seat at the table's edge, still as ever, her unblinking eyes fixed on the motions of his eating, silent and terrifyingly intent. Her focus was too direct, too clinical, as if she were studying a priceless specimen. Jiang Chen found his chewing slowing and his appetite instantly diminished. Sometimes he truly wondered whether Zizuka made any sound when she walked. He helplessly raised his eyes toward the automaton girl and offered, "Shall I get you something to eat?" "Master speaks oddly." Zizuka tilted her head, voice both innocent and earnest. "Zizuka is an ordinary automaton and does not require nourishment." "Then why have you been staring at me?" he asked before he could stop himself. "Zizuka is observing a very rare experiment." "Master," she replied. Faced with his question, she paused, then confessed with unnerving honesty. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in silence. She had nearly said, experimental subject. It had to be so. From Zizuka's utter lack of human common sense, and those dangerously clinical instincts, the witch who made her must be wildly brilliant and frighteningly reckless. And yet, that witch's genius was unmistakably real. Zizuka behaved like the work of a mad reconstructive scientist rather than a machine governed solely by logic, a testament to the creator's formidable hand. "Zizuka senses master is entertaining improper thoughts," the automaton suddenly said. "That is your illusion," Jiang Chen replied flatly, turning his attention back to the trading channel. For full days had passed since he had crossed into this world of lords. The surviving lords had mostly managed to adapt, just barely, to the ruthless rules of this land. Food prices had fallen and fallen. Now a single basic ration in the channel could only be exchanged for 5 units of basic resources. Many lords who had developed slightly faster had begun listing the poorest white-grade weapons for sale, though in very limited quantities. In contrast, Jiang Chen's green-grade weapons languished with almost no buyers. Soul crystals, however, moved briskly. People sought to bolster their troops. As for blueprints, after much haggling, he had only received a few useless white household blueprints. Rare resources had not even shown their shadow. Jiang Chen snorted and shook his head coldly. They would not learn until disaster forced their hand. When the lord assessments began, they would go bankrupt scrambling for weapons and soul crystals. They would rather buy at exorbitant prices when desperate than stockpile cheaply now and accelerate development, so blinkered that their progress crawled like turtles. Breakfast finished, he walked toward the burial grounds behind the castle. Cold headstones stood in neat rows beneath the soil, unending bones slumbered. Activating fate guidance, Jiang Chen pushed the summon count to the limit his soul crystals could sustain, 126. Consumed soul crystal 882, bones 882. Successfully summoned elite skeleton soldier tier 7, 126. A pale cyan summoning light flared suddenly. In the next instant, hundreds of ghastly bony arms burst through the soil, reeking of damp earth and rot, thrusting up from beneath the headstones. Bones clacked in crisp snaps as tall, imposing elite skeletons rose, dust falling from their shoulders, hollow eye sockets burning with an eerie blue soul flame. Disciplined and fearsome, Jiang Chen watched his skeletal host with a trace of satisfaction. For the first time, his elite skeletons numbered over 100. Counting the ordinary skeletons previously summoned, his forces already exceeded 1,200 units. Undeniably top tier among rookie lords. He wasted no time and retrieved the leather armor blueprint from the Lord's book. Leather armor blueprint green leather 2, hemp rope 1. Unable to upgrade the Lord's cottage for now, hoarding leather was pointless, better to convert it all into combat power. He set production to 400. Consumed leather 800, hemp rope 400. Obtained leather armor green 400. System prompts flashed in succession. Staring at the neatly stacked armors, he gritted his teeth and spent a great many points to forcefully elevate 200 pieces to blue quality. Watching his hard-earned points evaporate so swiftly pricked even the usually untroubled Jiang Chen with a pang. All units donned leather armor. At his command, the skeletons moved. 200 blue-grade armors were allocated to the Tier 7 elite skeletons. The remaining green armors outfitted the Tier 4 skeletons summoned earlier. The once-win skeleton host was instantly sheathed in uniform protection, and their presence grew markedly more imposing. Jiang Chen contemplated a moment and reopened the crafting interface. The last clash with the Spider Queen had exposed the weakness of a single-minded force. Had he possessed ranged firepower, casualties would have been far fewer. Light crossbow green with 3, hemp rope 1, leather 1. He made 100 at once. Obtained light crossbow green 100. Next came arrows. Iron arrow 10, white iron or 1 wood 2. He cranked the quantity to the maximum. Obtained iron arrows white 1000, and finally breathed out. Fortunately, arrow crafting was not harsh. A single unit of material yielded 10 bolts, barely sufficient. Equipped the crossbows, 10 arrows each. He upgraded all the crossbows to blue, improving both range and power, then distributed them among the elite skeletons. Elite skeletons were not limited to blades. Thanks to innate combat mastery, they adapted quickly to any weapon, excelling in both ranged and melee roles. With troop armaments dealt with, Jiang Chen began to craft weapons intended for trade. Because he had sold a large amount of equipment in the channel and received contributions from Xia Yulan, his stockpile of iron ore had swelled like a mountain, enough to support mass production. Consumed iron ore 5,000, with 2,500. Obtained black iron one-handed sword green 2,500. Consumed with 5,000. Obtained round wooden shield 2,500. He listed 1,500 black iron swords on the trading channel, stipulating exchanges only for iron or blueprints or rare materials. The round wooden shields were listed in exchange for wood. Having finished, he ignored the incoming information torrent and set the Lord's book to do not disturb. But as he turned, a cold gaze pressed close. Zizika had somehow come to stand behind him, her expression as unblinking as ever, silently fixed on the Lord's book in his hands. Jiang Chen jumped and nearly dropped the book. Next time, make some sound when you walk. And don't sneak up behind. He resolved fiercely within himself. He must build the alchemy laboratory for Zizika as soon as possible. If he continued to be watched like that without warning, he would be frightened into a nervous wreck. Zizika, however, showed no reaction, not even a change in loyalty. Apparently, she had not taken his complaint to heart. What are you looking at? Jiang Chen steadied his mind and asked. The natives cannot see the contents of the Lord's book, nor can they use it. This is an ironclad rule of this world. The master's special ability, Siska answered straightforwardly. Jiang Chen chose not to elaborate. There was no way to discuss matters of transmigration and the Lord's system. Moreover, Siska had not yet fully earned his trust. Her fluctuating loyalty was already telling enough. But the next moment, the doll-like girl suddenly extended her slender finger and gently pointed to the Lord's book in his hand, her tone carrying a rare persistence. I want this. Jiang Chen was taken aback and immediately shot her a fierce glare. This is not a toy. Besides, this is my exclusive item. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. I want it, Siska replied, tilting her exquisitely cute face, her gaze pure and stubborn, like a little girl who would not give up until she got what she wanted. Seeing her expression, it seemed she planned to use her delicate and adorable appearance to charm Jiang Chen into giving her the toy she had long desired. Unable to resist her, Jiang Chen reluctantly compromised. I'll get you one next time. In the world of transmigrators, there was never a shortage of adversaries. When he encountered other lords later after slaying them, he could easily acquire their lords' books to win Siska over and boost her loyalty. As for the one in his hands, it was absolutely impossible to give it to Siska. That girl was not simply after a toy, as she would definitely take the Lord's book to dissect and study it. At this moment, several wise skeletons had already loaded all the remaining weapons intended for trade onto the cart, preparing to transport them to Blackstone City. Jiang Chen had long decided that whether to local forces or other transmigrated lords, he would not sell any enhanced equipment for the time being. The lessons learned from the orc tribe were still fresh in his mind. He would never provide potential enemies with the opportunity to arm themselves. Jiang Chen called for Siska to get on the cart, preparing to head to Blackstone City. But as he turned around, he saw the girl's gaze firmly glued to the weapon in the hands of an elite skeleton soldier nearby. It was a bizarrely shaped curved blade radiating a dark red aura, evil moon. Jiang Chen's expression was peculiar. Even if Siska wanted the Azure Staff, he would not be surprised as she had the skill of fire magic and a staff would enhance her combat power. However, he did not expect Siska to be fixated on a melee single-edged sword. Moreover, she felt like a child wanting everything good she saw. Did she think that since it was not equipment on her body, she could simply take it? Do you want this? Jiang Chen asked. Siska nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on him, with a clear message: if you don't give it to me, I won't leave. Having already refused Siska once, it would be difficult to refuse her again this time. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat headache. He was not merely picking up a genius alchemist. Clearly he had picked up a little ancestor that he could neither provoke nor escape. Siska appeared petite and delicate, not resembling a warrior at all. Yet Jiang Chen knew very well that this girl was far from being delicate and weak. She possessed inherent skills of intermediate combat mastery, and with her body forged from magic and alchemy, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to fully grasp the terrifying power she could unleash. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to consider the emotions of the hero under his command. It was completely normal for an orange-quality hero to request an equally leveled orange weapon. Give Evil Moon to Siska and you can exchange it for a black iron one-handed sword. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the elite skeleton soldier beside him executed the command, without hesitation, immediately handing the radiant orange Evil Moon single-edged sword to Siska. Then it took a normal blue-quality black iron one-handed sword, its movements stiff yet meticulous. System notification: automaton Siska loyalty 1, current loyalty 81. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, self-soothing in his heart, at least loyalty has increased. However, to exchange for a solid orange weapon only to gain a meager bit of loyalty felt a bit too slow. During the subsequent journey, Siska indeed settled down significantly, no longer throwing small tantrums, sitting quietly at the edge of the cart, like a silent, beautiful ice sculpture. However, her eyes were fixed on the Evil Moon in her hands, sparkling with various colors of light, as if analyzing the structure of this orange weapon. It seemed that Siska was not just after a high-quality weapon, she was more interested in analyzing this evidently upgraded orange weapon to understand its composition. The skeleton soldiers served dual roles as guards and pack animals, swiftly pulling the cart across the vast ice field. The undead truly deserved to be recognized as the top laborers across all realms. They showed no signs of fatigue, pain, or complaints, their bony joints making rhythmic cold cracking sounds in the snow, their speed never diminishing. Jiang Chen sat in the center of the cart, holding the softly glowing Lord's book to calibrate the direction, ensuring the skeleton army would not lose their way in the endless ice field. During this process, he did not rest, meditating to recover his magic power while continuously summoning new skeleton soldiers. These past few days, he had developed the habit of not wasting any bit of idle time. As soon as his magic power recovered, he immediately dove into summoning like a gambler accumulating chips in a desperate situation. Under the precise guidance of the Lord's book, after a full 3 hours of travel, the heavy and rugged outline of Blackstone City finally emerged on the distant horizon. However, as soon as Jiang Chen caught sight of the city, the orc scouts stationed on the city walls spotted the vast undead army first. They were instantly frightened out of their wits and immediately grabbed the horn to sound the alarm. Whoa, whoa! The piercing horn shattered the silence of the ice field, and the massive gates of Blackstone City rapidly closed with the clanking of gears and chains, the formidable city walls instantly entering a state of readiness. This was not surprising in the awareness of all living beings on the continent. The undead were inherently the opposites of all things, synonymous with filth, death, and destruction, their notoriety rivaling that of the invading demons from the abyss. Now suddenly seeing thousands of skeletons surging toward the city like a white tide, any race would be terrified. Jiang Chen did not let the army continue to approach and provoke the orcs, nerves raising his hand to signal the entire army to halt, then moving forward with only Siska and 10 elite skeleton soldiers. He gently adjusted his luxurious and deep mage robe, an exquisite purple quality item obtained from a treasure chest, which not only provided spell penetration, spell amplification, and enhanced meditation efficiency, but also came with a level 3 spell defense. With the effect of the Radiant Amulet, it could be said that everything around Jiang Chen was perfectly protected. At a distance where both sides could hear clearly, yet remained safely apart, Jiang Chen stopped, picked up a crude homemade megaphone, and began calling up to the orcs on the battlements. My name is Jiang Chen of the Kelenode family, a lord from the far north. I have come to Haishi City today not for war, but bearing friendship and sincerity. A sudden clamor rose from the walls, voices and the clink of armor mingling together. After a moment, a squat, thick-set gray dwarf hauled himself onto the battlement and poked his head out. With the dwarven hallmark of a booming voice, he shouted harshly, "You lie. The far north is a death zone. No living thing can survive there. And what are those skeletons at your side? You are clearly a lackey of the undead." Jiang Chen remained calm, unmoved. I am a descendant of the ancient Kelenode family of my ancestors to flee calamity, ventured into the far north, and established a hidden domain where our line has dwelt for generations. His tone bore an untroubled composure. From the Kelenode family library, he had gleaned a rudimentary knowledge of this world. He was no longer fumbling blindly. As for the undead at my side, I myself am an undead mage. They are merely servants under my command. The ice plains are rife with peril, beasts and raiders roam. I keep them with me only for self-preservation. Admit to belonging to the undead faction. Never in this life. Even if one day he commanded millions of undead, he would insist on a single identity, a solitary undead mage, not a lord of the undead. A sense of identity mattered greatly. After all, he was still a living man, and the undead under his control would never be permitted to attack others wantonly. Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen continued loudly. I come bearing ample sincerity and wish to strike a deal with Haishi City. Besides, I imagine Haishi City's renown would not shrink at the sight of my 1,000-odd brittle skeletons, would it? The gray dwarf bristled, snorted, and then bellowed with hearty conviction, of course not. Haishi City trains every citizen as a soldier. Your fragile skeleton troops are barely enough to scratch the city defenses. Wait here. I will consult the lord of the city at once. He will decide whether you may enter. The gray dwarf was stubborn, but not foolish. Seeing at a glance that Jiang Chen commanded over 1,000 undead servants, he knew this was not something he could deal with alone and must report it to the city lord. Moreover, the human behind him had just mentioned a family name. If the man truly belonged to human nobility, greater caution was warranted. At that moment, Haishi City's Lord Minya Ueka had already taken in everything below his walls. If the uproar caused by an approaching army of undead was so great, and he were still ignorant, it would not be mere negligence, but a sign he had been completely sidelined. Each of Jiang Chen's words reached him clearly. As for the surname Kelenode, Yuke's murky eyes shifted. He vaguely remembered that 40 years ago a human expedition had vanished entirely in a far north blizzard aback. Then he had not yet been the city lord nor a hero, only a very young orc. Could the young man before him truly be a descendant of that expedition? It was hardly surprising that the orc could not recall human names and faces, just as humans find orcs coarse and hard to distinguish at a glance. Orcs, when looking at humans, were much the same. The tongue-twisting surnames were like riddles, and most orcs would rather stare at the roasted meat in their hands than bother remembering names. Ueka was not like his reckless kin, yet 40 years is an age long enough to blur even his memory. The only reason he still recalled that human party was that they had been the sole humans to set foot in Haishi City in decades. He walked slowly onto the wall. The surrounding orc warriors and gray dwarves respectfully stepped aside. Yuke's gaze fell upon the youth below. He appeared unusually young, yet the ability to command over 1,000 undead testified to an unfathomable talent and potential. In an instant, Ueka pieced together the complaint his underlings had made the previous day about their tribe's annihilation. It must have been this young man below who had done it. To marshal undead on such a scale, wiping out a small tribe would have been effortless. After a pause, Yuke's deep voice came from the battlement. I can permit you to enter the city, but your undead servants shall not set a single foot past the gate. Jiang Chen's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Lord of the city, I travel with a considerable amount of goods. With only my attendant and myself, we cannot bear the load. I will dispatch my men to help you transport them. Ueka set his gaze sharp, but bearing the weight of a lord's honor. I swear by Haishi City's honor you shall suffer no injustice or treachery. Have your army remain stationed outside the city. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded. Undead are unwelcome wherever they go. Even though he had presented himself as an independent undead mage, restrictions still followed him. But he did not fear for his safety. Beyond the powerful Siska concealed at his side, he also kept an emergency teleportation scroll tucked in his cloak, enough to guarantee his escape intact from any peril. Creak. The heavy gates of Haishi City eased open a crack. A line of orc soldiers, axes in hand and faces wary, stepped out, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen and Siska, as if sizing up two wild beasts that might erupt at any moment. Jiang Chen did nothing to invite suspicion and allowed the orcs to haul away the cart. Escorted by the orcs, he and Siska stepped slowly into Haishi City. The Lord's tome surfaced silently in his mind. Menueka, Purple Tier 3. Faction Orcs. Species traits, Sentient, Orc, Half-Orc. Skills, Orc Lord, Commercial Prosperity, Berserk. Innate skills, Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Battle Axe Mastery. Orc, Formidable Physique, Strength 30. Half-Orc, smarter than pureblood orcs, but lifespan and Strength 20. Orc Lord, 10 chance of city unrest under his rule, 10 morale when commanding orcs or half-orcs. Commercial Prosperity Territory, Income 5. Berserk, upon injury enters a berserk state. Reason wanes while strength surges. The graver the wound, the greater the increase. Note age has diminished the hero's combat prowess somewhat. Yet never provoke an orc hero who wields berserk. When they rage, even they are afraid of themselves. Jiang Chen understood. This was a textbook lore-type hero skills skewed toward command governance and city development. Yet even so, one must not underestimate his personal combat prowess. There are no weak orc heroes. All the more so when he is the lord of a power, a genuine ape. Manjiork merely cast a faint glance at the neatly stacked weapons and shields on the wagon, his murky eyes revealing not a hint of greed. He spoke in a deep voice carrying the unique authority of a city lord. Haishi City allows any race and any faction to trade here, but private fights are strictly prohibited. Violators will be killed on the spot. Additionally, all goods sold are subject to a 10 trade tax. If there are no issues, I will take you to the market. Jiang Chen naturally had no objections. He was here to do business, and he understood the principle that harmony brings wealth better than anyone. I hope this transaction can mark the beginning of our mutual trust, leading to long-term cooperation and great profits together. Upon hearing the phrase great profits, York's tense expression visibly softened. Everyone ventures out to seek fortune who doesn't come for wealth. Engaging in underhanded dealings will only cut off future financial avenues. Compared to those who do not follow the rules, York preferred straightforward transactions. Following the rules and maintaining credibility are essential for discussing larger business deals in the future. Credibility is intangible, yet those who truly aspire to achieve great things always regard their credibility as more important than anything else. As for the accusations from the orcs of the destroyed tribe, York could only sneer inwardly. The goblin salesman Demo once mentioned that goblins like dragons value gold coins more than offspring. At this moment, York only wanted to add, merchants value gold coins even more than their ancestors. As long as the value of this human far exceeded that of the orc who had nothing but complaints, York would guarantee Jiang Chen's safety. At York's gesture, several orc soldiers led Jiang Chen and his group to a conspicuous spot in the market with a wide view and heavy foot traffic. In just a moment, a crowd of curious orcs and gremlins surrounded Jiang Chen. Haishi City had not seen humans for decades, and the younger generation of orcs and halforcs were witnessing a human for the first time. Moreover, the earlier rumors about the undead army approaching had likely spread throughout the city, making everyone curious and wary of the goods brought by this mysterious human. The goods brought by the necromancer shouldn't be bones or rotten flesh, right? Jiang Chen stepped to the stall, casually picked up a black iron one-handed sword, raised it high, and shouted to the onlookers, "Come and take a look. Exquisite weapons from the human workshop, quality guaranteed. If it's fake, I'll compensate tenfold. Buying now means profiting it, don't miss out as you pass by." This loud and catchy call caught even York, who was observing from afar, off guard. Selling? Can it be shouted like this? Many orcs and gremlins lacking in education did not understand what Etienne meant, but they grasped the meaning of, "If it's fake, I'll compensate tenfold." Furthermore, the rhythm was catchy and somehow felt particularly trustworthy and grand. Even those who had no need for weapons gathered around, eager to witness the commotion. Soon a burly orc squeezed through the crowd, picked up a black iron one-handed sword, swung it a few times, and the dull whooshing sound made his eyes light up. How much for this? Jiang Chen had already learned the pricing of such goods through the Goblin Merchant Association and directly replied, 10 gold coins for the black iron one-handed sword and 1 gold coin for the round wooden shield. Beast teeth gold, the orc instinctively asked. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. My friend is joking, but certainly the commonly accepted gold coins of the continent. The orc's face immediately showed a troubled expression. 10 common gold coins converted to their usual beast tooth gold amounted to 30. You're overcharging. The orc was somewhat displeased. The market price is as such, you all know it in your... Jiang Chen replied without changing his expression. Moreover, this is a green quality weapon. In the entire Haishi City, where else can you buy so many high-quality weapons at once? The orcs behind began to murmur, saying he should not block the way if he wasn't going to buy. However, the sharpness and sturdiness of the sword had been personally tested by the orc, proving to be exceptionally good. The orc gritted his teeth and said, all right, give me 10 swords and 20 shields. I'll pay with beast tooth gold. Great deal, come this way to settle the payment. Siska immediately stepped forward to start packing, her petite figure moving with surprising agility. Jiang Chen handled the payments while Siska neatly bundled the weapons and shields and handed them to the orc. Orcs value strength. In a tribal survival mode, cultivation and production are almost non-existent. For them, aside from hunting, plundering is the primary means of acquiring resources. Throughout the year, they are either in battle or on their way to battle. Weapons, shields, and slaves are always the most sought-after hard currency in the orc market. With a thought, Jiang Chen shouted loudly again, those with blueprints and rare resources can also come to trade. The prices are absolutely fair and reasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, an orc squeezed forward cautiously, pulling out a yellowed blueprint. How many weapons can I exchange for this? Jiang Chen glanced at the information that popped up from the Lord's book wall white unrecorded blueprint. He immediately replied, 1 green quality weapon. Really? He'll trade. The orc was overjoyed. He had originally thought that a white blueprint would only exchange for a few broken wooden shields, but unexpectedly, he could trade for a truly usable sword for the battlefield. The price Jiang Chen offered was significantly higher than that in the market. This was because Jiang Chen was not merely seeking simple profit, collecting more blueprints was also within his plans. These local powers hoarded far more blueprints than the traversers, and were not stingy like the traversers who tightly clutched even a white blueprint. As long as the price is high enough, there's no worry about not being able to obtain hidden treasures. Give me 30 more black iron one-handed swords settled in common gold. The orc supplemented. Jiang Chen looked deeply at him. Being able to casually pull out a blueprint and having so many common gold coins clearly indicated he was not an ordinary minor tribe character. However, this was irrelevant to him. He only needed to collect the money and deliver the goods. Siska silently packed the weapons with swift movements that belied her petite stature. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something and shouted again, "Friends trading with blueprints, please hurry. Duplicate blueprints will not be accepted." Upon this shout, those who had been hesitant immediately rushed forward, fearing they would be outpaced by others. Orc leather boots, blueprint white. Orc leather gloves, blueprint white. Orc leather saddle, blueprint white. Simple orc leather tent, blueprint white. Most were white blueprints, primarily daily necessities, and Jiang Chen did not see a single weapon or armor blueprint, which he had hoped for. Nevertheless, he accepted everything as offered, and the price remained favorable. Even if they were temporarily unusable, expanding the blueprint library was beneficial, and later selling them on the Traverser channel would still yield significant profits. At that very moment, a grizzled gray dwarf, his tattered clothes smeared with coal dust and grease, finally elbowed his way to the stall and slammed a rolled-up blueprint onto the table. "Human boy, take a look at this. How much is it worth?" Jiang Chen glanced down, his gaze sharpening imperceptibly. Blueprint steel forging furnace green tier. This was no ordinary artifact. Capable of refining iron and copper ingots, it formed the bedrock of territorial industrial development, strategically invaluable. Though sharing ancestral roots with dwarves, gray dwarves stood in bitter opposition to them, their enmity even deeper than that between elves and orcs. Distinguishing the two races was simple dwarves proudly wore long flowing beards, whereas gray dwarves took pride in their clean-shaven chins. Naturally, Jiang Chen cared not a whit for such ancient racial feuds. His sole concern was who could deliver the greatest advantage. 10 green-tier weapons. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes. "If you possess other green-tier blueprints, I'll pay the same." In truth, this offer far exceeded the blueprint's intrinsic worth. Yet strategic blueprints were priceless. More importantly, Jiang Chen sensed, intuitively, that this gray dwarf likely held further blueprints in reserve. This was in essence paying a king's ransom for a single horse's bone, to signal intent and attract greater value. The gray dwarf's eyes blazed with startling intensity. "Truly, I have more." He immediately produced 3 additional blueprints, startling even Jiang Chen, who had only offered the price as polite gesture. Blueprint metal components green tier. Blueprint black iron mining pick green tier. Blueprint or mine complex green tier. All were foundational industrial schematics critically vital to Jiang Chen's current stage of development. Though none were weapons, these held potentially greater long-term value. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen nodded to Ziska, "Give him 40 green-tier weapons. Human boy, you've got true grit." The gray dwarf beamed, hoisting the bundled weapons Ziska handed over while loudly praising, "We gray dwarves cherish friends like you. Straightforward, unhesitating, generous." With that, he plunged back into the crowd, vanishing deep into the marketplace. Jiang Chen watched his retreating figure, a faint, almost imperceptible curve lifting the corner of his lips. Coming to Blackstone City had indeed been the right decision. Over the next hours, orcs and gray dwarves alike surged forward, pulling hidden blueprints and rare resources from beneath furs and folds of hide, desperate to barter with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen himself had never imagined that these seemingly crude barbaric races harbored such staggering reserves of blueprints. He accepted nearly all, acquiring so many that his fingers grew numb. Damn it. If he'd known trade could yield wealth so swiftly and steadily, why had he risked life and limb on the frozen tundra? He should have marched straight here with an arms caravan and set up shop. The Goblin Merchant Guild treated customers like cattle, discriminating by status, and imposed weekly quotas on traded goods. Preposterous. True free trade better served the rapid early-stage growth of his territory. Weapons proved even more popular than anticipated. Beyond blueprints, Jiang Chen acquired a trove of scattered yet precious resources. Though most were common Orcish beast-tooth stones, he also unexpectedly secured several luminous, translucent natural gems and ash stones glowing with embers of spent fire. What truly made his eyes light up, however, was the appearance of mana essence. an essential core component for constructing a mana spring. Exceedingly rare, it ranked among the most coveted resources Jiang Chen sought at this stage. Without pause, Jiang Chen exchanged 10 green-tier weapons for it, setting its value equal to that of a green-tier blueprint. The orc grinned ear to ear, now finding the magnanimous human boy extraordinarily agreeable. Just as the orc turned to leave, Jiang Chen suddenly called out to him, "Do you have more of this?" It was the first time Jiang Chen had ever detained a customer, prompting every onlooker nearby to turn their attention toward him. The orc instantly grasped the implication. Jiang Chen craved mana essence deeply. "What price would you offer?" he replied, not confirming whether he possessed more, but leaving the question deliberately open. Jiang Chen wasted no time. "I'll return to the market in a few days with new wares. If you still have mana essence, the price remains unchanged, exactly as today." "Agreed. I'll see what I can gather." The orc nodded after brief calculation, then departed. Others followed suit, presenting blueprints and resources for exchange. Business exploded beyond control. Within half an hour, every weapon stacked upon the cart had been sold. Black iron short swords outsold wooden round shields, for orcs preferred charging headlong into battle to hack enemies into minced meat rather than defending behind a shield. Warlike by nature, orcs treated weapons as hard currency across all tribes. Once the blades were gone, Jiang Chen's sturdy, fairly priced shields were snapped up entirely by a single orc, leaving not a single one behind. When tallying his haul, even Jiang Chen felt a quiet jolt of astonishment over a dozen pristine blueprints, diverse rare resources, plus more than 20,000 beast tooth coins and 3,000 continental standard gold coins. A windfall beyond expectation. In that instant, his personal fortune multiplied several times over, transforming him from a destitute frontier lord on the ice plains into a formidable arms merchant commanding immense capital. As he sorted the coins into categories and stored them within his spatial ring, preparing to signal Ziska to depart, a towering orc stepped directly into his path. Jiang Chen arched a subtle brow. Before he could speak, the orc guard addressed him with respectful yet unyielding formality. "Esteemed sir, the total value of your transactions today at Blackstone City's marketplace amounts to 12,000 standard gold coins. Per the city lord's decree, you are required to pay a 10% levy, precisely 1,200 standard gold coins." Jiang Chen frowned, not out of resistance to taxation itself. After all, Blackstone City provided an unparalleled trading platform. A modest levy was fair recompense. Yet he objected to the method of assessment. "Less than 10,000 of those coins were direct sales. I traded the rest for goods. Why must those be taxed as well?" The orc guard, clearly seasoned in handling countless similar objections, responded calmly. "Had you spent gold coins outright to purchase resources, no tax would apply. But exchanging goods for blueprints and raw materials constitutes indirect monetary circulation. As the vendor, you remain liable for the corresponding tax burden." Jiang Chen immediately grasped the logic. Barter, in essence, undermined the formal monetary system. To illustrate, Jiang Chen used gold coins to buy blueprints on the market. Then orcs used those very same coins, now circulating, to purchase weapons from his stall. Though the coins appeared to loop back into Jiang Chen's hands without true circulation, Blackstone City collected tax on both ends of the transaction. That was the elegance of monetary exchange. The flow of coin generated wealth anew. To his surprise, the orcs actually possessed such clear commercial thinking. The short goblin demo had always looked down on the intelligence of other races, only flattering those who brought him benefits. Jiang Chen silently reflected, indeed, one should not judge others by their appearance, nor should any race be underestimated. No matter where one is, there are people who understand the rules and excel in management. However, this time Jiang Chen had overestimated York. The lord of the city was not a commercial genius. He simply understood that if everyone engaged in barter, he would earn not a single coin in taxes. By a stroke of luck, it inadvertently aligned with the most basic market principles. Jiang Chen did not want to tear his face with Blackstone City over such a small amount of money, so he counted out 3,600 beast teeth gold coins. Yet the orc before him did not reach out to take them, but instead lowered his head and said, "Human merchant, the Lord wishes for your presence." Meanwhile, within the Lord's Hall of Blackstone City, a chaotic state had emerged. Somehow, having learned of the necromancer's entrance into Blackstone City, the orc who had come yesterday to wail and complain rushed into the hall again, clearly with ill intentions. "Lord of the city, that evil necromancer is spreading rumors and inciting the crowd. We must capture him and execute him publicly to set an example." York was already impatient. The taxes contributed by Jiang Chen alone were almost equivalent to half a month's earnings of Blackstone City. Such a moving cash cow, he would rather worship him directly. Yet at this moment, a sinister thought slowly took shape in his aged mind. Cisco was blocked outside the Lord's Hall as an ordinary maid while Jiang Chen entered alone. From the first glance, he saw a tall and sturdy orc kneeling before York, crying and wailing. The scene was reminiscent of a hapless debtor unable to repay high-interest loans. Why else would he be crying so heartbreakingly? What was this all about? Jiang Chen looked at York in confusion. Upon seeing him arrive, York subtly gestured for him to take a seat nearby. The kneeling orc suddenly raised his head, locking his gaze onto Jiang Chen. At first, he did not recognize him, as the human before him had changed into a luxurious mage robe entirely different from yesterday's, emanating a cold and authoritative aura that was completely unlike the same person. Yet in Blackstone City, there was only one human, and he quickly realized this was the culprit who had destroyed his tribe. The orc suddenly sprang up, veins bulging, pointing a finger at Jiang Chen, and roared, "Lord York! It was him. It was this person who destroyed my tribe and killed my kin." York cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Chen, his tone flat, but laden with pressure. "He accuses you of indiscriminately slaughtering his tribe. Is this true?" Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, observing the orc with blood-red eyes seemingly ready to pounce and tear him apart, and spoke with a tone of confusion and calmness. "Are you the lone survivor from yesterday's tribe?" "I remember. I clearly thought I had killed you all." Upon finishing his sentence, the hall fell into dead silence. York was stunned. The accusing orc froze in place, his mind blank. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Jiang Chen might argue, deny, retaliate, or fabricate excuses to evade responsibility. But no one expected that this human would not even put on an act directly admitting it, even with a hint of regret that he hadn't killed them all. It was simply too arrogant. York's expression instantly darkened. Despite deviating slightly from his anticipated script, the overall direction remained unchanged, allowing him to skip the probing and apply direct pressure. He coughed heavily, deliberately raising his voice, and declared with authority, "Since you have admitted it, how do you intend to resolve this?" Jiang Chen suddenly smiled, his smile faint yet cold. "It's very simple." Before the words left his mouth, he raised his wrist slightly, and a spark of light flickered at the tip of his staff, launching a magic missile instantly. Without any warning, without showing mercy. Boom! A muffled sound exploded, and the orc who had just been raging had his head blown apart into a puddle of shattered blood and flesh, red and white, splattering across the ground like a burst watermelon. The smell of blood instantly filled the hall. Everyone was completely stunned. The guards of the Lord's mansion could hardly remember how many years it had been since anyone dared to make a move in Blackstone City, let alone commit murder in front of Lord York. This human had the audacity to defy heaven. "Jiang Chen, you are so bold." York was furious, slamming his palm down on the solid wooden chair beneath him, causing the hard chair to shatter into pieces. The terrifying power of the purple tire level 3 orc hero was fully revealed. He had not truly contemplated what to do with Jiang Chen. He merely wanted to use this orc to pressure Jiang Chen. But that did not mean he could tolerate someone killing recklessly in his territory. The guards immediately assembled their spears and axes aimed at Jiang Chen, the atmosphere tense and ready to erupt. Yet Jiang Chen, who had just committed murder, remained calm and unhurried, even relaxing his body slightly, as he comfortably sat in the chair, wearing a look of tranquility and ease. "Lord York, I am considering your interests." Jiang Chen said in a calm tone. "This person has ulterior motives and is deliberately trying to sow discord between us. If this matter escalates, our newly established cooperation will be directly ruined." York's pupils constricted, a dangerous crimson hue surfacing in his eyes. That was the sign of his impending fury about to take action. "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Chen gently shook his head, his smile deepening, yet his tone carried an undeniable weight. "No, how could I threaten my esteemed client? I will only provide my customers with the most ample, finest, and nearly flawless superior weapons continuously and in unlimited supply." With a slightly cold gaze, he enunciated carefully, "I believe, Lord York, that you would not wish for me to cease doing business in Blackstone City from now on, would you?" Jiang Chen sat upright in his seat, his fingertips casually tapping the armrest, not a trace of fear on his face. His unwavering confidence did not solely stem from Siska, who was waiting outside. Siska was merely a support hero. Even if her level surpassed Old York's, it was uncertain whether she could defeat this orc hero in actual combat. Moreover, surrounded by the orc army of Blackstone City, even a hero could hardly escape a disastrous end. Jiang Chen had never intended to cause a commotion in Blackstone City. The reason Jiang Chen remained confident all along was the attitude of the ruler of Blackstone City before him, the orc hero York. From the moment he entered and saw York allowing him to sit while this orc had been kneeling, one could discern York's stand. He merely wanted to smooth things over, or perhaps give Jiang Chen a warning. "This is not a reason." York's deep voice rumbled like a rolling stone over the ground, and the murky beast-like eyes churned with anger as his hand clenched tightly at his side. Wealth may be captivating, but having survived nearly a century on the desolate northern ice plains, it was no longer the most compelling reason for him at this age. The lion may be old, yet its claws remained sharp. His remaining power was enough to make the entire Blackstone City tremble. Jiang Chen, however, remained unperturbed, leaning slightly back into the soft beast skin chair, his tone calm and unwavering. "No, this is a reason and it is a crucial one. He raised his eyes to the furious old beast man and spoke slowly. I do not recall Blackstone City having rules about intervening in the vendettas of external tribes. Furthermore, you the city lord know better than anyone the nature of those small border tribes. I went to their tribe yesterday with complete sincerity, and to be frank with you, the weapons traded today already included a portion transported from my territory yesterday. After all, my territory is deep within the icy plains far from Blackstone City and blocked by snow and wind, making each transport highly risky. York nodded slightly, momentarily acknowledging Jiang Chen's response. But those poor and ignorant small tribes, upon seeing my exquisite goods, seek to steal them. City lord, in this world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, you should understand better than I that such people do not deserve to live. Jiang Chen's voice was flat, yet it carried an undeniable truth, each word striking at the heart of York. Good people do not die, bad people do not die. The only ones who die in this world are the foolish. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. York narrowed his eyes and coldly remarked, Young man, are you being too arrogant? This is my territory. Jiang Chen maintained his languid demeanor and replied, I am a businessman and generally dislike violence. But if someone hinders my ability to make money, they become my enemy. How much profit can that fool bring you? Just the taxes I paid today would probably not be enough to cover the entire tribe's demise. York's anger within him gradually subsided. His furrowed brow relaxed somewhat, and the anger in his gaze towards Jiang Chen faded, replaced with a hint of understanding. Jiang Chen was right. He had always despised those worthless individuals who came to complain before him, and he loathed foolish fools even more. The small tribe that provoked Jiang Chen embodied both traits. Their demise was self-inflicted and not worth his anger. In fact, at this moment, York found the words of this young human surprisingly reasonable. Indeed, he was a descendant of the rumored noble lineage possessing culture. Clee. York opened his mouth intending to address Jiang Chen by his noble surname, but his dry tongue became tangled, and he could not recall the full name of this young human. Kleinot. Jiang Chen Kleinot. Jiang Chen spoke up at the right moment, his tone composed. I hail from the ancient Kleinot family of earls. All right, Kleinod. York struggled to repeat the awkward syllables, making him uncomfortable, and ultimately gave up. May I address you directly as Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth and nodded gently, his demeanor proper. Of course, it is my honor. He had previously studied the full set of noble etiquette from the Kleinot family's library. Among nobles, one usually addresses others by their surname. Calling someone by their first name is reserved for very close friends or in life and death challenges. For close friends and family, it suffices to address them by their first name. Given York's attitude at this moment, it was clear he did not wish to take his life, leaving only one meaning. Seeing his consent, York's expression relaxed further, and he pointed to the orc corpse on the floor. Its head burst open like a watermelon, blood and flesh a mess, and asked in a low voice, Jiang Chen, how do you plan to handle this matter? Just a mere clown. Jiang Chen glanced at the corpse with indifference. Here, aside from your personal guards, there is no one else. As long as it is handled properly, no rumors will spread to tarnish the city lord's palace. York pondered for a moment and waved his rough hand. Two heavily armored orc guards immediately stepped forward, one lifting a shoulder and the other lifting a leg, quickly dragging the corpse away. Moments later, someone brought in a brand new bearskin carpet to swiftly replace the bloody old one. In less than a minute, aside from the faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, there was no trace left of the recent bloody struggle, as if nothing had ever happened. Jiang Chen observed all this, knowing that York had dismissed others and cleaned up the scene, clearly indicating there was something important he wanted to discuss with him. Taking the initiative, he candidly said, City Lord York, feel free to speak your mind. For any business that can generate profit, I, Jiang Chen, am always eager. York's murky eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment before finally sighing and laying bare the dire situation facing Blackstone City. The war between the human empire and the orc empire was escalating, and the precarious Blackstone City was caught in a squeeze. Upon both sides wanted to manipulate, and one misstep could plunge it into the battlefield and turn it into cannon fodder. After outlining the predicament, York fixed his intense gaze on Jiang Chen with a hint of desperate hope. Jiang Chen, as a descendant of human nobility, could you possibly step in to persuade the human side not to make things difficult for Blackstone City? He feared Jiang Chen would refuse, and quickly added, if this matter is successful, I am willing to offer 50,000 beast tooth gold coins as a reward. After hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile forming at the corner of his mouth. You don't want to earn this money. York's brow tightened. It's not that I don't want to, but I truly lack the ability. Jiang Chen sighed lightly. He knew his own limitations better than anyone. The identity of a descendant of the Kleinod Earls was merely a carefully woven facade. This identity might deceive the unsophisticated barbarians on the ice plains, but if he truly tried to negotiate with the human empire using this identity, it would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. The Kleinod family had long been destroyed, their territory confiscated by the Holy Alliance with enemies all around. He possessed merely a noble title, yet his pockets held only the meager gold coins earned from the recent transaction, a mere empty shell. Of course, if he were to gain sufficient power in the future, the title of noble would firmly rest upon his head, and no one would question it. City Lord York, perhaps you do not know why my family relocated to the barren northern ice plains. Jiang Chen slowly began, his voice dropping a few notches. York was taken aback, suddenly snapping back to reality. The extreme environment of the northern ice plains made survival difficult, and having struggled at the edge of the ice plains for decades, why would the Kleinod family, as human nobles, voluntarily venture into such a dire strait? We are the nobility banished by the Holy Alliance, and the Kleinod family is a historical sinner in the realm of humanity. Upon Jiang Chen's words, the flicker of hope in York's eyes was instantly extinguished, and his desire for a curved path to salvation completely dissipated. Yet his attitude towards Jiang Chen did not grow cold, instead it became increasingly intimate. What does banishment matter? The citizens of Blackstone City, be they orcs, half-orcs, or gray dwarfs, are all races cast out from their homelands. Aren't they all huddled together, here, seeking survival and relying on one another? Jiang Chen's plight rather fostered a sense of kinship in their shared suffering. Brother Jiang Chen. York immediately changed his address, his tone urgent, yet helpless. Do you have any good solutions? Blackstone City must not get dragged into the battlefield of the two great empires. He felt immensely frustrated. Why should Blackstone City be dragged into the abyss when humans and orcs were at war? York wanted to leverage Jiang Chen's wisdom, hoping for at least some substantial advice. A glimmer flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he smoothly continued, there are indeed ways. Oh, please. York instantly perked up, leaning forward, his gaze firmly locked on Jiang Chen. It's quite simple. Reinforce the defenses of Blackstone City and turn this city into a fortress as solid as an iron barrel. Before York could express any confusion, Jiang Chen continued, what you're worried about, Brother York, is simply the retaliation from humans or orcs after the war. But have you considered that after this great war, regardless of which side wins, both will be severely weakened and will inevitably retreat to their respective territories to recuperate? At that time, even if they wished to retaliate, it would be impossible for them to mobilize a massive army to... York nodded, acknowledging this viewpoint, yet still wore a frown. Even if it's just a small force with Blackstone City's defenses, we would not be able to withstand it. As descendants of nobility, you should understand the foundations of these two great races. Our small city might not even qualify to be a pawn. Jiang Chen nodded, countering, but if you were the commander of the enemy forces and saw a heavily fortified Blackstone City as difficult to conquer as a hedgehog, what would you do? York almost blurted out, naturally, I wouldn't launch a forced attack losing troops to capture a solitary city that offers no profit. I would surely return and be blamed as a scapegoat. The best choice would be to cut losses in time and retreat. Exactly. Jiang Chen lightly tapped the table, his tone firm. At that time, we can offer a little sweetness, give both sides a bit of face and profit, and they would likely relent, for who would wish to see more deaths now that the war has ended? Right? How did I not think of that? York suddenly slapped his thigh, the rough palm echoing against the hide, joy washing over his previously troubled expression. In truth, the reasoning Jiang Chen spoke was exceedingly simple. The core was merely to strengthen oneself, fortify the city, and seek a change. Yet through his layered analysis, it appeared grand and strategic, sounding incredibly wise. At that moment, the way York looked at Jiang Chen transformed, completely becoming warm and respectful. Indeed, as a descendant of nobility, even if banished, his mind is 100 times sharper than the average person. Knowledgeable and eloquent, he truly liked this human friend. Brother, your family seems to be very skilled in weapon crafting. York's current attitude was exceedingly warm, almost as if he wanted to pat Jiang Chen on the shoulder and become sworn brothers right there. Jiang Chen observed this, secretly amused that his ruse had completely captivated the Lord of Blackstone City. To be honest, our Kleinod family has been in the weapon export business for 3 generations. Jiang Chen spoke without hesitation, disregarding the true lineage of the Kleinod family, confidently, weaving a lie with an air of noble assurance. York's eyes lit up, rubbing his rough palms together, his tone tinged with urgency. Then, brother, what do you think? Actually, I came out this time to procure supplies for my family. Jiang Chen smoothly took over the conversation, adding a touch of the helplessness of a fallen noble. My family has secluded itself for nearly 40 years, and the accumulated resources have long been mostly exhausted. The only thing we can still offer is this inherited forging skill. This time in Blackstone City is to buy urgently needed supplies, but also to reconnect with the outside world and do some small business to barely make ends meet. This statement not only elevated the family's craft, but also lowered their stance, prompting York to eagerly thump his chest and boastfully assure, no problem. I, Old York, have plenty of supplies. As long as you have gold coins, you can buy anything in Blackstone City. He paused and generously added, moreover, as long as the next batch of goods you bring is solid enough and satisfies us, all trade taxes will be waived. Just consider it me treating you to tea. A glimmer of delight flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. This was the very statement he had been waiting for. In fact, even the earlier words spoken were hinting at York to strengthen the city's defenses with the purpose of encouraging him to purchase more weapons and supplies from Jiang Chen. How can one utilize a crisis without creating one? What does Brother York wish for? The light in Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. I want the black iron single-handed sword. I want a green quality shield. And if there are leather armor or plate armor, that would be even better. York counted on his fingers, growing increasingly excited. Of course, if you can make crossbows, I won't refuse that either. At least 1000 of each. Oh, when can you deliver? Truly is expected of a local old power, needing so many goods all at once, far better than those stingy transmigrators. Jiang Chen tapped the armrest of the chair, estimating the production capacity of his territory, and said, how about 3 days? York looked at Jiang Chen seriously. You're not joking, right? That's sufficient. Jiang Chen stood up, his tone confident and undeniable. Brother York just needs to prepare the money and wait to receive the goods. This composure once again made York regard him with greater esteem, secretly amazed. Indeed, as a century-old noble family, even after 40 years of seclusion, their foundation remained unfathomably deep. York rubbed his hands together, saying, how can I accept this? So what about the price for the next batch of weapons? Jiang Chen smiled and said, since we are all friends, I'll give you a friendly price. How about 90% of the goblin merchant price? York's eyes brightened and he stepped forward to firmly grasp Jiang Chen's hand, shaking it vigorously. Brother Jiang Chen, you are forever a friend of Blackstone City. Since Jiang Chen had learned about the goblin merchant's trading model, he understood that likely no one in this world would enjoy being choked. There could only be one trading opportunity per week, and the quantity of goods was limited, clearly utilizing a strategy of scarcity marketing. Whenever possible, each city would definitely bypass the goblin merchant and trade privately. This was also the reason Jiang Chen offered such a great discount to York, as his own ambitions were equally vast, wanting to establish his own trade network. Jiang Chen shifted his tone and presented his request. Then allow me to offer you a special concession. I accept nearly everything aside from gold coins, furs, iron or copper or timber, indeed any rare resources. And if possible, I would also like to purchase a substantial quantity of soul crystals. At the mention of soul crystals, York's brows instantly knitted together. The earlier commodities posed no difficulty. Even rare resources were merely natural products readily obtainable in abundance across the environs of Blackstone City. Soul crystals, however, were fundamentally different. They were the core strategic material that accelerated the ascension of troops and heroes, constituting the very foundation of a faction's strength. Even local powers possessing soul crystal mines hoarded them strictly for internal use, rarely ever releasing any onto the market. Naturally, for ordinary troops, faction lords preferred letting them ascend through rigorous training. Consuming soul crystals directly for enhancement was considered extravagantly wasteful. Though the cost pained him deeply, York clenched his teeth and nodded resolutely. Very well. I will sell you 1,000 soul crystals at market price. In the Goblin Bazaar, each soul crystal was priced at 5 universal gold coins. Yet during wartime, such items were perpetually scarce, driving the open market price up to 6 or 7, and black market rates soared even higher. York's quoted price represented an extraordinary concession. Even though this transaction would consume nearly half his current earnings, Jiang Chen solemnly inclined his head, his voice sincere. I sincerely thank you for your generosity, Lord York. All goods you require will be delivered punctually 3 days hence. After a brief, amiable exchange, Jiang Chen graciously declined York's invitation to share lunch. Thereafter, under the escort of York's son, Little York, Jiang Chen and his silent, ever-vigilant support hero Ziska departed the main hall and stepped into the winding streets of Blackstone City. Orc naming conventions were blunt and straightforward. The father bore the name York, while his son was simply designated Little York. Upon the elder York's death or battlefield demise, the younger would seamlessly inherit the name, and with it the mantle of Blackstone City's next lord. Blackstone City lay at the volatile frontier between the ice plains and the northern wastelands. Its climate harsh, its soil barren, and its grain yields abysmally low, rendering food prices naturally exorbitant. Yet beyond this hardship, the city's commercial district thrummed, with vibrant energy stalls lined every street, overflowing with furs, ores, and medicinal herbs, their vendors' cries and haggling blending into a raw, untamed symphony of frontier life. Since Jiang Chen's conversation with Lord York had been exceptionally cordial, the Lord had already issued orders exempting Jiang Chen from all mercantile taxes on this visit, a significant saving that granted him greater flexibility in procurement. Furs were the most abundant commodity across Orcish territories. Game teemed across the ice plains, and even non-combatant rabbit folk and fox folk could trap prey with simple snares. rendering pelts astonishingly cheap here. One orc tusk coin bought 3 pelts. In bulk purchases, 10 pelts for a single universal gold coin posed no challenge. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen acquired every pelt he encountered. These hides could be tanned into leather, the essential material for crafting leather armor. Jiang Chen's aggressive fur acquisitions quickly drew the attention of numerous orcs. Within no time, he had amassed over 10,000 units, nearly clearing the entire market supply. Beside him, Little York beamed, unable to suppress his grin. The more Jiang Chen purchased, the greater the city's tax revenue, and this human noble was proving remarkably generous. Next, Jiang Chen secured large quantities of iron ore and modest reserves of copper ore. Northern mineral deposits were rich and prices low, presenting virtually no logistical strain for stockpiling. As they passed an unassuming little stall, Ziska, who had walked in quiet attendance, abruptly halted, her gaze locking intently upon a heap of greenery displayed upon the counter. Jiang Chen glanced briefly. It was medicinal herb. "Do you wish to acquire these?" he asked. Ziska nodded, yet offered no explanation. Ziska was a support-type hero masterful in alchemy. These seemingly mundane herbs might well serve as vital components for potent alchemical elixirs. "How much for these roots?" Jiang Chen asked casually. The elderly orc behind the stall bristled, immediately slapping the wicker basket indignantly. "Young man, these are life-saving herbs, not mere roots." "I know," Jiang Chen replied with a faint composed smile, his tone decisive. "Name your price. If fair, I'll take them all." The old orc froze, eyes widening in astonishment. Behind him sat a full basket of herbs. Until now, he'd expected only piecemeal sales. He hadn't imagined a human would buy the entire lot. Afraid of scaring off such a valuable patron, he counted on his fingers several times before tentatively offering 50 orc tusk coins. "And all of these are yours." Jiang Chen didn't haggle, not a word. He paid on the spot. The old orc stared dumbfounded, silently wondering whether he'd undervalued his wares. It struck Jiang Chen then that he had somewhat overlooked Ziska's true expertise. Alchemy, not combat, was her sovereign domain. For the remainder of their route, Jiang Chen followed Ziska's guidance without question, acquiring vast quantities of alchemical herbs and strange, unidentified materials. Such resources held no intrinsic value unless swiftly converted, transformed into tangible assets that would accelerate both his own growth and that of his territory. When Jiang Chen's funds dwindled to a modest reserve, just enough for emergencies, Little York enthusiastically escorted them to the city's most renowned tavern. The moment the door swung open, a rich aroma of malt and roasted meat flooded the air, mingling with the boisterous laughter and raucous banter of orcs within. "Barkeep, a mug of warrior's fire," Little York bellowed. He turned to Jiang Chen with a grin and added, "And for my human friend, honey wine. But mind you don't." A hearty round of laughter erupted throughout the tavern. To orcs, only high-proof warrior's fire qualified as true liquor. Honey wine was deemed a cloying drink fit only for the weak. Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. Calmly, he said, "A slab of roasted meat and a cup of honey wine." He had not come to boast or brawl. Intoxication and loss of composure would jeopardize everything. Clarity and rationality were the bedrock upon which he would stand in this world. The tavern keeper, clad in a fur apron, moved with swift efficiency. Moments later, he placed before Jiang Chen a massive slab of roasted meat, its portion ample enough to satiate even a full-grown human. The meat exuded an irresistible fragrance, crispy, glistening with golden fat sizzling softly, and seasoned with an exotic unnamed spice that stirred profound hunger. Jiang Chen wasted no pretense. Seizing knife and fork, he carved off a generous slice and swallowed it whole, his unself-conscious, hearty manner earning immediate approval from the surrounding orcs. To eat meat boldly and without restraint was the mark of a true man. During a lull in the meal, Jiang Chen's gaze drifted idly toward the tavern's wall-mounted bulletin board, where several yellowed schematics were pinned. A thought crossed his mind, and the Lord's book immediately popped up, a prompt single-page map. "What is that?" Jiang Chen pointed. The owner glanced over absent-mindedly, wiping a wine glass. Some information brought back by adventure tribes and teams detailing the places they explored. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these 2 maps were treasures. Underground tomb map, cursed cave map can be recorded in the Lord's book. Are the maps for sale? Yes, you can take one for a common currency fee. The tavern also operated as an information business, and since they could redraw the maps after selling them, it was essentially a guaranteed profit. Jiang Chen put down his knife and fork, speaking calmly, "I'll take them all." After a hearty meal, Jiang Chen patted his slightly bulging belly and turned with Ziska to step into the cold, fog-laden wasteland outside the city. Behind him, the skeletal army carried mountains of ores, beast skins, and various materials. After walking a sufficient distance to ensure no one could monitor him, Jiang Chen lightly touched the space ring on his finger, gathering all the supplies. Jiang Chen felt some relief, having previously expended vast resources to enhance the space ring to orange quality. Otherwise, such a large amount of supplies would severely hinder his marching speed. Of course, he couldn't let the Halforks in Blackstone City know about this. As a noble heir possessing a low-level space tool wasn't particularly rare, but being able to store so much at once was clearly an extraordinary space tool. If York found out he might possess an orange-level magical item, it could potentially lead to unnecessary trouble. At the gate tower of Blackstone City, young York leaned against the cold stone wall, watching Jiang Chen's figure completely disappear into the blizzard. The warm smile that had just graced his face vanished in an instant, and behind his seemingly simple eyes there swirled a dark and ruthless intent. This was no longer the eager and cheerful older brother who had accompanied Jiang Chen around the city earlier. Father, why not detain him? He is just a human merchant. Even if we seize all his supplies, it won't impact Blackstone City's reputation. Young York's tone was filled with reluctance and impatience as he turned to look at the expressionless old York beside him. Old York's face was etched with hardship and severity, and he let out a cold grunt, his gaze heavy as he stared in the direction Jiang Chen had left. Do you think I don't want to? Blackstone City is currently beset with internal and external troubles, and the issues have piled up like mountains. This human is definitely not the ordinary merchant you think. He is at least a hero-level powerhouse. Upon hearing Jiang Chen might be a hero, young York's eyes suddenly brightened a bit. York lowered his voice, laced with a hint of caution. Facing a hero-level powerhouse, even setting a trap would not guarantee success. Our Blackstone City is not afraid of him, but right now the war between humans and orcs is on the brink of eruption. At this critical juncture, we cannot afford to provoke an unknown strong enemy. What York didn't mention was the quiet figure beside Jiang Chen, who appeared as a well-behaved maid, yet gave him the feeling of being touched by sharp thorns. That feeling was something he had deeply experienced in his youth. She was undoubtedly a powerhouse capable of threatening his life. He never expected that a fallen noble family would still have such formidable depth. She was clearly a hero on par with him. If it were a low-level hero, it would be manageable, he could suppress them. But if it was a hero of equal or even greater strength, York was getting old and tended to hesitate in his actions. He absolutely did not want to confront such a powerful enemy at this point. However, a sinister smile crept on York's lips, his tone carrying a cold threat. Once this war between humans and orcs is over. Deep down, York was also very envious of the technology that could mass-produce green-quality weapons, even in the extreme north. He knew very well that as long as he could seize this technology, Blackstone City's military strength would soar dramatically, and dominating the region would be within reach. Moreover, Jiang Chen had publicly acted in the city, disregarding his authority and directly killing to silence witnesses. He remembered this grudge. Once the opportunity arose, he would spare no effort to destroy Jiang Chen's stronghold and claim everything for himself. A mere human and a few skeletons, York was confident they were absolutely no match for his brave warriors. In the extreme north, there are no eternal enemies. Naturally, there are no eternal friends. Jiang Chen was still too young. The funds for purchasing weapons were merely temporarily stored with him. Equipping Blackstone City was tantamount to arming an enemy who would threaten his life. On the other side, Jiang Chen, following the spiritual link among the undead, did not lose his way in the snowstorm. The skeletal soldiers with their bony frames lined up in a neat array, silently guarding him as they traversed the frozen earth. After another 3 hours, they returned to his loyal, undead territory. At this moment, only he and Siska could speak in the territory. The rest were mindless, undead creatures. In the empty land, only the sound of bones clinking and the howling of the wind could be heard. In the central square of the territory, piles of materials resembling small mountains had already stacked up, the result of the skeletal soldiers' unceasing efforts in dismantling abandoned fortresses for a day and night. Neatly arranged stone bricks, resilient wood, and tiles, all kinds of high-quality materials were present. Jiang Chen walked straight towards the industrial area on the west side of the territory, where the pungent smell of tanned leather assaulted his senses, and the leather factory was filled with a strong odor. Fortunately, the workers here were mindless undead who did not know hardship, so they naturally did not care about the quality of their environment. Jiang Chen stood in the empty space as the Lord's book opened automatically, and the information about the steel furnace blueprint green appeared before him. Steel furnace blueprint green, 500 clay, 200 stone, 100 iron, or 20 copper, or clay, was abundant around the territory, cheap and plentiful, and Jiang Chen had already collected it all. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen lightly tapped the Lord's book. Construct. A flash of light passed, and a steel furnace over a person, tall and entirely made of stone, slowly took shape. The furnace was rough, yet sturdy, able to withstand the high temperatures of smelting iron. He raised his hand to touch the furnace body, checking its attributes. Steel furnace green type, functional building. The steel furnace requires iron ore or copper ore, as well as wood to continuously produce metal ingots. It can also simply take in wood to produce high-quality charcoal. This igniter, which does not produce thick smoke, also holds certain value. When Jiang Chen thought of charcoal, he was reminded of another item, one that must be crafted after traversing into this world, a powerful weapon. For the territory which is currently in dire need of rare iron ingots, the steel furnace is of utmost importance, the very cornerstone of industry. Jiang Chen immediately gathered a massive amount of resources and continuously reinforced the steel furnace with his points. Until an orange light enveloped the furnace, Jiang Chen successfully upgraded it to orange quality, significantly enhancing its efficiency. He then commanded 40 skeleton soldiers to tirelessly add iron, ore, and wood into the furnace day and night. The roaring flames immediately ignited, and the forging of iron ingots officially commenced. He was in dire need of iron ingots. With purified iron ingots, several of his buildings could finally be scheduled for construction. With the issue of the steel furnace resolved, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the core of the territory, the Lord's Cabin. Lord's Cabin. Level 4. Faction Undead. Recruitment limit 4,080. Available for recruitment, skeleton free. Materials required for upgrade 5,000 wood, 10,000 stone, 900 hemp rope, 400 stone bricks, 150 tiles, 100 leather. Tiles had been obtained when dismantling the castle, and now all materials for the upgrade had been gathered. Do you wish to upgrade the Lord's Cabin? Jiang Chen ordered in a deep voice. Upgrade the Lord's Cabin. Lord's Cabin is upgrading time, remaining 14 minutes 59 seconds. The countdown ticked away slowly, and the upgrade time had increased compared to before. Jiang Chen understood that as the territory level increased, the time required for subsequent upgrades would only, yet his heart swelled with excitement. Once the main city reached level 5, the territory would transcend the village category and be promoted to a town, at which point purple quality buildings could be constructed, leading to a qualitative leap in the territory's strength. 15 minutes slipped by in an instant, and a heavy glow enveloped the Lord's Cabin. The originally simple wooden structure dramatically expanded, its size more than doubling, with a tough exterior wrapped in solid stone adorned with ancient carvings remarkably sturdy and far surpassing its former comfort and defense capabilities. If the previous Lord's Cabin was merely a quantitative change based on its foundation, reaching level 5 signified a qualitative transformation. Lord's Hall. Level 5. Faction Undead. Recruitment limit 80,200. Available for recruitment, skeleton free. Materials required for upgrade 8,000 wood, 20,000 stone, 1,500 hemp rope, 800 stone bricks, 500 tiles, 250 leather, 100 ash stones, 10 death gems. The upgrade conditions for the level 5 Lord's Hall included special materials from the Undead faction, even featuring the extremely rare death gem. Jiang Chen did not dwell on these materials. He immediately summoned the free skeleton soldiers available from the Lord's Hall and assigned them to the task of dismantling and gathering resources, expanding the territory's resources. Though these skeletons were of low level, the soldiers summoned from buildings influenced by fate were elite units and still held certain utility. The greatest surprise of the level 5 Lord's Hall was unlocking the construction permission for purple buildings. Jiang Chen went to the vacant area of the unit recruitment zone and reopened the construction interface of the Lord's Book. Archer Cemetery Blueprint purple 5,000 stone, 3,000 wood, 500 hemp rope, 30 ash stones. Now with ample reserves of ash stones, Jiang Chen chose to construct without hesitation. Amidst the surging light, a neatly arranged and solemn cemetery rose from the ground, starkly contrasting with the chaotic graveyard in the wilderness. The Archer Cemetery featured orderly stone tablets, standing tall, with wooden coffins behind them exuding a strong aura of the undead. This place appeared to be far more sophisticated than the chaotic graveyard. Archer Cemetery Purple. Faction Undead. Available for recruitment, skeleton archers, 5th rank. Cost 5 soul crystals, 5 bones. Note the cemetery for archers who never miss their shots. After death, they rise again as undead, retaining their extraordinary skills from life. To maximize combat power, Jiang Chen spent a hefty sum of 100,000 points directly upgrading the Archer Cemetery to orange quality. Archer Cemetery Orange. Faction Undead. Available for recruitment, skeleton archers, 7th rank. Cost 7 soul crystals, 7 bones. Though the Archer Cemetery initially started as a purple building, the summoning conditions were surprisingly identical to those of ordinary skeleton soldiers, proving to be extremely cost-effective. Jiang Chen adjusted the summoning quantity to 100 and pressed the summoning button. Consumed 700 soul crystals, 700 bones, successfully summoned elite skeleton archers, 7th rank. The muffled sound of coffin lids being pushed open echoed continuously as skeleton archers donned in tattered armor rose from their coffins, their hollow eye sockets ablaze, with ghostly blue flames holding bone bows swiftly forming into neat ranks before Jiang Chen, exuding a murderous aura. Elite skeleton archer, 7th rank. Faction Undead. Racial traits: Undead skeleton, weakness to light. Innate skill, intermediate shooting mastery. Specialized skeleton units adept in shooting capable of proficiently using bows, hand crossbows, or firearms. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he quickly navigated to the equipment crafting interface to create more suitable gear for the elite skeleton archers. Light crossbow green 3 wood 1 hemp rope 1 leather. Adjusted quantity to 100. Obtained light crossbow green x 100. Iron arrow white 1 iron or 2 wood. Adjusted quantity to 200. Obtained iron arrow white x 2000. Leather armor green 2 leather 1 hemp rope. Adjusted quantity to 100. Obtained leather armor x 100. He found one of the blueprints traded in Blackstone City again. Leather quiver white 1 leather. In an instant, 100 light crossbows, 100 sets of leather armor, 2,000 iron arrows, and 100 quivers were piled on the ground. Jiang Chen knew that these elite skeleton archers summoned using soul crystals could not be treated as cannon fodder. He immediately spent points to upgrade the light crossbows and leather armor to blue quality, maximizing their combat potential. Equip while each of you gets 20 arrows. Jiang Chen ordered in a deep voice. Previously, he had equipped ordinary skeleton soldiers with hand crossbows, while ordinary skeletons could use ranged weapons. Their accuracy was something Jiang Chen could not commend due to the lack of shooting inherent skills. In comparison, these elite skeleton archers were much more suited for ranged firepower. Now with the presence of 7th-rank elite skeleton archers, the territory finally bolstered its ranged and aerial combat capabilities. Even against flying units, Jiang Chen felt he had a fighting chance. While the skeleton archers prepared their equipment, Jiang Chen selected an empty space next to the Lord's Hall ready to construct another core purple building. Magic Spring Blueprint Purple requirements: 2,000 stone 500, wood 500 stone bricks, 200, wood boards 100 hemp ropes, 5 natural gems 1 magic essence. Among the blueprints Jiang Chen had obtained, the construction materials for this particular blueprint were notably strict. Especially the exceedingly rare magic essence which Jiang Chen had only fortuitously acquired one from. The name of this building clearly indicated its functional nature and might be of great benefit to Jiang Chen. He planned to place the magic spring next to the Lord's Hall for easy access at any time. With a light tap on the Lord's book, Jiang Chen chose to construct the magic spring. Moments later, a faint purple light screen slowly withdrew beside the Lord's Hall, and a building distinct from the grim aesthetics of the undead realm quietly took shape. This is the source of magical power. Unlike the eerie structures of the undead, it exudes a certain ethereal elegance reminiscent of the elven race. The half-a-man-high spring was constructed from luminous moonstone, with vine-like dark patterns winding up the stone walls, and at the top 5 natural gemstones were embedded, radiating a soft green light. At the heart of the spring, a pool of crystal-clear water, gently rippled layers of blue-purple mist floated on the surface, resembling a trapped nebula slowly rotating and emanating a refreshing wave of magical energy. Jiang Chen bent down, and the information from the Lord's book immediately appeared before his eyes. Source of magical power: purple. Faction elves. Type: functional building. Effect: produces magical spring water that restores magical power. Production rate: 2 hours unit. Jiang Chen filled a small bottle, and the specific attributes of the spring water appeared before him. Magical spring water. Quality: purple. Effect: restores 10 points of magical power per second, lasting 20 seconds. This. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively exclaiming, "Isn't this just a mana recovery potion?" Even with his current magical power, using it continuously a dozen times would fully restore it. For those combat units that had not yet reached the hero level, carrying a bottle would elevate their combat capabilities significantly. More importantly, this thing could be produced as long as there was a source of magical power, without consuming any As a lord of the undead, Jiang Chen possessed a unique system and talents. While it seemed his path was clear, he was always hindered by a fatal issue: magical power reserves. His base magical power could barely support the one-time summoning of 20 skeleton soldiers. Moreover, to cope with sudden battles, he never dared to overextend his magical power, stopping immediately after summoning 10 on ordinary days, waiting for meditation to restore it before summoning more cannon fodder. Even with the shimmering talisman and the azure staff providing a 100 magic recovery speed combined with a 50 boost from meditative state, Jiang Chen still needed a full half an hour to completely replenish his magical power. However, the daily duties of a lord were far from as simple as sitting in meditation. During external trade, he needed to expend magical power to activate the spatial ring to transport goods. When embarking on explorations, he occasionally had to cast undead spells to support the battlefield, not to mention handling territorial affairs. Daily trivial tasks had already consumed most of his time. Additionally, he himself was not, and did not wish to become, an undead. Unlike skeleton soldiers, who could work tirelessly without rest, he had to retain enough sleep. All these factors combined meant that even with ample bones, the number of cannon fodder skeletons he could consistently summon daily was just over 500. However, due to external clearances, territorial expansions, and consumption, after 5 days the total number of skeletons within the territory, including newly summoned elite units, barely reached around 1,500. A small portion of them was still in the extreme northern tundra, tirelessly dismantling the frozen castle. And that was under conditions where the bone supply was sufficient. At this rate of summoning skeletons without incoming resources, Jiang Chen would deplete the bones in his possession before the Lord's assessment 2 days later. However, Jiang Chen understood the principle of not letting fear of consumption hinder progress. The path of expansion was inherently filled with risks. If one stagnated out of fear of consumption, they would only be left far behind by other lords. The appearance of this magical spring water undoubtedly broke the deadlock. Having a stable means of mana recovery would allow him to summon skeletons freely, completely clearing the wild monsters around his territory and rapidly expanding his own power. At this moment, the spring was still slowly accumulating magical spring water. The blue-purple mist was continuously spreading, and it was evident that soon the first harvest would be born. A glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, and without any hesitation, he directly opened the system panel, spending 100,000 points to forcibly upgrade this purple building to orange. The sheen of the moonstone walls became increasingly brilliant. The green light of the natural gemstones began to soar, and the blue-purple mist at the heart of the spring seemed to be infused with energy, its rotation speed suddenly increasing. The originally thin mist was rapidly condensing, becoming dense and substantial. The information from the Lord's book refreshed in an instant, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile at the new attributes. Source of magical power orange. Faction elves. Type functional building. Effect produces high-quality magical spring water, restores 12 points of magical power per second, lasting 25 seconds. Production rate 20 minutes unit. The production rate has directly increased 6-fold. Even if the consumed points were astronomical, Jiang Chen felt it was worth it. If it weren't for the scarce basic resources such as wood and stones within the territory, and the need to consider territorial consumption, Jiang Chen would have even thought about pushing the source of magical power to golden quality in one go. This was not just his personal supply, it was a mobile cash cow. One bottle of rapidly recovering mana potion was enough to drive any mage wild. If given the opportunity, Jiang Chen would definitely strengthen the source of magical power at any cost. Once the first batch of spring water is produced, I'll keep half for myself and take the other half to Blackstone City to test the waters. Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Though there weren't many mages among the halforcs and gray dwarves, a large city would certainly have a fair number, which could help gauge market feedback. Jiang Chen then collected his thoughts and turned to walk towards the troop assembly area. He had just returned to the territory for barely an hour and had no intention of resting. The Lord's book unfolded, and the yellowed map obtained from the tavern in Blackstone City appeared before him, marked in red with the closest stronghold to the territory, the underground burial pit. Assemble the troops. We set off immediately. Jiang Chen's voice was steady, carrying an undeniable authority. The skeleton soldiers moved in perfect unison, swiftly forming a square formation. 100 elite skeleton archers held blue light crossbows, quivers on their backs, their eye sockets glowing with blue soul fire, exuding a chilling aura. Ziska was pulled out by Jiang Chen from the Lord's Hall. At this moment, she was still studying the simplified blueprints of the alchemy laboratory. Though she showed no expression when Jiang Chen forcibly interrupted her, he sensed her irritation at being interrupted. You just got back, and without even catching your breath, you're setting off. Her voice was cool, tinged with a subtle hint. Jiang Chen hopped onto the cart, dragged by the skeleton soldiers, and pointed to the red mark on the map. We still have plenty of time today. Let's clear this underground burial pit first. We might find many resources we need. Jiang Chen thoroughly enjoyed exploring dungeons that clearly bore the undead style, as they were likely to yield faction blueprints and rare bone materials, and he might even find ash stones and undead gemstones. Though Ziska complained a bit, her actions showed no hesitation. As an automaton, she did not feel fatigue, as she was just a bit displeased at being interrupted in her research. She silently tucked away the blueprints, leaped onto the cart, and sat quietly beside Jiang Chen. The cart was pulled by 8 strong orange elite skeletons racing across the frozen wasteland. The winds of the extreme north carried a biting chill, lifting shards of ice from the ground and striking against the skeleton's bones, producing a cracking sound. Although it was the closest to Jiang Chen's territory, it was still a distance of over 10 kilometers. As he gazed at the endless expanse of white along the way, a sense of vigilance inevitably arose within him. The location of this underground burial pit was so concealed, yet it was still discovered by the adventurers from Haishi City. The distance could be considered neither too close nor too far. The seasoned adventurers from Haishi City being able to reach this place indicated the possibility of them reaching Jiang Chen's territory. The severe cold and frozen ground might deter ordinary merchants, but they would not stop the beastmen and gray dwarves blinded by greed. Especially the York father and son. While Jiang Chen appeared to be trading pleasantly with them, he was acutely aware that once they learned of the territory's location and true strength, Haishi City would likely spare no effort to invade. The technology for mass-producing green-quality weapons was incredibly valuable. It seems that upon returning, I need to set up a few watchtowers around the territory for security. Jiang Chen pondered quietly, his gaze sweeping over the silent Siska beside him, and suddenly spoke a seemingly irrelevant statement. People often say that greed makes one foolish. But in this world, do truly wise individuals really exist? This statement carried a hint of philosophy, sounding like a lament or perhaps self-mockery. Though Siska had lived for a long time, she spent most of it in the alchemy laboratory, and the remaining time was spent in slumber, naturally not understanding the charm of philosophy. However, she had an almost obsessive love for knowledge. Upon hearing this, she immediately took out a small notebook from her wide sleeves, and the tip of her pen scratched across the paper, making a rustling sound, as she earnestly recorded the statement, even drawing a small question mark beside it. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Changing the topic, he asked about his previous curiosity. By the way, what are the herbs you bought in Haishi City for? At that time in the Beastman City, York's son was standing not far away, and Jiang Chen hadn't inquired much about the uses of these herbs with Siska. Now, with no one around, he finally had the chance to clarify. In his view, Siska's purpose in procuring those herbs should be for alchemy. I can concoct some low-level alchemical potions. Siska closed the notebook and replied truthfully, but now it's not feasible. We need to wait until the alchemy laboratory is completed and equipped before we can start. Moreover, if the master needs, I can also use these herbs to prepare some food seasonings. My previous master relied on me for his 3 meals a day. You can cook. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. Naturally, there were no cooks in the camp, and Jiang Chen had to consider many things, thus lowering his expectations regarding food. Therefore, his meals these days were quite miserable. From the moment he summoned Siska until noon today, he had been eating only roasted meat sprinkled with a bit of salt, which was tough, dry, and bland, making his mouth feel parched. It was only at the Beastman Tavern that Jiang Chen could be considered to have had a decent meal. He never expected that this alchemy expert Siska would possess such a skill. Siska turned her face and looked at him with a very calm gaze. What makes you think that Siska, who masters the great alchemy of the creator, wouldn't know how to stir-fry? Upon careful thought, Jiang Chen realized this was indeed the case. Siska had briefly introduced alchemy to him, which was fundamentally about combining various materials through special ratios, smelting and catalyzing to enhance certain effects, even creating abilities that the potions originally did not possess. In a certain sense, alchemy was the process of creating miracles. And cooking, isn't it also about combining ingredients and seasonings, controlling the heat to bring out the freshness of the ingredients? Essentially, both processes involve mastery over integration. A skilled alchemist like Siska would indeed have no reason not to know how to cook. On the contrary, she might even find such a skill to be quite simple. Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Jiang Chen found it somewhat amusing. You never asked, Siska replied matter-of-factly, her tone carrying a hint of innocence. Jiang Chen was left speechless, merely rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It was his fixed mindset that limited his imagination. To avoid missing anything else, he directly asked, besides cooking and potion making, what else can you do? Currently limited by equipment, I can only produce low-level potions. Siska's expression became serious. If a complete alchemy laboratory can be constructed, I can turn the corpses of fallen heroes into alchemical puppets. This statement struck Jiang Chen like a thunderbolt, instantly rousing him from his drowsiness. He sat up straight, eagerly pressing for more details. What about the heroes from the enemy's side? That's incomprehensible. Do you mean to turn the heroes of your own faction into alchemical puppets? Siska looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed unthinkable for him to turn the heroes of his own faction into puppets without reason. Even the fallen ones should be treated with the utmost respect. What about the strength of the puppets? How does it compare to their living selves? Jiang Chen asked another question that concerned him the most. This question was crucial, directly determining whether Jiang Chen needed to take the risk of developing alchemical puppets as a combat force. Siska calmly stated something quite astonishing. In theory, it can completely replicate the combat power of the hero in life, but constrained by materials, at most it can only exhibit 70 to 80% of their original strength. Additionally, I must remind the master that the puppet lacks the combat experience of its former self, so it will perform relatively poorly in actual combat. Moreover, the puppet has no potential for enhancement. This was completely sufficient. Even if only half of the combat power remained, a hero was still a hero. Against enemies of comparable levels, it might not gain any advantages, but against lower-level opponents, such an alchemical puppet that obeyed commands entirely would be a devastating weapon. This was a complete transformation of another's power into one's own, a dual NTR in both physical and mental aspects. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chen realized Siska's true strategic value. At this moment, Siska solemnly reminded, "But I must warn you, the consumption of creating alchemical puppets is immense, both in terms of materials and soul crystals, which are astronomical figures. Therefore, I sincerely suggest that using the corpses of powerful heroes as alchemical materials is the most cost-effective choice." She paused and revealed more crucial information. Furthermore, after a hero's death, their corpse does not immediately vanish, but can be revived through the hero altar by consuming resources. If the hero is revived, the previous corpse will disappear. If you wish to create a puppet, you must hand over the corpse to me before they are revived. Or, more straightforwardly, just seize the enemy's hero altar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen instantly understood why Siska's former master, the mysterious witch, had gone into hiding. This was no mere alchemist, it was akin to walking into a target of everyone's hatred. Turning the fallen heroes into puppets was equivalent to cutting off the resurrection path for other factions. If rival factions had their heroes fall in battle and intended to resurrect them at the hero altar only to find their corpses turned into puppets by the enemy, their chances of revival would be utterly hopeless. It is easy to imagine how much those powerful heroes would detest that which once they learned of this matter. Such an act would definitely be intolerable for them. Let alone how offensive such actions are. This behavior can be deemed more evil than necromancy and would surely provoke public outrage. That which likely offended too many enemies. To save her life, she had no choice but to flee midway. As for whether she had already perished, Jiang Chen had his doubts. Just from Siska, this failed creation, achieving orange quality, it was evident that the witch's strength was indeed unfathomable. Such a character would never die easily, even if she were to become an enemy of the entire continent. It is highly probable she is hiding in some corner, continuing her alchemical research. Alchemical puppets. A fiery light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. This was a trump card comparable to hero-level combat power. If he could mass-produce them, the combat strength of his undead army would surely ascend to a new level. However, great caution must be exercised when using such alchemical puppets. One must ensure that others do not discover them. Even if discovered, one must eliminate any witnesses, or else his fate might not be any better than that witch's. Jiang Chen carefully inquired about the types of low-level alchemical potions that Siska could currently produce, along with the specific herbs and alchemical materials required. Then he opened the trading channel of the Lord system and listed the herbs and alchemical materials mentioned by Siska, setting generous exchange conditions to see if any travelers might be lucky enough to obtain them. Jiang Chen firmly believed that among the travelers there would always be some who through sheer fortune could find these rare alchemical materials. Just half a moment after refreshing the Lord channel's messages, as Jiang Chen's fingertips had not yet moved away from the Lord's book interface, a sudden private message window popped up. The other party wasted no time claiming to have the dragon bone grass that Jiang Chen was seeking to purchase at a high price. "Just name your price," Jiang Chen replied indifferently, lightly tapping the table, too lazy to engage in any unnecessary pleasantries. In Jiang Chen's view, small talk would only waste everyone's time. The person on the other end fell silent for a moment, then sent a tentative message. "May I ask what you need this for?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Without any need for thought, he resolutely buried the words alchemy deep in his heart. Exposing Siska's abilities too early would only invite endless covetousness and trouble. Developing quietly was the most prudent path at present. "I can only say that this item is of no use to you right now," he replied coolly. "Don't be so cold." The other party immediately shifted to a familiar tone, greed unabashed. "If you share, we can all profit together. While I was exploring outside, I stumbled upon a vast area of dragon bone grass. As long as you reveal a secret, there will be benefits for you. We can split it 50-50. 50-50 split." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold arc as he decisively blacklisted this greedy character, permanently adding him to his shop's trade blacklist. The materials he listed for purchase were mostly very common, even capable of being artificially cultivated for mass production. This was primarily due to Siska's exceptional alchemy, which maximized the effects of the most ordinary materials. Even so, according to Siska, under the current conditions, only first or second-tier potions could be barely refined. For ordinary alchemists, without high-level materials, they wouldn't even be able to touch the finished product. Clearly, it was Siska's abilities that supported everything, yet this clown actually thought he could demand half just by relying on one of the materials. What a delusion. On the other side of the Lord channel, Zhang Ling stared at the glaring, "You have been blacklisted by the other party," notification stunned, and then his expression darkened visibly. Jiang Chen, what a face-giving, face-rejecting person. Relying on his rhetoric, he had already formed a small resource alliance in the nearby Lord's circles, using the concentrated supplies of the others to propel his Lord's cabin to level 4. He initially thought he was the fastest developing prodigy in this area. Seeing Jiang Chen aggressively purchasing herbs today, he intended to explore some details through their acquaintance and perhaps con Jiang Chen into revealing the secret value of the dragon bone grass, aiming to pull this promising individual into his alliance. In doing so, what was his would become Jiang Chen's. But unexpectedly, he ran into such an iron wall. Jiang Chen is it? Zhang Ling gritted his teeth, his eyes swirling with a cold light. Don't think that starting early makes you invincible, well see. He was unclear about Jiang Chen's purposes for collecting herbs, but Jiang Chen's current attitude was enough for him to harbor resentment. Although I don't know what it's for, I am purchasing as well, and at a higher price than you. I want to see when I monopolize all the herbs in the market whether you'll come begging at my feet. By then he would make Jiang Chen repay today's humiliation with both principal and interest. As for Zhang Ling's petty actions behind his back, Jiang Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. When he saw the other party frantically snatching up the herbs Jiang Chen had listed at a higher price, he could only laugh. That person ultimately had no clear understanding of this world. Take dragon bone grass for instance. While it is a bit rarer than ordinary weeds, it is far from being scarce. One could easily encounter it in the wild. What Zhang Ling described encountering a vast area of dragon bone grass in the wild was not particularly rare. However, this herb has stringent requirements for humidity and environment. Any ordinary faction that is willing to invest effort in cultivation can easily achieve mass production. If it weren't for his territory being a barren ice field devoid of any vegetation, there would be no need to frantically purchase in the channel. Wild harvesting would already be sufficient. To dare attempt monopoly without market research, one can only say he doesn't know how he died. Zhang Ling's meager assets, even if all poured in, would merely amount to nothing. Jiang Chen even began to anticipate how splendid that flustered face would be when the other party learned the truth. However, Zhang Ling's eloquence was indeed impressive. In just a few short sentences, the Lord channel was flooded with Zhang Ling's inciting remarks. Everyone do not sell medicinal herbs to the merchant Jiang Chen. This item holds great value. Let's stock up together and force him to reveal his secrets. Exactly. Jiang Chen only knows how to hoard everything for himself, showing no awareness of sharing. It's a simple principle that if we all earn together, he shouldn't be so naive as to think otherwise. When he can't buy materials, let's see him grovel to us. The screen was filled with insults and incitements, drowning the channel like a tide. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment. His fingers moved lightly, typing out a line. Selling or not selling is entirely voluntary. But I must remind you that these herbs are of ordinary value. Some even carry toxicity. If mishandled, the consequences are at your own risk. Once the message was sent, the channel erupted. Mockery, curses, threats rained down like a storm. Jiang Chen, are you afraid? Do you really need to feign kindness with your reminders? What attitude is this? Do you really think we are your subordinates? We initially wanted to sell to you, but now we'd rather let it rot in our hands. Not worth anything. Are you joking? Who doesn't know that medicinal herbs are treasures now? Just you are smart while we are all fools. Merchant, we haven't forgotten the bill for the overpriced meat you sold us. Don't let me catch you in your territory 3 days from now. We'll beat you on sight. Of course, a few voices of reason were mixed and sporadically. Don't go too far. When we were close to starving, it was Jiang Chen who helped us. Unfortunately, this weak voice was immediately drowned out by the surging malice, not even causing a ripple. Jiang Chen's expression was emotionless as he closed the Lord's book. He couldn't be bothered to argue or entangle himself with them. His purchase price was merely the normal market rate. It was just that they had never been exposed to the outside market and were blinded by greed, leading them to do such foolish things. Currently, Jiang Chen was the only one in the channel buying these herbs. As for offending the client, one could only say that the world is full of wonders, allowing for the existence of the strangest people. Moreover, Jiang Chen was very clear that if these people were in his position, they would only do worse. Some are so greedy that they would swallow an elephant, wanting not only to eat, but also to snatch the bowl away, ultimately bringing disaster upon themselves. Human nature is inherently like this, easily incited, with rational people always being in the minority. In simple terms, humanity is such an easily swayed species, where rational individuals are always a rare breed within the group. The reminder was given to if something were to go wrong, it would not concern Jiang Chen. Of course, the reason Jiang Chen closed the Lord's book was that the team had already reached their destination. Before him was an underground entrance discovered by adventurers, deep and dark, exuding a decayed coal. It was said that the team sent to explore had not even fully investigated the first level, hastily returning with information about the numerous undead within. Jiang Chen looked up. In the dark depths of the cave entrance lay what seemed to be a monstrous creature lying in wait. Front team, enter and proceed slowly. The entrance here was very narrow, easy to defend, yet hard to attack. At Jiang Chen's command, the countless skeletal soldiers in front swiftly entered the pitch-black underground. The cold, bony feet stepped on the dusty stone floor, producing a crisp and delicate sound that echoed continuously in the silent burial pit. Before long, the undead creatures described in the intel appeared in the dark ahead. Bandaged mummy, rank 4, faction undead, racial traits, undead living corpse, weakness to light, inherent ability, basic combat, proficiency, mummy. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This was clearly an undead type that would arise in desert regions. How could it appear in the underground of this icy plain? Living corpses are entirely different from skeletons. They possess decayed flesh with strength and defense far exceeding that of skeletons. Yet their rigid bodies result in slow speed, making them comparable to skeletons in terms of strengths and weaknesses. Fire! Jiang Chen commanded coldly. The front row of skeletons instantly knelt down, creating a shooting gap, while the elite skeleton archers in the back, already primed, simultaneously pulled the triggers of their light crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense crossbow bolts tore through the darkness, accompanied by the chilling sound of air breaking viciously, piercing the bandaged body of the mummy. Once the first round of fire was completed, the first row of archers rapidly retreated, while the second row seamlessly stepped forward to unleash another rain of arrows. Those who had fired their crossbows skillfully retreated to the last row to reload. 3 rows of archers took turns firing, creating an almost unending barrage of suppressive arrows. This was a 3-round shooting method that Jiang Chen devised based on his memories before crossing over, allowing for constant suppression in narrow spaces. The greatest disadvantage of living corpses is their physical bodies. Skeletons have no flesh, and the only weak point is the soul fire within the skull. The mummy's bandages and decayed body are rendered ineffective against the penetrating power of the blue-quality light crossbow. As 3 rounds of arrows fell, more than a dozen rank 4 bandaged mummies were instantly shot into porcupines standing still and unable to move. Charge! The front row of skeletons surged forward like a tide, pouncing on the lifeless mummies and thoroughly chopping them into pieces, preventing these undead from resurrecting. To deal with undead creatures, one must do so. Not only must they kill and silence, but they must also destroy the corpse to eliminate any traces. Clean the battlefield. This battle ended swiftly and cleanly with 0 casualties. Jiang Chen watched as his subordinates orderly collected soul crystals and the ashes scattered on the ground, secretly nodding in approval. The benefits of the various units collaborating showed here, unlike before where they would charge ahead chaotically upon seeing the enemy lacking any discipline. Even when facing enemies of a higher rank, such collaboration could yield victory at minimal cost. After collecting the fallen soul crystals and several ash stones nearby, Jiang Chen ordered them to continue advancing. Progressing steadily after eliminating several batches of mummies, Jiang Chen arrived before a heavy ancient brass door intricately engraved with strange patterns. This information was never mentioned, and it was clear that those adventurers had likely fled in disarray upon encountering the first batch of mummies. Jiang Chen lightly touched the cold brass door, pondering how to open it. Zizika looked up, gazing at the ancient and weathered runes on the door, her voice calm, yet heavy, carrying a weight that transcended time. What lies buried here is a tyrant from an ancient kingdom. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted slightly as he involuntarily blurted out, "How do you know that?" Siska cast a faint glance at him, raising her slender finger to point at the small inscription above the bronze door, which had long been covered by dust and had almost merged with the metal. "Isn't it written here?" Siska's voice gently echoed in the empty, silent underground crypt. "This is the ancient Anbira script. It records that buried here is the tyrant Andrika, who in his lifetime sealed 100,000 slaves alive within his tomb to serve as his private army for conquering the world upon his resurrection from the dead. His descendants feared he would truly rise from the grave, so they completely sealed this tomb to prevent future troubles." A hint of barely perceptible embarrassment crossed Jiang Chen's face. The Book of Lords indeed granted all travelers the ability to understand and write in the common language of the current world, but for such an ancient script that had long been lost, the system had no coverage. What appeared mysterious and unfathomable to others was merely a collection of meaningless, distorted patterns to him. "Can you still understand ancient scripts?" Siska rolled her eyes at him again, a hint of pride in her tone. Siska knows far more than the master thinks. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, no longer entangled in this matter, and went straight to the core. "Can you open this door?" A primitive alchemical lock riddled with flaws. Siska spoke casually with a hint of disdain in her voice. Though damaged by the passage of time, to Siska, it is merely child's play. At that moment, only one old saying remained in Jiang Chen's heart. Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. The girl before him, though less than 1.40 meters in height, seemed to him to be infinitely elevated, as if capable of anything. If it weren't for Siska accompanying him, Jiang Chen had no doubt that facing this heavy bronze door, thick as a mountain and covered in runes, he would have had no choice but to resort to brute force to break it open. The descendants of Andrika who sealed their ancestral tomb could hardly have imagined that the proud sealing door which they claimed gathered the pinnacle of the era's alchemy would be casually dismissed as child's play by a girl thousands of years later. Of course, such confidence could only belong to a master alchemist like Siska. If any ordinary alchemist stood here, facing this alchemical seal, bearing the legacy of ancient civilization, they would likely be at a loss. Before Jiang Chen could think further, Siska had already made her move. In his astonished gaze, a thin crack suddenly opened on Siska's fair arm, a layer of synthetic skin slowly peeling back to reveal a row of tools fine as hair and intricate as stars. These tools were complex enough to dazzle the eye, and Jiang Chen realized that Siska was hiding a toolbox within her body. How many secrets did Siska still have that she hadn't told him? Siska was not the type to consider others' feelings. Her fingers danced skillfully as she gently fiddled and tapped the tools between the keyhole and the patterns, executing the entire sequence fluidly without a moment's hesitation. In just a few dozen seconds, click, a low yet crisp sound of mechanical engagement echoed, and the tightly sealed bronze door slowly opened a dark crevice. Siska retracted the tools, the synthetic skin closed back up, and her arm returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. She quietly walked back behind Jiang Chen, resuming her obedient and quiet demeanor as if the person who had effortlessly unlocked the ancient alchemical lock was not her. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, voicing a question that had long been hidden in his heart. How many things are you Siska looked up, her clear eyes gazing at him innocently. Master wrongs Siska. It is clearly Master who has never asked. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. So it is still my fault. He did not dwell on it further and waved to signal the elite skeleton beside him to step forward. Several tall elite skeletons, their bone blades gleaming coldly, immediately stepped forward, pressing their bony palms against the door and exerting force. Several tall elite skeletons, their bone blades gleaming coldly, immediately stepped forward, pressing their bony palms against the door and exerting force. And in the next moment, the scene that unfolded before his eyes made even Jiang Chen, who was accustomed to skeletons and the undead, gasp in cold air. Bones. Endless, overwhelming bones. It was as if the entire ground was submerged in corpses, stacked layer upon layer, dense and numerous, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was not a graveyard at all, it was a hell on earth. The space behind the door was unimaginably vast, with a magnificent and eerie pyramid structure standing in the center. It did not have a pointed top, but a flat one with steps extending upward in layers resembling a sacrificial altar of a lost civilization. The surrounding walls were embedded with large pieces of luminous stones, casting a ghostly blue light over the entire sea of bones, illuminating everything in a sinister and eerie manner. Aside from the central pyramid, as far as the eye could see, it was all bones. The bones of 100,000 slaves. Some were curled up, some twisted, and some were reaching out with their hands, maintaining the posture of desperate struggle before death. Clearly, the slaves here had never volunteered for sacrifice. Just from the form of the remains, one could glimpse the extent of the tyrant Andrika's cruelty. At the very top of the pyramid rested a golden coffin, entirely gilded and etched with countless ferocious patterns. High above it resembled a deity overseeing all of humanity, as if proclaiming the tomb owner's supreme tyrannical status over all beings. Surprisingly, even with so many slaves and coffins placed in the same location, these slaves had not damaged the golden coffin before their death. Siska calmly surveyed the entire space and spoke softly. It is a sacrificial formation. With her explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood the truth of this tomb. The undead indeed possess a ritual to convert living beings, but the vast majority of those transformed lose their consciousness and become mindless lowest-tier undead. From the perspective of losing oneself, the so-called immortality of the undead is a complete lie. Only by consuming vast amounts of rare materials and under the guidance of a lich can a very few powerful beings be transformed into conscious undead heroes and become the ruling class of the undead. The formation set up by Andrika is similar in principle to the undead transformation technique, but far more. It draws upon the immense death energy released when the 10,000 lives perish, not to create undead, but to forcibly extract and gather it through an alchemical formation, infusing it all into his own corpse. In other words, these 10,000 people were sacrificed alive. Andrika sought to use this to break free from death, return to the mortal realm, reclaim his throne, and achieve immortality. It seems that this Andrika is truly despised by both people and dogs. Jiang Chen scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Even the undead clan refuses to accept him, leaving him to survive through such dubious means. It is also possible that he foresaw his descendants would seal him away, thus laying all this out in advance, Siska added calmly. Jiang Chen remained non-committal, waving his hand as he led the undead army steadily into the tomb. Knowing that there wouldn't suddenly be tens of thousands of skeleton minions rushing out, the tension in his heart visibly eased. If 100,000 undead were to awaken in an instant, even if they were all first-tier cannon fodder, it would be enough to completely overwhelm his elite squad. At that point, his best outcome would be to sacrifice a large number of summoned skeletons as a buffer while retreating with Ziska and his elite team. Jiang Chen raised his eyes to the golden coffin at the top softly, asking, "Do you think Andrika could?" Ziska's eyes emitted a red light, scanning the entire underground space, before finally speaking. "Ziska lacks complete data to support a judgment." Ziska paused, but from the concentration of energy, the death energy accumulated in this sea of bones is sufficient to give rise to an extremely powerful undead hero. Jiang Chen slightly nodded, not rushing forward. Caution was the foundation for his survival in the icy plains. He casually gestured for a nearby ordinary skeleton to advance and investigate. The skeleton stepped forward without hesitation, making its way up the pyramid's stone steps. The moment its foot touched the first step, boom! A sudden change occurred. Surrounding the pyramid, 4 stone statues stood at the 4 cardinal points, all shaking violently at the same moment. Stone debris fell, the hard rocky exterior cracked open, and pairs of eyes glowing with crimson light suddenly opened wide. The statues spread their broken bone wings, letting out a silent roar that shook the air. In the next moment, all 16 statues soared into the air, transforming into dark shadows that circled above the altar. A panel displaying the attributes of these units instantly popped up before Jiang Chen. Stone statue, demon, 8th tier faction, undead racial traits, undead construct, flying unit, inherent abilities, intermediate combat mastery, low-level magic immunity skills, sharp claws, weapon master. Stone statue, state construct, special undead unit, not affected by light type weaknesses, flying unit, aerial unit, with air superiority, low-level magic immunity, immune to all magic below green quality, 40 resistance to blue magic, sharp claws, high altitude dive claws, tear the target apart, weapon master, proficient in all melee weapons. Stone statue state transforms into a stone statue unable to move or fly, but magic resistance increases to low-level magic immunity, physical defense increases by 40, and slowly recovers health each second. Upon seeing this long list of attributes, Jiang Chen's heart jolted, unable to help but exclaim internally, "What a remarkable unit! Is this the true power of a genuine 8th tier unit?" He had always thought that the skeletons he personally enhanced and trained, while not as strong as a legit 7th tier, would have limited differences. However, witnessing the native 8th tier combat strength of the stone statue demon, he finally understood the vast chasm between his enhanced units and the authentic high tier units. With flying advantages, magic immunity, high defense, and rapid regeneration, the stone statue demon, once it fully unleashed its power, could easily crush over 20 elite 7th tier skeletons. Moreover, these aerial units were particularly troublesome, having no ranged attacks, making it nearly impossible to inflict significant damage on them. These stone statue demons were completely different from the bloated Spider Queen encountered earlier in the Claynod family castle. Although the Spider Queen was a 10th tier unit, its skills primarily focused on spawning spider monsters, essentially making it a reproductive entity rather than a battlefield killer. With enough resources and time, a single Spider Queen could assemble an army. When they first encountered it, that Spider Queen was forced into a desperate battle with Jiang Chen only after all its subordinates were wiped out. In contrast, each of these stone statue demons was a swift killing machine, their empty gazes radiating lethal intent. Jiang Chen had long anticipated that the Emperor's Mausoleum would not lack defensive measures, but the level of difficulty was still beyond his expectations. Skeleton archers, form up, fire. Jiang Chen commanded as dozens of skeleton archers simultaneously aimed at the flying stone statue demons and pulled their triggers. However, the speed of these stone statue demons was absurdly fast, darting back and forth in the air, resulting in most arrows hitting the stone walls in vain, with only a few managing to hit these flying units. For these stone statue constructs, such damage could be considered negligible. Under such aerial disadvantages, Jiang Chen's skeleton army appeared particularly passive. Each dive of the stone statue demons easily shattered several skeletons. In this situation, Jiang Chen himself wasn't very safe either. Furthermore, due to the low-level magic immunity of the stone statue demons, Jiang Chen's green attack magic had no effect on them, so he didn't waste any magic power. Just as Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, contemplating whether to temporarily retreat and return later with a better strategy to deal with aerial units, Ziska acted. A bright fireball suddenly surged in her hand, the magical energy distorting the air. The fireball did not fly in a straight line, but traced a cunning arc through the air, accurately striking a stone statue demon that was preparing to dive. Boom! The crimson flames erupted, and the stone statue demon didn't even have time to let out a whimper before being blasted into countless charred fragments midair. It didn't even get a chance to transform into a statue to recover from its injuries. Jiang Chen was taken aback, his staff swaying slightly in his hand. Did you not say you were merely a support hero not skilled in combat? You killed a stone statue demon that had been giving him a hard time in just one shot. He looked at Ziska, his eyes filled with astonishment. Ziska's tone carried a hint of naturally arrogant pride. Don't look at me with that kind of expression. Although my main profession is an alchemist, I am also a hero after all. How could I possibly be unable to deal with an 8th tier unit? Jiang Chen cleared his throat, turning his face to hide his embarrassment, and raised his staff again. Focus fire on that one on the left. At the same time, he resolved to ask Ziska later if she had any other requests, as such a useful hero must be firmly tied to his side. With this powerful teammate backing him up, the battle situation instantly reversed. The 16 stone statue demons were quickly picked off one by Ziska, with the cost being merely a few shattered skeletons. The losses were even less than those incurred while dealing with that 10th tier spider queen in the Claynod castle. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, thinking that if it were Ziska today, even if he could defeat this batch of stone golems, he would likely lose more than half of the skeleton soldiers in his hands. It was not that Jiang Chen underestimated himself, the reality was indeed as such. Faced with stone golems that possessed damage reduction, flying abilities, and magic immunity, Jiang Chen had no effective countermeasures at his disposal. After clearing all the guards, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the enormous golden coffin. What about Andraka, this warmongering tyrant? Was he truly dead or alive? He signaled for a skeleton soldier to approach and touch the coffin lid. Crack! As the skeleton soldier opened a small gap, a blinding ray of black light suddenly erupted, and an invisible force instantly pulled the skeleton soldier into the golden coffin. The golden coffin snapped shut with a loud bang, as if it had never been opened. Jiang Chen instinctively took a large step back, hiding behind Ziska, gripping his staff tightly in vigilance, fearing that a powerful undead hero might suddenly leap out from the golden coffin. Although Ziska appeared to make no movement, Jiang Chen felt that her gaze was filled with disdain for him. As 1 second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. The tomb was deathly silent. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Chen still did not hear any sound from the golden coffin. When he looked again, he saw a progress bar appearing in his field of vision. The skeleton soldier absorbs death energy, advancing. Progress 2. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled as he immediately understood the situation. The tyrant Andraka was truly dead. The ritual that sought to transform him into an undead hero had completely failed. However, the material of that golden coffin was unknown. It could preserve so much death energy for 1,000 years. This, of course, all benefited the later oncoming skeleton soldiers. Undead beings themselves are creatures that can absorb death energy and grow slowly. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. Had he known earlier, he might have sent an elite skeleton or an elite skeleton archer. Perhaps he could have obtained a powerful undead hero. But if he forcibly interrupted now, it might trigger a more violent explosion of energy, and the skeleton soldier's hard-won opportunity to advance to a hero might be lost. For now, Jiang Chen could only wait to see how far this accumulated energy from 1,000 years could allow this skeleton to evolve. It seems we will have a new companion soon. Jiang Chen looked at the golden coffin, his tone filled with anticipation. Undead heroes generally possess self-awareness. Even the lowest-level green-quality hero is not merely a lowly skeleton that knows only obedience. Ziska looked at Jiang Chen in puzzlement, following his gaze, as if she guessed something, and silently waited without saying more. Time flowed in the silence. After nearly an hour of waiting, a soft click was heard, and the golden coffin opened once more. A smooth, jade-like skeletal arm seemingly carved from white jade slowly pressed against the edge. Then a tall skeleton sat up from the coffin, showing no signs of decay. Each bone radiated a strange, translucent white glow. It stepped out of the golden coffin with blue soul flames burning fiercely in its eye sockets, symbolizing wisdom and will. Approaching Jiang Chen, the skeleton slowly knelt on one knee, its voice deep and resonant, filled with reverence for the master who granted it this great life. Master Bone Blade Vigia pledges absolute loyalty to you. Bone Blade Vigia, Purple Tier 4. Faction Undead. Race traits: Undead Skeleton. Weakness to Light. Innate skills: Advanced Combat Mastery, Advanced Swordsmanship Mastery. Legion skill: Skeleton Commander. Skills: Bone Reconstruction, Bravery, and Battle Crescent Moon Slash. Skeleton Commander, when commanding skeleton troops, orders can be issued more quickly, enhancing the marching speed of all skeleton troops by 20. Bone Reconstruction, when the skeleton troops under command are injured, they can randomly reorganize their bones using the bodies of fallen comrades and return to the battlefield. Bravery in battle, when there are losses among the troops, the overall combat power of the Legion increases by 1 up to a maximum of 30. Crescent Moon Slash slashes out a crescent-shaped sword energy with a sword cutting through enemies in front with a range of 50 meters. Note as he is summoned by the Lord, his loyalty is naturally at 100 and is unaffected by deceit or temptation. Rise Vigia. Jiang Chen extended his hand to help Vijaya stand, his tone filled with surprise. From today onward, all skeleton soldiers in the territory will be under your command. As you command, great undead sovereign. Vijaya stood up, standing behind Jiang Chen like a spear emanating a sharp aura. The title of undead sovereign felt strange to Jiang Chen, who was still living, but he did not mind it much at present. Vijaya's birth was truly an unexpected joy. A purple tier 4 hero equipped with legion enhancement skills, his value could be magnified infinitely within a massive undead army. With a maximum of 30 overall combat power increase, the cost was merely the loss of a few skeleton soldiers. However, the terrifying effect of becoming stronger with each battle was worth it. Let alone large-scale wars. Even now, when Jiang Chen leads his troops into battle, he would lose a dozen or so expendable skeleton soldiers each time without feeling any remorse. A hero like Vijaya, who combined the roles of a commander and a warrior, was exactly what Jiang Chen needed right now. Clear the battlefield, Jiang Chen commanded. Search through everything that can be taken. Then he, along with the two heroes Vijaya and Zizika, reconsidered the golden coffin. At this point, the death energy within the golden coffin had been completely absorbed, posing no danger. Golden coffin, golden. Faction undead. Effect automatically absorbs and stores surrounding death energy, which can be used to condense ash stones and death gems. Immortal heroes may advance after long-term slumber in the golden coffin. Note: a treasure of the undead faction, which was once plundered by the tyrant of the Ambira Empire. Returning this treasure to the rightful undead may earn their friendship. After reading the introduction, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. No wonder Andraka was unwilling to seek the support of the undead faction. Instead, he set up an alchemical array in the tomb to forcibly transform himself into an undead. This golden coffin must be one of the core treasures of the undead faction. The highest grade item in his hands barely qualified as a pseudo-range, which was worlds apart from a golden coffin that could allow immortal undead heroes to advance. As for the note about returning friendship, Jiang Chen scoffed at it. He himself was the lord of the undead faction and could utilize the abilities of the golden coffin. Not to mention, just transforming ordinary expendable skeleton soldiers into a hero of purple quality like Vijaya was enough to demonstrate the terrifying effects of the golden coffin. As long as the death energy is sufficiently abundant, it is even possible to mass-produce heroes. Only a fool would willingly part with such a useful treasure. At the bottom of the golden coffin, the dried corpse of Andrika lay quietly, its shriveled flesh tightly adhering to its bones, having long lost any semblance of the tyrant's majesty from its past life. Only the resplendent gilded armor and the golden sword emitted a cold, noble sheen in the dim light of the tomb, as if still recounting the unparalleled hegemony of the Empire of Ambila from 1,000 years ago. Unfortunately, it was utterly dead and failed to resurrect as desired. Jiang Chen's gaze lingered on the desiccated corpse for but a moment before turning to the side at Zizika, his tone laced with a hint of expectation as he asked, "Is it possible to create an alchemical puppet from this body?" Andrika was undoubtedly a powerful hero in life, who otherwise he could not have ruled over a vast empire. If he could turn this infamous tyrant into an alchemical puppet, then he would gain another top-tier combat force. If successful, this venture would not only yield the Boneblade Vega, but also provide a combat puppet that had been At that time, the situation in the far north would likely be completely rewritten. Zizika remained expressionless as she spoke, her voice particularly clear in the vast silence of the tomb. "My dear master, you are still very young. How can your memory be failing you?" Zizika remained expressionless as she spoke, her voice particularly clear in the vast silence of the tomb. "My dear master, you are still very young. How can your She paused, casting a disdainful glance at the corpse in the coffin, which had long lost even the stench of decay, and mercilessly added, "This is a skeleton that has been dead for who knows how many years, left outside for even dogs to ignore, filled only with death energy and rot, and you wish to create an alchemical puppet from it." Jiang Chen's expectations instantly evaporated, replaced by a sense of dullness. He had always been a pragmatic person. Since there was no utilitarian value, he would not waste even a moment's thought on it. He decisively waved his hand and instructed the waiting skeleton soldiers beside him, "Strip this golden armor, take the corpse back, and dispose of it in the burial ground. Do not waste any resources." This was Jiang Chen's consistent principle of action, to utilize all available resources rationally. Even a worthless corpse could contribute its last bit of warmth in the burial ground, aiding the necromantic system of his territory. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Zizika again and raised another question that troubled him. "So heroes of the undead race cannot be made into alchemical puppets either. It of value after death." Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Zizika again and raised another question that troubled him. "So heroes of the undead race cannot be made into alchemical puppets either. Aren't they either skeletons or corpses, all devoid of fresh flesh and blood?" Zizica gently nodded, a flash of professional certainty passing through her dark green eyes, as she patiently explained the core technology of alchemical puppets involves solidifying the power, bloodline, and talents of the living person into the body through alchemy, relying on intricate runic circuits for operation. However, existences like skeletons and undead heroes depend solely on the soul fire for basic movement and strength. Their bodies are merely vessels for the soul fire, lacking any foundation for solidified power, thus having no value for creation. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, no longer preoccupied with the matter of alchemical puppets, his gaze shifting to the golden armor and golden sword that the skeleton soldiers had just removed. The two pieces of equipment lay quietly on the cold stone floor, the armor adorned with fierce patterns, the sword blade gleaming coldly. Even after a millennium, there was no rust, instead exuding a chilling pressure that was unsettling. In an instant, two clear attribute panels appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Tyrant's golden armor, orange defense, level 5 effect, roar, instantly enhance one's strength by 30, lasting for 15 minutes, with a cooldown of 15 days. Tyrant's golden sword, orange attack, level 5 effect, extraordinary tier, when the attack hits the enemy, the wound will continue to widen, causing uninterrupted tearing damage, ignoring low-level physical defenses. When both pieces of equipment appeared simultaneously, a faint golden light connected them unexpectedly, producing a set effect. Tyrant set effect, fearless charge. The charge speed of troops under your command increases by 30, non-combat marching speed increases by 50, a significantly reducing stamina consumption during long-distance raids. An orange quality set. This was the most top-tier set of equipment Jiang Chen had obtained so far, with attributes outrageously powerful. Whether it was the increase in strength tearing damage or the overall speed boost for his army, it perfectly matched his undead legion. He raised his gaze and looked at the Boneblade Vega, standing quietly beside him, stating, "This set is yours." Currently, he only had Vega as a legitimate undead hero, and this tyrant set matched perfectly with Vega, who was a skeleton commander and melee swordsman, making him the most suitable candidate. Vega's blue soul fire in his eye sockets flickered violently, and he immediately knelt on one knee, his bones making a crisp sound. "Thank you for your grace, my lord." After rising, Vega took the golden armor and golden sword, beginning to don them slowly. Originally, Vega's bones were only whiter and more delicate than those of ordinary skeletons, exuding a cold sword-like aura. However, when this resplendent golden tyrant set covered his entire body, wielding the chilling golden sword, his entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. No longer an ordinary skeleton swordsman, but rather a skeletal king returning from hell. The golden armor fits snugly against his upright skeletal form, the sword blade reflecting the flickering soul fire in his eyes, emanating a sharp and commanding aura. Even without flesh and blood, he exuded an overbearing presence that looked down upon everything, appearing as a completely different being from before. Jiang Chen almost thought that Emperor Andrika had resurrected. Fortunately, the system showed that Vega's loyalty had always been at 100, and as Jiang Chen summoning the mystical contract in the realm of mysticism continued to exist even after Vega advanced to a hero, so Jiang Chen truly had no need to worry about Vega's loyalty. Nodding in satisfaction, he scanned the corners of the high platform of the tomb, where a silver treasure chest intricately carved with undead patterns lay quietly, standing out notably among the scattered bones and gargoyle remains. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, storing the massive golden coffin and the silver treasure chest into his spatial ring. The efficiency of over 1,000 skeleton soldiers was terrifying. Under Jiang Chen's command, they acted like precise machines, thoroughly scavenging the tomb square, leaving no soul crystal behind. The corrosion of 1,000 years has turned most of the burial goods into dust, but this ancient battlefield, which has buried hundreds of thousands of souls, has given birth to a vast amount of resources exclusive to the undead. Moments later, the organized skeleton soldiers presented Jiang Chen with the spoils of this battle: soul crystal 92, ash stone 126, death gem 18. Jiang Chen looked at the accumulated resources before him, feeling no wave of emotion in his heart. If it weren't for the presence of the golden coffin, there would likely be even more resources, but the properties of the golden coffin dictate that the death energy here cannot accumulate too much. However, no amount of resources can compare to a purple quality hero. The gains from this outing have far exceeded Jiang Chen's psychological expectations. As Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings from the high platform, he realized that while these resources were indeed precious to the undead faction, they were far less important than the countless bones scattered throughout this resting place. Beneath this tomb lies the countless remains of sacrifices, which are the most crucial capital for him to develop the undead army. With these vast amounts of bones, he wouldn't have to worry about the expansion of his territory or the creation of troops facing a resource shortage for a long time. He immediately exercised his lord's authority, consuming a small amount of wood and stone to craft over 100 carts, commanding the skeleton soldiers to serve as laborers, transporting the scattered and fragmented bones onto the carts one by one. One trip certainly wouldn't allow them to carry all the bones, but with several round trips the treasures of this undead faction would inevitably become his territory's possessions. With all arrangements made, Jiang Chen set off with Wei Jia Siska and the neatly lined-up skeleton army on the journey back to his territory. Thanks to the fearless charge effect of Wei Jia's tyrant set, the marching speed of the skeleton army increased by 50 during non-combat times. A journey that originally took nearly 4 hours now took just over 2 hours to return smoothly to his territory. As soon as he returned to his territory, Jiang Chen ordered Wei Jia to continue commanding the skeleton army to transport the carts filled with bones to the burial site for conversion. Meanwhile, he returned to the Lord's Hall and took out the silver treasure chest he had obtained from the high platform of the tomb. Once Siska returned to the territory, she vanished without a trace. Jiang Chen knew without thinking that she was probably hiding in the makeshift hut tinkering with her simplified alchemy laboratory blueprints. Siska had no interest in opening treasure chests. Jiang Chen was already accustomed to this. Before opening the chest, he focused his mind and activated his fate guidance talent. With a soft click, the treasure chest slowly opened, and a dazzling golden light shot into the sky, indicating the exceptional quality of the items within. Another gold. Opening the silver treasure chest, he obtained War Amulet, Orange Stone Wing, Cathedral Blueprint, Purple Fine Iron Battle Axe Blueprint, Blue Iron Spear Blueprint, Green Death Gem. 3. Soul Crystal 28. Undead Gold 367. War Amulet Orange. When equipped, it increases the morale of the commanded army by 20, and if the commander dies, morale loss is 50, which cannot be restored for a short time. Jiang Chen's gaze quickly swept over the reward list, directly skipping the War Amulet, which was of no use to the undead faction. The undead troops had no concept of morale, making this orange equipment as good as scrap iron to him. Jiang Chen could only sigh. How it seemed that while fate guidance could stabilize the appearance of gold, it could not guarantee that every item obtained would be useful to him. However, when he saw the introduction of the second reward, Jiang Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the blueprint radiating a purple glow. Stone Wing Cathedral Blueprint Purple. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just from its name, he could almost confirm that this was the blueprint for summoning gargoyles for the undead faction. In the royal tomb of Anrakara, the 16 gargoyles had left a profound impression on him. With their incredibly swift flight ability, immunity to low-level magic, and formidable attack power, they could even gradually repair their injuries. If it weren't for the presence of Siska, a purple tire hero, he would have likely returned in defeat that day, possibly losing half of his army. That battle made him fully realize that on this continent, having flying units and not having them were two completely different concepts. Air supremacy is a crucial aspect of the battlefield. Another reason Jiang Chen valued the gargoyle was that although they belonged to the undead faction, they were technically constructs, and using them wouldn't label him as belonging to the undead faction. This was very important for Jiang Chen's subsequent journey out of the extreme north and the future development of his territory. He immediately checked the construction requirements for the Stone Wing Cathedral and couldn't help but smile slightly upon seeing the needed materials. All the materials were fully prepared from the resources Jiang Chen had just scavenged from the tomb. There was no need to wait, he could build immediately. Stone Wing Cathedral Blueprint Purple requires stone 8,000, wood 2,000, hemp rope 500, iron ingots 200, stone 150, death gem 10. This material consumption was significantly higher than that of the core building of the undead faction, the Ashen Tower, especially the death gems. Jiang Chen currently had no stable income channel aside from opening treasure chests. But Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. The combat power of the gargoyle was absolutely worth this high investment. Built. With Jiang Chen's command, the territory was illuminated and a massive amount of materials was consumed instantly. A grand and eerie cathedral entirely constructed from black stone slowly rose from the ground, perfectly situated beside the archer's cemetery. The cathedral's spire towered high, its walls intricately carved with countless fierce gargoyle reliefs, and the tightly shut doors exuded a sense of oppression and terror, perfectly blending with the atmosphere of the entire undead territory. Jiang Chen stepped into the Stone Wing Cathedral, which had an extremely spacious interior where ranks of gargoyles stood in neat rows, their eyes closed in slumber. Covered in hard black stone, they resembled true sculptures, only revealing their deadly fangs when he raised his hand to check the building's attributes. Stone Wing Cathedral Purple Faction Undead, Recruitable Gargoyle 6th Tier Recruitment Conditions, Soul Crystal 6, Stone 12, Bone 12, Ash Stone 1. Upon seeing that the recruitable gargoyle was only at the 6th tier, Jiang Chen felt no surprise. He had long understood the hierarchy rules regarding buildings and troops. Only orange quality buildings could recruit troops of the 7th tier or higher, while purple buildings could only recruit up to the 6th tier. However, for him, now a purple building was the most suitable. If he were to truly get an orange building blueprint with his current resource reserves, he wouldn't be able to bear the terrifying construction costs. Is the level low? No problem. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. What he lacked most were means of enhancement. Immediately consume 100,000 enhancement points to directly upgrade the Stone Wing Cathedral to orange quality. Stone Wing Cathedral Orange. Faction Undead. Recruitable Gargoyle 8th rank. Recruitment conditions: Soul Crystal 8, Flesh 8, Stone 16, Bone 16, Ash Stone 1. Having only enhanced it to level 1, the building showed no negative defects, and the recruited gargoyles were almost indistinguishable from the 8th rank foes encountered in the Emperor's Tomb. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately turned his gaze to the recruitment panel. Would you like to recruit gargoyles? He adjusted the number to the maximum he could recruit with the current resources, consuming all the accumulated soul crystals and ash stones. Soul crystals are merely consumables. Only by transforming them into tangible combat power can their true value be realized. Successfully summoned Elite Gargoyle 8th rank 72. Buzz. Within the Stone Wing Cathedral, the sleeping gargoyles instantly awoke, shedding stone flakes as they spread their large black stone wings, bursting through the cathedral doors and soaring above the territory. The shadows blocked out the sky, and the sound of their wings slicing through the air was deafening, showcasing the might of 8th rank flying units. Moreover, these were not ordinary gargoyles. Under the influence of fate's guidance, all summoned were elite. 72 elite gargoyles landed uniformly in front of Jiang Chen, their massive bodies bowing slightly as they awaited their master's command. These elite units were larger than the ordinary 8th rank gargoyles Jiang Chen had encountered in the ancient tomb, standing over 2 meters tall, with sharper claws and combat power far exceeding that of standard 8th rank soldiers. The pressure from just this elite unit surpassed that of the entire skeleton army. Jiang Chen surveyed this aerial force with satisfaction, once again shifting his gaze to another blueprint revealed by the treasure chest. Blueprint for Fine Iron Battle Axe Blue, Iron Ingot 1, Wood 1, a Leather 1. Items of blue quality and above primarily require processed materials. Without blueprints for steel furnaces, or at least a fixed trading channel for iron ingots, it is impossible to produce such armaments. Jiang Chen directly set the manufacturing quantity to 144 and confirmed the production. Acquired Fine Steel Battle Axe 144. One after another, heavy and sharp fine steel one-handed axes appeared from the workbench, their blades gleaming with a cold light, significantly heavier than ordinary battle axes, but perfectly suited for the large elite gargoyles to wield in pairs. Fine Iron Battle Axe Blue. Damage level 3. Durability 100. Traits: Sharp, Sturdy, Cold. The damage level of the Fine Iron Battle Axe exceeds that of the Black Iron one-handed sword, making it an entirely superior weapon. After some consideration, Jiang Chen decided not to spend points to elevate these battle axes to higher quality purple. The quantity was too large, and he currently lacked sufficient points. Besides, the blue quality Fine Iron Battle Axes were already sufficient for the territory's use. Jiang Chen picked up a Fine Steel Battle Axe and casually tossed it to the elite gargoyle at the front, commanding, "Each of you take 2 battle axes, once equipped immediately patrol and guard the perimeter of the territory. If you spot any suspicious individuals approaching the territory, eliminate them on the spot if they are few. If there are many, relay the message back immediately to me or Commander Weijia. The territory has enough forces to deal with them." Jiang Chen had come to deeply realize that his undead territory in the far north was far from as safe. It was time to discreetly set up some patrol teams. The 72 elite gargoyles equipped with 2 fine steel battle axes flapped their wings in unison, letting out deep howls before transforming into shadows that dashed towards the 4 corners of the territory, becoming the sharpest and most covert aerial blades of the undead territory. Though these constructs of the undead faction lacked intelligence, they were absolutely loyal to Jiang Chen's commands. The far north was fraught with danger, and with the Lord's 7-day protection period soon to expire, Jiang Chen had to prepare for the worst. With these gargoyles patrolling outside, Jiang Chen momentarily set aside his vigilance, turning to head towards the location of the magical spring. In front of the Lord's Hall, a pool of clear blue-purple water was quietly bubbling. Due to the cold climate of the far north, a thin layer of ice floated on the surface, yet it remained in liquid form. By the spring, a slender figure was diligently busy, showing no distraction at Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen paused, his gaze falling on Ziska's busy figure, and an involuntary smile of relief crept onto his lips. He did not mind what Ziska was currently doing. She was very intelligent, and as an automaton would never engage in ridiculous acts like drinking from the magical spring. More importantly, since the establishment of the territory, Ziska's loyalty had consistently remained at a very high level, so there was no need to worry about her doing anything harmful to the territory. Such a reliable presence was more dependable when allowed to act independently. Jiang Chen did not linger, turning back to the main hall, sitting in a chair covered with frost beast fur, and opened the trading channel of the Lord's book. A flurry of messages scrolled rapidly, mixed with the urgent shouts and resource offers from various lords. His gaze quickly scanned through the trading information regarding herbs. The far north's harsh climate made natural herbs scarce, and to obtain the alchemical materials needed by Ziska, external trading was necessary. After some filtering and communication, Jiang Chen had supplemented dozens of different categories of herbs. Though he mostly did not recognize them, it was all right. The territory still had the versatile Miss Ziska. He summoned another batch of skeleton soldiers, a habit he had developed to expend all his accumulated magical power before going to sleep, thus bolstering his military strength. Only then did he close the trading channel, stifling a light yawn before going to bed early. The nights in the far north were inherently cold, yet the bedroom was warm as spring. The walls around it were imbued with sunstones radiating warm heat that made the entire bedroom cozy, far superior to any fireplace. The only issue was that Jiang Chen could not control the brightness emitted by the sunstones, necessitating the use of a black cloth to cover them before sleeping. While Jiang Chen slept soundly, some others were not so fortunate. Zhang Ling slumped in his lord's cabin, his gaze fixed on the mountain of herbs before him, his face pale, his fingers clenched tightly at the hem of his clothes, knuckles whitening with strain as he looked at the dwindling resources in his territory, feeling a chill shoot from his feet to the top of his head. To acquire this batch of herbs, he had nearly exhausted all his resources, even borrowing a substantial amount from others in the spontaneously formed circle. Yet now, with this batch of herbs about to accumulate in his warehouse, turning into worthless burdens, people in the channel continued to list various herbs. It was as if herbs were not particularly precious at all. As Zhang Ling recalled the dragon bone grass he encountered while exploring the surrounding area, a sudden chill ran down his spine, making him realize that he seemed to have made a mistake. However, he quickly shook his head, casting that thought out of his mind. It wasn't that he was unwilling to believe, but rather that he couldn't believe. How could it be? It's almost nightfall. Why hasn't there been any movement from Jiang Chen's side? Zhang Ling muttered to himself, his voice hoarse, as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. He refreshed the trading channel repeatedly, trying to find Jiang Chen's trading information, but no matter how he searched, that familiar name remained at the top, and the acquisition information showed no signs of change. Due to being blacklisted by Jiang Chen, he had no way to contact him, and naturally, he couldn't learn about Jiang Chen's current movements. This realization struck Zhang Ling like a cold dagger, piercing deeply into his heart. In pursuit of what he believed was a highly valuable herb, Zhang Ling even offered a premium on the trading channel, but it was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how many resources he spent, the lords continued to produce herbs. Once his thought became reality, the herbs he had hoarded would become worthless, and due to the stagnation in developments over the past few days, he would fall far behind others. Moreover, if he couldn't repay the resources borrowed from others. At this stage, other lords were unaware of his position, and it was impossible for them to come looking for trouble with him through the network, but Zhang Ling didn't dare to actually offend these people. Those lords who had suffered losses would surely seek him out for trouble on the channel, and his reputation might very well become tarnished. If his reputation went sour just a few days after his arrival, he would be viewed with hostility by the entire camp of travelers. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Zhang Ling slammed his fist on the table, then swept all the various herbs on the table to the floor. Coming from a business family, he had received the harshest elite education from a young age and understood the importance of credibility in the early stages of entrepreneurship. Zhang Ling had once made a solemn promise to acquire their herbs at prices above the market rate, intending to establish his own resource channel and ride the coattails of Jiang Chen, the remarkable traveler. But now he found himself unable to withdraw. There were few buyers for herbs on the market, most of them merely speculators, and no one would take on the burden of his large stock. Yet now, due to a moment of greed, he had been outplayed by Jiang Chen, landing himself in this difficult predicament. Indeed, in Zhang Ling's view, he had been set up targeted by Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had nearly forgotten who Zhang Ling was. He had blacklisted numerous people and showed no interest in those who let greed cloud their judgment, attempting to raise prices. Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhang Ling's forehead as he realized that he could only find a way to cut his losses, quickly unloading to others at a low price, and then selling to Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if he couldn't repay the resources borrowed, he would soon become a despised fraud within the traveler. Once those people held a grudge against him and spread rumors about him in the trading channel, the reputation he had worked so hard to establish would be ruined, and no one would dare to cooperate with him again. Moreover, this was no law-governed society. He was well aware that by cutting off someone's financial resources, he had already incurred a significant grudge with Jiang Chen. If someone were to discover the location of his territory in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. To make matters worse, the militia he had painstakingly recruited also needed to eat. He couldn't expect all of them to survive on grass, could he? A state of hunger could quickly lead to a drop in loyalty, and once loyalty fell below a certain threshold, it could even trigger a rebellion. Zhang Ling looked again at the trading channel, where many lords were still inquiring about the prices for herbs, wondering if someone as foolish as Zhang Ling would still be looking to acquire them. He angrily cursed at one lord who had private messaged him, "Get lost. I'm not buying anymore. Anyone still willing to pay high prices for such readily available items is a complete fool." The other lord paused for a moment, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "If you want by then, I'll just go find Jiang Chen." Although Jiang Chen's acquisition price was low, there were plenty of resources listed on the trading channel, and they were being exchanged for currently popular weapons. In any case, he had plenty of such herbs on hand, so he wouldn't be at a loss. The more Zhang Ling thought about it, the angrier he became, his teeth grinding together, his eyes filled with bloodshot. All of this was Jiang Chen's fault. Herbs are not rare at all. I can find so many, they must be growing everywhere. That terrifying thought took root in his mind, sending chills down his spine. If Jiang Chen truly lacked herbs, then the batch he had hoarded would become a pile of worthless trash. In that case, not only would he have to repay all the resources he had collected during this time, but he would also bear a massive debt, and the final outcome could very well be a tarnished reputation with no place to bury his body. "Jiang Chen, may you die a horrible death." Zhang Ling screamed, his voice filled with resentment and despair. He stared intensely at the black night outside the window, as if he could see Jiang Chen leisurely watching his misfortune within his territory. Now he could only pray continuously in his heart, hoping that a naive fool would jump out to take over his burden, giving him a way out. Meanwhile, far to the north, Jiang Chen remained completely unconcerned. Having traversed to this world and become a lord, he had only one goal in mind: to continually develop and enlarge his territory. As for the intrigues among travelers, Jiang Chen didn't care at all for the moment, as those who jumped the highest were always the ones who couldn't see the situation clearly. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the extreme northern snowstorm, illuminating the dome of the Lord's Hall. The Lord's Book rang its alarm on time, shattering the tranquility of the territory. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, meditating for a moment to regain clarity. He rose and pushed open the door, immediately spotting a figure by the source of magical energy. Siska was still seated there, her puppet attire stained with a faint blue glow, clearly having not slept a wink all. "Siska, you haven't rested all night." Siska did not respond, and Jiang Chen then realized that Siska, being an automaton, did not require sleep. As he approached a few steps, Jiang Chen finally saw what she was doing. At that moment, Siska was holding a transparent alchemical rod, continuously stirring a cauldron in front of her, the liquid inside bubbling ominously, emitting an eerie blue glow along with a faint fragrance reminiscent of plants and magic. "What are you making?" "Cooking." Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, but as his gaze fell upon the blue glowing broth, he hesitated. This substance certainly did not look like something a human could eat. Zizika finally halted her actions and slowly turned around. Her eyes were clear, and her face showed no signs of fatigue, only a tranquility born from focus. "I am concocting alchemical potions. Since I currently lack an alchemical laboratory, I can only use this crude method of refinement." Her voice was cool, yet carried a hint of subtle expectation as her gaze inadvertently flickered towards the empty corner nearby, the very spot where she had longed to establish her alchemical laboratory. Clearly, Zizika was hinting that she needed an alchemical laboratory. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly at her words. To have a master of the golden alchemy level concoct potions using a regular iron pot for cooking was something even someone as thick-skinned as Jiang Chen could hardly endure. "Have you already created the simplified blueprints for the alchemical laboratory?" Jiang Chen shifted the topic, and Zizika's gaze fell on a table nearby where a rolled-up blueprint lay, its meaning clear. Following her gaze, Jiang Chen nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He did not immediately turn to look at the simplified blueprints for the alchemical laboratory, but was instead drawn to two glass vials placed on the table. There were two glass vials, transparent, filled with red and blue liquids respectively. These were luxuries Jiang Chen had purchased at Zizika's strong suggestion during his earlier visit to Blackstone City. Such glass items were quite valuable. Each vial cost one beast-tooth gold coin, a price that had made him wince for quite a while. But at this moment it seemed that this expenditure was truly worth it. The appearance of the items was also crucial. Many would instinctively assume that anything contained within a glass vial that looked like it was worth a beast-tooth gold coin would at least be worth 10 times that. "Are these all the results of your work from last night?" Jiang Chen picked up the vial containing the red potion, feeling a warm sensation as his fingertips touched its surface. Looking down at the potion's attributes, the information was clearly displayed before him. Healing potion tier 1, restores 5 health points per second lasting for 10 seconds. Note: crafted by a high-tier alchemist, its effects surpass those of a typical tier 1 potion, but it can only delay death for fatal injuries. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. The rules of this world were quite special, The abilities of transmigrators and lords were quantified, yet they were not merely cold numbers. Excluding fatal and debilitating injuries or certain negative statuses, the health points of typical Tier 1 units were approximately around 100. As levels increased, the health points of Tier 10 units could range from 500 to 2,000, with variations depending on the race of the units. As for heroes, their health points started at 1,000. For heroes of orange quality like Zizika, even if they were not combat-oriented, their health points exceeded 20,000. Non-living entities like puppets and undead cannot use potions or similar auxiliary items. This is their inherent flaw. Of course, data is data, it can serve as a reference, but if one truly considers this data as a health bar, they might not even know how they died. In actual combat, injuries affect one's status. Typically, suffering severe injuries results in loss of combat capability, and if one does not retreat from the battlefield in time, it becomes merely a matter of when they will die. In practical combat, a recovery speed of 5 health points per second may seem trivial, but it can be life-saving at critical moments. Especially for Tier 1 units, if they sustain injuries in battle, as long as they drink a healing potion in time, they can quickly recover and avoid losing combat effectiveness due to excessive blood loss. Even heroes can encounter unexpected situations in battle. The recovery effect of this potion could provide them with a glimmer of hope. Of course, this potion is not omnipotent. It has no effect on fatal injuries and can only delay the process of death. For injuries like a pierced heart or a severed head, only abilities akin to resurrection can save one. Yet even so, this is already an extremely precious safeguard for combat effectiveness. Jiang Chen set down the red healing potion, his gaze shifting to the blue recovery potion. Recovery potion Tier 2 restores 25 mana points per second lasting for 15 seconds. Note: crafted by a high-tier alchemist using special materials, its effects are nearly equivalent to those of a Tier 3 recovery potion. Just a glance made Jiang Chen's breath quicken. Jiang Chen's necromancer profession was at the blue level, belonging to high-tier magic user heroes, but he was not a druid known for abundant mana, with his mana points slightly over 1,000. This means that 3 bottles of Tier 2 recovery potions could completely restore his mana. In magical combat, mana is fundamental. Whether casting powerful spells or maintaining magical shields, a large amount of mana is required. This is especially true for necromancers like Jiang Chen, who have harvested a substantial amount of bones at the altar. One could say that mana is the only factor limiting the scale of his undead army. With this potion, the growth rate of Jiang Chen's undead army would increase several-fold. Not to mention, the effects of this potion were already nearly equivalent to those of a Tier 3 recovery potion. The value of a Tier 3 potion far exceeds that of a Tier 2, and in the market, even having money may not guarantee a purchase, making it extremely valuable. This was even a potion Zizika had casually refined using a pot from her home. With professional equipment, one could only imagine her capabilities. Jiang Chen looked up at Zizika, his surprise transforming into a deep yearning. Previously, he had thought of Zizika as the cash cow of the territory, capable of bringing him endless resource gains. But now he understood that he had truly underestimated this alchemical master. This was not merely a cash cow. With Zizika around, the combat power and magical sustainability of the territory would achieve a qualitative leap. With her alchemy skills, the territory could even develop more precious potions for external trade, further strengthening. Jiang Chen decided that from this moment on he would treat Zizika with the same respect he afforded his ancestors. "Zizika, you are simply my treasure." His tone was incredibly sincere, wishing he could immediately offer her everything he possessed. However, this look filled with deep emotions took on a different flavor in Zizika's eyes. She frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her glassy eyes, followed by a tinge of vigilance. "Master, why do you look at Zizika with such a greasy gaze? Are you in heat?" Jiang Chen. His respectful demeanor instantly froze, his mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know how. Zizika spoke calmly, yet there was a hint of vigilance in her tone. "Zizika has forgotten that humans are creatures in heat all year round. So could you step outside the territory and find a tree hole to resolve this? Zizika hasn't installed that kind of function. And please don't look at Zizika with that kind of gaze. Even if you are the master, for Zizika's safety, I will consider using physical castration to calm you down." Jiang Chen. He took a sudden step back. Now it was Jiang Chen who was keeping his guard up against Zizika. Although her loyalty had not diminished in the slightest, Jiang Chen knew that Zizika was absolutely serious, for from the moment they first met, Zizika had expressed a profound interest in Jiang Chen, wanting to study the structure of his body. Wait, I didn't mean that. He understood the temperament of this automaton all too well. Beneath her seemingly cold exterior lay a soul desperately yearning for recognition, with a touch of pride and awkwardness. To prevent Zizika's loyalty from dropping again, Jiang Chen quickly changed the subject. "I was just wondering, how can you produce a Tier 2 recovery potion so easily?" Jiang Chen deliberately emphasized the word easily, then transformed his tone into genuine admiration. "Your alchemy skills are truly impressive. Loyalty of automaton Zizika increased by 1 point. Current loyalty 82. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, secretly glad that he had grasped her temperament. A casual compliment was enough to raise the loyalty of an orange-tier hero, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Although Zizika maintained a neutral expression, one could still sense the subtle changes in her emotions. What's that? If I had a proper alchemical laboratory, I could produce even higher-grade potions using magic spring water. Zizika clearly displayed her proud and stubborn nature, quickly becoming elated. Jiang Chen felt he had heard something extraordinary and hurriedly pressed on. You used magic spring water as a raw material. Zizika rolled her eyes at him, her tone laced with sarcasm. What else? Do you think in this forsaken northern territory, aside from magic spring water, there are any high-grade materials available? But I didn't waste it. Each portion of magic spring water can be refined to produce 5 nearly perfect Tier 2 recovery potions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's anxious heart instantly returned to calm, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Each magic recovery potion was even more effective than the same portion of magic spring water, not to mention that Zizika could produce 5 recovery potions from a single magic spring. This was no waste, it was clearly maximizing the value of resources. He watched as Zizika proudly tilted her head, her golden hair shimmering softly in the dim alchemy room, and in his heart, he had already categorized this automaton as an indispensable golden thigh. As for face or dignity, they were all trivial in the face of tangible benefits. Jiang Chen did not rush to focus on the potion matter, but first recorded the blueprint of the alchemy laboratory in the Lord's book. The blueprint sketched the outline of a magnificent building labeled with the words Simple Alchemy Laboratory. Jiang Chen quickly walked out of the Lord's Hall and searched for a clear patch of land next to the square. This place was originally where logs were stacked, but it had now been thoroughly cleaned. He raised his hand to open the Lord's book, and a light blue screen immediately unfolded before him. With a tap of his finger, he switched to the construction interface. Building name, Simple Alchemy Laboratory. Purple quality materials required for construction: wood 100 stone, 400 brick, 200 iron ingots, 150 copper ingots, 500 tiles, 450 hemp rope, 400 metal parts, 200 natural gems, 20. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the materials list, and he couldn't help but gasp silently, exclaiming, "What a hefty sum!" This was not just building a laboratory, it was clearly going to drain his entire fortune. Just the wood alone required 10,000, not to mention the natural gems, which were exceedingly rare resources. This was the purple building that required the most materials Jiang Chen had ever seen. Even metal parts were needed, and the cost was several times more than the Ashen Tower. It was unknown whether Zizika was being intentional or careless, but the quantity of materials used was all from the territory and just happened to fall within Jiang Chen's capability. However, he did not hesitate at all. Although the materials list before him was somewhat astonishing, once completed, Zizika's abilities could be maximally unleashed, and the territory's potion production and future combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Resources are intangible. Only when converted into strength do they become tangible. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his heart, switched to the workbench interface, and found the blueprint for making metal parts. Item: metal parts, green quality, crafting recipe, iron ingots, 2 crafting restrictions, none. He adjusted the crafting quantity to 200 and confirmed the crafting. A faint green light flashed across the screen, and 20 workbenches started operating simultaneously. A moment later, a notification came: successfully crafted metal parts 200. Looking at the newly added metal parts in the warehouse, Jiang Chen opened the building interface again. Would you like to build the Simple Alchemy Laboratory? Yes. The moment the words were spoken, the ground trembled slightly. On the originally empty patch of land, a soft purple energy light suddenly burst forth. Thick stone pillars rose from the ground, stone bricks quickly interlocked, and the metal framework precisely fitted together under the guiding power of magic. In less than a quarter of an hour, a building entirely made of dark gray stone bricks and bright silver metal had risen from the ground. The building's roof was covered with grayish-blue tiles, reflecting a gentle glow under the extreme northern sunlight, and its overall design was exquisite and grand, far surpassing the slightly crude Lord's Hall of Jiang Chen. From a distance, it resembled a temple emerging from ancient scriptures. Simple Alchemy Laboratory. Purple construction completed. Jiang Chen stood before the alchemy laboratory, and to upgrade this laboratory to orange quality, he reluctantly spent 100,000 points, instantly raising the level of the alchemy laboratory. Although there was not much difference in appearance from purple quality, with only a few flowing golden magic patterns added, the internal alchemical equipment and functional modules had undergone earth-shattering changes. Just then, Zizika's figure quickly walked over from the Lord's Hall. Seeing that her long-desired alchemy laboratory had been completed, excitement sparkled in her eyes. She hurriedly entered the alchemy laboratory, carefully inspecting every corner inside her fingers, gently brushing over the patterns on various alchemical devices, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. Before long, she emerged from the laboratory, standing before Jiang Chen, slightly bending her body as she Siska sincerely thanked her master for fulfilling her wish. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, investing resources yielded returns. Siska's loyalty skyrocketed by 10 points, reaching 92. According to the system's classification, she had entered the unwavering belief tier, and unless particularly adverse situations arose, betrayal was almost impossible. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to support the petite Siska. Jiang Chen gazed into her eyes, his tone gentle and sincere. The relationship between a lord and a hero is not one of master and servant, but rather an equal partnership. Moreover, building this alchemical laboratory was my promise to you. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that sincere words could also increase loyalty, albeit not by much, yet it was better than nothing. Once loyalty exceeded 90 points, each increment became exceedingly difficult. However, he was not anxious. Jiang Chen believed that under his influence, Siska would eventually regard him as her sole master, serving him wholeheartedly. Respect had always been the most effective means of earning loyalty. Siska invited Jiang Chen into the alchemical laboratory, where they sat at a metal round table. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings, observing the array of alchemical equipment in the laboratory, some shimmering with a cold gleam, others flowing with gentle magical energy, each exuding precision and sophistication. He pointed at the automatic alchemical array in the center of the laboratory and curiously asked Siska, "With this specialized alchemical laboratory, how much will it aid you?" A glimmer of confidence flashed in Siska's eyes. "With professional equipment, the speed of refining basic potions will increase by at least 40. Moreover, many tedious steps can be completed automatically through the alchemical array, eliminating the need for manual repetition. If there are alchemical apprentices to assist with basic tasks such as processing materials and purifying impurities, the speed can increase by over 30. A 40 increase. And if someone were to help, that efficiency could rise even further." Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. His near-obsessive pursuit of efficiency was directly linked to the accumulation of resources and the development of combat strength in his territory. Moreover, true to her loyal NPC nature, Siska also issued a task to find an alchemical apprentice. Jiang Chen firmly etched this matter into his mind, thinking that if he could find a suitable apprentice for Siska, her loyalty would surely increase again. Patting Siska on the shoulder, Jiang Chen joked, "So impressive. Once you have an alchemical apprentice, are you going to be called Teacher Siska by everyone?" What was meant to be a casual joke to tease the proud automaton unexpectedly triggered the system prompt almost instantaneously. System prompt: automated puppet. Siska's loyalty increased by 2 points, current loyalty 95. Jiang Chen was taken aback, staring at the loyalty value on the light screen momentarily in disbelief. A simple jest could elevate loyalty to 95. Was it possible that Siska not only appreciated praise, but also possessed a teaching attribute? Jiang Chen pondered inwardly. However, this did not dampen his spirits. In fact, it made him even more delighted. Heroes with weaknesses are often easier to control than perfect powerhouses. All he needed to do was cater to Siska's preferences and fulfill her wishes, allowing her to willingly devote herself. He had no concerns about finding an alchemical apprentice. Even if it was difficult to find someone formally trained in alchemy, clever individuals were everywhere. There was no shortage of smart people eager to change their fate. Under the guidance of Siska, this alchemical master learning alchemy was inherently a matter of efficiency. Jiang Chen's task was simply to recommend a few sharp-witted individuals to Siska. Even ordinary miners or farmers, once taught the basics of potion refining by Master Siska, could become invaluable assets to the territory. By the way, Jiang Chen shifted the topic, his gaze landing on the potion materials on the table. "What materials do we need to prepare for the recovery potion? I need to arrange for procurement in advance." Siska replied, "They are all basic herbs, such as blackstone grass, ice heart flower, and snow velvet grass, which can be purchased from the herb merchants in Blackstone City. Currently, the materials in the warehouse are enough to refine several days' worth of second-tier recovery potions. However, to refine potions above the second tier, we must use magic spring water." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen waved his hand generously, saying, "From now on, the magic spring water in the territory will be under your control. Whether for potion refining or alchemical research, you can use it freely without any concerns." From the magic spring water, once refined by Siska, can yield nearly 10 times the effect. Just this alone would fill his coffers. Entrusting her with this resource would not only enhance her sense of belonging to the territory, but also ignite her enthusiasm. Jiang Chen would be foolish to let Siska have more resources. Perhaps having become accustomed to Jiang Chen's generosity, Siska did not experience a spike in loyalty from a mere compliment this time, but the smile in her eyes grew stronger. Yet Jiang Chen could see from the slight upward curve of her lips that she was genuinely happy. What a technical enthusiast desired most was a generous boss who provided resources without micromanaging. After chatting with Siska for quite some time covering everything from potion refining details to future plans for the territory's alchemical industry, Jiang Chen listened attentively. It was only when lunchtime arrived that Jiang Chen reluctantly rose to leave. Exiting the alchemical laboratory, he made his way to the Lord's Square. In the center of the square, a long wooden table was set up neatly arrayed with dozens of second-tier recovery potions glowing with a faint blue hue. Each potion was sealed tightly, and labels made by Siska herself were affixed to the bottles detailing the potion's effects and usage instructions. After finishing lunch, Jiang Chen sat on a wooden bench beside the table, took a deep breath, picked up a bottle of recovery potion, and tilted his head back to drink it. Then he commenced today's summoning task. Today he would transform into a relentless summoning machine. Meanwhile, the Lord Channel was still a chaotic scene filled with a frenzy of demons dancing and wild imaginings. Countless lords were venting their frustrations in the channel about the troubles they faced in their territories. Some complained about the low grain yield leading to a sharp decline in the loyalty of their troops. Others lamented the powerful wild monsters nearby, which had caused their scouts to meet total annihilation. And still others grumbled about the unscrupulous merchants in nearby cities who charged exorbitant prices for even a common weapon. The Lord Channel seemed to have transformed into an outlet for their emotions. The messages within the channel scrolled by rapidly, but the most eye-catching among them was not these everyday complaints, but a sudden craze for medicinal herbs. It was unclear when it had begun, but a large number of medicinal herb trading messages started appearing in the. Some showcased the dragon bones and ice core flowers they had collected, boasting about the rarity of these herbs. The others posted extensive trading lists of herbs, shouting bulk orders, get preferential treatment, and some even flaunted the vast resources they had hoarded in their herb warehouses. The catalyst for all this was Jiang Chen's earlier announcement about purchasing medicinal herbs. Initially, Jiang Chen purchased various herbs in large quantities at prices higher than those in the market of Haishi City. As soon as the news broke, it immediately caused a stir in the Lord Channel. Many lords believed they had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity and hastily set aside their other tasks to gather herbs in the wilderness. Some quick-witted individuals like Zhang Ling had hoarded a large quantity of herbs in advance, waiting for Jiang Chen's purchasing price to rise, planning to make a substantial profit. However, this morning Jiang Chen suddenly issued a new announcement. He would cut the purchasing price of herbs by half. The news was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Those lords who had hoarded large quantities of herbs suddenly felt like frostbitten eggplants crushed with. They had initially thought Jiang Chen would continue to purchase at high prices, but unexpectedly, he lowered the price, instantly devaluing the herbs in their possession. Selling now would mean incurring significant losses, yet not selling left these items in their hands with no. At this moment, the only one among the transmigrators who could potentially utilize these herbs was Jiang Chen himself. Having them was no different from having wild grass. Many were frantically complaining in the channel, accusing Jiang Chen of being unprincipled and exploiting his. But regardless of their complaints, to minimize their losses, they had no choice but to start looking for buyers in the channel, hoping to sell their herbs at a low price. Unfortunately, with everyone selling, there were very few who wanted to follow the trend and buy more. After all, most transmigrators were not very familiar with the value of herbs. They came with some naive fantasies, believing themselves to be chosen ones who could discover high-value treasures unknown to the world. Zhang Ling was one of them, but certainly not the only one. They believed that gathering and hoarding herbs was their exclusive opportunity, unaware that herbs were not particularly scarce and could be easily collected in the wild, though pinpoint collection was somewhat challenging. Moreover, with Jiang Chen being a well-known lord in the channel who had been purchasing large quantities of herbs, many began to have ulterior motives. They thought Jiang Chen was secretly monopolizing the herb market, planning to raise prices in the future, so they rushed to hoard herbs, hoping to share in the profits. In simple terms, these people treated herbs as a form of investment, wanting to buy low and sell high for intermediate profits, not realizing that their actions were akin to playing with fire, risking complete financial ruin. The early stages of building a power should focus on strengthening productivity, not trying to find loopholes for monopolization. Many transmigrators had taken a wrong turn. After Jiang Chen lowered the price today, some felt they had lost out and wanted to minimize their losses, but were reluctant to accept Jiang Chen's low price. Accepting the price drop now would make their previous actions seem foolish. So they began searching for buyers in the channel. The conversation went like this. Transmigrator A: friend, these things are super rare. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. Transmigrator B: no thanks, I have a warehouse full of them. If you want, I can give you a 20 discount. The speaking rights in the Lord channel are strictly limited, with each Lord allowed only 10 opportunities to speak. Even so, the turmoil caused by the plummeting herb prices swept through the public channel like wildfire, with messages flooding in like a tide, as if the air was thick with agitation, anger, and the atmosphere of mutual blame. Is there anyone buying herbs? Clearance sale at 30 off. Heishi grass ice core flowers, we have them all, buy in bulk and get full satisfaction. Idiot, now 8 out of 10 people are hoarding herbs like they are worthless. Do you really think you can sell them? Dream on. Who was the idiot who confidently claimed this stuff was useful and could make a fortune? There's a dense forest right next to my territory. After the rain, phantom mushrooms grow everywhere. I spent a dozen people to pick them, and now you tell me this worthless thing is flooding the market. It was that guy named Jiang Chen. He even privately messaged me to recruit me, saying that hoarding herbs with him could trick Jiang Chen into a big score, and he borrowed a large amount of resources, which ended up ruining me. Now the whole channel only has Jiang Chen collecting herbs. Stop being stubborn and hurry to trade. Who knows, Jiang Chen might regret it soon and won't even take half price. It's all Jiang Ling's fault. He was the one shouting in the channel about resisting Jiang Chen and monopolizing herbs. Now that something has gone wrong, he's hiding in his shell and not daring to speak. That bastard Jiang Ling wouldn't be running away with his mistress, would he? If I find his territory coordinates, they'll definitely bring my forces to flatten his land. Insults, complaints, and mockery flew through the channel, every message laden with pent-up anger. The central figure of this farce, Jiang Ling, at that moment lacked the courage to show his face. As soon as he dared to type a single word in the channel, he would be instantly drowned in a torrent of verbal abuse, leaving no room for defense. Not to mention those who were merely acquaintances and had been fooled by him into hoarding goods. Even the dozen or so loyal lords who had been deeply bound to him by promises of wealth were now filled with resentment toward him, as the private message notifications were nearly overwhelming, with each inquiry stabbing at him like a blade. Jiang Ling, what exactly is going on? Didn't you say the herbs were scarce and Jiang Chen would buy at high prices? How come now any transmigrator can find them and the prices have been halved? We bought herbs at prices higher than Jiang Chen's initial offer, and now you want us to sell at half price. Isn't that just asking to be a fool? Say something. Everyone is cursing us right now. If we don't find a way, we are going to lose our foundation over the... Jiang Ling stared at the light screen of the Book of Lords, his face alternating between blue and white, his chest heaving violently, fury nearly bursting from his chest. He slammed his palm on the table, cursing under his breath. These CS folks, they were all so eager to join hands to pit Jiang Chen against me, but now that trouble has arisen, they all blame me. A bunch of fence-sitters. Yet he dared only to curse in his heart, and in private, never daring to engage in public disputes. The crowd is an easily stirred group, and they generally do not blame themselves for mistakes. They will shift the blame wherever possible. Jiang Ling dared not offend so many people at once, so he could only hold his nose and repeatedly apologize and soothe them in private messages. By the end of the day, after exhausting his speaking privileges 10 times, he was ultimately branded with the infamous label of absconding with funds by other lords. In reality, the reason for Jiang Chen's price drop had nothing to do with Jiang Ling. It was because many traversers now had their own medicinal materials, while buyers were relatively scarce. As the market became saturated, prices naturally fell. This is the law of the market. But Jiang Ling could not accept that. He was the one being victimized by the market's rules. At this point, the only way out was to cut losses promptly. Yet due to his previous provocation of Jiang Chen, he had already been blacklisted by Jiang Chen and could not trade with him directly, only able to watch as his warehouse, filled with medicinal materials, slowly piled up. As for finding other lords to act as intermediaries, handing the medicinal materials to them to trade with Jiang Chen, such an idea did not even exist in Jiang Ling's dictionary. This batch of medicinal materials sold at half price was his entire fortune gathered together, with a dozen followers, amounting to a significant sum. With his inherently suspicious and selfish nature, Jiang Ling would never entrust such a large sum of wealth to a stranger he had never met, not even knowing the coordinates of their territory. Knowing someone's face does not mean knowing their heart. In this world of lords where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, the human heart is more treacherous than wild monsters. If the other party absconds with the funds, he wouldn't even know where to start looking, ultimately ending up with nothing. What's more, this situation was highly likely to occur, as Jiang Ling's reputation was already in tatters. If the other party stubbornly denied it, perhaps no one would believe him. Jiang Chen, I will never share the same sky with you. You did this on purpose. You definitely did this on purpose. Jiang Ling's eyes were bloodshot with rage as he kicked over the wooden chair behind him. The chair crashed heavily to the ground, producing a piercing sound of splintering wood, yet it did nothing to alleviate the hatred and frustration within his heart. He could not comprehend how his meticulously planned monopoly scheme could end in such a total loss. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was completely oblivious to the chaos in the Lord's channel. He had set the Book of Lords to do not disturb mode, fully immersing himself in his summoning endeavors. Thanks to Jiang Chen, the number of his cannon fodder skeleton soldiers was rapidly increasing. He continuously used recovery potions to restore his magic power, frantically employing the skeleton summoning skill, summoning over 1,000 skeleton soldiers in one go, directly doubling the army of his territory. In the end, he was left with only 2 bottles of magic recovery potions in reserve. Now Jiang Chen's magic power was nearly completely drained. At that moment, he sat on a chair in the square, his stomach slightly bulging his face, showing a hint of weariness from being overstuffed. To replenish his magic power, he treated the recovery potions made by Zizika as if they were plain water. After downing more than 20 bottles, his magic power was exhausted, and even his stomach felt bloated. Now every time he saw a potion bottle glowing with a faint blue light, a physiological wave of nausea surged up his throat. However, every effort has its rewards. The 1,000 skeleton soldiers he summoned represented the equivalent of 2 days of his tireless work. What delighted him even more was that through the cycle of repeatedly consuming magic power and replenishing potions, his magic power limit had quietly increased by over 100 points, roughly around 10%. This subtle yet stable growth made him even happier than merely summoning troops. Zizika finished inspecting the various equipment in the alchemical laboratory and stepped out through the exquisite door just in time to see Jiang Chen pouring the precious second-tier recovery potions into himself as if they were plain water. If the automaton had the ability to roll its eyes, it would certainly give Jiang Chen a big one right now. Who wastes alchemical achievements like this? Does he really think that potions are like wild grass by the roadside, worthless? But then again, these potions were precisely concocted by her own hands. The basic materials were not scarce around the territory, and the most precious main material, the magic power source, could be mass-produced under Jiang Chen's enhancement ability. While it could not be considered completely free, the cost was indeed negligible. It seemed that since Jiang Chen did not concoct them himself, he felt no pain at all. This man was too audacious. Suppressing the inexplicable sense of helplessness in her heart, Zizika approached Jiang Chen and, waiting for him to finish drinking the last bottle of potion and to complete his actions, softly spoke up. Zizika spoke with her usual calmness. "Master, I believe I need more alchemical materials. Did you not say that the basic materials purchased earlier would last you for several days, eh?" Jiang Chen rubbed his bloated stomach, looking up in confusion, breathing heavily. Zizika glanced down at the ground, her tone still calm. "That was just the material for concocting the lowest level basic potions. If I could obtain higher level materials with the current equipment of the Orange Alchemical Laboratory, I could concoct any potion below level 5. As for potions above level 5, she also had a certain success rate, but she did not mention this. Given the current resource reserves of Jiang Chen's territory, it was evidently not capable of affording such rare materials, and stating it would only add to the troubles. Jiang Chen sighed. While Zizika was useful, she was also a big eater of gold coins. Gathering his spirits, he opened the Book of Lords and placed his fingertip on the trading interface. "What materials do you need?" "Black epiphyllum, bitter bamboo shoots, 7-leaf orchids, moonshadow vines." Alchemy is not merely potion-making. Besides medicinal materials, Jiang Chen also heard strange materials like 9-earring snakes' fangs, forest toads' tongues, purple crystal, and hidden butterflies' cocoons. Jiang Chen quickly took notes, but halfway through he suddenly jumped up from the stone bench, a momentary surprise flashing across his face. "Master, what happened?" Zizika was startled by his sudden reaction and hurriedly asked. "It's nothing, nothing. You continue, I'm listening." Jiang Chen waved his hand hastily, but his heart continued to race. Just now, a large transaction of medicinal materials had suddenly come through the Book of Lords. It was a very unfamiliar lord, and Jiang Chen had no significant impression of him, implying that the previous development had not been great. He just did not know why he suddenly had such a large stockpile of medicinal materials. Jiang Chen soon figured out the source of this batch of materials. It was most likely Zhang Ling, who had threatened to split the profits with him, but was actually trying to swindle him. Of course, Jiang Chen would not be foolish enough to refuse these medicinal materials, as they were excellent leeks. Even though there were some grievances between them, he could allow them to continue growing wildly. At the same time, Jiang Chen sent a message to this anonymous seller. "Let him behave himself, though I might not take action against him, but if he continues to act recklessly, he won't find it easy to deal with me." The lord, acting as Zhang Ling's black hand, upon seeing this message was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He knew all too well the consequences of offending Jiang Chen, as Zhang Ling had set a vivid example for everyone. Currently, Zhang Ling's reputation was in tatters, and his losses were severe, serving as a cautionary tale for all. Although he had agreed to be the intermediary for Zhang Ling, it was primarily due to the resources promised by the latter. Had he known that offending Jiang Chen could lead to being blacklisted, he would never have taken such risks. Thankfully, he had been clever this time, choosing to remain anonymous, though otherwise he might have been mistaken for Zhang Ling's accomplice. Thinking of this, the lord was so furious that smoke seemed to rise from his 7 orifices, and he immediately sent a message to Zhang Ling. "I am someone who keeps my promises. I won't swallow your resources this time. But remember, this matter is not over. You better not give me the chance, or I will definitely kill you next time we meet." Zhang Ling looked at this inexplicable message and had not yet reacted when he realized he had been blacklisted by the other party. Enraged, he threw the Lord's book onto the ground, nearly cursing in frustration. Who had he offended? Why was everyone bullying him? Ultimately, Zhang Ling bore all the blame and resentment alone, truly embodying the saying sacrificing oneself to benefit others, indeed earning great merit. However, this batch of materials also alleviated Jiang Chen's urgent needs. Even if Zizika continued to squander, these materials would likely suffice for her for a while. Zizika, a new batch of materials has arrived in the warehouse. Aside from some rare resources, you can use them. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen continued. You may also use those rare resources, but you must report. For extremely rare resources like natural gems, Jiang Chen didn't have many either. Even if she acted without prior notice, Zizika had to inform him. Jiang Chen did not want to find his own resources depleted for no reason by Zizika. Sitting quietly, Zizika did not voice any opinions, remaining as silent as a true doll. Did she understand what he meant? Jiang Chen sighed, opened the bounty interface of the Lord's channel, and reduced the base price for medicinal material acquisitions by half once again. Now that Jiang Chen's demand had dropped again, prices would naturally fall once more. He then opened another bounty, selecting the rare materials reported by Zizika and marking the acquisition prices. After Zhang Ling's commotion, all the traversers had learned from his example and no longer dared to hoard materials indiscriminately. Once they discovered rare materials, they would likely trade them to him, immediately fearing that prices would plummet again in a few days. Jiang Chen also left room for negotiation, offering fair market prices for these rare materials without deliberately suppressing prices. As fellow traversers, they all came from the same world to this unfamiliar Lord's continent, and eventually they would come into contact with local powers. Those who survived would understand the true value of these materials. There was no need to let the relationship become too strained. Leaving a way out would allow for better encounters in the future. Zizika watched Jiang Chen skillfully operating the Lord's book, a hint of subtle anticipation flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was confirming the bounty information while contemplating the future development of his territory. With an alchemy laboratory and Zizika's loyalty nearing its peak, coupled with a steady supply of materials, his territory was on the verge of a genuine leap forward. Jiang Chen's bounty, marked for unlimited acquisition of basic medicinal materials with a price reduction, was instantly flooded with responses as soon as it was posted. Messages in the channel's chat box refreshed at a rate of hundreds per second, with the sound of notifications echoing in every Lord's territory. Some were overjoyed, some were dazed, some were furious. The myriad of human emotions was magnified at that moment. Those lords who had been clamoring and spending exorbitant amounts to hoard medicinal materials just a few days ago now looked at their warehouses piled high with materials that had become worthless and gazed at the resources in their territories that had shrunk by half, sitting pale-faced in their lord's chambers, their expressions filled with disbelief and despair. They had hoped to profit enormously from the medicinal material boom, believing they could compel Jiang Chen to compromise and buy their materials at high prices. Little did they expect the world to turn upside down overnight. Among all the traversers, none were as unfortunate and furious as Zhang Ling. Having monopolized medicinal materials in advance and inflated prices, his assets had multiplied several times within just 2 days. Feeling triumphant, he even publicly mocked Jiang Chen in the channel, belittling him to insignificance. But now everything was ruined. Jiang Chen's price reduction bounty had directly burst the bubble he had inflated with his own hands. From being a newly risen big shot basking in glory to becoming a heavily indebted failure, he was forced to sell off vast amounts of resources. One could say that the days he had traversed here were all in vain. Just as Jiang Chen was about to close the softly glowing Lord's book, a pinned friend message suddenly popped up. Brother Chen, what a deft maneuver. The sender was Xia Yulan. Upon seeing this name that had been lost for 2 whole days, Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He and Xia Yulan were not particularly close, but she was one of the few partners among the traversers with whom he had established a long-term and stable trading relationship. A couple of days ago, when iron resources were extremely scarce, Xia Yulan had exchanged his basic potions at a fair price, alleviating his urgent needs. Although their trading terms had been automating the iron or had never ceased, and even now a third of the materials being smelted in Jiang Chen's territory originated from the mines of Xia Yulan. Jiang Chen replied, I haven't done anything. Is there something you want? Strictly speaking, Jiang Chen indeed hadn't done anything, nor had he specifically targeted those behind the scenes who inflated the prices of medicinal materials and created anxiety. He simply issued a statement at the critical moment when most lords discovered that the prices of medicinal materials were beginning to drop and adjusted the prices at the best time. But with just these 2 moves, Jiang Chen managed to reap a considerable fortune. Far away in the southern forest territory, Xia Yulan looked at the message Jiang Chen had sent and couldn't help but curl her delicate lips, secretly cursing, I believe you not a chance. She was not one of those fools who sold themselves and helped count the money. In the first business battle of the trading channel after her transmigration, Xia Yulan did not directly participate, she simply focused on mining her own resources. The conclusion, of course, was that Jiang Chen reaped substantial profits acquiring all the necessary medicinal materials at a low price, thereby establishing his own image and authority. The traversers who sold their medicinal materials to him at a low price felt no loss. Instead, they were immensely grateful to him as their savior. Now offending Jiang Chen would lead to dire consequences. This image, while not deeply ingrained in people's hearts, would certainly make other lords hesitate when preparing to target him. A few days ago, when Jiang Chen purchased the medicinal materials at a high price, these people scoffed and mocked him, immediately selling their materials to Zhang Ling for the inflated price. As a result, when Jiang Chen lowered his prices, they frantically sold their goods, fearing they would be stuck with them, only to express their gratitude to Jiang Chen, pouring all their anger and resentment onto the pitiful Zhang Ling. Ultimately, they subconsciously felt they could not afford to offend Jiang Chen and needed to find a soft target to vent their frustrations. In Xia Yulan's view, this awareness was even more significant than Jiang Chen's gains in this business battle. The absurdity of human nature was vividly displayed at that moment. Leaning against the trunk of a giant tree in her territory, Xia Yulan gently tapped the edge of the Lord's book, her gaze calm yet sharp. She had never been the seemingly weak and innocent girl she appeared to be. Previously, during her dealings with Jiang Chen, her feigned submissiveness and soft tone were all an act. Feigning weakness to gain sympathy often leads to more favorable exchange conditions, allowing one to gain an advantage in resource transactions. It was only when Jiang Chen revealed his cold and ruthless nature that she decisively dropped all her disguises, no longer engaging in futile efforts, and instead spoke directly of interest, cooperation, and equitable exchange with him. Because she knew that in front of someone like Jiang Chen, any pretense was meaningless, he would never be swayed by something insubstantial and would not give up practical benefits. Xia Yulan meticulously reviewed the first smoke-free business battle after her transmigration from start to finish, word for word. By the end, her back was drenched in a fine layer of cold sweat. She arrived at a chilling conclusion. If Jiang Chen was not the favored, illegitimate child of the goddess of fate, then he was a master chess player who manipulated human nature and possessed a terrifying depth. The logic of the whole affair was terrifying upon deeper reflection. Initially, if Jiang Chen had not actively made the statement that medicinal materials are worthless, those traversers, blinded by profit, would not have gone on a buying spree, and Zhang Ling would not have had the opportunity to inflate the bubble so much. It was precisely Jiang Chen's seemingly cautionary words that ignited everyone's rebellious psychology. Preconceived notions led them to believe he was being evasive and trying to scare them into selling their materials at a low price, causing them to hoard even more. Had Jiang Chen not said that when the prices of medicinal materials naturally collapsed, it was very likely that the one who would end up burned would be Jiang Chen himself, who had initially bought in large quantities. But now, everyone was saying Jiang Chen is insightful, and they all hated themselves for believing Zhang Ling's nonsense, regretting not trusting Jiang Chen's alert. Jiang Chen's two seemingly casual actions effortlessly achieved three objectives. First, he accelerated the collapse of medicinal material values, acquiring all the resources he needed at the lowest cost. Second, he established authority in the minds of all the individual traversers, paving the way for future developments. Third, he perfectly redirected the anger that the material bubble would inevitably provoke onto Zhang Ling, allowing him to retreat unscathed while reaping the benefits. This was not merely a complete victory, it was an overwhelming triumph. A plan so simple it bordered on the mundane, with no complex operations and no underhanded tactics, yet every detail was meticulously linked, flawless, and nearly perfect. Only the grasp of human nature was truly exceptional. Xia Yulan reviewed it 3 times and found no loopholes, no areas for optimization. Zhang Ling's defeat was entirely justified. He might be adept at surface-level commercial speculation, understanding hoarding and price manipulation, but he did not understand human nature. From the very beginning, Jiang Chen had seen through everyone's greed, blind conformity, rebellion, and cowardice, accurately grasping the psychology of every traverser. In an instant, Jiang Chen's image became profoundly deep in Xia Yulan's heart, like a bottomless dark abyss, inscrutable and unfathomable. Xia Yulan instinctively covered her chest, her heart racing wildly. If in the future such a terrifying person set his sights on her as a target, just imagining that scene made her shake her head vigorously, forcing herself to dispel the horrifying thought. She must build a good relationship with Jiang Chen. They had no conflict, in fact their relationship was quite good. Even if they eventually fell out over conflicting interests, she absolutely could not become his enemy. This man was the one being she could not provoke since her transmigration, bar none. Jiang Chen was unaware of Xia Yulan's extensive speculations and was even engaged in a mental chess match with the air. From start to finish, he merely wanted to acquire more basic medicinal materials, create more alchemical potions, and earn a bit of stable money. If he knew that in her mind she had painted him as an unfathomable mastermind pulling the strings, he would likely remain silent for a moment, saying nothing, allowing her to continue her imagination. After all, the all one conjures in their mind can sometimes be more effective than real intimidation. He just did not expect that his casual actions would land him at the top of Xia Yulan's do not provoke list. In fact, Jiang Chen had always had a good impression of Xia Yulan. Not only because she had lent him a helping hand when he was in dire need of iron resources, but more importantly, Xia Yulan was a smart person. She was clear about her goals, knew what she wanted and what she could offer, and would not easily be swayed by others' opinions or let emotions cloud her judgment. This last trait was rare and valuable. Conversing with such a person would save one a lot of time and effort. No one likes a clever leak, but a smart partner can save countless hours and energy. Jiang Chen was also very clear that Xia Yulan never came without a purpose. In situations where speaking opportunities were limited, no one would waste precious chances merely to chat with him. If she was reaching out, it was certainly because she sought something from him. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, the message from Xia Yulan came again. Brother Chen, do you have more advanced weapons? I mean weapons with a longer attack range, preferably something like a bow or crossbow. Jiang Chen did not reply immediately. Instead, he lightly tapped on the screen of the Lord's book and calmly asked, "Have you encountered any trouble?" The reply came swiftly, revealing a hint of urgency in Xia Yulan's words. "I found a goblin camp near the territory. Several of my farmers have already perished, and now they're trapped inside the protective shield, unable to escape." Jiang Chen understood. Goblins are not a particularly powerful race and have not developed into a kingdom. They are not a mainstream race on the continent. However, they are gregarious, fierce, adept at ambushing, and capable of using simple weapons. Most critically, they are very hardy, which poses a considerable problem for a fledgling territory. Being trapped inside the protective shield means no resource gathering and no building upgrades. It won't be long before the territory comes to a complete standstill due to resource depletion. He pondered for a moment and retrieved 2 pieces of green quality equipment data from his architectural blueprint library, sending them directly to Xia Yulan. Iron spear green, light crossbow green. How do these 2 look? Almost as soon as the message was sent, Xia Yulan's reply popped up without hesitation. "I want the light crossbow, 20 of them along with matching arrows." Xia Yulan was very calm, knowing that without arrows, bows and crossbows are of little use, so she made her trading request all at once. Jiang Chen paused slightly and out of basic consideration typed a line. "Although I won't refuse, I must remind you that if they are not professional troops, but just ordinary farmers, their shooting accuracy won't be high. I know I have now built an infantry training ground." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, but did not say anything further. His relationship with Xia Yulan was not close enough to warrant discussing every detail. Moreover, according to Xia Yulan, the goblins were right outside the protective shield. Shooting through the shield, even newly trained infantry would not have a chance to miss. The difference between crossbows and bows is that with only a brief training, ordinary people can master them and maximize the power of the crossbow bolts. What surprised him even more was that Xia Yulan had already built an infantry training ground. Among all the domain lords, those who could unlock troop buildings in such a short time were few and far between. Each one of them would earn the title of big shot in the channel. It seemed that this young girl was developing much faster than he had imagined. Jiang Chen stopped talking and got straight to the point. "So what will you offer in exchange?" "Soul crystals and rare materials." Upon seeing this line, the calmness in Jiang Chen's eyes finally stirred slightly. In the next second, when he saw the trading materials that Xia Yulan specified, even Jiang Chen, with his steady composure, couldn't help but fall silent. 40 units of soul crystals, 5 units of iron or essence, and 1 unit of crystal. Soul crystals were one thing, but iron or essence was a core material for forging high-level equipment. Crystal ore is an even rarer high-level resource. Although Jiang Chen couldn't use it at the moment, even if he stored it as material, it would surely have its uses in the future. Jiang Chen looked up at his own icy, desolate territory devoid of anything but frost and cold winds, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why did this little girl have such good luck landing right next to a rare mine and casually offering rare materials while he could only endure the harsh winds of this godforsaken place and withstand the cold? Sometimes it truly felt like people could drive you mad. Suppressing his inner imbalance, Jiang Chen quickly put up 20 light crossbows and 200 iron arrows. Business is business. He didn't like to take advantage of others, especially when dealing with clever and potentially promising travelers from another world. Leaving some room for negotiation could only be beneficial in the future. "Thank you, big shot. They'll come to you next time I have rare resources." In her message, Xia Yulan even sent a heart clearly filled with a bit of joy. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and reminded her again. Iron arrows can be exchanged for iron ore here. This promise is always valid. However, I still recommend you buy some iron spears. Having a few close-range guards can sometimes save your life. The protective shield can hold for a while, but it can't last forever. Once the goblins launch a mass charge, even long-range crossbows will have blind spots. Close-range spear soldiers are an essential line of defense. This time Xia Yulan was silent for a moment before finally saying, "Let's put it up, still 20 of them." Jiang Chen casually opened the trading interface, preparing to check the new materials she listed. At a glance, Jiang Chen was completely stunned, his pupils slightly contracting, almost blinded by the dazzling sight. 2 units of flame crystal, or no one had ever openly sold this in the Traveler channel. Looking at the pile of rare materials shimmering enticingly, and then at his own empty material storage, Jiang Chen was left with nothing but a frantic roar in his heart. How many good things has this girl hidden? This is all I have. Although I don't know the exact price, it should be a very rare. Xia Yulan sent another message, but Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel it sounded like she was boasting. This is a 3rd-tier core alchemical material marked on the Siska list, belonging to a rare item with a price, but no market. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen swiped over 50 iron spears and even threw in 500 iron arrows as a bonus. Xia Yulan was bewildered as she looked at the numerous weapons Jiang Chen had traded over. Although she knew the material she offered was valuable, she didn't expect it to be worth this much. Is this thing really that valuable? Xia Yulan couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and said directly, "You should soon qualify to contact outside forces. You will know the value of such things sooner or later. It's not beneficial for me to deceive you now. I hope this transaction can establish some trust between us. If you have good things to offer, I will never undervalue." Xia Yulan looked at Jiang Chen's message and was momentarily puzzled. Was she really encountering a good person? However, after a moment, she realized that Jiang Chen was seeing her potential and wanted to invest early or simply establish a faint trust. Indeed, Jiang Chen could have concealed the prices of these rare materials, but the cost would be planting a bomb that could explode at any moment. Integrity seems worthless, but those who truly achieve great things often regard their integrity as more important than anything else. Furthermore, Jiang Chen has come to understand that if he is a player with a cheat, then Xia Yulan is the destined lucky. While others toil for 3 feet in the wasteland only to find a few pieces of inferior iron, or she can uncover rare resources hidden in abandoned mines with just a single shovel near her initial territory. Even the wild monsters that respawn near the territory seem to act as couriers delivering resources to her. As long as she acquires sufficiently powerful weapons from Jiang Chen, exterminating those goblins is merely a matter of time. This isn't hard work, it's pure unreasonable luck. Jiang Chen is even certain that Xia Yulan's initial talent must be akin to his top-tier luck attribute, and her starting level is definitely higher than his. In his past life, Xia Yulan would be the kind of chosen one who would draw 3 golds in a 10 pool and still guarantee 2 golds in the next 10 pulls, an existence on par with the world's favored daughter. If someone were to ask Jiang Chen what level he is at, he belongs to the realm of private server lords who don't even need to compare luck with the lucky ones. The two sides are not even in the same dimension when it comes to competition. Realizing all of this, Jiang Chen's mindset, which had been stirred by the continuous influx of rare resources from the other party, instantly calmed, and he expressed that he was not envious of such fortune at all. "Do you have any other good items? I can definitely offer you something you've never seen before." "No, I really don't have anything left." Xia Yulan, who was currently organizing the weapons she just received, paused her movement and sighed in response. Does Jiang Chen think that mining is such an easy task? Jiang Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, momentarily unable to respond to this unexpected query. It seems that the crisis earlier had consumed his speaking opportunities. He operated the Lord's Book, sending the attributes of the leather armor green and steel battle axe blue directly to Xia Yulan. A pale green light flowed through the Lord's Book, clearly displaying a set of armor and a blue quality weapon before Xia Yulan. The green quality leather armor is acceptable with a level 2 defense attribute and slight resistance to piercing, standardized for most troop types. However, the appearance of the blue quality weapon caused Xia Yulan to be slightly taken aback, and the playful expression on her face vanished in an instant. At that moment, her mind was filled with one thought: how does Jiang Chen resemble a magical cat? He can produce blue quality weapons. From the previous light crossbow to the numerous iron spears, and now to the leather armor and steel battle axe, all are high quality gear, and all are rare items that Jiang Chen has never listed on the public trading channel. What terrifying level has Jiang Chen reached in just a few days? Xia Yulan clenched her fingers tightly, feeling both sour and envious. Setting aside weapons, she knows very well the value of a set of armor. With this leather armor for protection, the survival rate of her troops would increase significantly. Taking a deep breath, she tried to keep her tone calm, saying, "Old price." "You wish," Jiang Chen interrupted her mercilessly. "The leather armor is twice as expensive as the weapon. Don't rush to refuse. I'm not lying to you. Leather armor can't be produced directly at a workstation. You must first build a leather processing plant to tan the beast hides into leather, which has a very low yield. Currently, nearly half of the troops under my command have yet to don leather armor. Jiang Chen was speaking the truth. He had just summoned a large number of fodder troops today, which were about half the number of territory troops, and he hadn't had time to equip them yet. Moreover, those elite stone golems are elemental constructs and are too large to wear ordinary leather armor. Xia Yulan secretly cursed Jiang Chen for raising the price, yet she also knew that he had no reason to lie about such matters. Jiang Chen's earlier groundwork is now paying off. Xia Yulan instinctively believes that the prices Jiang Chen offers are all fair prices. She had long labeled Jiang Chen as deeply scheming and cunning, fully aware that this guy is meticulous and would never leave such obvious flaws. Without haggling, she swiftly operated her fingers and directly listed 10 units of bloodstone and 10 units of blue crystal ore in the trading bar, all of which are scarce magical ores worth far more than 40 iron spears. Jiang Chen looked at the pile of sparkling rare ores in the trading bar, his eyes twitching violently. It seems that her previous claim of having nothing left was indeed a lie. Just how much wealth does this girl possess? It's all Xia Yulan's fault for talking nonsense earlier, leading him to have all sorts of strange thoughts. Fearing that Xia Yulan might change her mind at any moment, he almost instantly clicked to confirm and transferred the 40 pieces of leather armor. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Chen was about to say something when a message from Xia Yulan popped up in the Lord panel. With a hint of grievance that seemed to verge on tears, Xia Yulan said, "I really have nothing left. Please don't just focus on me to reap the benefits." Jiang Chen chuckled. It seems this girl is scared of him taking advantage of her, afraid that he might produce some enticing items to empty her last reserves. He stroked his chin and replied leisurely, "No, my soldiers are also using these armors. However, there is one last item I plan to show you." This statement is not entirely a lie. All the equipment his soldiers use is a reinforced version stronger than the ordinary version he traded away. If it weren't for meeting Xia Yulan, a small fortune lady with mines at home, Jiang Chen wouldn't have brought out so many weapons that are not publicly for sale. Of course, the reason Jiang Chen isn't selling them now is that the vast majority of lords cannot afford higher quality weapons. It's best to wait until those lords are a bit wealthier before pulling out higher quality weapons for profit. Additionally, with the upcoming lord assessment, all lords will surely go all out, frantically purchasing strategic resources, and that will be the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to make a fortune in war. A glass bottle radiating a faint red glow was placed on the trading panel by Jiang Chen. Basic healing potion green restores 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. Upon seeing the description of this potion, Xia Yulan's gaze was instantly captivated, unable to look away. Not because of its high value, but because this item can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Every transmigrator values their life, troops can be recruited again, and resources can be gathered anew. However, if a lord faces any mishap, the territory will collapse directly and everything will be lost. This healing potion saves not just soldiers' lives, but the lord's own life in critical moments. Thus, this item is something that every lord would desperately desire. In fact, alchemical potions are indeed not something ordinary people can afford, as their sale is firmly restricted to the hands of the Mage Council, exclusively traded with magic gold coins, making them a luxury item reserved for the elite. Even the major forces of the indigenous people seldom indulge in using such items as military supplies. It was not until this moment that Xia Yulan suddenly realized and finally understood the reason why Jiang Chen had been purchasing various herbs in the trading channel. His trump card was the alchemical potion. Don't think too much, this thing can't be produced just from having the blueprints. Ordinary transmigrators simply don't have the means to refine it. As for the price, they'll take 20 units of rare resources from you. How about that? 20 units of rare resources? Xia Yulan was so furious that she wanted to smash the Lord's book hard against Jiang Chen's face. "Why don't you just go rob?" Jiang Chen replied confidently and without a hint of guilt. "Robbing doesn't bring in money as quickly as this does." Xia Yulan was left speechless, but her desire was still incredibly strong. She had already formulated a plan for external expansion, intending to actively attack the nearby Kobold and Knoll tribes. On the battlefield, knives and arrows are blind. Even with her special talent, she couldn't guarantee her safety 100. Having this bottle of healing potion meant she had an extra life. Even if she didn't drink it, just having it in her pocket would provide her with some peace of mind. She bit her lip and replied helplessly, "That's too much. I can't produce that many resources right now." This wasn't about being stingy, if she genuinely couldn't manage it. The earlier trade for leather armor and weapons had nearly depleted all her savings from several days of mining. Others only saw her as a lucky miner who struck rare ores with every dig, but who knew that activating her luck talent required her to personally enter the mine, endure harsh conditions, and dig for days on end, one shovel at a time. For a young and beautiful girl, such days were nothing short of torment. Moreover, the luck talent didn't create resources out of thin air. it merely guided her intuition on where the chances of finding valuable minerals were higher. The abandoned mining veins around her territory had nearly been exhausted. Other rare resources were likely buried deeper underground. It seemed Jiang Chen had anticipated this and leisurely proposed a second option. You can buy it on credit and pay later. Or 200 units of soul crystals. Soul crystals are the core resources dropped by slain wild monsters, and the market exchange rate is generally 10 units of soul crystals for 1 unit of rare resources. Different resources may fluctuate slightly, but the difference isn't significant. 200 soul crystals for 20 units of rare resources is a fair and reasonable ratio. Jiang Chen wasn't trying to cheat her. However, the more he offered, the more wary Xia Yulan felt. Jiang Chen's shrewdness had already instilled a great sense of caution in her. In her eyes, this man seemed to have ulterior motives in everything he did. He couldn't possibly offer her such lenient terms for no reason. After hesitating for a moment, she finally asked, "Why are you giving me such good conditions?" Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Chen spoke in a tone as calm as if discussing something utterly mundane. "Consider it a little assurance from me. After all, if you die, who will provide me with rare minerals?" This reasoning was very straightforward, yet left no room for rebuttal. Just from Xia Yulan's contribution of rare minerals, she had already satisfied a small portion of Siska's requirements on her own. To Jiang Chen, Xia Yulan was the most valuable long-term supplier of minerals, and he didn't want to watch this cash cow be destroyed by wild monsters. Being so obviously treated as a mining tool, Xia Yulan felt not anger, but rather a sense of relief as her previously anxious heart had finally settled. Only those who possess value can survive and thrive. As long as she could still mine rare minerals, she had value to Jiang Chen, and with value, she wouldn't be easily discarded. "I agree," Xia Yulan quickly replied, pausing momentarily before typing another line. "Also think, regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Chen had indeed provided her with this precious healing potion, first, which essentially equated to gifting her a life. This favor was something she had to remember. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's proactive reveal of his alchemical potion also signified goodwill, adding a layer of subtle trust to their cooperative relationship. Upon confirming the transaction, the light red healing potion suddenly appeared in Xia Yulan's room. She gently caressed the smooth, cool glass vial, feeling the life energy flowing within the potion, when a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Was Jiang Chen not afraid that she would expose this matter? That she might reveal his secret of acquiring herbs and refining alchemical potions to the public? Or did he simply not care and was not worried that she would leak it? If it was the latter, it could only mean that Jiang Chen planned to disclose this secret voluntarily in the near future. But why would he disclose it? And when would he choose to do so? Xia Yulan's gaze instinctively glanced at the corner of the Lord panel, where a line of small gray text indicated a countdown visible to all lords across the continent. In that moment, all her doubts were suddenly cleared. So it was like this. Xia Yulan looked at Jiang Chen's avatar on the panel, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. She almost fell for this guy's trap. Jiang Chen wasn't trusting her, he was testing her. Just as she had tested Jiang Chen before, this was also a test of whether she was trustworthy enough, whether there was a sufficient foundation of trust between them to discuss further cooperation. If she were really foolish enough to expose the secret of the healing potion, or simply default on her payments, it would indicate that she did not grasp Jiang Chen's deeper intentions. The former would mean she couldn't comprehend his schemes, while the latter would mean she destroyed the foundation of their cooperation with her own hands. To someone like Jiang Chen, these two behaviors were indistinguishable. Either could be enough for him to completely blacklist her. Xia Yulan sighed, lightly calculating the gains and losses of this transaction in her heart. Because compared to the possible benefits in the future, her 20 units of rare resources were nothing at all. Consider it an early investment. Moreover, the cost Jiang Chen incurred was merely the cheap, ordinary herbs, a pitifully low expense. To see through the true nature of a potential close ally with such a trivial investment was undoubtedly a wise deal. Even if she misjudged someone, the worst outcome would only be a slight loss of resources, which felt trivial compared to the potential betrayal she might face in the future. Yet Xia Yulan still felt a bit annoyed. After collaborating so many times, he still viewed her with such suspicion. Surely people like him, with paranoid tendencies, must not be liked by any girl. Complaints aside, Xia Yulan immediately stepped out of the Lord's cabin and called forth her second-tier militia. The newly recruited soldiers wore simple linen clothes and wielded rudimentary iron swords and wooden clubs. With these new-style armors combined with the light crossbows and iron spears acquired in previous trades, Xia Yulan was confident that she could beat the group of kobolds outside, who could only throw stones to the point of making them flee. This time Xia Yulan did not wrong Jiang Chen. His intention was indeed a test. If Xia Yulan was truly foolish enough to fail to see the situation clearly and distinguish between priorities, then Jiang Chen had no reason to support her. Even if she were a top-notch tool capable of unearthing rare minerals, she was unworthy of being his ally. In this world, foolishness is the original sin, and no matter how fortunate one may be, they will inevitably be eliminated. Jiang Chen stretched lazily the joints in his body, making faint popping sounds. It was yet another day of sending his opponents into the basement, truly a solitude as desolate as snow. At that moment, the friend list on the Lord panel flickered, and a private message popped up from the somewhat unfortunate. The other party got straight to the point. Boss, may I ask if there are any better weapons? Not those from the trading platform. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This Dong Fu was one of the early transmigrators he encountered of mediocre talent and luck, but he granted a friend request because he contributed the blueprint for a workbench. After several transactions, Jiang Chen found that he was quite perceptive. He did not waste words and directly sent over the attributes and prices of several weapons, each of them suitable for beginners with excellent cost performance. In just a few seconds, the other party sent another message accompanied by a material card. I heard you collect rare materials. How about this? Material: fresh leaves of the verdant life tree. Orange. Jiang Chen's gaze suddenly froze on the screen, his fingertips tightening sharply. Orange-grade materials. This was no trivial matter. Most lords were still at the very beginning stages, with green materials being scarce, and even Jiang Chen's bounties had not received many. Such things almost only existed in high-level ruins and treasure chests. Obtaining an orange-grade material indicated that Dong Fu had at least opened a silver treasure chest. And this fresh leaves of the verdant life tree, as the name suggests, must be a specialty of the elven race, containing pure life energy. This fellow was quite lucky. He actually hit that one drop rate. Jiang Chen immediately sent a private message with a tone of rare urgency. How did you get this thing? Soon Dong Fu's reply came, filled with resentment. Wasn't it opened from a treasure chest? I had a hard time breaking through a den of brown bears, losing over a dozen militiamen before barely securing it, and then this was what came out of the silver treasure chest. At this point, Dong Fu was getting angry. Couldn't you at least give me a blue blueprint? Instead, I get a worthless leaf that I don't even know how to use. Dong Fu also knew the value of this item. Just the fact that it was an orange-grade material was enough to roughly gauge its worth. However, this did not change Dong Fu's situation at all. Like a traveler lost in the desert, gold meant nothing to a traveler about to die of thirst. Dong Fu felt like that traveler, and what was worse, he did not know anyone who could sell this item. Jiang Chen was the only person he knew who might be able to afford it, and he was not sure if Jiang Chen would even. Strictly speaking, Dong Fu was a very pragmatic person. Without resources to enhance his strength, this item was of no use to him. He believed Jiang Chen was already among the top lords among transmigrators. Even though he thought he had greatly overestimated Jiang Chen, he could never have guessed that Jiang Chen was now even using orange-grade weapons. This kind of orange-grade material Jiang Chen might very well be able to afford. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately presented a proposal, his tone crisp and decisive. I want to take advantage of you. 1 purple quality weapon, 20 weapons, and 20 pieces of leather armor. If you choose the light crossbow, each one will come with 10 iron arrows. Deal. I want 10 iron spears and 10 light crossbows. The other party agreed to Jiang Chen's proposal almost without a second thought. Jiang Chen's offer was already the highest at that moment, nearly 10 times more than the second highest offer. He did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to provide weapons of such quality for trade. From a logical standpoint, such good weapons should be kept for personal use. If Jiang Chen could casually put forward purple quality weapons for trade, it indicated that he likely had acquired the blueprints or even used higher level items. Jiang Chen smiled. This fresh leaves of the verdant life tree was hot property, not to mention that few lords could afford it. Even those who might bid would not waste precious resources on such temporarily useless materials. No, Jiang Chen's offer was practically a deliverance handed to him. He took out a fine steel battle axe, enhanced it to purple quality, and placed it along with the agreed weapons and armor on the trading platform. The transaction was completed in an instant. Looking at the purple fine steel battle axe in his hand, which displayed level 4 sharpness, Dong Fu lightly swiped it, splitting the solid wooden table before him in two. No wonder it's a purple quality weapon. The effect is truly undeniable. A hint of surprise flashed across Dong Fu's face. With this item, he might just dare to venture into the marshlands he had always avoided. On the other side, the fresh leaves of the verdant life tree fell into Jiang Chen's hands. He examined it carefully. The life energy flowing through the leaves was pure and rich, indeed top-notch orange quality. A glimmer of joy passed through Jiang Chen's eyes. The reason he was so invested in this item was that it was one of the core materials for crafting the life potion, as reminded by Zizika. This potion was not an ordinary recovery potion. It was an alchemical potion capable of permanently enhancing physical qualities. For him, as a mage, such an item that could enhance his survival capabilities was more precious than any resource. Zizika, Jiang Chen called out, and soon Zizika finished her work and walked out from the alchemical laboratory in the back. This is for you. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen handed over the leaves of the life tree to Zizika. Zizika accepted the tender leaves, a glimmer of light flashing in her dark golden eyes. Even her expressionless doll-like face made Jiang Chen feel her joy. High-level alchemical materials were the most precious gifts for an alchemist. She did not ask much, just carefully stored the leaves and turned to prepare to enter the laboratory. How long will it take? Jiang Chen called out to stop her. Zizika paused, turned back to Jiang Chen, and said coldly, "It will take about 10 hours. This is the leaves of the life tree, and we need to extract the energy slowly to achieve the best effect. It's fine, just go ahead and do it." Jiang Chen waved his hand, his tone filled with trust. Just as Jiang Chen was about to arrange for follow-up matters, Zizika called out to him, saying, "Master, you need to start working." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Work? He was a lord, did he really need to work? Until Zizika pulled out a large box neatly arranged. Inside were dozens of glass vials glowing with a faint blue light, which were the magical potions refined from the magical power spring commonly known as blue bottles. Jiang Chen's expression twisted slightly in realization. How could he have forgotten this? The work that Zizika mentioned was to have him continue consuming blue bottles to summon undead soldiers. This would enhance the strength of his territory, and since others couldn't replace him, Jiang Chen had to do it himself. Taking a deep breath, he put on a resolute expression and grabbed one of the blue bottles, tilting his head back to drink it all at once. For the entire day that followed, Jiang Chen was almost continuously summoning skeleton soldiers. It was not only to prepare for the Lord assessment tomorrow, but more importantly, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed after consuming so many blue bottles and had little desire to explore further. The production value of the magical power spring was extremely high, and under Zizika's masterful alchemy skills, the output of blue bottles was astronomical. Now Jiang Chen even began to loathe himself for upgrading the magical power spring to an orange building. This wretched thing was truly tormenting him. However, the results were impressive. In just one day's time, the number of undead in Jiang Chen's territory exceeded 5,000. 5,000 undead filled every corner of the territory densely. From a bird's-eye view of Jiang Chen's territory, it was completely a sea of skeletons. There was no life, only endless silence and coldness. This was not a territory for living beings, it was truly a paradise for the undead. Aside from Jiang Chen, Zizika was also busy. She spent a full 10 hours in the laboratory concocting a bottle of golden potion. The potion's color was somewhat dazzling, resembling industrial waste, yet it exuded a rich, comforting life aura. This was the life potion refined from the tender leaves of the life tree. Life Potion Orange significantly increases the physical strength of the user and slightly delays physical aging. Note: ineffective on undead beings and chaotic creatures from the abyss. Jiang Chen initially felt somewhat reluctant at the sight of this potion. It hardly looked like something a human could ingest. However, upon seeing the effect of delaying physical aging, Jiang Chen became less concerned and quickly pinched his nose and downed it. Delaying physical aging, in a sense, was equivalent to extending one's lifespan, whose such an effect was hard for anyone to refuse. As the life potion entered his stomach, there was no burning sensation. Instead, it felt warm as the power of the life tree gradually flowed from his abdomen to his limbs, slowly but surely enhancing Jiang Chen's body. After a moment, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the strength he possessed at that moment. Magic users were generally synonymous with frail bodies, yet now Jiang Chen felt he could wrestle with a bull. If one had to say, Jiang Chen's physical strength was still probably inferior to that of a warrior's hero, but compared to a gargoyle, he should not fall too far behind. This did not refer to elite gargoyles, but rather the ordinary ones he had encountered in the ancient tomb. With this, Jiang Chen felt much more confident about the upcoming Lord assessment. A bottle of orange potion can enhance physical strength to a level just below that of a hero. If this were to be auctioned, it would probably fetch an astronomical price. Zizika said expressionlessly, "If you don't want to die and lose me, I suggest you do not do so." The price of potions of this level had already exceeded their expected value. Local power leaders who were running out of lifespan, but wielding great power, would go utterly mad for such things. Jiang Chen had no real intention of auctioning it off. If things went wrong, he might not only fail to acquire the necessary funds, but could end up having his territory trampled. Rather than buying it, they might prefer to send troops to seize it and conveniently take Zizika, this top-notch alchemist. In addition to this precious life potion, Zizika also hurriedly produced a large quantity of basic healing potions overnight, as per Jiang Chen's instructions. Currently, there was only one living person in Jiang Chen's territory, and that was himself. Even if he used them for baths, he wouldn't need that many healing potions. The obvious reason for doing this was to plan for the Lord assessment, using various weapons to strike a lucrative deal with the travelers in the trading channel. At that time, these life-saving potions would turn into a massive resource, continuously flowing into his territory. As night deepened, it quickly approached midnight. A solemn and cold voice suddenly echoed in the minds of all the travelers, carrying an undeniable system notification. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. The Lord's protective shield is about to disappear, and the Lord assessment officially begins. Lord No. 7029 Jiang Chen assessment instance confirmed. Orc rebellion. Mission requirement: within 2 hours, resist the attack of the wandering orcs on the territory and defend the core of the territory. After the assessment, points will be awarded based on the Lord's performance and the number of enemies killed, which can be exchanged for rare rewards. Failure condition: the core of the territory is breached or the Lord dies. Assessment countdown: 5 hours, 59 minutes, 28 seconds. Good luck to all lords. All travelers were awakened by this sudden notification. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. Each lord's assessment content was likely different, but the difficulty should not vary much. Seeing the failure condition, Jiang Chen already knew that after today's assessment, many would be completely eliminated from this brutal world of survival of the fittest. Either they would die in the territorial defense battle, or they would be overwhelmed by orcs due to insufficient strength. Even if they miraculously escaped, they would likely remain indistinguishable from the masses thereafter. At that moment, a special notification suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's Lord's book, seemingly visible. Special assessment detected that Lord Jiang Chen's strength far exceeds novice level, deemed severely overqualified. Assessment adjustment: upgrading the basic assessment Orc Rebellion to advanced assessment Beast Chaos. Upgraded instance Beast Chaos. Background description: the orc tribe you previously exterminated has united with powerful reinforcements. At the same time, due to irresistible factors, the enemy has accurately grasped the location of your territory and will launch devastating retaliation against it. Failure condition: the core of the territory is breached or the Lord dies. Assessment countdown: 5 hours, 59 minutes, 28 seconds. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The assessment can automatically increase in difficulty. This system is quite user-friendly. Currently, the strength of his territory was absolutely leading compared to others. The points distributed based on Lord performance and the number of enemies killed indicated that the more one killed, the more abundant the rewards would be. Now Jiang Chen feared that the incoming numbers would not be sufficient and he might not reap more points. However, were there actually survivors among those orc tribes he had exterminated? Along with that unfortunate soul he encountered in Blackstone City, the one he let go, was it not too many? In the end, that so-called uncontrollable force. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the Book of Lords, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. It must be you who is secretly playing tricks, trying to force me to reveal my strength earlier to hasten the progress of this world, right? Jiang Chen flexed his wrist, looking at the densely packed army of undead outside the city, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Since you have come, let us engage in a proper game. He raised his hand, pointing towards the wasteland outside the city, commanding Siska, relay the order, deploy all skeleton troops, and have the Stone Golem Legion stand ready. Yes, master. Siska's voice carried a hint of anticipation. This battle was on a grand scale, and perhaps they might encounter some excellent materials. Under Jiang Chen's urgent command, the various troops scattered across the territory sprang into action. Whether it was the skeleton soldiers transporting bones or the elite skeletons dismantling fortifications, they all simultaneously dropped their tasks and turned to sprint towards the core of the territory. At the same time, the channel was flooded with desperate requests for all sorts of weapons and armor, as if they were pleading. This led to a rapid increase in weapon prices within a short period, and more critically, very few were willing to part with their stock. This crisis was directed at all lords, and they were all concerned about their insufficient armaments. All lords had developed for only 7 days. Even those who developed well would only have a few squads of militia, making it impossible to spare forces to support others. At this moment, what was being sold was not weapons, but their own lives. Who wouldn't cherish their life? Jiang Chen watched the prices soar in the channel, a barely noticeable smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The 20 workbenches in the territory had not rested for a moment, with the quantities of wooden spears and wooden shields steadily increasing. The forging of iron spears was also progressing steadily, with some leather armor confiscated from orcs. These weapons piled up in the warehouse like a small mountain. As for the light crossbows, Jiang Chen directly abandoned them. It was not that they could not be produced, but light crossbows relied on iron arrows, and currently iron resources were scarce. It was much more cost-effective to keep the iron ore than to make iron arrows. Listed by Jiang Chen: item list: wooden spear 18069, wooden shield 24670, iron spear 4545, leather armor 859. Jiang Chen's finger hovered over the pricing column, setting the price at double the usual without being greedy. This price was not exactly price gouging, but it was not much different. In addition to the weapons and armor being listed, Jiang Chen also placed first-tier healing potions on the shelves. Healing Potion First Tier 109 bottles. Exchange Basic Resource 9 Soul Crystal, 300 Rare Resource, 30 Green Blueprint 1. This exchange condition was considered a sky-high price among the lords. But Jiang Chen knew that with the lord assessment approaching, everyone was desperately trying to survive. This sky-high price was nothing compared to their lives. Indeed, as soon as the potions were listed, the atmosphere in the Crosslord channel changed completely. Damn, Jiang Chen has listed weapons and healing potions. The wooden spear is actually priced at double. It was never this price before. Can't you lower it a bit? If it's too expensive, save it for your coffin. I managed to grab 10 iron spears. These are truly incomparable to wooden spears. Stop scrambling. I just clicked in and the wooden spears are already half gone. My hands can't keep up. The public channel erupted. Humans can sometimes be quite greedy. They won't bring out the little savings they have until a critical moment. Clearly, if they had taken them out earlier, not only could they enjoy a better price, but they could also use the weapons to develop themselves. Any smart person could calculate this, but human greed makes them hoard their resources. Smart individuals like Xia Yulan and Dong Fu had already anticipated this moment when prices would likely surge. Thus, they had contacted Jiang Chen early on, offering their best items in exchange for weapons and armor. However, some also noticed the healing potions. Compared to equipping themselves with weapons, these potions were viewed as even more valuable by some lords. Healing potions cost 900 basic resources. Why not just rob them? Are you out of your mind? The assessment is coming. Without weapons or potions, you won't even have the chance to rob. I'll trade. I didn't expect that while we're still hunting to survive, Jiang Chen has started playing alchemy. Can't you lower the price on this healing potion? Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-level pagoda. I don't care. I want this. Boosting the morale of my troops is good. The debate in the channel surged. Some complained about the prices being high, some scrambled to grab potions, while others quietly calculated the exchange costs. However, nearly all lords were united in one thing, trying every means to convert their resources into cash, hoping to survive the lord assessment. Jiang Chen leaned against the lookout tower on the second floor of the Lord's Hall, watching the messages on the Book of Lords flicker, his eyes calm. He knew this was just the beginning. It was already deep in the night, yet all the lords were wide awake. Some lords, relying on the blueprints they had previously gathered, hoped to follow Jiang Chen's example and make a fortune from the war, inflating the prices of their weapons. However, their prices were only slightly higher than Jiang Chen's, and someone would quickly retort, with this price, I might as well buy from Jiang Chen. At least he is reliable. This would shut them down. Reluctantly, they had to lower their prices even below Jiang Chen's just to sell their weapons and equipment. For this reason, many lords secretly bore a grudge against Jiang Chen, feeling that he had cut off their source of income. Jiang Chen ignored these resentments, tapping a message on the screen. Everyone is having a tough time. It's fine to raise prices now, but don't go overboard. Let more people survive. His few words carried an undeniable weight. After all, Jiang Chen was currently recognized as the best traverser in the Crosslord channel. Just the fact that he could provide enough weapons and potions to arm thousands spoke volumes about his strength. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the channel shifted instantly. What does it mean to have a vision? This is what it means. Those who are raising prices should learn from it. Jiang Chen is generous. If we had more lords like him, we would surely pass the assessment. Fang Tianxiong, you sold me weapons at double the price before. Refund me. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Get lost. You're the one who's stupid for thinking I'm too expensive. If you have the guts, come to my territory and fight me. If you're capable, report your coordinates. I'll find you after the assessment to settle the score. The channel quickly devolved from a debate about weapon prices to personal grievances filled with insults, yet no one dared to speak ill of Jiang Chen. Occasionally, one or two oblivious lords would jump out to question, is Jiang Chen trying to profit from the war? But they were immediately shut down by other lords. At this moment, Xia Yulan, who was hiding in the shadows and peeking at the screen, looked at the messages displayed and found it hard to believe, her exquisite face filled with disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she had misread. Among the time travelers, how could there be such an exceptional existence? You fools are still counting the money for Jiang Chen after he sold you out. She was all too familiar with Jiang Chen's tricks. It seemed like a price reduction, but in reality, it was about creating brand value. Currently, the number of speeches allowed per day in the Lord's channel is limited, and there is no way to issue official announcements. Jiang Chen's maneuver directly made all the lords subconsciously remember, for weapons and potions, look for Jiang Chen. Once this assessment passes, as long as Jiang Chen maintains a significant lead, he will be the first weapon supplier that all the lords think of. Not to mention, Jiang Chen currently has a large amount of basic resources collected from the time travelers. As long as he processes them into finished products, he can harvest everyone's wealth and expand like a snowball. It won't be long before he monopolizes the entire weapon market for time travelers. To be able to clarify the situation in just a few short sentences. Jiang Chen, you truly are a dangerous man. Xia Yulan's gaze was filled with vigilance. It seems that in future transactions with Jiang Chen, she will have to keep her wits about her, otherwise she might find herself sold out without even realizing it. On the other side, Jiang Chen watched as the numbers of basic resources increased almost every second, yet the amount of soul crystals remained unchanged. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. He was well aware of the current situation. Every lord's soul crystals were extremely precious and were mostly used to summon troops, leaving no surplus. Even a single cannon fodder that could block a blade was more valuable than trading it away. As for those alchemical potions, Jiang Chen's intention was never merely to make a profit. This was fishing. A lord who could offer 9,000 units of basic resources in exchange for a healing potion was definitely not an ordinary minor lord. This was fishing. A lord who could offer 9,000 units of basic resources in exchange for a healing potion was definitely not an ordinary minor. Regardless of which type, they were all worthy of close attention. They could potentially become partners for future cooperation or even cabbage candidates ready for harvesting. The massive amount of basic resources gained from this wave of transactions could conveniently be converted into points. All in all, Jiang Chen was incredibly fortunate with this operation. In the camp of the savage tribe located deep within a canyon of the ice plains, a bonfire burned brightly, illuminating the towering figures of the orcs around. The air was thick with the stench of raw meat and the pungent aroma of strong liquor. Huge wolf tusks and bone axes were embedded in the frozen ground surrounding the camp, glinting with a cold light. The orc leader Gawak was a nearly 3-meter orc hero clad in rough, fur clothing stained with unclean blood. The wind and snow seemed to have no effect on him. Even the snow around him formed a circular area due to the heat emanating from his body. He wielded a wolf tusk that was thicker than an ordinary orc's arm, with its spikes still dripping with congealed. At this moment, he was glaring down at a small gray-skinned orc in front of him with a fierce look, as if he were about to tear him apart in the next second. This gray-skinned orc was named Baku. He was only as high as a human waist and curled up like a frightened quail, not daring to lift his head. Baku, are you sure that human territory possesses a treasure that can control the undead? Gawak's voice rumbled like thunder echoing through the canyon. He grasped Baku by the neck as if picking up a chick. Baku trembled all over, nodding repeatedly. Yes, Lord Gawak. That human controls many skeleton warriors. Those skeletons can fight and carry supplies. There is no explanation other than a treasure that controls the undead. Gawak squinted, his eyes filled with doubt. It was evident that the orcs in the mountains had little knowledge, and those on the ice plains even less. They had no idea about the difference between heroes and combat or magic professionals. In his understanding, a hero should be tall and mighty, capable of sending 3 burly orcs flying with a single punch. But that human, despite being weak and frail, could control so many skeletons, which completely exceeded his understanding. Most of the orcs of the savage tribe only knew brute strength and had no idea that there were special professions like necromancers in this world. Baku knew very well that if he didn't say this, he would have been crushed to death by Gawak long ago. He originally intended to head east to the Orc Federation to report the anomalies in the far north and see if he could find a place to stay. However, he accidentally stumbled into the territory of the savage tribe, and to save his life, he could only fabricate the reason that humans have a treasure to control the undead. He never expected that this lie would attract all the elite forces of the savage tribe. Gawak glanced at the wolf tusk in his hand, then looked toward the distance, a proud smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What does it matter how many skeletons there are? In front of the elite of my savage tribe, those bony frames will be smashed to smithereens. After all, skeletons as undead were notorious for being weak, so it was not surprising that Gawak held such a belief. He abruptly lifted Baku, bringing him up to his face, his fierce gaze almost overflowing. Baku, if you dare to lie to me, I will throw you into the ice lake and let you taste being frozen into an ice sculpture. I wouldn't dare. Lord Gawak, I absolutely wouldn't dare to deceive you. Baku was terrified out of his wits, tears and snot all over his face, pleading for mercy. The savage tribe was notorious for their reputation, and it was common for them to eat prisoners of war and slaves. If he hadn't accidentally wandered into the territory of the savage tribe, he wouldn't have fabricated this message to save his life. However, he was still very confident in Gawak's strength. A mere handful of moving skeletons could never be the match for the powerful orcs. At this moment, Jiang Chen, back in his territory, seemed to sense something. He looked up toward the orcs' direction, and in the darkness of the icy plains a faint light was flickering. Jiang Chen's territory stood tall in the center of this desolate ice plain. Although it was supported by the cold weather and blizzards, it had no geographical cover. The low walls surrounded the territory, making it very conspicuous in the boundless ice plains. It was precisely because of this unobstructed openness that when a dark torrent loomed on the distant horizon, Jiang Chen immediately caught the fierce aura rushing towards him. As soon as Jiang Chen noticed the orc army, composed of stout bodies, rough hides, and rusty weapons, also locked onto this abrupt human territory in the ice plains. Without any pre-battle speeches, the curtain of war abruptly rose on this desolate ice plain. A roar that shook the ice echoed from the front of the orc ranks. It was the orc leader Gawak, towering nearly 3 meters tall, his body covered in coarse dark brown, firm muscles bulging like hard rock, brandishing a wolf-toothed club decorated with beast teeth and shattered bones glinting coldly in the frigid wind. This was the most primitive and savage fighting style of the Orc Federation. No formations, no coordinated troop types, no tactical strategies, just a reckless charge forward. Over 100 years ago, several high priests of the Orc Federation had attempted to emulate human legions, categorizing troops into shield bearers, axe bearers, and spear throwers, practicing coordinated combat tactics. But after several tries, they gave up entirely. Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even the generals stationed in the center would often lose their heads upon hearing the war drums or smelling blood rushing into battle with weapons drawn. Rather than having a chaotic army with some obeying orders and others not, it was better to let them charge forward. Moreover, orcs have a reproductive and growth speed far exceeding that of other races. A 10-year-old orc possesses a physique and combat power comparable to that of an adult human warrior. For the Orc Federation, war has never been about plundering resources. Often it is merely a means to cull the excess population of the tribe. They never cared about casualties. For them, war was simply a way to eliminate the weak and create more space for the strong to survive. This reckless and fearless charge often has the effect of intimidating enemies who value formations and strategies, sometimes leading to unexpected advantages. Accompanied by Gawak's roar, thousands of orcs raised their heads and howled in unison, their coarse roars merging into a terrifying wave of sound that made the very air tremble. In the next moment, the entire black tide of orcs surged forward like a flood that had burst its banks, moving with heavy and frenzied steps toward Jiang Chen's territory. Even the usually composed Jiang Chen felt his heart racing under this overwhelming momentum, wishing he could grab his weapon and charge forward to engage in bloody combat with the orcs. But he ultimately did not let his bloodlust cloud his judgment. As the master of the territory, he needed to coordinate from the rear. Taking a deep breath to suppress the agitation within, Jiang Chen commanded sternly from the castle. Stone gargoyles ascend. At the top of the stone wing cathedral, a dark shadow erupted into the sky. The elite stone gargoyles spread their spiked wings, soaring upward. They were agile, with wingspans exceeding 3 meters, their battle axes glimmering with a ghostly blue light, and their eyes burning with the ghostly flames of the undead swiftly flying above the charging orc horde. From their elevated position, the stone gargoyles looked down upon the densely packed orcs, then quickly folded their wings and dove toward the horde. When they were just 5 or 6 meters from the ground, they abruptly flapped their wings, gliding low on inertia, their sharp claws gripping the thick necks of the orcs below. The strength of the elite stone gargoyles far surpassed that of ordinary orcs, effortlessly lifting the panicked orcs into the air, and before they could struggle, the axes struck down with precision, cleaving through the orc's skull. Red and white splattered onto the ice, instantly freezing into crystalline ice. Dive, slash, and then dive again. The power of the elite stone gargoyles was overwhelming, far exceeding that of ordinary ones, allowing them to execute such predatory maneuvers. The advantage of having airborne units was vividly displayed at this moment. The stone gargoyles wove a net of death above the orc tide. They skillfully maneuvered, avoiding the orcs' erratic weapon swings, targeting only those orcs who were isolated or on the fringes of formation. Every dive inevitably claimed a living life. War has never been limited to ground combat. A three-dimensional approach enables a more comprehensive saturation. The orc charge had barely completed halfway, yet they were already bleeding profusely. The orc tide was thrown. What the hell are those things? The orc leader Gawak glared, looking up at the stone gargoyles that were ruthlessly hunting in the sky, furious beyond measure. He was an orc hero possessing immense blue-tier strength, with a physique unmatched. Previous enemies would be smashed into pulp under his wolf-toothed club. Yet he did not possess the ability to fly. In the face of these monsters freely moving through the sky, he was filled with brute strength, but could not even touch a single wing of his opponents. The stone gargoyles deliberately avoided Gawak, aiming only to cause continuous bleeding and instill panic. Thus Gawak could only watch helplessly as his kin were slaughtered mercilessly. The furious rage clouded his reason in an instant. He suddenly turned his head and grabbed the neck of a nearby small orc, his knuckles whitening from the force. Baku, you liar. Didn't you say there were only low-tier undead here? Why are there stone gargoyles? Even among the undead, stone gargoyles are considered a high-tier unit. 1 or 2 would be acceptable, but this was clearly on a larger scale. A high-tier unit reaching a certain number on the battlefield could only be matched by heroes with nothing else capable of stopping them. Baku trembled in fear, his face paled, desperately struggling for mercy. Please spare me, chief. There were really only a few skeleton soldiers before. I didn't know there were these monsters here. Please spare me. Spare you. Gawak sneered, his arm exerting a sudden force. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed as Baku's neck was snapped, his body collapsing like a rag doll onto the ice. Having vented his frustration, Gawak's anger did not diminish, rather it intensified due to the harassment from the stone gargoyles and the losses of his kin. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen would not miss this excellent opportunity as the orc charge descended into chaos. He turned to the golden-armored skeleton standing beside him. Vijaya. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. As you command, master. Vijaya's voice was cold and solemn as he drew the golden sword from his waist, the blade shining brightly, the combined power erupting. The commanding aura of the skeleton commander and the amplification effect of the fearless charge set enveloped the skeleton army within the territory ready for action. The skeleton soldiers, originally standing at attention, suddenly trembled. Their bones emitted a clear humming sound, enhancing their speed, strength, and defense, with the soul flames in their eye sockets burning even brighter. Advance. Vijaya raised the golden sword and issued the order. Crack, crack. The dense ranks of skeleton soldiers marched out of the territory in perfect unison. The ocean of bones instantly spread across the ice, charging back against the chaotic orc tide. The skeleton soldiers wielded iron spears and black iron short swords, clad in leather armor devoid of fear or hesitation, filled only with an indomitable fighting spirit. Gavak gazed at the overwhelming sea of skeletons before him, his pupils suddenly constricting. Even the fearless orcs turned pale in an instant. This was completely different from what Baku had told him. Baku informed him that in this icy territory there were only some weak, low-level skeletons that could be easily crushed. But now the skeleton soldiers rushing forward numbered several times that of the orc army. Moreover, they were all well-equipped, certainly not ordinary skeletons. Enemies equipped so well could pose a tremendous threat, even if they were low-level skeletons. Had he known that such a massive undead army existed here, even if most of these skeletons were low tier, he would never have rashly led the elite of his tribe into battle. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but even if they eventually triumphed, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. The tribe would suffer heavy losses, and what awaited him would be the inevitable absorption by other orc tribes, leading to complete annihilation. Anger, regret, and madness intertwined in Gavak's heart, nearly driving him insane. If Baku were still alive, he would definitely revive that swindler and subject him to 1,000 tortures. On the battlefield, the sea of skeletons collided violently with the chaotic orc tide. The individual combat power of the orcs far exceeded that of the same-tier skeletons, with tough skin and immense strength, their thick hides providing better defense than ordinary leather armor. The first batch of skeleton soldiers, even with a certain enhancement in combat effectiveness, still fell short compared to the orc warriors of the same tier. Under the orcs' frenzied slashes, they were instantly smashed into a pile of bone fragments, white bone shards scattering across the ice, emitting crisp, cracking sounds. However, the horror of the undead lay in their endless numbers and their complete lack of fear. As the first batch of skeletons was destroyed, the second and third batches immediately filled the gaps, continuously rushing forward. These skeletons were not all low-tier soldiers. They were mixed with a large number of well-equipped mid-tier skeletons and even high-tier elite skeletons summoned from soul crystals. These skeletons were larger, their bones harder, and their combat power comparable to that of orc warriors. The absolute advantage in numbers allowed the sea of skeletons to completely engulf the orc tide. The orcs were divided and surrounded, fighting separately, no longer charging fearlessly, but instead engaging in a desperate struggle. In the air, the gargoyles continued to hunt down solitary orcs with precision. On the ground, Jiang Chen stood at the rear, his staff shimmering with a ghostly green light, occasionally casting a bone explosion spell toward the densely packed orcs. The dull sound of explosions echoed as each bone explosion instantly pierced through the bodies of several orcs, causing them to fall to the ground in pain and wailing. Following that, the skeleton archers unleashed a barrage of saturated fire upon the disordered orcs. Under the multifaceted assault, the number of the orc army visibly diminished. Even though Gavak roared and smashed the rushing skeletons before him, the situation showed no signs of improvement. He was now almost completely surrounded by white skeletons. Blood stained the pristine ice, congealing into dark red ice shards in the cold wind. Corpses and shattered bones piled up like mountains, the stench of blood intertwining with the icy chill, creating a nauseating odor. The battle lasted less than an hour, and the orc army was ultimately reduced to a solitary figure. It was the orc hero, the berserker Gavak. At this moment, he was in a pitiful state. His animal hide armor had long been shredded, and his body was covered in wounds of varying depths, with blood gushing forth. One eye had been precisely gouged out by a gargoyle, blood seeping from the hollow socket, while the other eye was bloodshot, filled with madness and despair. The wolf-tooth club in his hand felt so heavy he could barely lift it, yet he still desperately smashed the skeletons charging at him. In this battle, Jiang Chen's skeleton soldiers suffered losses exceeding 1,000, half of which fell to Gavak's wolf-tooth club, including several high-tier skeletons summoned from soul crystals. Such blunt weapons were simply the best against skeletons. Although since the construction of the Shooter Necropolis and the Stone Wing Cathedral tomb mounds had nearly become abandoned soldier buildings. However, seeing so many elite soldiers turned into fragments still pained Jiang Chen's heart. At this moment, Gavak was completely surrounded by layers of skeletons with numerous iron spears aimed at his body, while skeleton archers loomed on the periphery and gargoyles hovered in the sky. He could be said to be unable to fly even with wings. Seeing that the situation was settled, Jiang Chen, along with Wei Jia and Zizika, slowly passed through the ranks of skeletons to the center of the encirclement. Zizika was petite, looking no more than 13 or 14, but in her hand was an orange equality top-tier single-edged sword. She excitedly followed Jiang Chen, her big eyes curiously surveying the orcs before her, as if she were examining a novel toy. Hearing the footsteps, Gavak abruptly lifted his head and immediately locked onto Jiang Chen at the center of the skeletons. He knew that this young human was the ruler of this territory, the culprit behind the collapse of his entire tribe. Human, Gavak roared with all his might, slamming his wolf-tooth club onto the ice, creating a deep, "You must be the leader here. I, the great orc hero Berserker Gavak, challenge you to a unknown duel. If you have the guts, fight me, heathen." Instantly, Jiang Chen's eyes displayed Gavak's attribute panel: Berserker, Gavak, blue tier, 3 faction orc race traits: living being, orc, savage, orc, inherent skills, intermediate combat mastery, intermediate club mastery, advanced strength mastery skills, boisterous command, heavy strike, mindless charge. He was a genuine blue hero, several tiers above the lowest green hero. No wonder he could cause such destruction. Hearing Gavak's hysterical challenge, Jiang Chen chuckled disdainfully, replying with a hint of sarcasm, "This is a battlefield, not your orc barbaric coliseum. Moreover, even among orcs there is no tradition for the defeated to challenge the victor's right." Gavak's face flushed crimson as he roared, "You cowardly human. Not daring to accept my challenge makes you a coward." Jiang Chen couldn't even muster the interest to glance at this simple-minded brawny fool. Had nothing but brute strength. Conversing with him was merely a waste of time. Even his provocation seemed like a petulant tantrum, and Jiang Chen had completely lost interest in him. He couldn't be bothered to respond any further, simply turning back slightly and gesturing to the skeleton archers behind him. "Make it quick for him." As the words fell, 200 skeleton archers, already poised and ready, took a step forward, their blue crossbows aimed squarely at the center of the encirclement where Gavak stood. The crossbow bolts shimmered with a ghostly blue light, exuding a lethal aura. Gavak's expression changed abruptly, shifting from rage to terror in an instant. He finally realized that the human before him would not adhere to any orc customs, nor would he be granted an opportunity for a fair duel. The fear of death engulfed him in an instant. He no longer possessed an ounce of heroic pride and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Wait. I surrender. I am willing to surrender. I am a blue tier level 3 hero. You will surely need my services. I swear I will be forever loyal to you. Please spare my life." Jiang Chen's gaze showed no signs of fluctuation. Such a foe who displayed reckless bravery on the battlefield, yet knelt in desperation at the brink of death, had loyalty that was merely an excuse for survival. Once given the chance, such a person would undoubtedly betray you at the earliest opportunity. Keeping him alive was merely courting disaster. Moreover, Gavak's formidable physique was excellent material for crafting top-tier alchemical puppets for Zizka. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen gently lowered his raised hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of dense crossbow bolts slicing through the air erupted as 200 bolts poured down upon Gavak like a torrential rain. Gavak's pupils constricted. He attempted to dodge, but was completely surrounded by the sea of skeletons with nowhere to escape. In the next moment, his body was thoroughly covered by the crossbow bolts, pierced all over like a hedgehog. He let out a final roar of unwillingness as his massive body crashed heavily onto the ice, splattering blood everywhere, and he completely lost his breath. Having eliminated the greatest threat, Jiang Chen ordered a cleanup of the battlefield. Meager directed the skeleton soldiers, methodically recovering scattered soul crystals, arrows, and intact weapons from the battlefield, dragging the corpses of the fallen orcs uniformly to the burial pit at the edge of the territory, turning them into nourishment for the undead. As for the shattered skeletons, while they could be partially recovered, their utility was less than 10 that of normal corpses. Zizka's eyes lit up as she saw the large orc's fallen body, as if she had discovered a long-desired toy. She hurried to Gavak's corpse, directing several elite skeletons to cautiously pull the crossbow bolts from his body one by one. Then, under Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, Zizka tightened her grip on the evil moon-curved blade, her wrist flicking as the blade shimmered. Swish, swish, swish. After a few light sounds, the once intact orc hero's corpse was precisely dismembered into several large pieces, which were then sorted and neatly arranged on the ice. Jiang Chen watched this, seeing his mouth twitching slightly, and his expression turned exceedingly strange. Had it really been dismantled into chunks like this? Why couldn't it be taken back whole? As if sensing his gaze, Ziska did not look up, continuing to dissect Gavok with her single-edged sword, and confidently said, "This big guy is too large, I'm just a small one, and can't move him, so I must handle it piece by piece. Regardless, when it comes to creating the alchemical puppet, it will need to be taken apart, and then reassembled, it doesn't matter." Jiang Chen fell silent. The logic was sound, but her excited demeanor was truly frightening. He finally understood why Ziska, an auxiliary alchemist, had asked him for the evil moon, this orange weapon of slaughter. It turned out not to be for combat, but to obtain materials. Jiang Chen couldn't help but grumble internally, did this girl want to dissect me into pieces when she first saw me too? A chilling wind swept across the icy plains, stirring up fragments of bone and snowflakes, chilling. Jiang Chen instinctively tightened the mage robe around him, suddenly feeling that this seemingly adorable little alchemist was far more terrifying than the furious orc hero from earlier. Moments later, Jiang Chen stood in the center of his territory, watching as his skeleton soldiers methodically cleared the battlefield. The strong addition of the high-tier elite gargoyles and meager made this battle against the orcs almost crushing. Before the blood on the ice could fully congeal, the invading enemies were completely annihilated, leaving not even a shred of room for counterattack. In stark contrast to Jiang Chen's swift victory, the Lord's public channel was already in chaos, a flurry of distress messages scrolling frantically, with the despair and panic of other lords palpable even through the light screen. Who has ranged weapons? Bows, crossbows, or slings will do. Those green-skinned goblins are about to tear down my walls and invade my territory. Help! Someone please save me. I'm trapped in the Lord's cabin, too afraid to move. Outside, it's all goblin claws knocking. A spear is the best way to deal with these green-skinned dwarfs. Using the narrow space of the house to stab them, they can't get in, and will have to be poked one by one. How should I know? The problem is these dwarves actually understand tactics. They are crazily tearing down the walls of my wooden house. I can't hold on much longer. Then it's hopeless. Oh, just wait to die, and remember to build walls earlier in your next life. All my farmers are dead. Now I'm left as a lone commander. Who can send me some troops? Jiang Chen sat in the warm Lord's hall, casually scrolling through the messages on the Lord's light screen. He could see clearly that the attackers against the vast majority of lords were the lowest-tier goblins from the orc camp. These small green-skinned creatures moved swiftly, yet were utterly weak. Under normal circumstances, a human farmer could directly confront two of them. As long as the lord was somewhat prepared, defending the territory would not be difficult. In the hierarchical system of the orc race, goblins held the same position as the most basic skeletons in the undead army, being the cheapest, lowest-tier cannon fodder. Apart from their numerical advantage, they posed almost no threat. While Jiang Chen was browsing the posts, a sudden urgent message from his friend channel popped up from Xia Yulan, her tone clearly anxious. "Big brother, send me 500 arrows quickly, it's urgent." Jiang Chen did not ask further, directly placing 500 finely crafted arrows on the trading rack, setting the price for friends-only transactions. Then he leisurely sent a message. "Is it not going well on your side? Just goblins. With your development speed, it shouldn't be hard to defend." Xia Yulan's actions were swift, almost instantly completing the arrow transaction with 200 units of iron, or her response was filled with urgency. "Don't mention it. Why is it that everyone else faces goblins, yet I'm dealing with fully geared wirgins? This bunch of dogs, even as ranged spear throwers, my defenses are about to be breached." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, connecting it to his own experience, and quickly understood. It seemed this lord's assessment dynamically adjusted the strength of the enemies based on the lord's development speed and power. Xia Yulan's early development was quite rapid, with resource reserves and construction progress far exceeding that of ordinary newcomers. Coupled with the additional assistance she received, the system naturally matched her with a stronger warg army, increasing the difficulty exponentially. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The stronger the enemy, the more points would be earned after the battle, and the rewards that could be exchanged after the assessment would naturally be more generous. The difficulty of the assessment clearly indicated the development level of other transmigrators' territories. Of course, the worst case for Xia Yulan was only a few dozen wargs. It was absolutely impossible for her to face an army of beasts or blue heroes, which were extraordinary threats like those in Jiang Chen's territory. "Be careful, the rewards after the point settlement will not be poor," Jiang Chen replied simply. "I can't talk now, the wargs are charging again. We'll chat after the assessment." Xia Yulan hurriedly ended the conversation and focused on the tense defense. In the end, even she, as the lord, personally joined the fight, using a light crossbow while hiding behind the barricade, aiming for the headshot. She kept a healing potion in her pocket ready for use at any moment. After all, if her opponent had no ranged troops, she would have stood up to shoot a long time ago. But now peeking out could genuinely pose a life-threatening risk. She didn't want to test how effective the alchemical potion Jiang Chen had given her was. After finishing her conversation with Xia Yulan, Jiang Chen finally had some free time. After thinking for a moment, he decided to stock up on a batch of light crossbows and crossbow bolts, of course, at a price higher than before the battle. Pre-battle arms would increase in price, but when a real fight broke out, the prices would skyrocket even further. Who could blame you for not being fully prepared before the battle? At this point, being exploited was nobody's fault. Crossbows were much easier to use than bows and arrows. Modern people could almost operate them with ease, and each shot was quite accurate. In an era before firearms emerged, the crossbow was a weapon that delivered a dimensional strike. Many lords at this time had no opportunity to shout at Jiang Chen to take advantage of the situation. Upon seeing such a powerful weapon, they were ready to sell their underwear for the chance to buy crossbows and crossbow bolts. With the continuous fire support from the lord behind them, many territories on the brink of collapse began to hold firm again. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the construction selection page of the lord's book. Previously, he had been too busy with preparations and battles to pay attention to functional buildings. Now that the war had temporarily subsided, while searching through the architectural blueprints, he unexpectedly discovered that the first purple-quality blueprint he had obtained, the Ashen Tower, now met all the construction requirements. In fact, Jiang Chen had already gathered the materials needed for construction long ago. When the lord's cabin transformed into a lord's hall, he could have already built a purple-level structure. However, with the assessment approaching, all smelted iron ingots were prioritized for weapon forging, and in order to win over Shisi Ka, the construction of the alchemy laboratory consumed a vast amount of resources. Additionally, due to the limited output of the steel furnace, Jiang Chen could only temporarily set aside the Ashen Tower, which had little impact on direct combat. Now that there was no significant crisis and resources had become abundant, it was the perfect time for construction. On the Lord's hologram, the information of the purple blueprint clearly emerged. Ashen Tower blueprint, purple construction materials: stone 6,000, wood 2,500, bones 1,500, hemp rope 600, iron ingots 500, copper ingots 200, ash stone 50, death gem 5. Build. Jiang Chen stood at the center of the territory square without hesitation and confirmed the construction. In the next moment, a massive amount of resources disappeared from the warehouse, automatically stacking and assembling under the power of the system rules. A tower entirely pitch black and entwined with thick, ominous purple mist immediately rose into the air, piercing the dim sky of the icy plain. The tower's body was intricately carved with layers of white skull patterns, and tiny bone bells hung from the corners of the tower, ringing eerily and automatically in the absence of wind. It was evident at a glance that this was a forbidden structure belonging to the undead camp, certainly not something benevolent. At the top of the Ashen Tower, a purple beam of light shot up into the clouds, piercing through the heavy cloud cover and leaving a striking mark across the desolate icy plain. In terms of aura, this purple-quality tower was astonishing enough, yet Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he gazed at the towering light beam. He had always adhered to the principle of low-key development and quietly growing stronger. Such a flamboyant light beam could be seen clearly not just by the nearby lords, but also likely from dozens of kilometers away in the Orc Blackstone city. This was no different from announcing his existence to all factions, which was entirely contrary to his modus operandi. However, the arrow had already been released, and the tower had been completed. Such a high-level undead camp structure could hardly be demolished, could it? Jiang Chen suppressed his concerns and focused on the tower's attribute panel. Ashen Tower purple faction undead effect connects to the tower and allows control over the undead units under command. The higher the undead rank, the lower the manipulation difficulty and compatibility range. 100 kilometers. Note: a powerful lord in the undead desert builds an Ashen Tower every 100 miles for efficient control over the entire territory. Jiang Chen immediately became interested and attempted to connect with the Ashen Tower, sending his spiritual energy into a nearby ordinary skeleton soldier. In an instant, his vision switched, and the human perception was replaced by the eerie blue soul fire. Looking down, a pair of pale skeletal hands were right in front of him, moving their finger bones freely, without any stiffness or hindrance, as if this skeletal body was a part of him. "You two come here." Jiang Chen attempted to issue a command using his spiritual power. Not far away, two skeletons carrying bones immediately stopped their actions and walked stiffly to stand before him obediently. It seemed that even in the state of possessing the undead, he could still command other summoned creatures and units. "It's fine, return to work." After revoking the command, the skeleton soldier returned to its post and continued to work. Jiang Chen was somewhat shocked. This ability was far more useful than he had imagined. After descending to control, both vision and hearing were completely synchronized, and he could directly command the surrounding undead, equivalent to having numerous clones that didn't require him to put himself in danger, maximizing safety and practicality. Moreover, even if the skeleton soldier perished, it would not affect his main body at all. After experiencing the skeleton soldier, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the gargoyle in the sky, attempting to descend into the body of an elite gargoyle that was patrolling. However, at the moment of switching perspectives, Jiang Chen became flustered. The human body was accustomed to standing on 2 feet and moving with 2 hands, while the gargoyle was a man-made construct with 4 limbs and a pair of wide-bone wings. Flying balance, wing flapping frequency, and claw control were all completely unfamiliar logic. As soon as he took over control, the gargoyle that was soaring high in the sky immediately lost control, its wings stiffly flapping as it plummeted straight toward the ice surface. Jiang Chen was startled and immediately revoked the possession. The gargoyle, having lost control, instantly regained its autonomy, instinctively flapping its wings furiously and pulling up sharply in a daring dive to stabilize its form. After circling twice in the air, it seemed confused about why it had suddenly lost control. The elite gargoyle tilted its head and continued back on its patrol route. Having learned from this lesson, Jiang Chen refrained from recklessly attempting to descend into the patrolling stone golem's body, instead summoning that golem back to his territory, letting it land before him. Only then did he attempt to control the stone golem again. After a considerable period of adjustment, Jiang Chen finally managed to grasp the flying rhythm of the golem, able to ascend smoothly in turn. However, he was still far from achieving the golem's innate agility for diving, hunting, and performing acrobatic flights akin to a dive bomber. Clearly, a vast amount of practice was still required. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen could hardly suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Flight was, after all, the ultimate dream etched into the very bones of humanity. Even with his calm disposition, the first true experience of soaring through the cold winds and clouds, gazing down at the boundless ice fields and his territory, along with the countless busy skeletons, made his heart race and a smile involuntarily rise at the corners of his mouth. This was his territory, and he was its complete master. Upon returning to his body, Jiang Chen looked at the ash tower on the light screen and immediately decided to strengthen it. During this assessment period, he earned a massive amount of basic resources by selling weapons and arrows. Unlike other well-developed lords, Jiang Chen accepted everything, including stones and wood, without exception. As a result, Jiang Chen's business was far better than those lords who only accepted soul crystals, iron, ore, and rare materials, accumulating a wealth of resources. 100,000 units of basic resources were converted into points, causing the purple ash tower to glow brightly, its purple mist growing denser until it transformed into a deep purple-black color. The quality of the ash tower directly broke through to orange. The properties, after strengthening, were refreshed once again. The effective range surged from 100 kilometers to 300 kilometers, tripling in size. While it seemed like only a 3-fold increase in distance when calculated in terms of planar radiation area, it expanded a full 9 times. If converted into a 3-dimensional map, the range would be even greater. From the sky to the ground, there would be no place Jiang Chen could not scout. This investment in resources was astonishingly cost-effective. What delighted Jiang Chen even more was that the strengthening of the ash tower also unlocked a hidden effect. The area within the radiation range of the ash tower was fully presented on the map of the Lord's Book. Although it did not detail individual biological units, all the distribution of forces, roadways, bridges, and resource points within a radius of 500 kilometers were clearly marked, providing an overview. Within the radiation range of the ash tower, there was almost nothing that could escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Information was the lifeline, and the convenience brought by this comprehensive vision made the ash tower well worth its cost. The negative effects brought by that soaring dark purple light were completely negligible in light of such informational advantages. Just as Jiang Chen familiarized himself with the tower's functions, the end of the Lord assessment was finally announced on the light screens of all lords. All remaining enemy units, such as goblins and wolfmen, were forcibly teleported away, officially marking the end of the 2-hour Lord assessment. The public channel erupted once again as the surviving lords, having narrowly escaped, vented their emotions, finally made it to the end of the time. My troops are completely wiped out. My territory is just an empty shell. Your lucky mine was completely destroyed by that bunch of green-skinned dwarfs. The wooden houses and warehouses are all collapsed, and several buildings need to be rebuilt from scratch. Did you survive? Several of my friends' avatars have turned gray. Does that mean they were annihilated? They've probably been captured by goblins and stewed. Brother, rest in peace. Don't be so weak in the next life. Is anyone collecting goblin scrap weapons? They'll sell them cheap just to trade for some stones to rebuild my home. Who has extra wood? He'll trade iron, or otherwise I can't even repair the walls. Jiang Chen looked at the whales in the channel and casually purchased some of the resources being sold. Unlike these lords on the brink of bankruptcy with heavy losses, he not only annihilated the Orc Hero Legion, but also gained a large amount of soul crystals and resources and built and strengthened an orange quality ash tower, achieving a leap in strength and vision. Looking at the notifications on the Lord's book, Jiang Chen felt a profound calm within. This was the first comprehensive Lord assessment after 1 million travelers from Blue Star arrived in this foreign world, and the cold notification sound still echoed in the minds of all surviving Lords. Due to Jiang Chen adding a batch of ranged weapons midway, more than 2/3 of the surviving Lords made it through. However, this also meant that over 300,000 Lords did not survive this first assessment. There was no mercy, no redemption, and no chance for a do-over. This was the harsh but real law of this world. Standing on the high platform of his Lord's hall, Jiang Chen looked down at the densely packed skeletons tirelessly working. At that moment, they were continuously transporting mountains of orc corpses, contributing vast amounts of flesh and bone resources to the territory. War was inherently fair. The winners took all, while the losers ended up with nothing. Just as Jiang Chen reflected on this, the settlement of the Lord's book was already complete. Calculating Lord points, Lord killed 548 second-tier orc warriors, 436 third-tier orc warriors, 129 fourth-tier orc warriors, 94 fifth-tier orc warriors, 36 sixth-tier orc warriors, and 3 seventh-tier orc warriors. Total points earned 6680. A series of kill data that would astonish any new Lord. The vast majority of Lords would exhaust themselves facing 30 to 50 first-tier goblins, yet Jiang Chen alone had slaughtered over 1,000 high-tier orcs. The system's notifications continued. Each pop-up represented a heavy influx of points. Detected that the Lord killed the blue third-tier orc hero Berserker Whack, achieved the achievement Decapitation, earned 2,000 points. Detected that the Lord killed all enemies outside the territory Integrity 100, achieved the achievement Breaking Army, earned 2,000 points. Detected that the time taken by the Lord to kill all invading enemies was 46 minutes and 18 seconds. Achieved the achievement Blitzkrieg, earned 3,500 points. Total points earned 14180, even though he had anticipated. This Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight of such a large number of points. This assessment not only rewarded points for killing enemies, but also provided a large number of points for completing hidden achievements. This indicated that simply completing tasks diligently was not sufficient. A wealth of achievements and side quests was where the real rewards lay. At that moment, an announcement suddenly appeared in everyone's Lord's book and played 3 times in succession. The announcement detected by the Lord Jiang Chen for achieving first place in the assessment leaderboard appeared with overwhelming clarity in the hands of all surviving Lords. Whether it was the trembling novice Lord curled up in a wooden cabin or the exhausted stronghold barely holding onto their territory, they all heard that name at the same time, Jiang Chen. As the world announcement emerged, it ignited almost the entire realm. The public channel for Lords was instantly flooded with text scrolling at an invisible speed. Shock, doubt, envy, and jealousy mixed together, almost overwhelming the channel. Everyone instinctively clicked on the assessment score leaderboard, and when they saw the data, the channel fell into a brief silence followed by an eruption of more frenzied discussions. Seeing that the second place's score was a full order of magnitude less than the first, everyone felt a deep They did not believe that Jiang Chen lacked the qualifications to be first. In fact, many already took it for granted that he would be the first. However, the tenfold gap between the first and second places left all the Lords who saw this leaderboard feeling a sense of absurdity. It was as if everyone was playing a different game altogether, and with the weapons Jiang Chen had provided to arm thousands of troops, the channel erupted. How is it again, Jiang Chen? 14,000 points. Are you kidding me? I killed over 100 goblins and barely got 140 points. You're telling me Jiang Chen has over 100 times that? Did the big shot Jiang Chen annihilate a goblin tribe of 10,000? A 10th of Sandstrong army? What are you talking about? Everyone is just a few days into development. Who has such a strong army? Even if there were, they couldn't afford to maintain it. But this number is just unbelievable. Did Jiang Chen discover some bug to farm points? Does it even matter in this world if it's scientific or not? Can we ask the big shot Jiang Chen to share his bug farming method? Right. We're all from Blue Star, we're family, let's not be strangers. It's better if we all do well. The channel was filled with those shameless people, with the freeloaders, and those wanting to take advantage, being the most enthusiastic, eager for Jiang Chen to present his power and points to them. However, it wasn't surprising that those who had survived until now certainly wouldn't be thin-skinned. Jiang Chen glanced at the comments in the channel, too lazy to bother with the nonsense. Let alone that there were no so-called bugs in the world. Even if there were, he would never reveal them to these parasites who only sought to gain without effort. Jiang Chen's achievements today were not due to luck or trickery, but rather his unique advantage. The enhancement system was the foundation upon which he established his existence, the confidence that allowed him to thrive in this brutal foreign world, and he would never allow anyone to know. Meanwhile, in a forest territory 1,000 miles away, Xia Yulan sat awkwardly on a wooden chair while her troops were dealing with the territory that had nearly been dismantled. She fixated her beautiful eyes on the name at the top of the leaderboard, her brows slightly knitted, a complex and unutterable emotion surging within her. It felt exhausting as she thought she would never love again in this life. She was well aware of how formidable her talent was. Enscraved talent, a top-tier gift that appeared only once in 100,000 lords. Theoretically, among all the transmigrators, only a handful possessed talents on her level. Since arriving in this foreign land, her development had been smooth sailing, with an open-air abandoned mine near her camp and her territory construction and troop recruitment far exceeding that of ordinary people. Even after being slashed by Jiang Chen at a considerable cost for resources, she still managed to exchange rare materials for various new weapons from Jiang Chen, which were priced lower than those in the public channel equipping her troops. In this assessment, her territory faced not weak goblins, but ferocious and cunning wolfmen. To some extent, this already validated her abilities. Yet even so, she still had to lead her militia into bloody battles herself, and at the most dangerous moments those wolfmen had actually breached her territory, approaching her lord's cabin. In the end, Xia Yulan managed to kill over 100 wolfmen, relying on her understanding of the terrain and her excellent equipment. The damage to her territory was minimal, and she successfully completed a hidden achievement. Ultimately, her score broke the 1,000 mark, firmly placing her 7th among all the transmigrators. This achievement was already among the top tier of all lords, and few worldwide could compare. She initially thought that even if she couldn't surpass Jiang Chen, she should be at the pinnacle of the pyramid. But seeing Jiang Chen's 14,000 points, Xia Yulan felt utterly powerless. He must have some sort of cheat. How could she possibly compare to him? She could guess that the enemies Jiang Chen faced were surely high-level beastmen troops, not wolfmen. But no matter what, she could not comprehend the extent of the brutal war Jiang Chen must have gone through, nor the incredible methods he used to achieve such terrifying points. Simply put, Jiang Chen must have also secured hidden achievements, and surely he performed even better than her. She knew well that none of the lords in the top 10 were fools. Everyone could guess that Jiang Chen's achievements were certainly extraordinary, but no one could fathom just how terrifying his strength truly was. Xia Yulan gently sighed, the fatigue in her eyes gradually transforming into determination. In any case, her relationship with Jiang Chen was still quite good, and they could be considered allies. Being able to lean on such an immensely strong ally was undoubtedly the best news right now. Jiang Chen, the assassin, also turned his gaze to the names in the top 10 of the leaderboard. Earlier, he had deliberately released alchemical potions in the public channel to filter out those hidden lords with exceptional strength. And this assessment leaderboard clearly laid out the names of all the top-tier powers before him. Those willing to spend a high price for alchemical potions might be the timid ones clinging to luck, but those who made it into the top 10 during the Beast Tide assessment were definitely no weaklings. Regarding Xia Yulan making the list, Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. He had long suspected that Xia Yulan's great talent was likely related to luck, allowing her to acquire resources and develop at an extraordinary pace. However, he was somewhat surprised that even Xia Yulan, who had been receiving his support, didn't make it into the top 5. But when Jiang Chen saw the name ranked 4th on the list, his expression slightly tightened, revealing a hint of surprise. Dongfu. This name rings a bell, but he had never paid much attention to it. He initially thought he was just a lucky traveler who had obtained an orange-grade material from a silver treasure chest, yet his ranking was even higher than that of Xia Yulan. It seems that he had underestimated these compatriots from Blue Star. Truly, heroes are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. In unseen corners, there are still those quietly accumulating strength ready to unleash astonishing potential. Jiang Chen silently committed Dong Fu and several other names from the leaderboard to memory. These individuals would be opponents he needed to watch in the future, or possibly allies he could collaborate with. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Chen's attention returned to his own gains. This time, his rewards from the assessment could be deemed extraordinarily plentiful. In addition to over 14,000 points, there was also a coveted golden treasure chest. This was the first time he had received a gold-level chest since arriving in this other world. According to the rules of Fate's guidance, opening it would at least yield one golden quality item. Golden quality that represents the strongest geared tier below demigods, even coveted as top treasures that numerous local factions would fight tooth and nail to obtain. If he could obtain a golden hero recruitment scroll, the strength of his territory would soar, allowing him to firmly establish his foothold in this other world. The appearance of Ziska and Vega had already made him realize the enormous power gap between ordinary troops and heroes. Dreaming was one thing. Jiang Chen quickly calmed his mind and chose not to open the golden treasure chest yet. Instead, he opened the system's points exchange panel. Without any hesitation, he scrolled directly to the bottom of the page. There lay the highest value rewards in the entire exchange list, which were also Jiang Chen's primary targets. Rows of dazzling golden items and blueprints filled his view. Blueprint of the Judgment of Light gold 15,000 points. Blueprint of the Death Temple gold 15,000 points. Blueprint of the Abyss of Sacrifice gold 12,000 points. Golden Staff of the Savage Beast God gold 10,000 points. Crown of Moonlight gold 10,000 points. A variety of golden blueprints and top-tier items dazzled his eyes. However, Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat peculiar, even feeling a bit ridiculous. These rewards starting at 10,000 points were blatantly laid out. Clearly the system was intentionally tempting all travelers, using top-tier treasures as bait, compelling them to spare no effort in the next assessment and develop themselves at any cost, then engage in battles to earn points. Only in this way could they gain more rewards, allowing their territories to stride toward a brighter future. Essentially, this was merely a grand illusion painted as a pie in the sky. Among all the lords, only he, Jiang Chen, was eligible to exchange for these golden rewards. Other lords had points barely exceeding 1,000 and could only start selecting ordinary items from the third page of the exchange list. Unlike Jiang Chen, who could scroll straight to the bottom to make his selections. Perhaps even the system did not anticipate that in the very first Lord test assessment a figure as extraordinarily talented as Jiang Chen would appear, directly breaking its expectations. Why does it feel somewhat like raising a goo? Jiang Chen quietly chuckled to himself. Probably the system never expected that among the travelers he brought there would be someone so capable. His faction was the undead, and Jiang Chen directly ignored the golden blueprints of opposing factions like Light and Holy. Moreover, Jiang Chen was well aware that with his current territory level and resource reserves, not to mention golden blueprints, even orange blueprints were beyond his capacity to construct. Instead of exchanging for a blueprint that he wouldn't be able to use for an indeterminate amount of time, it was better to choose a golden item that could be used immediately, or a purple troop-building blueprint like the Stonewing Cathedral. Practicality, after all, was the first choice at this moment. His gaze slowly swept over a dozen golden items exclusive to the undead faction, carefully comparing the attributes, effects, and compatibility of each item, ultimately fixing his eyes on an ancient black page. Fragment of the Book of Death gold 10,000 points. Effect: undead space, undead fission deaths, finger. Undead space stores the undead in a special space formed by the page, currently accommodating up to 100 troop units. Hero units cannot be stored. Undead fission, the resurrection type undead magic effect, is enhanced, doubling the resurrection count. Death's finger comes with the top-tier undead magic Death's finger, which the Lord can learn directly. Fragment of the Book of Death 13, collecting all pages can synthesize a semi-artifact. Undead secret tome dark gold note. Once a powerful artifact was split, divided into 4 parts representing the strongest clan treasures of the 4 factions. This is one of the fragments of the undead secret tome. Seeing the attributes of this fragment of the Book of Death, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and directly clicked to exchange. With 10,000 points deducted, a black page exuding a faint aura of death appeared in his hand. The page's material resembled beast skin with uneven edges and covered in irregular jagged cracks, as if it had been forcibly torn from an ancient divine scripture by some terrifying power. The material of the page was extraordinary. Its surface was adorned with dark gold ink outlining twisted and entwined ancient runes to the extent that even the translation ability of the Lord's book could not decipher what was written on it. As soon as he touched it, a surge of immense information flooded into Jiang Chen's mind, encompassing the use of undead space, the essence of undead fission, and the incantation for Death's finger, all of which he comprehended thoroughly. Feeling the sudden surge of undead magical power within him, and gazing at this page that could potentially be synthesized into a semi-artifact, Jiang Chen slowly clenched his fist. The reason Jiang Chen chose to exchange for this item was not only due to its several effects that were extremely beneficial to him, but also because of the description in the note. It was a fragment of a supreme artifact that had been split. Even after being divided into 4 parts, it still retained the level of a semi-artifact. A fragment split from such a book could be worth more than just the golden grade. It was a fragment of a supreme artifact that had been split. Even after being divided into 4 parts, it still retained the level of a semi-artifact. Undead space allowed Jiang Chen to no longer expose his undead legion. He could store these units, which were taboo in the outside world, within a personal otherworldly space, keeping them both concealed and safe, fundamentally eliminating the risk of exposing his territory faction or being ambushed due to his mage profession, effectively providing the Lord with a life insurance. Death's finger was even a transcendent killing move, a natural nightmare for heroes with low magical resistance. 1 finger down and the soul would scatter. It was a true instant kill godly technique. However, what Jiang Chen valued and was most drawn to was the core ability of undead fission. Jiang Chen could almost conclude that this one effect alone was entirely worthy of the full value of a golden quality item. Doubling the number of summoned undead. What does that even mean? It meant that he could summon an additional skeleton soldier out of thin air with just 1 unit of magic and 1 unit of bone material. The core advantage that the undead race relied on to dominate the otherworld, the terrifying explosive summoning flow, was directly pushed to its peak with the enhancement of this skill. While others used 10 resources to raise 10 soldiers, he could raise 20 soldiers with the same amount. The disparity in this ability would only grow larger over time. Jiang Chen clenched the fragment of the Book of Death in his hand, his heart racing uncontrollably. Just one fragment could be this powerful. How terrifying would the power be if he gathered all the pages in the future and fully restored this semi-artifact? Moreover, he had an external advantage. With this thought, a glimmer of determination suddenly flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Resources are meant to be spent once earned. With that in mind, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He opened his territory warehouse and instantly reclaimed all the vast basic resources he had crazily exchanged from other transmigrators. On the system panel, the points surged like a raging tide, skyrocketing and finally settling at an astonishing figure: 10 million points. But this also left the entire warehouse completely empty, making all the effort during this time seem wasted. There was no time to mourn. Jiang Chen poured all 10 million points into the fragment of the Book of Death. 10 million points vanished instantly. The sensation of going from wealthy to being back to square one in a single night was so painful that Jiang Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably and his breath quivered. This was his long-accumulated foundation of vast resource that countless transmigrators would fight tooth and nail to obtain, now vanishing in the blink of an eye. But he had no regrets. As long as he could forcibly elevate the golden fragment to the dark gold level of a semi-artifact, all sacrifices would be worth it. That was a grade surpassing gold and infinitely close to a true artifact. Even a complete book of the undead would only match this level. In the next moment, the pitch-black page erupted with a dazzling dark gold aura. Ancient runes swirled wildly, and the material of the page continued to condense and elevate, a vast abyss-like death aura enveloping Jiang Chen's entire territory. Item enhancement successful. Fragment of the Book of Death, dark gold semi-artifact effect: undead space, undead fission death finger. Undead space stores undead in a special space formed by the page, currently accommodating a maximum of 1,000 soldier units. Hero units cannot be stored. Undead fission: the quantity of revived undead summoned increases fourfold. Death finger comes with the top-tier undead magic death finger, which the Lord can learn directly. Fourfold. The effect of undead fission skyrocketed to 4 times. Jiang Chen trembled with excitement, nearly unable to contain his laughter. He suppressed his overwhelming joy, gathering a faint thread of undead magical energy at his fingertips, casually casting the skeleton summoning. There were no exaggerated phenomena. Under the power of the Book of the Undead, 4 dark bone lights landed and solidified, forming 4 fourth-tier skeleton soldiers standing neatly before him. And Jiang Chen had consumed merely 1 unit of bone resources. 1 unit consumed 4 times the output. This was the terrifying value of undead fission. Follow the outside skeleton army, who do what they do, Jiang Chen commanded in a deep voice. The 4 skeleton soldiers responded and stood up, marching in unison toward the distant skeleton army, beginning to transport resources, clear the battlefield, and patrol. Jiang Chen stood in place, his heart still racing. At the same time, he couldn't help but begin to fantasize: if he collected all the pages of the Book of Death in the future, enhanced them with points, and then combined them into a complete Book of Death, would he be able to touch the realm of true artifacts? 30 million points could obtain an artifact. Rounding it off, it meant he had essentially gotten 70 million points from the system for free. This deal was a monumental profit. At that moment, the long silent Lord's book suddenly began to warm slightly, and a line of light blue prompt popped up: special page type artifact fragment detected. Do you wish to absorb and merge it? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering briefly before decisively choosing to confirm. In his heart, the Lord's book itself was an unambiguous artifact. Ignoring distance, connecting millions of lords in a public channel, without delay, completing transactions in real time across space, integrating storage panels, tasks, and settlements, all in one. Such a heaven-defying ability was nothing less than an artifact. Now it could even devour semi-artifact fragments, which made Jiang Chen even more certain that the secret of the Lord's book was far deeper than he had imagined. The absorption and merging had an irreplaceable benefit. The Book of Death would completely transform into his exclusive semi-artifact, and the soul-bound Lord's book could not be taken by anyone. The Lord's book was a tool deeply bound to his soul. Even if lords could evolve their Lord's books by devouring each other, Jiang Chen had absolute confidence. With the current strength of these transmigrators, none of them qualified to be his opponents. A flash of black light, and the fragment of the Book of Death turned into a dark flow of light, directly merging into the Lord's book. The originally ancient brown cover of the Lord's book was instantly rendered into a deep black, as dark as night. Dark gold runes appeared on the cover, perfectly matching the patterns on the fragment of the Book of Death, merging seamlessly. Inside the pages, several new functions appeared out of thin air: entrance to undead space, control panel for fission skills, quick casting for Death Finger. Now these two artifact-level items were completely fused and indistinguishable from one another. This also avoided the awkward situation of having to hold the Lord's Book in one hand and the Book of Death in the other during battles. Winning or losing against opponents was merely a temporary matter. However, looking cool was a lifelong concern. Jiang Chen looked at his skill bar, where an entirely dark purple skull-shaped skill icon hovered quietly, Death Finger Orange. This was the ability brought by the enhanced fragment of the Book of Death, directly allowing the blue-level Jiang Chen to master an orange-level ultimate move. The power of the skill was extremely strong, but correspondingly the mana cost was frighteningly high. With his current mana, without the support of mana recovery potions, he would likely be drained of all his mana after casting it, once falling into exhaustion. It was equivalent to having a trump card that couldn't be used at the most critical moment. A mage without any mana was merely a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In simple terms, he had not yet reached the orange level. His mana limit and recovery speed were far from sufficient to use the skill Death Finger. After some thought, Jiang Chen checked his remaining points, exchanged 2,000 points for a rare purple class change scroll, and converted the remaining points into blueprints for constructing stone bricks tiles and 18 pure soul crystals. With his points completely reset to 0, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He tore open the purple class transfer scroll, and a purple light enveloped him as the necromancer class broke free from its constraints, soaring to the purple tier. A brand new personal panel unfolded before him. Jiang Chen Book of the Lord Level 1 fused with the semi-divine artifact. The pages of the Book of Death class necromancer, purple skill skeleton, summon, blue meditation, green magic missile, green bone explosion, green corrosive mist, green death touch, purple items, moonshadow robe, orange azure staff, orange radiant amulet, orange war amulet, orange gold chest 1. Buildings Lord's Hall, Level 5 tomb, orange burial ground, orange leather workshop, orange steel furnace, orange stone wing cathedral, orange heroes automaton Siska, orange 6-tier bone blade Vega, purple 4-tier troops, elite skeleton soldiers 7-tier 450, skeleton soldiers 4-tier 50 269, elite gargoyles 8-tier 100. Such a stat panel, if exposed in a public channel at this moment, would surely terrify a large number of hardworking lords. In merely 7 days since arriving in this new world, he possessed several top-tier orange quality buildings, thousands of high-level skeleton troops, a purple class orange equipment, and a dark gold semi-divine artifact. This was simply unfathomable, to the point of making one suspect that Jiang Chen had some kind of wind spirit or moon shadow. For this was neither scientific nor magical. It was a monstrous rate of development that broke all rules. Jiang Chen did not indulge in the power of the panel, but turned to walk towards the industrial zone on the west side of his territory. He took out the 2 blue construction blueprints he had just exchanged for a stone brick factory and a tile factory. These 2 factories seemed to be of low tier, yet they were essential for upgrading the territory to the level 5 stone tower and even higher buildings, specifically producing high-grade stone bricks and tiles. From now on, he would need building materials, and he would no longer have to strip the rooftops of others or dismantle their castles. Moments later, the 2 buildings rose from the ground, and Jiang Chen began to check the requirements for these resource buildings. Stone brick factory, blue type, processing building materials, stone output, stone bricks, available labor 020. Tile kiln, blue type, processing building materials, clay output, tiles, available labor 020. Clay was everywhere and worthless. He had a mountain of stone in his warehouse, and many other transmigrators were still making a living selling stones and wood, so there would be no shortage. Jiang Chen directly allocated 40 skeleton soldiers to occupy the 2 factories for full production and sent out 200 ordinary skeletons to continuously transport raw materials and collect the processed building materials. In the next moment, Jiang Chen opened the enhancement system again and began to enhance these 2 blue quality. The production speed of blue-tier buildings was still too slow. In the future, these materials would not only be for his own use, but could also be sold to other lords, ensuring a steady demand. 2.0 points were consumed like flowing water, and the 2 blue processing factories shone brightly, their quality skyrocketing until they finally stabilized at orange tier. Having already been drained of millions of points, his finances were now worsened, impoverished to the point of clanging. Yet Jiang Chen repeatedly reassured himself in his heart, this is not expenditure, it is investment. It is a super layout to monopolize the future. Before long, when the majority of transmigrator lords began upgrading to level 4 and 5 territories, stone bricks and tiles would become a top necessity in short supply. By then, the production speed advantage of the orange processing factories would manifest, allowing him to monopolize the market and recover today's spent points with interest 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Moreover, the points consumed in enhancing the factories were actually not that much. Combined, they only cost 1/50th of what it took to enhance the Book of Death to his semi-divine artifact. Looking at his impoverished territory, Jiang Chen silently made up his mind at dawn he would immediately head to Blackstone City for trade and must earn wealth vigorously. After dealing with all infrastructure and point consumption, Jiang Chen finally turned his attention to the most important reward of this lord assessment, the exclusive golden chest ranked number 1. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, activating the fate guidance, forcing the perfection of the treasure chest's delivery to 100. Rubbing his hands together, his fingertips trembled slightly with excitement, and with a death-defying expectation, he gently opened the dazzling golden chest before him. At the moment the chest opened, a brilliant golden light exploded, and an energy infused with golden and deathly aura surged forth. What emerged this time was not orange, but truly golden quality. Opening the golden chest, he obtained left arm armor of the Golden Beast Gold Soul Amulet, Orange Dark Altar Blueprint, Purple Fine Steel, Two-Handed Sword Blueprint, Blue Essence of the Earth, Veins 1, Soul Crystal 156, Undead Gold Coins 879. The first thing that caught his eye was a piece of arm armor interwoven with golden, red, and black colors. It lay quietly on the left side of the chest, larger than ordinary arm guards, with a surface flowing with magma-like golden red patterns edged with sharp golden claws, and inscribed on the inside with an ancient orc rune. Jiang Chen reached out to pick it up, feeling its heavy weight as though grasping a block of solid gold, yet it also emanated a chilling sense of power. Left arm armor of the Golden Beast Gold Type Armor, Defense Level 6. Effects: Beast King's Might, Shatter Beast King's Heavy Strike. Beast King's Might. Strength of the wearer is enhanced to orange. First tier level. Shatter attacking enemies with the armor easily triggers the Shatter lethal effect, inflicting an additional 150 physical damage to biological targets. Beast King's Heavy Strike, after charging, strikes the ground to release an area impact, causing knockback to enemies within 10 meters. And dealing 500 points of massive damage to building-type targets, accompanied by a seismic tremor effect. Note: this armor is part of a set. Collecting 2-piece, 4-piece, or 6-piece sets can activate set attributes. Jiang Chen gasped softly, touching the surface patterns of the armor, feeling a wave of warmth at his fingertips. This was already the highest tier armor available to his territory at this stage. Moreover, it was a set. Jiang Chen loved sets. At the moment of wearing it, the arm armor automatically transformed, perfectly fitting Jiang Chen's right arm. Jiang Chen felt the snug fit of the arm armor. Its high-grade equipment brought a sculpting effect that made it perfectly adapt to his arm, with no looseness or excessive tightness, as if it were tailor-made for him. He attempted to wave his left arm, causing golden red patterns to glow, a surge of immense power spreading throughout his body, making him feel as if his strength had been remolded. This arm armor perfectly fulfilled all the fantasies of the Chinibu era, exuding a strong sense of power. Jiang Chen looked down at the arm armor on his right arm, feeling an attachment he couldn't shake off. With this arm armor, Jiang Chen no longer had to worry about the dangers of being approached as a magic practitioner. Simply wearing this arm armor allowed Jiang Chen's power to amplify to the level of an orange-tier melee hero. What mage doesn't have a dream of close combat? Jiang Chen chuckled softly, his fingertips lightly tracing the claws on the arm armor, the sharp metallic edges reflecting his face. As for why he initially chose the mage class, well, if he had chosen warrior, what would close combat even be called? A dream. It's precisely because it is difficult to achieve that it is called a dream. The only downside is that it is somewhat heavy, making it hard for a frail mage to wield. However, it didn't matter, as Jiang Chen had previously consumed a life potion that resembled industrial waste. Although his physique had not yet reached that of a warrior-type hero, it was close enough. He attempted to activate the Beast King Strike skill, bringing his left arm down hard on the stone slab beneath him. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a slight tremor spread from the ground, causing even the Lord's Hall to sway gently. When Jiang Chen raised his fist, he discovered that the stone tiles beneath him had shattered, the spot where his fist struck reduced to fine powder. The power is sufficient, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, this move seemed to have a better destructive effect on buildings, making it a formidable weapon when attacking others' territories. Urban combat is challenging mainly because you lack the ability to demolish the alleys. If you had that ability, it would be much easier. Besides, the Soul Talisman is also an invaluable item. Soul Talisman Orange Type Accessory Effect: Lie Detection, Soul Protection, Spiritual Nourishment. Lie Detection can detect the mental state of targets lower than oneself, accurately identify lies, and the accuracy increases with one's soul strength. Soul Protection can withstand one soul attack of no higher than Golden Tier, with a cooldown of 24 hours after activation, able to resist soul erosion, mental control, and other effects. Spiritual Nourishment: Wearing the talisman can continuously nourish the soul, slowly increasing soul strength by 1 each quarter. Soul strength is fundamental for necromancers. Even for orange tier undead, the improvement of soul strength is extremely slow, let alone for an accessory that actively nourishes the soul. It can permanently increase soul strength, even if the speed is slow. Such an effect is extremely rare among golden accessories. The importance of the soul is self-evident, directly linked to mana, and is also a foundation for advancing one's status. With this talisman, even facing an undead mage of the same tier, the opponent's spells may not harm Jiang Chen. Moreover, the lie detection effect can also play a significant role in negotiations and reconnaissance, especially when dealing with cunning human nobles in the future, easily seeing through their lies. Hanging the soul talisman around his neck, the talisman pressed against his chest. A faint golden light enveloped his soul, gradually enhancing his soul strength. Even if it's a slow increase, by the end of the year, I can enhance my soul strength by 4. The speed is still quite... Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of worry, and unfortunately, he had few points left, not enough to upgrade the soul talisman to golden. Otherwise, he would be determined to strengthen it. Perhaps he could consider it another time. Besides, the most useful thing in this treasure chest for Jiang Chen was the highest level building. He could currently construct the Dark Altar. Dark Altar Blueprint, purple, recruitable units, Dark Priests, Tier 5, construction materials, 6,000 stone, 3,000, wood, 500 bricks, 300 hemp rope, 150 iron ingots, 50 ash stones, 8 death gems. Construction prerequisite, undead territory level 5. After experiencing the power of higher tier units, like stone golems, Jiang Chen looked down on the enhanced version of skeleton soldiers. The enhancement of high-tier units to the territory is unmatched by any number of low-tier units. Moreover, Jiang Chen now had the capability to summon large numbers of low-tier units, so there was no need to waste soul crystals summoning elite skeletons that were merely higher-tier cannon fodder. Arriving at the unit construction area, Jiang Chen selected the Dark Altar blueprint. Would you like to build the Dark Altar? Yes. With Jiang Chen's command, a dull rumbling sound echoed again from the unit construction area of the territory. Black mist surged, materials like stone, wood, and iron ingots floated automatically, quickly assembling under the control of undead energy. Soon a black altar rose from the ground. The altar was entirely made of black rock covered in decayed patterns, and the black pool of water at the top bubbled continuously, emanating a chilling death energy. The eyes of the skulls on the 8 stone pillars glowed with a ghostly green light, and the undead chains swayed gently in the air, exuding a sinister atmosphere. Dark Altar Purple Faction, undead, recruitable Dark Priests, Tier 5. Recruitment conditions: 5 soul crystals, 5 bones, 10 flesh, 1 ash stone. This was the first undead faction building Jiang Chen constructed that required flesh resources. It seemed that recruitment was not simply for skeleton units, but they likely were still not as good as the Tier 8 stone golems. From the name, it seemed to resemble a unit of the spellcasting profession. After strengthening the Dark Altar once again, it was upgraded to orange tier. This time Jiang Chen felt calm. After all, he had already spent so many points, so he didn't mind spending. Looking at the nearly exhausted points, Jiang Chen constantly reassured himself that points earned were meant to be spent all on himself, which could be seen as a pre-investment. After upgrading to an orange building, the recruitment conditions for Dark Priests changed. Recruitable Dark Priests, Tier 7, recruitment conditions: 7 soul crystals, 7 bones, 14 flesh. Surprisingly, it was not an 8-tier stone golem, but rather a 7-tier unit, indicating that there are indeed differences even among buildings of the same level. The recruitment quantity was adjusted to 5 to check their skills and attributes. After confirming the recruitment, the black pool of water atop the altar began to churn violently, and a surge of black energy erupted from the pool, coalescing into 5 emaciated figures in black robes. They slowly rose from the pool, their wide black robes concealing their faces, revealing only a pair of bloodshot eyes and long, thin, grayish-white fingers, exposing their non-living identity. The black pool water slid off their bodies, leaving no trace behind, revealing their emaciated forms. 5 figures in black robes slowly approached Jiang Chen, kneeling on one knee as they hoarsely said, "Dark Priest, I pay my respects to the Lord of the Undead." This is actually a communicable type of troop. Jiang Chen retracted his previous assessment. The level of the Dark Altar should be higher than that of the Stone Wing Cathedral. After all, such a troop capable of communication and even thinking can achieve a great deal. Meanwhile, the stone golems can only be said to be suitable for combat and patrol. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon their attribute panels, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Elite Dark Priest, Tier 7. Faction Undead. Race characteristics: Undead Zombie, weakness to light. Innate skill: Beginner's Curse Mastery. Skills: Weaken, Fear, Confusion. Zombie. This troop possesses flesh and blood stronger than skeletons, but comes with a fatal weakness of having a corporeal body. Weaken a curse, targeting a single target, reducing their strength proportionate to their original power. Fear a curse, targeting a single target, instilling fear and diminishing their will to fight, with the reduction level dependent on the target's original willpower and soul strength. Confusion, a curse targeting a single target causing confusion, with the level of confusion dependent on the target's original willpower and soul strength. Jiang Chen's earlier speculation was not wrong. This is indeed a type of spellcasting troop, and not the traditional troop that can only launch fireball spells, but a curse-type troop. The weaken skill can reduce the target's strength, the fear skill can shatter the enemy's morale, and the confusion skill can lead enemies to turn on each other. The importance of morale is self-evident. This troop is best suited for the battlefield where two armies clash. These three skills are practically born for the battlefield. Countless tactical combinations instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. On a battlefield where two armies confront each other, the Dark Priests stand at the back of the undead legion, casting fear to cause human soldiers to collapse in morale, unleashing confusion to make them turn on each other, and using weaken to diminish the strength of the enemy's commanders. At that time, all that is needed is for the heroes to lead the skeleton soldiers and stone golems to charge easily, overwhelming the enemy's forces. This is how the undead legion should be, Jiang Chen murmured. Skeleton soldiers act as cannon fodder, stone golems serve as scouts and aerial forces, while skeleton archers provide ranged firepower. The Dark Priests, however, are the core troop of the undead legion. He looked at the 5 elite Dark Priests before him, their aura of curses making the surrounding air turn cold. With the number of Dark Priests now reaching exactly 100, soon a large group of black-robed Dark Priests emerged from the pool, quietly kneeling before Jiang Chen, just like the previous 5. These spellcasters, draped in dark patterned robes and wielding bone staffs, are indispensable magical units in the territory. The 100 Dark Priests now present had reached a saturation of combat power in the territory, any more would not bring about a qualitative change for the time being. Moreover, the resource of flesh and blood must be hunted for in reality to be obtained, unlike the bone resource, which does not require immediate concern for consumption. Looking at these Dark Priests with a certain degree of thought, Jiang Chen considered for a moment and pointed at the first Dark Priest to appear, saying, "From today onwards you shall be the commander of all Dark Priests, clearing all obstacles for me, and let my flag of the undead fly across the entire world." "I shall adhere to the Lord's command," the Dark Priest responded hoarsely. Perhaps due to their undead nature, their emotions were relatively stable, and being appointed as commander did not overly excite this Dark Priest. However, loyalty is not something that can be faked. Loyalty of Dark Priest increased by 5 points, current loyalty 85. Having their own capacity for thought has its downsides, as they are not as fearless as skeleton soldiers. These Dark Priests have their own needs, and when those needs are met, their loyalty also increases. However, an initial loyalty of 80 is already sufficient. After recruiting the Dark Priest, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the Stone Wing Cathedral nearby. The Stone Golem, a type of aerial combat troop formed from rock and the power of the undead, had its combat effectiveness validated in the recent bloody battle, making it the core strength for aerial reconnaissance and ambush in the territory. Without hesitation, he invested all the soul crystals dropped from this battle into the Stone Wing Cathedral, raising the total number of stone golems to 200. The stone golems in the cathedral broke free from their rocky attire, taking to the skies, and then landing in formation before Jiang Chen. Their heavy stone bodies, illuminated by the eerie blue soul flames, resembled a silent concrete forest, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Now the blade of the transcendent assessment that hung over his head had vanished, allowing Jiang Chen to emulate other great powers in this continent by intentionally reserving a portion of soul crystals as strategic reserves. Soul crystals are the essential core resource needed for recruiting all types of troops. Having more reserves provides greater security for survival. After completing all of this, the sky remained shrouded in thick darkness, and the summons, deployments, and preparations of recent days had left Jiang Chen feeling somewhat fatigued. Returning to the Lord's Hall, Jiang Chen casually grabbed a nearby beast skin blanket, wrapping himself tightly, intending to rest for a moment. Soon at dawn, he would set off for Haishi City to complete the previously arranged trade for weaponry and equipment. In the brief moment of closing his eyes to rest, an absurd thought uncontrollably surged into Jiang Chen. After all, he is a transmigrator, having crossed over from a prosperous and familiar modern world to this brutal and survival-off-theftist alternate world, awakening his own unique cheat. This is the golden finger that all other transmigrators could not even dare to dream of. With nearly 6,000 troops combined, including skeleton soldiers, zombies, dark priests, and stone golems, he commands a formidable undead army. In the recently held transmigrator assessment, he even outperformed everyone standing atop the leaderboard as the first among all transmigrators. In terms of strength and influence, he was no longer the ordinary newcomer he once was. Yet why must he still toil like a wage slave, waking up early and staying late to earn money? Clearly he was already strong enough, clearly standing at the pinnacle of all transmigrators. Why couldn't he just lie down and enjoy life? Good wine, good food, beautiful women. Shouldn't those be the standards for the strong? As soon as this thought arose, Jiang Chen forcibly suppressed it. He clearly understood that in this perilous alternate world, complacency is the beginning of self-destruction, and it must be resolutely eliminated at its root. Fundamentally, the end of the assessment means the disappearance of the protective barrier over the territory, leaving all the traversers to face the external malice alone. The enemies of the traversers have never been each other, but rather the indigenous forces of this continent. The assessment will inform you of the specific timing, but the local forces can strike at any moment. Jiang Chen understood the reasoning, but reality was starkly different. Moreover, even if he truly wished to indulge himself, the current conditions of the territory simply did not allow it. His realm of the undead was a sight to behold. Apart from the countless skeletal frames, every morning he would be horrified to find a bizarre puppet sitting at the foot of his bed, eager to study his body. Now, with the addition of living corpses and cold stone gargoyles, one could say Jiang Chen's territory was truly a hellish place in the eyes of ordinary people. Of course, the ability to communicate with the dark priests was a small blessing, perhaps in the future some slightly more complicated tasks could be entrusted to them. In the territory, there were no pleasing soft girls to be found, not even a single normal living creature, making the idea of enjoyment utterly unattainable. As for food, it was a source of pain for Jiang Chen. He still remembered the only alchemist in the territory, Zizika, who once claimed to be proficient in culinary arts and vowed to improve his meals. However, after making that claim, there was no further mention. Jiang Chen had hinted at it several times afterward, but Zizika always skillfully changed the subject. She would either say there weren't enough alchemical materials, or that the puppet making had reached a critical stage, completely avoiding the topic of cooking. Jiang Chen couldn't tell whether she was simply boasting or genuinely reluctant to cook for him, the Lord. As a result, despite being the top scorer in the Traverser assessment and commanding an army of 6,000 undead, his daily meals still consisted of monotonous roasted meat and fish, with even the salt being purchased from Blackstone City, making him the most miserable traverser in this other world. However, Jiang Chen soon found peace. The title of the most miserable one did not belong to him. The current most miserable traverser had already embarked on another journey. In comparison, being able to eat roasted fish, sleep soundly, and command a vast army was already quite good. With this thought, Jiang Chen relaxed and fatigue washed over him once again. He wrapped himself tightly in a fur blanket, and in the unique silence of the realm of the undead soon fell into a deep slumber. This sleep was the most stable he had experienced since his crossing, but unfortunately less than an hour later, with the sky still dark, he opened his eyes. As a purple-level necromancer, Jiang Chen's mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. After a simple wash, he approached a row of workbenches in the territory, beginning to craft weapons and equipment destined for Blackstone City. Blackstone City was one of the largest cities in this desolate area, with a permanent population exceeding 30,000. Within the workshops and shops, green-grade equipment schematics were not rare. The local craftsmen were not incapable of producing green equipment. However, the biggest challenges for ordinary craftsmen in creating green equipment were efficiency costs and the critical issue of success rates. Often the input and output were not proportionate. Typically, several materials were needed to make a single finished product, and the time consumed was measured in days. In contrast, traversers had a significant advantage in this regard. As long as there were schematics and ample materials, with 20 enhanced workbenches, he could match the efficiency of a fully automated large processing factory by himself. Skeleton soldiers worked swiftly at the workbenches, producing outstanding finished products in rapid succession. Such efficiency would bring tears to the eyes of capitalists. Successfully crafted black iron, one-handed sword green 1,000, successfully crafted iron spear green 1,000, successfully crafted light crossbow green 500, successfully crafted iron arrows 5,000. The system's notification echoed in his mind, and in no time a mountain of green quality weapons and equipment appeared before him. Over 1,000 gleaming black iron one-handed swords, 1,000 sharp iron spears, 500 intricate light crossbows, and 5,000 neatly arranged iron arrows. Such a vast quantity was enough to arm an army of thousands. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the massive stockpile of weapons was all stored in his spatial ring. The capacity of this ring far exceeded ordinary imagination. Even when filled with these weapons, it still seemed ample. He knew that the permanent military force in Blackstone City might not be able to absorb this batch of goods entirely. But that was fine. Aside from the Orc Lord York, he could sell the surplus equipment in the market to nearby small and medium-sized tribes. In this cruel land of the far north, weapons were always the most valuable currency. Before setting off, Jiang Chen made final troop deployments. He brought 100 elite stone gargoyles and 100 dark priests into the realm of the undead as accompanying guards. The remaining 100 stone gargoyles were ordered to continuously patrol the skies above the territory and to report any developments to him and Zizika at the first opportunity. Indeed, Zizuka the alchemist had clearly stated that she would not accompany him this time. The reason given was that the crafting of the alchemical puppets had reached a critical core step. Interrupting it would mean losing all progress, making it inconvenient for her to go out. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk inwardly. He understood this homebody alchemist far too well. The so-called critical period of puppet making was more than likely an excuse. In essence, she simply wanted to stay in the alchemical workshop, doing what she enjoyed, not wanting to accompany him on the journey to Blackstone City. However, Jiang Chen did not push her. Zizuka's alchemy was crucial for the territory, as long as she could focus on her research. If she didn't want to go out, then so be it. Viga, accompany me on this journey and bring along 1,000 skeleton soldiers, Jiang Chen quietly ordered behind him. Viga bowed in response, his voice filled with absolute obedience. As you command, great master. With 1,000 skeleton soldiers lined up, their hollow eye sockets burned with eerie blue soul flames, the sound of bones clashing echoed crisply in the still darkness. Jiang Chen managed the cart, while Viga stood by his side, and the undead army marched in unison towards Blackstone City. In fact, Jiang Chen was also considering whether he should buy a carriage or at least acquire a mount. After all, he was a lord. Riding a cart for every journey seemed unbecoming. Thanks to Viga's skill, what originally required half a day's journey was cut down to nearly half. Before 9 in the morning, as the dawn broke through the clouds illuminating the outline of Blackstone City, Jiang Chen's undead army had already reached the outskirts of the city. The guards of Blackstone City were fierce orc warriors currently yawning while on duty. Upon seeing the overwhelming army of the undead approaching from a distance, they immediately became alert. However, recalling their lord's instructions, they soon returned to their indifferent demeanor, even reaching out to stop a colleague who wanted to ring the alarm bell. Jiang Chen's undead army had visited Blackstone City once before, and this time, they brought only a small number of troops, having long since acclimatized to such occurrences. This undead lord was a rather peculiar young man, not there to wage war, but rather to conduct business. The captain of the guards immediately sent a rider into the city to inform the city lord York. Jiang Chen, as per usual, halted his army 500 meters away from Blackstone City. This distance was quite safe. Even the elite orc archers could not shoot that far. It demonstrated his sincerity while also maintaining a sufficient distance for caution. To hide the secret of his spatial ring, Jiang Chen had long before removed all weapons and equipment from the ring several kilometers away and loaded them onto a cart, which was now being pulled forward slowly by skeleton soldiers. When traveling, it is a strict rule in the martial world not to flaunt wealth. Spatial rings are common, but items like Jiang Chen's, which could hold an astonishing amount, are rare. Typically, it is not unusual for nobles to possess 1 or 2 spatial items, but they are usually just for storing valuable or personal items. If Jiang Chen's large spatial device were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. Although Jiang Chen now had the means to protect himself, it was always wise to be cautious. Before long, the heavy gates of Blackstone City slowly opened, and the Orc City Lord York personally led 2 elite squads of orc warriors to stride out. York was tall and robust, clad in beast hide armor, exuding a fierce aura of someone who had seen many battles. Upon seeing Jiang Chen from a distance, he broke into a hearty smile. "My dear friend, you have indeed honored our agreement and arrived on time." York stepped forward and gave Jiang Chen a vigorous hug. The unique, strong smell of the orcs mixed with sweat and the stench of beast hide assaulted Jiang Chen's senses, making his stomach churn. He barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit on the spot. "It is what I should do, Lord York," Jiang Chen said, subtly pushing him away while wearing a perfectly timed smile. "To rush this batch of goods, the craftsmen in my territory have been working tirelessly without rest for several days to produce these finished products." York, upon hearing this, burst into hearty laughter, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. "My friend, the sincerity of Blackstone City is certainly worthy of the efforts of your craftsmen." During the embrace, York's arm unintentionally brushed against Jiang Chen's arm, feeling a hard and smooth object beneath the mage's robe. York couldn't help but feel curious and looked down at Jiang Chen's arm. "My friend, it seems you are hiding something on your arm." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and slowly rolled up the wide sleeves of his mage robe, revealing the golden arm armor worn on his forearm. The arm armor was exquisitely crafted with intricate patterns appearing as if it were made entirely of pure gold, radiating a noble glow in the morning light, clearly indicating it was not an ordinary item. "Pardon my appearance," Jiang Chen explained in a calm tone. "Because I have found such a powerful ally in Blackstone City for my family, I have now been officially recognized as one of the heirs of my family, and this golden arm armor is the token of the family heir. In this world, weapons and armor made of gold are mostly merely ornaments, symbolizing the status of the nobility, flashy, yet impractical, far less useful than those made of fine iron." As a seasoned purple tire hero, York held a deep disdain for such extravagant golden accessories. The definition of war weapons is that they should be big, sturdy, and effective with low cost and ease of mass production being the strengths of standard weapons. Most importantly, they should be easy to maintain and durable. However, regarding the identity inheritance and face-saving projects of human nobles, York had heard of them even if he had not seen them firsthand. Though he felt disdainful inside, he would never offend his greatest supplier of weapons on the surface. "Then I truly congratulate you, young noble heir," York said with a smile, then shifted the topic with a hint of confusion. "But I remember you should be a mage. Mages are supposed to fight unencumbered, wielding staves to cast spells, yet here was a mage wearing a golden armor symbolic of nobility beneath his robe, which seemed odd and out of place." Jiang Chen was utterly unconcerned about this, even deliberately adopting a stern expression portraying the indignation of a spoiled noble whose family honor was insulted, and said in a deep voice, "This is our family's symbol of heritage unrelated to profession." Sorry, I misspoke. Please do not take offense." York immediately feigned an apology, his tone sincere upon seeing Jiang Chen's expression. Seeing the understanding flash in York's eyes, Jiang Chen secretly scoffed. Mages who only hid behind troops to cast spells were not worth mentioning. A simple blink and backstab could easily deal with them. Had he not heard of the neighboring Gandalf the Great? With a staff in one hand and a great sword in the other, casting a light spell on himself, he could charge into the enemy ranks and slay them. That was the true appearance of a mage. As a mage, Jiang Chen, wearing golden armor beneath his wide robe, was quite reasonable and logical. "We are all foxes with 1,000 years of experience. There is no need to pierce through each other's disguises with unnecessary talk." Through this matter of the golden armor, York's wariness towards Jiang Chen undoubtedly decreased significantly. In York's view, this undead lord was merely a down-and-out noble clinging to the legacy of a fallen family, not adept in battle. Possessing some strength, yet indulging in empty identities and glory, such a person was hardly to be feared. This was precisely the effect Jiang Chen aimed to achieve. Those who are half-baked are often easier to manipulate than outright fools. They tend to rely on their imaginations to fill in everything they wish to see, requiring little effort from others. In fact, York originally wanted to say a few more pleasantries, but he had completely forgotten the fictitious surname Jiang Chen had made up. To avoid awkwardness, he simply skipped the topic and directed his gaze to the cart nearby. "All right, my friend, let's not discuss these awkward matters any longer. How much goods have you brought this time? I have already prepared the resources for our transaction." As York spoke, he walked alongside Jiang Chen into Blackstone City, simultaneously signaling the orc warriors under him to carry all the goods Jiang Chen had brought into the city. Jiang Chen smiled as he engaged in light-hearted conversation with York, stepping steadily through the gates of Blackstone City, while Wei Jia, clad in golden armor, followed closely behind like a loyal guardian. Walking side by side with York along the wide main street, the shouts of orc vendors, the pungent smell of beast skins and ores, and the smoky aroma from the forges intertwined, creating a unique cacophony and rugged atmosphere of Blackstone City. Blackstone City had not changed much. The orcs flocked to the city to sell their wares. Observing the orcs as they meticulously counted the weapons Jiang Chen had brought, he calmly announced the complete inventory: 100 long swords, 100 iron spears, along with 500 light crossbows and 5,000 arrows. Upon hearing the inventory list, York's previously cheerful smile faltered slightly as his thick fingers unconsciously rubbed his chin, frowning in a mix of satisfaction and hesitation. The quantity of these weapons had already reached 1/3 of Blackstone City's usual armament reserves. If fully utilized, it would significantly enhance the city's defensive capabilities. This made him acutely aware of just how profound the foundation of the declined human noble family Jiang Chen spoke of truly was. Even in a state of decline, they could produce such an astonishing quantity of fine equipment in just a few days, something that ordinary minor powers could not match. This equipment made York regard Jiang Chen with increasing respect. At the same time, a deep-seated greed began to grow within him like a wild vine entwining around his. He was all too aware of the value of this batch of equipment. If he could completely control Jiang Chen's production channels and even bring the family power behind him under his wing, it would merely be a matter of time before Blackstone City dominated the surrounding regions. After a brief silence, York lifted his gaze towards Jiang Chen with a hint of deliberate suggestion in his tone. "The arrows you brought are a bit lacking." In this world of unending warfare, it was common for a single bow to consume 30 to 40 arrows during a medium to small-scale battle. Now, with only 5,000 arrows paired with 500 light crossbows, each crossbow would have an average of only 10 arrows. It was evident that this shortage would be insufficient even for a fierce skirmish. Jiang Chen paid no mind to this, a relaxed smile curling at the corner of his lips. "The arrows are a complimentary gift. With the light crossbows, there's no charge." His light-hearted remark of no charge instantly relaxed York's furrowed brows, almost bringing a smile to his face. Though the quantity of arrows was small, they were free after all. In the orc's perspective, free items are never considered too few, especially when it comes to indispensable arrows in battle. I understand. York nodded, eagerly patting Jiang Chen's shoulder. After all, time is quite tight. I am very satisfied with the quality of these fine weapons, which clearly reflects your sincerity. Jiang Chen inwardly scoffed at how quickly this attitude shifted, perfectly exemplifying the so-called law of true fragrance. It seemed that no matter the world, the value of the three great laws remained exceedingly high. York said no more and warmly led Jiang Chen into the Lord's mansion. Inside, the furnishings were rough, yet practical, with beast skin carpets covering the floor and large beast fangs and chipped battle blades hanging on the walls, showcasing the orc's reverence for strength. The two sat down at a large stone table, and immediately an orc maid brought over coarse barley beer and roasted meat, marking the official start of their business negotiations. York cleared his throat and announced the price he had long calculated. As per our usual practice, the black iron one-handed sword is 10 gold coins each. The iron spear is more material intensive, so I'll offer you 12 gold coins each. As for the light crossbows, I won't let my friends spend too much, each for 20 gold coins. What do you think? The price of long-handled weapons is generally higher than that of single-handed weapons of the same level. Because the materials consumed are different, it is only reasonable that their price is slightly higher than that of one-handed swords. However, Jiang Chen quickly calculated in his mind and still felt dissatisfied with this price, as it did not meet his psychological expectations. He did not immediately refute, but lightly tapped his fingers on the stone table, slowly presenting his conditions. How about this? Let the prices of the other items remain unchanged, but calculate the iron spears at 15 gold coins each. However, half of the payment can be made with ores, rare materials, and blueprints. York's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly began to calculate in his mind. Using ores, resources, and blueprints to offset gold coins posed no loss to him. Rather, it would allow him to clear out the useless stockpiles in the city. It was even much more cost-effective than simply paying with cold hard cash. Without hesitation, he firmly agreed. Deal. My friend, you always come up with the fairest proposals. Previously, Jiang Chen had almost depleted the soul crystals and basic materials from his territory to expand his military and replenish the dark priest and gargoyles. Now was the time. He urgently needed a large amount of materials to recover. While gold coins were indeed important for his territory at this stage, ores, resources, and building blueprints were far more practical than cold hard gold. After all, Jiang Chen could only spend gold coins in Blackstone City apart from the market. Where else could he spend money? Moreover, the quantity of goods from the Goblin Merchant Guild was still limited each week. Although Demo said he would bring him more items, who knew how much he would be able to spend with him. After some negotiation, the final trade plan was completely finalized. York would pay 100 units of iron, or 500 units of copper, or 20 units of rare materials, 100 soul crystals, plus 10 various building blueprints. Among them was a rare blue quality blueprint. The remaining payment would be made directly with 100 universally accepted gold coins. As Jiang Chen received and quickly browsed through the blueprints handed to him by York, he couldn't help but internally admire York's caution. The blueprints provided by York were all focused on civilian development. None were for weapon forging or troop construction, clearly aimed at limiting his potential for warfare. It seemed he was only allowed to develop basic infrastructure and did not wish to grant him stronger military capability. Blueprint for water wheel, green blueprint for fishery, green blueprint for minecart, green. Flipping through the green blueprints, one final blue building blueprint caught Jiang Chen's eye, leaving him momentarily speechless. Exquisite residential blueprint blue. The blueprint clearly depicted a two-story villa in human style, with ornate railings, floor-to-ceiling windows, spacious living and bedrooms, as well as a kitchen and utility room exuding elegance and comfort. It seemed to belong to a wealthy class among humans, or perhaps a fallen noble. However, this style was completely incompatible with the rugged orc civilization, entirely not to their aesthetic. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand where York had procured such a human faction-building blueprint. After pondering for a moment, he decided to keep this seemingly useless blue blueprint. After all, it was of blue quality, and it would be a shame to throw it away. Furthermore, the current realm of the undead was lifeless, filled only with skeletons, zombies, and gargoyles. If normal residents could be attracted in the future, this villa would serve as a perfect residence. Due to the enormous amount involved in the transaction, the York residents could not immediately gather enough gold coins and needed to sell some supplies in the city market to make up the difference. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Chen decided to stroll around Blackstone City, hoping to find some opportunities for consumption. I'll accompany you around. My father instructed me to entertain you well. This time it's still little York acting as his guide. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and followed little York out of the Lord's mansion, directly asking, "Is there a place in Blackstone City that sells slaves?" Slave trade is one of the most popular transactions in the orc territory, second only to weapons, and can even be regarded as the cornerstone of orc society. Mining requires a large number of laborers, agriculture requires manpower, and countless cannon fodder is needed on the battlefield. Many orc tribes in the Divine Pillar are engaged in the business of slave hunting and trading, forming a complete and bloody industrial chain. This idea was precisely what Zizika had previously reminded Jiang Chen about. For a normal territory, purchasing slaves is the most direct and effective way to quickly increase the population and supplement labor. Jiang Chen's side was even more efficient. Even if these slaves died, they could be converted into undead forces. Of course, Jiang Chen would never commit the atrocity of murdering slaves, as it somewhat violated his bottom line. Little York nodded immediately. Skillfully guiding Jiang Chen through the winding alleys, they distanced themselves from the hustle and bustle of the main street, finally stopping in front of a gigantic shop. The shop's outer wall was built of rough black stone, the door tightly shut, and two fierce orc guards wielding battle axes stood at the entrance, exuding a suppressive aura. The moment the wooden door was pushed open, a slick voice immediately greeted them with flattery. What wine blows today that even young Master York visits my shop. It's truly an honor for my humble establishment. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a plump orc hastily approaching. This orc wore a gold chain as thick as a thumb around his neck, and at least 7 or 8 rings set with inferior gems and gold adorned his hands, exuding the aura of a newly rich individual, vulgar, yet straightforwardly showcasing his wealth. In orc civilization, there is no concept of art or culture. The most direct manifestation of wealth is to wear gold and silver jewelry. Therefore, what others might view as crude is in the eyes of orcs a symbol of status and power. What better way to display wealth than to be covered in gold and silver? The person before them, named Kashi, was the leading figure in the Blackstone City slave market. Kashi enough with Little York waved his hand, stepping aside to let Jiang Chen through. This time, I bring you a very generous big client. You must show your best goods. Kashi immediately understood, winking at Little York with a knowing glance. He then turned to Jiang Chen, his small eyes shimmering with astuteness. Although all humans appeared similar in the eyes of orcs, when he caught sight of the golden arm guard exposed on Jiang Chen's forearm, his gaze instantly became fervent. That luxurious decoration, entirely gilded, unmistakably marked him as a super fat sheep. The guest is of exceptional talent and extraordinary demeanor. It's clear that he is no ordinary individual and definitely someone capable of great deeds. Kashi beamed with a smile, his tone excessively flattering. In his eyes, a wealthy client, regardless of appearance, was a person of exceptional talent. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to such flattery and directly inquired, "Do you have any good goods?" "That depends on what kind of good goods the guest needs." Kashi immediately perked up, rubbing his hands together as he excitedly introduced. "If you need mining laborers, I have a large number of strong adult laborers who are strong and obedient. Just feed them, and they'll work hard. If you want cannon fodder for the battlefield, I also have orc warriors who have survived life and death battles. Their combat ability is absolutely reliable." Saying this, Kashi eagerly led Jiang Chen and Little York into the shop. As soon as they stepped inside, an indescribable stench hit them, rushing straight for their noses. Mixed with sweat, body odor, and mildew, the intensity caused Jiang Chen to instantly hold his breath, his brow furrowed tightly, and his stomach churned. Orcs being unhygienic was their trademark. Jiang Chen endured the discomfort and prepared to listen to Kex's introduction. Inside the spacious shop, it was divided into several areas by densely packed iron cages, each containing orc slaves confined in small cages where they ate, drank, and relieved themselves. Having gone countless days without washing, the air was so murky that it was almost solid, and even the light became dim and oppressive. However, Kashi was completely unaware of Jiang Chen's discomfort, still excitedly pointing at the iron cage on the left, spitting as he introduced, "Look, these are all newly adult orcs, full of strength, absolutely great at mining, gentle and obedient. As long as they don't die, they can work continuously." Jiang Chen forced down his nausea and looked over, only to see that the orcs in the cage were all emaciated, their eyes vacant and hollow like puppets that had lost their souls, completely unresponsive to the outside world. They had evidently been tortured into complete submission, reduced to mere shells of survival. "Now look over here." Kashi pointed to the iron cage on the right, his tone growing more smug. "These are all second-tier orc warriors who have experienced real battles. Their comingafage ceremony was completed by killing a wild beast alone in the wild. They were only captured and sold to me because of their tribe's defeat in battle. Don't be fooled by their injuries. Their combat effectiveness is absolutely something you can look forward to. They are elite on the battlefield." This batch of slaves was clearly different from the previous ones. They bore varying degrees of wounds and tattered clothing, yet their eyes still held a fierce glint. Even when confined in cages, they stared intently at Jiang Chen and the others, emitting low growls of threatening hisses, clearly not harmless. Jiang Chen glanced at them, but remained silent. Neither the numbed laborers nor the fierce warriors were what he desired at the moment. Zizika was not one to enjoy trouble either. Seeing Jiang Chen's persistent lack of expression because she thought he was uninterested in these laborers and warriors, immediately lowering his voice and revealing a lewd smile that men would understand. If you're looking for some little playthings for the bed to relieve boredom, I have recommendations here, but they are true top. Following Kex's gesture, Jiang Chen raised his eyes and saw several female beastmen in the iron cage at the back of the shop, their appearances slightly better and dressed relatively neatly. With gray rough skin, protruding tusks, and thick, unkempt body hair, they still exuded an indelible fishy odor, which was utterly unrelated to the term top-notch, and could even be described as horrifying. Kashi stood beside him, squinting with pride, wearing an ambiguous expression, as if he was recommending a rare treasure to Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt his temples throb. A mix of speechlessness and absurdity washed over him, and his fists unconsciously clenched. He even roared frantically in his heart, "Look at what you have recommended." If it weren't for being on someone else's territory and needing to maintain his disguise as a noble, Jiang Chen really wanted to throw a left hook at Kex's plump face. Little York, standing aside, took a glance at the female beastman, but since the protagonist today was Jiang Chen, he chose not to speak. Evidently, in the eyes of the beastmen, this was the pinnacle of beauty. Different races had vastly different aesthetics, and today Jiang Chen finally gained a profound understanding of this. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was not here to choose a bed partner, but was preparing to buy an apprentice for Zizika. Jiang Chen looked up and spoke with a steady voice, "I want a smarter slave. Do you have any that are good at learning and easy to control?" As soon as these words fell, the merchant's shrewd smile froze on his face, confusion filling his murky eyes. Having been in the slave trade for many years, he had heard requests for strong, shiny, docile, and even fearsome-looking slaves, but he had never heard of anyone wanting a smarter slave. Smart. He repeated this unfamiliar term softly, utterly unable to comprehend what these two were. In his understanding, slaves were divided into two types: those who could work and those who could not. Smart. What is that? Can it be exchanged for gold coins? Little York, standing by, quickly discerned Jiang Chen's needs and leaned close to the slave merchant's ear, whispering in a voice only the two could hear, "What he wants are those beastmen who resemble humans, are weak in body, sharp in mind, and lack resistance. Like cat people and rabbit people, those delicate creatures." The merchant's murky eyes suddenly brightened, and the confusion on his face was instantly replaced with understanding. So this is what he wanted. He had thought it was some peculiar request. After all, it was just those beastmen who resembled humans and lacked. Human tastes are indeed strange. Ignoring those voluptuous female beastmen with thick fur and strong physiques, they insisted on those frail, delicate beings that could be crushed with a squeeze. Those weaker beastmen were of little use and could not fetch a high price in Blackstone City. Realizing this deal would not yield much profit, the merchant's earlier enthusiasm began to wane, and his smile grew somewhat perfunctory. "Follow me, dear customer. I just happen to have one of the goods you are looking for." The slave merchant turned and led Jiang Chen towards a corner of the basement. The stone steps in the basement were dimly lit. Each step downward diminished the light further. In the corner at the end, there were piles of discarded iron chains and old cages, and in the most inconspicuous spot, a small figure curled up in an iron cage. The cage was less than a meter high. The creature inside could only hug its knees tightly, curling into a ball like a frightened little beast. Even its breathing was extremely light, as if afraid of disturbing the boundless darkness. The slave merchant lifted his hand to reveal the tattered burlap covering the cage, causing the little creature inside to tremble violently, its slender, soft-furred cat tail wrapped tightly around its delicate little leg, protecting its entire body. Even its ears were pressed tightly against its head, not daring to lift its head. "This is a very rare member of the cat people. We encountered this solitary little one in the wilderness some time ago and went through considerable effort to capture it." The slave merchant tapped the iron cage with a short stick, saying, "Take a look. Does it meet your requirements?" Before he finished speaking, the stick in his hand struck the cage bars, producing a loud, clanging sound. In the quiet basement, this sound was not loud, yet it frightened the cat person in the cage, making it tremble all over. Its small body curled tighter, and its tail shook continuously. Jiang Chen nodded at this scene, realizing it was not the type that had completely lost its mind. "Come out. Show yourself to the customer properly," the slave merchant harshly scolded. "You better pray to be chosen by this esteemed human customer, or you can expect to end up in the northern mines. Digging until death, no one would even collect your bones." The mention of the mines struck the little one like a bolt of lightning. She had heard countless rumors about the beastmen's mines, a hell for slaves. Weak beastmen could not survive more than 3 days inside before being worked to death. Perhaps understanding her fate, the little one bit her lower lip, tightly trembling as she crawled out of the cage. Standing in front of Jiang Chen, she was not even as tall as his chest, a tiny figure so thin that it seemed a gust of wind could blow her over. Her large eyes were filled with tears, glistening droplets swirling in her eyes, yet she bit her lip tightly, daring not to let them fall. Even her sobs were suppressed in her throat, fearing to upset the person in front of her. What she wore could hardly be called clothing. It was merely a piece of coarse burlap, with a hole cut in the middle to fit over her head, casually tied with a dry grass rope around her waist, exposing her slender arms and calves. Her face was covered in dirt, obscuring her original appearance, but her pair of eyes shone like stars hidden in the dust, lively and clear, filled with fear and helplessness. Her cat ears drooped softly atop her head, the fur somewhat messy, while her tail hung down to the ground, trembling slightly. Each movement revealed her timidity. Her feet were not human feet, but cat paws, small and adorable, yet slightly reddened from the cold ground. This was the cat people, one of the most marginalized and least favored races among the beastmen. They were slender, had low combat power, and their appearance was extremely similar to humans. In a culture that revered strength, they were scorned and bullied. Radical beastmen tribes did not even recognize them as beastmen, viewing them as aberrations, capturing and selling them as slaves at will. Due to their docility, softness, and cuteness, cat girls became the most coveted playthings of human nobles. Indeed, humanity's greed had made life even more arduous for the catfolk within the beastkin territories. So much so that they sometimes concealed their distinguishing physical traits to evade the predatory gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. Alas, the slave trader of remote Blackstone City remained utterly ignorant of the catfolk's true worth, otherwise he would never have treated such a premium commodity with such blatant disregard. Jiang Chen's gaze settled upon the catfolk, and a faint azure interface unfurled before his eyes, displaying her details with crystalline clarity. IME Tier 1. Affiliation: Beastkin. Racial traits: Beastkin catfolk. Stealth movement. Innate skill: proficient in basic culinary arts. Catfolk, unlike conventional beastkin, they are contemplative beings, prone to deliberate before acting. Stealth movement: cushioned paw pads muffle footsteps by 80%, granting exceptional burst speed over short distances. At the mere mention of cushioned pads, rather upon seeing proficient in basic culinary arts, Jiang Chen instantly resolved to acquire her. His domain currently lacked even a single soul capable of preparing meals. This catfolk was nothing short of providential. Outwardly composed, his voice remained calm and uninflected as he asked, "What is her price?" The slave trader's eyes darted, shrewdly gleaming with cunning. Recognizing Jiang Chen as a wealthy human noble, he promptly raised his palm and splayed 5 thick stubby fingers. 5 gold coins. Jiang Chen arched a brow, a faint wry smile playing at his lips. "My dear sir, you jest." The slave trader hastily waved his hands, plastering on a fawning grin. "She is a rare catfolk, scarcely seen beyond the northern frontier. The honest price is 50 standard gold coins." He had calculated shrewdly, though he privately deemed her value negligible. Young York had already tipped him off that Jiang Chen was a veritable tycoon. Why let such an opportunity slip? 50 gold coins could purchase several robust beastkin warriors. Jiang Chen suppressed a cold smile. He had long since mastered the prevailing market rates for slaves in this world. Though Jiang Chen privately assessed Aime's worth as exceeding 50 coins, that did not entitle the trader to treat him as a gullible fool. 10 gold coins. His tone brooked no negotiation. "Take it or leave it. If not, you may wait, and wait, to see whether any other patron will pay for this slender, frail creature who cannot even lift a stone." Seeing the trader hesitate, Jiang Chen turned as if to depart, then added coolly over his shoulder, "Oh, and one more thing, keep her, and she'll end up in the mines. There she'll fetch less than a single beast-tooth coin." Those words struck the slave trader's weakest point precisely. His face darkened instantly. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolve, he knew the threat was genuine. The catfolk was too frail for heavy labor. Her only market lay among human nobles. Yet here in this desolate backwater, no one coveted her. Retaining her meant only wasted rations and eventual loss. "Wait, sir. Please wait." The slave trader hurried after him, his smile strained and overeager. "Sold. 10 gold coins it is. Consider it the beginning of our friendship. Do visit again." Jiang Chen gestured for the trader to remove Aime's shackles. Rust-red welts from iron chains were deeply etched into Aime's ankles. She winced sharply, but dared not utter a sound. "Sir, though it may be presumptuous, I must offer one word of caution." The slave trader eyed Aime's delicate frame and added, "Catfolk are innately agile, born to evade and flee. Give them the slightest opening and they vanish like mist. I recommend securing her with ankle fetters, the safest course." "Unnecessary," Jiang Chen replied, coolly drawing forth a parchment scroll from his spatial ring and placing it before Aime. "I possess a slave covenant." At the sight of the scroll, the slave trader's demeanor instantly shifted to reverent deference. He nodded vigorously. "Ah, of course. My apologies for speaking out of turn. Please proceed." Yet once his back was turned, he curled his lip in quiet disdain. A slave covenant's true value far surpassed 10 gold coins. There were countless ways to break a slave. Whips, chains, starvation, each more reliable than parchment and ink. With that sum, why not buy several strong slaves instead? It would yield greater profit. Truly a fool who burned wealth without purpose. Amy stood frozen before the covenant, her slight frame trembling, her face drained of color. She knew full well what a slave covenant entailed. Once signed, her soul would bind irrevocably to its master, bound for life, powerless to resist. Should her master grow displeased, a single thought would reduce her to scattered ash. Yet refusal. The vision of the mind's abyss flashed through her mind, and she shuddered violently. She had no choice. Her fingers trembled as she clenched her teeth, piercing her fingertip. A bead of crimson blood welled forth, and with shaking resolve, she pressed it onto the covenant. Goodbye, elder sister. Forgive me. I beg you, do not come looking for me. At the moment the blood seal touched the parchment, ghostly blue flames erupted, consuming the covenant in an instant, leaving only drifting ash. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen felt a distinct, resonant connection bloom within his consciousness, as if an invisible thread now tethered him to this small catfolk. He sensed her terror, her sorrow, and, with a single thought, could command her life or death. Should the Lord perish, the bound servant would follow in death. This unbreakable bond rendered betrayal impossible. At the covenant's activation, Amy could no longer suppress her anguish. Pearlescent tears spilled freely, striking the flagstones like falling raindrops. She clamped both hands tightly over her mouth, stifling any cry. Fear forbade even a whisper. Her shoulders quivered with silent sobs, her fragile form evoking profound pity. Amy has joined the territory via slave covenant. Current loyalty 60. 60, a bare pass mark. Not high, yet sufficient to indicate resignation born of binding fate. Head bowed, tears blurring her vision, Amy nonetheless breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least she would not be dragged to the mines, to toil until her final breath. That her master chose a precious slave covenant over chains and lashes signaled no immediate malice, at least not for now. Otherwise he would simply squander such a rare artifact. Jiang Chen paid the 10 gold coins and turned to leave. After 2 steps he paused and glanced back at the slave trader, whose countenance still bore a trace of regret. Do you stock blank slave covenants? The trader, who had assumed the transaction, concluded, lit up instantly. At the prospect of further business, his wrinkles folded into a broad, florid smile, like a chrysanthemum in full exuberant bloom. Yes, absolutely. He bowed deeply, ushering Jiang Chen forward with eager deference. This way, please. Slave covenants are our most treasured wares. Stock is limited, but we've kept some aside just for you. The slave contracts from the slave trader were meant for powerful orc warriors or valuable female orcs, and rarely anyone purchased them. However, Jiang Chen bought 10 blank slave contracts directly for 200 universal gold coins without even haggling. The slave trader was overjoyed and wanted to continue promoting the orc slaves in cages, but Jiang Chen directly refused. He had come primarily to stock up, and acquiring a pleasing chef was already sufficient. Now that AI Me was acquired, he temporarily didn't need any additional slaves. Stepping out of the dark and damp slave market, the warm sunlight enveloped him, dispelling the lingering chill. Jiang Chen was sent back by the slave trader, who still felt reluctant to part with such a big client. The profit from this transaction was so substantial that it made him doubt whether he had been on the wrong path in the past. Smuggling luxury goods might be the true way to wealth. AI Me trailed behind Jiang Chen, taking small, cautious steps, her heart still filled with trepidation, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her cat ears twitching occasionally, revealing her nervousness. Jiang Chen halted, looking at the trembling cat girl beside him, softening his voice. Don't cry. He gazed at AI Me and gently asked, what is your name? Can you count? AI Me was taken aback, raising her tear-streaked face, her large damp eyes staring blankly at Jiang Chen, momentarily forgetting to cry. Jiang Chen had not expected to buy a slave who could read and write, but if she could count, that would already be quite impressive. Although he already knew AI Me's name, it was obtained through the system panel. Asking her name was merely an attempt to ease the frightened little cat's guard and express his goodwill in a gentle manner. Sure enough, AI Me, who had been looking down, moved her ears slightly, and her tense shoulders relaxed a bit. Suppressing the sob in her throat, she replied in a voice as soft as a whisper, Master, my name is AI Me. I can count any number within 100. Although AI Me's voice was very faint, it surprised Jiang Chen. The vast majority of orcs were illiterate, struggling even to count their fingers. Being able to count within 100 could be considered a genuine talent among orcs. AI Me was clearly still quite young and had a high potential for learning. Once the territory gradually expands, having such a clever, obedient, and eager tolerant little helper would undoubtedly be of great use. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his satisfaction with AI Me increasing further, and his tone softened considerably. My name is Jiang Chen. You can call me Master or simply Jiang Chen. He had never liked pretentious formalities. He valued actual control over superficial hierarchy. Yet some respect was still necessary, and obedience testing was an important aspect. However, Ai suddenly lowered her head, her ears pressed tightly against her scalp, retreating half a step, repeatedly calling out, "Master." Jiang Chen did not press her. He first took out a heavy Arctic bear fur coat for Ai to wear in such cold weather. Wearing only a thin garment left her little hands and feet icy. As she wrapped herself tightly in the coat and felt her body warm up a bit, Ai's fear dissipated significantly. It seemed that her new master would not mistreat her. Turning with Ai, he walked into the familiar tavern. As the wooden door swung open, the aroma of ale and roasted meat wafted toward them. Jiang Chen ordered a table full of food: crispy roasted beast meat, soft wheat cakes, fresh berries, and a bowl of warm meat soup. Having been hungry for 3 whole days, Ai initially hesitated to move, but after Jiang Chen said, "Go ahead and eat," she cautiously picked up a wheat cake and took small bites. As she continued eating, her eyes began to redden again, but not from fear. It was the first time in a long while that she had tasted such warm and filling food. Ai loyalty 10, current loyalty 70. Jiang Chen looked at the numbers flashing on the panel, chuckling to himself. She truly was an easily satisfied little cat. The aloof pride typically associated with cats was nowhere to be seen in her. A mere morsel of food could satisfy her. Jiang Chen had come to the tavern this time, not only to eat, but also to check the bounty notices on the wall and gather intelligence on the surrounding wilderness or resource distribution. Perhaps because it had been too short a time since his last visit to the city, there were no new messages on the bulletin board. He simply drank a mug of ale and had a bit of roasted meat. Once Ai was full, they went to the general store to purchase urgently needed food, salt, fabric, and various simple tools for the territory. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Chen took Ai and a cart full of supplies and headed outside the city. Unnoticed in the dark corner of Blackstone City, a figure cloaked entirely in black stood silently. The wide hood obscured their entire face, revealing only a section of a snow-white chin, while their vertically slit eyes, hidden in the shadows, were firmly locked onto the direction Jiang Chen had departed. Moments later, the figure in black flickered and silently vanished into the depths of the alley, leaving no trace. Ai only discovered that the golden-armored guard following Jiang Chen was actually an unadulterated undead after they had reached outside the city. Ai's pupils suddenly constricted and her fur bristled. It was the first time in her life she had seen an undead, and the external guards were hundreds or thousands of skeletons. Pale skeletons stood densely in the open space, their soul fires flickering ominously, creating a haunting silence. She had originally thought she encountered a gentle human master who would spare her from working in the mines, but the scene before her shattered her hopes completely. The necromancer. Her master who had bought her was actually an evil necromancer. The little cat was so frightened that she instantly crouched down, arching her back, her tails first standing erect. Like a startled kitten, her pupils dilated, breathing rapidly. She was clearly entering her spiked-back dragon form. Stories told by the tribe's elders flashed frantically through her mind. Necromancers would capture living creatures for blood sacrifices, strip bones for soul refinement, and then summon the undead. Ai loyalty 20, current loyalty 50. How could she lose 20 loyalty points all at once? This little cat was far too timid. Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless, but he had no better solution, only allowing Ai to get used to it. As per the usual practice, once away from Blackstone City, Jiang Chen directly stored all the supplies into his spatial ring and commanded the skeleton soldiers to advance at full speed. With the assistance of Weijia's skills, Jiang Chen returned to the territory without spending too much time. The little cat was tense the entire way on the cart, feeling increasingly anxious as they approached the territory. The first thing Jiang Chen did upon returning to the territory was to have the skeletons bring over a massive iron pot, setting it up in the open space and starting a fire. The dry wood crackled, the cold water in the pot gradually warmed up, and steam began to rise. Ima's face turned pale with fear, trembling all over as she took steps back, tears welling up in her eyes once again. Her voice quivered with a sob. "Master, why are you boiling water?" The more she thought, the more afraid she became, and a terrifying thought suddenly surged forth. Her master wanted to clean her up and then cook her. Ima's loyalty 10, current loyalty 40. Jiang Chen. "Master, please don't eat me." Ima collapsed to the ground with a thud, her small body curling up like a ball of fur. "I'm small and skinny with no meat. I'm not tasty at all. I can work and cook. Please don't eat me." Ima's heart sank when she saw the undead, thinking she had been sold to the necromancer to be used as an evil sacrificial offering. But reality dealt a heavy blow to little Ima, as she never expected that the master who bought her would actually. Jiang Chen looked at the terrified cat girl in front of him, speechless. Her loyalty had plummeted for the second time. The first time was when she saw the skeleton army, and the second time was because of a pot of hot water. This little creature was not only timid but also exceptionally skilled at overthinking. "If I wanted to eat you, I wouldn't be boiling water here, but in the kitchen. Just be obedient and clean yourself up later." Coming out from the slave trader Imus, living conditions were easy to imagine. Although she didn't smell bad, Imus' face and body were covered in dust, looking like a Cinderella who had crawled out of a... After saying this, Jiang Chen waited quietly for the iron pot to boil, then had the skeleton bring over a clean wooden tub to pour the hot water into. He tested the water temperature with his hand, added some cold water, and adjusted it. Only after doing all this did he look at Imi, who was curled up in the corner trembling, and said calmly, "Take off your clothes and come in to wash properly." Jiang Chen had a slight cleanliness obsession and simply could not tolerate a filthy cook wandering around his... Imi looked at Jiang Chen in fear, not worried about her modesty, but rather concerned that Jiang Chen was going to clean her up before cooking her. "Master, after I clean myself you won't eat me, right?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her and explained, "I won't eat you, nor will I turn you into a skeleton, so don't worry." He pointed at the silent working skeletons around. "What I have the most in my territory is labor. All heavy and tedious work will be done by them. You only need to prepare 3 meals for me and keep the houses in the territory clean." The labor could be done by skeletons, but for cooking and cleaning, one couldn't let a bunch of mindless bones handle such delicate tasks. Imi was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Really? Or do you want to be transformed into a skeleton right?" Jiang Chen deliberately adopted a cold tone. No. Imi quickly shook her head in fright, her tail tensing up again. "Imi will do her job well, will obediently cook and clean properly. Oh, please don't turn Imi into a skeleton." Imi's loyalty 35, current loyalty 75. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised that her threatened loyalty had surged instead. Truly a little cat with a unique perspective. Imi hurriedly lowered her head in apology, then grasped the corner of her clothing, awkwardly standing by the edge of the tub. The rag she wore couldn't cover anything, and now her cheeks turned crimson. With her eyes closed, she quickly tore off the fabric and jumped into the warm water with a splash. Jiang Chen turned around to give her enough privacy. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Wash yourself thoroughly. I don't want to find anything strange while eating." This seemingly normal reminder made Ima's cheeks burn even more like a ripe fruit. The steam enveloped her small face in a haze, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Imi lowered her head, desperately soaking herself in the hot water, washing away the fear, fatigue, and dust accumulated over the days. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen directed the skeleton warriors to transport goods. Heavy ore was uniformly sent to the steel smelting furnace, piled into neat little hills. After smelting, these ores would turn into iron ingots, which would then be crafted into various weapons at the workbench. For now, arms trading remained the core trade commodity in his territory. The Lord's channel was still lively. Having gone through the initial wilderness survival, all the traversing lords understood that strength was fundamental to survival in this world. Weapons, armor, and potions became the most sought-after hard currency. However, under Jiang Chen's continued supply, weapon prices did not soar, but rather stabilized with the local market. Even so, weapons of green quality and above were still snatched up the moment they were listed. Jiang Chen put up a batch of pre-crafted iron swords, short spears, and leather armor, clearly marking the resource exchange ratios. After browsing through the channel information for a while, he purchased a few rare herbs and building materials. When he came back to his senses, a faint aroma wafted over. Turning around, Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback. Imi, after her bath, wore the clothes he had prepared for her, an oversized white shirt and a pair of loose shorts. The hem of the shirt covered most of her legs, the cuffs rolled up several times, hanging loosely on Ima's slender frame, making her appear even cuter and softer. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chen finally saw her true appearance. She was actually a calico cat. Her cat ears on top were interspersed with black, white, and orange fur, soft and fluffy. Her tail also had a 3-color gradient with a little snow-white tip. Her paws were black and white, like little balls stepping on snow. Her small face was fair and clean, free from dust, looking very delicate and adorable. What impressed Jiang Chen the most were Imi's big eyes, bright and clear, sparkling as they looked at him, causing an inexplicable softness in his heart and an urge to reach out and rub her ears. Jiang Chen had heard that calico cats are all beauties, and now he was absolutely convinced of this. "Master, the food is ready." Imi lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. She remembered that the master said she was to be his cook after being bought. Jiang Chen then realized that he had unknowingly been browsing the channel information for a long time. His stomach belatedly growled. He followed Imi into the dining room, where the table was already set with food. A plate of golden fried fish, a plate of sliced roasted meat, and a fresh fruit salad sprinkled with powdered sugar, all of which looked quite appetizing. These 3 simple dishes were even more tempting than the food in the tavern of Blackstone City. Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent for a long time, Imi instantly became anxious, her voice trembling as she said, "Master 2 used some seasonings from the warehouse without permission. They only make the ingredients taste better. If you don't like it, I promise I won't do it again next time." She was afraid of overstepping her bounds, afraid of violating her master's rules, and even more afraid of being blamed. However, Jiang Chen directly interrupted her unease, gently stroking AI Mi's ear and saying in a warm tone, "It's okay, from now on you can use any food and seasonings from the warehouse freely." He paused, adding, "Of course you cannot touch ores, ingots, or magical materials. Those are important resources for the territory's development." Such immense trust made AI Mi's eyes widen in astonishment, and her mood improved significantly. In her past understanding, it was a capital offense for a slave to even touch their master's food, let alone to have the freedom to manage some personal belongings. Yet her current master granted her such a degree of freedom. A warm current quietly surged in her heart, dispelling the last trace of fear of coming to the undead territory. "Sit down and eat with me." Jiang Chen pointed to the chair across from him. He was still unaccustomed to having someone serve him while he ate. But AI Mi was so frightened that she hurriedly retreated, shaking her hands repeatedly. "No, no, I'm just a slave. I can't eat at the same table as my master. Be obedient." In the end, AI Mi still sat on the chair under Jiang Chen's orders. However, her posture was very tense. She only dared to sit on a third of the chair. As a slave, AI Mi knew well that servants did not have the right to sit at the table while their master was dining. Only after the master finished eating could the servants clear away the leftovers. That was the rule. Yet Jiang Chen clearly did not care about these rules. While he needed AI Mi's obedience, he was not one to bring such feudal remnants into their daily lives. Jiang Chen reached out and pushed the plate of fried fish in front of AI Mi. AI Mi cautiously looked up at Jiang Chen and picked up a fork to spear a piece of fish. But she dared not savor it. She only chewed small bites, glancing at Jiang Chen's movements from time to time. Seeing that he showed no intention of scolding her, she gradually relaxed, swallowing the fish little by little. After finishing the meal, Jiang Chen looked up at AI Mi, his gaze resting on the plate in front of her. AI Mi had only eaten the piece he offered her, leaving the rest untouched. "Are you full?" Jiang Chen's voice was deep, carrying an inexplicable, soothing quality. AI Mi quickly nodded. "Yes, I'm full, master." In truth, AI Mi was not full, but in her past understanding, slaves were not allowed to be greedy. Slaves who ate too much would be despised by their masters and even sold off. She didn't dare and didn't want to upset this master who treated her decently. Jiang Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and pushed several plates of fried fish in front of her. "Don't worry about me. There is plenty of food in the territory. You can eat freely without worrying about whether I can afford to support you." He paused, his gaze falling on AI Mi's tense little face, adding, "As long as you are honest and complete the tasks I assign you, I won't do anything to you." Honest and compliant. AI Mi repeatedly chewed on these words in her heart. Looking at the food in front of her, she hesitated for a moment before picking up the fork and starting to eat heartily. Since being captured, this was her first time eating until she was full. Of course, even in the past, it was nearly impossible for AI Mi to eat meat until she was satisfied. In the past, she could only rely on black bread and wild vegetables to fill her stomach, and whenever she could get a piece of meat, it was always saved for her younger brother. But now she could sit in the warm hall and feast on a table full of delicious food. The heat of the food made her cheeks flush, and tears fell uncontrollably, splashing onto the plate and creating a small patch of water. She hurriedly raised her hand to wipe them away, fearing Jiang Chen would see. Jiang Chen did notice, but he also understood that exposing AI Mi's tears would only make both of them feel awkward. Once AI Mi put down her fork and finally felt a genuine sense of fullness, she voluntarily stood up to start clearing the dishes from the table. Watching her busy figure, Jiang Chen gently tapped the table and said, "I'll arrange a room for you later. There are furniture items in the warehouse. You can pick what you like." AI Mi paused in her actions, almost unable to believe what she had just heard. As a slave, she could actually have a room of her own. Before becoming a slave, she had to squeeze into a less than 10 square meter room with her younger siblings. In winter, they would huddle together under a quilt to keep warm. In the entire village, only the village chief and the powerful elder sister had a separate small bedroom. AI Mi had never imagined that one day she could live a life where she could eat fish freely and have her own private room. AI Mi's lips trembled slightly and her eyes turned red again. She even felt that being bought by her master was an incredibly fortunate thing. System notification: AI Mi's loyalty increased by 10 points. Current loyalty 85. Jiang Chen silently evaluated in his heart, "A cat. That's easy to handle." He had no intention of building a separate residence for AI Mi. Instead, he allowed her to choose a bedroom on the first floor of the Lord's Hall. It was not due to stinginess, but because the current furnishings and arrangements of the Lord's Hall where he lived were not as comfortable as a beautiful residence. How could a slave's living conditions be better than the master's? Such reasoning was nonsensical. Moreover, AI Mi was his personal chef and also a close maid, so having her live on the first floor would facilitate mutual care. In the future, whether preparing meals or handling some chores, it would save a lot of trouble. He led AI Mi to a bedroom on the east side of the Lord's Hall. Pushing open the door, the space inside was small, but clean and tidy. Sunlight streamed through the narrow window, casting a gentle glow on the wooden floor. Jiang Chen also specifically prepared a sunstone for AI Me for lighting and heating. This room would be sufficient for her use for a while. There are ready-made furniture in the warehouse. You can choose a few pieces you like. Jiang Chen pointed to the direction outside the door. The skeleton soldiers will help you move them in. AI Me nodded repeatedly. Thank you, master. Just then a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. At first glance, she was a very delicate type, but the golden eyes gleaming with a mechanical sheen revealed her non-human identity. Even more terrifying, this puppet was covered in bloodstains, holding a bloody severed arm. AI Me was so frightened that she hurriedly hid behind Jiang Chen. Is this the new material you found? Siska's voice was as calm as ever, her gaze fixed on Amy, scrutinizing her up and down, finally furrowing her brow slightly. A frail and petite cat person. Such a specimen could hardly make for a good puppet. The materials that Siska spoke of, combined with her blood-splattered appearance and the severed arm in her hand, presented a complete image of a mad scientist. Moreover, her eyes scanning Amy made Ima's heart, which had just calmed down, feel unsettled once more. Why would there be such a bizarre person in the master's territory? Amy noticed her body trembling. Jiang Chen quickly stepped in front of her and said, Siska, this is a new companion who has joined the territory. She will be my chef and personal maid from now on. You are forbidden from treating Amy as experimental material. This is an order. Siska did not respond immediately, continuing to scrutinize Amy, her demeanor wholly unlike that of someone observing a companion. First rank. After sensing Ima's faint power, Siska immediately ruled out the option of her being a companion. However, she did not appear to be cannon fodder either. Considering Amy currently resided in the Lord's Hall and was the favored beast girl form of the eccentric human nobles, it turned out she was a plaything purchased by Jiang Chen to satiate his desires. Siska silently concluded in her mind, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her golden eyes. Convinced she understood everything, Siska instantly lost interest in this seemingly soft little beast person. She turned to head back to the alchemy lab, ready to continue creating her puppet dolls. She almost forgot that the master, despite possessing remarkable abilities, was still fundamentally a young male human ruled by hormones. As if recalling something, Jiang Chen addressed Amy. Amy, this is Siska. She is a hero of the territory and a very knowledgeable alchemy master. Siska halted her steps, clearly pleased with the title of very knowledgeable alchemy master. Jiang Chen turned to Siska and said, Didn't you suggest before that you wanted me to give you another apprentice? Siska turned around, having understood Jiang Chen's intention. But alchemy is not something everyone can learn. Siska reiterated. In the eyes of this automaton, Jiang Chen had a slight talent, but unfortunately, he seemed to lack the time to calm down and study the profound art of alchemy. As for Amy, a first-rank beast child, she was highly malleable, but also required a significant amount of, Jiang Chen said. But a disciple of average talent is exactly what can showcase your abilities, right? To me, the so-called desire for a gifted disciple is just a teacher wanting to take the easy way out or wishing to gain fame through an excellent disciple. A truly formidable teacher can cultivate any disciple regardless of their innate talent into an exceptional individual. Siska began to reflect seriously. Jiang Chen's words seemed very reasonable. If Siska could train an ordinary person into an outstanding alchemy master, wouldn't that further attest to her status as an alchemy master? All right, let her assist in my alchemy lab. When I have time, I will guide her. Siska mimicked the pose of her mother, adopting a profound teacher's demeanor. After persuading Siska, Jiang Chen turned to the still trembling Amy and said earnestly, Amy, when you have the time, go work in the alchemy lab as Siska's assistant and help her out. Aside from me, you must fulfill any reasonable request from Siska in the territory. Jiang Chen added the word reasonable, deliberately fearing that Siska, the alchemy fanatic, might come up with some outrageous demands for Amy. For instance, cutting off one of Ima's arms to use as experimental material was something Siska would definitely not hesitate to do. Siska harbored dubious thoughts about her master. It was needless to say how she viewed Amy, who appeared so soft and delicate. What if Amy really agreed under duress? In the end, wouldn't the one suffering losses be him? Siska halted her steps, her golden eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, a bright glimmer flashing in her mechanical pupils. After giving Amy some pointers, Jiang Chen turned back to Siska and specifically reminded her, after Amy finishes her work in the Lord's Hall, she can follow you to learn alchemy, but you cannot force her to do experiments that may harm her, especially those that could cause her physical injury. System notification automaton. Siska's loyalty increased by 3 points. Current loyalty 98. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. A loyalty increase of 3 points all at once was indeed a rare occurrence. Above 95 points, increasing loyalty becomes extremely difficult. After all, Siska had no idea how many years she had lived, and the thoughts of an automaton were inherently difficult to fathom. Nonetheless, an increase in loyalty was ultimately a good thing. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about her suddenly going haywire and barging into the Lord's hall to dismember herself for the sake of becoming an alchemical puppet. Siska was indeed very excited. She had been an alchemy apprentice under her mother for hundreds of years and was long tired of it. Although she inherited a wealth of alchemical knowledge from her mother, her desire to become a teacher had not diminished, rather it had intensified with the passage of time. Having been a disciple for hundreds of years, could she not at least be a teacher once? Your name is Imi, right? Siska hurried to Imis, side, her golden eyes filled with eagerness. Come, I have a pair of gilded alchemical forceps for you to try. They're the most convenient for handling materials. You're in luck. The first alchemical puppet is currently in the process of assembly, so you can practice your skills. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Imis' wrist. Imi felt a tight grip on her wrist, an irresistible force coursing through her. Her hand was clamped down like it was caught in a vice, utterly unable to break free. After struggling a couple of times to no avail, she could only lift her head and look at Jiang Chen with a pleading gaze. She was still unaware that Siska was an orange hero, and with her strength it was impossible for Imi to escape Siska's iron grip. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly interjected, Siska, don't go too far. It's already late. Let Imi return to her room to rest, and let her come to your alchemy lab tomorrow for lessons. Jiang Chen actually wanted to say that Imi shouldn't be exposed to human alchemy. So soon he was worried that this little chef he had painstakingly acquired would end up ruined. In every sense of the word. He thought that herbal alchemy was quite good. Let Imi brew some potions for a few. Siska squinted, her golden eyes a glimmer of understanding flashing in her mechanical pupils. RBQ is just RBQ. What do you mean by taking a good rest? In her view, her master is obviously a bit impatient, wanting to vent excess desires on her adorable student tonight. Although she realized that Siska didn't care at all. In the perception of such a puppet, the flesh of carbon-based life forms is merely a fragile organic entity, a useless thing that will eventually be discarded. Abandoning the flesh and ascending mechanically is the ultimate path of life evolution. Since the flesh is a useless thing that will inevitably be discarded, Siska is completely indifferent to how it is treated. In fact, she somewhat looks forward to the day when Imi gets broken. Because if Imi's body is damaged, she will have to invest in the great cause of mechanical ascension. That could be considered a good thing, as it would allow her student to truly break free from the shackles of the flesh and become a genuine alchemy master. Why not accelerate her student's growth process? One can only say that the thinking of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms is fundamentally different. Jiang Chen has yet to realize that Siska's views on good and evil, right and wrong, and even her worldview are completely different from those of ordinary people. Of course, it might not even be Siska's fault. The witch who created Siska is not a normal person herself. Under her teachings and influence, expecting Siska to have a normal worldview is simply impossible. Thinking of this, Siska turned and headed toward the alchemy laboratory. She planned to adjust the formula of the mana recovery potion that Jiang Chen often used. The original effect of enhancing mana recovery remained unchanged, but she quietly added several auxiliary ingredients that could make the human physique stronger, stamina more abundant, and abilities more robust. Jiang Chen noticed Siska's actions and felt a bit puzzled. Just now he seemed to see a hint of anticipation in the puppet's eyes, even a sense of urgency. Did he do something that might cause a misunderstanding with Siska? Jiang Chen shook his head, leaving that doubt behind. He took Imi to the warehouse, continuing to guide her in selecting furniture while instructing the patrolling skeleton soldiers to move the furniture into Imi's bedroom. The skeleton soldiers quickly moved the furniture into the bedroom, arranging it neatly according to Imi's instructions. Looking at the refreshed room, Imi stood still, gently stroking the wool blanket on the head of the bed, her face filled with a blissful smile. Now she could be considered to have a new home. After taking care of Imi's matters, Jiang Chen planned to patrol the territory to see if there were any deficiencies. But just as he turned to prepare to leave, a message suddenly came from the Lord's book in his hand. The goblin salesman Demo requests to enter the territory. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, realizing that it had been a week since Demo last came to trade in the territory. It was time for enjoyable shopping again. Although the goblin merchant's products were limited in quantity, Demo had previously promised to bring some special goods that he needed. He raised his hand to touch the Lord's book, choosing agree. In the next second, a pale green light flashed, and a short, plump figure appeared from the market. Demo wore a luxurious cloak, his round eyes filled with fawning smiles. As soon as he appeared, he opened his arms, intending to give Jiang Chen a big hug. Dear Lord Jiang Chen, Demo has been looking forward to this day every day and night for the past week, even dreaming of your kind smile at night. Jiang Chen smiled and stepped forward, bending down to warmly embrace Demo. He patted the goblin's shoulder and said in a friendly tone, Dear Mr. Demo, I have been looking forward to your arrival as well. Jiang Chen and Demo chatted enthusiastically, with no hint of the usual distance between merchant and customer, but rather a sense of camaraderie, as if they had known each other for a long time. Watching Demo occasionally slap his thigh, laughing heartily, They looked like a pair of long-lost half-brothers finally reuniting in a foreign land after 20 years. If it weren't for Jiang Chen being a human and Demo being a goblin, the situation would seem even more fitting. So Mr. Demo, Jiang Chen broke the lively atmosphere first. Is it convenient for me to take a look at this time's goods? By the way, my territory has been upgraded to level 5 so. Before he finished his sentence, Demo's smile suddenly froze on his face. Level 5 territory. Demo clearly remembered that he had left the territory only 7 days ago, and at that time Jiang Chen's territory was still in its early stages. According to the information held by the Goblin Merchant Association, even for a resource-rich and talented lord, upgrading to a level 5 territory generally requires at least several years of preparation. But Jiang Chen achieved it in just 7 days. After the shock, joy instantly replaced the surprise on Demo's face. The upgrade to a level 5 territory means that the Goblin Merchant Association's product list will simultaneously unlock higher-tier categories and introduce exclusive purple quality building blueprints. The increase in the product list means that Demo will earn more gold coins today. This is no ordinary transaction. It is clearly a torrent of gold coins flowing in a stepping stone that Demo has long dreamed of. Look at you, you didn't even inform me before coming. Demo was practically grinning from ear to ear, turning around to fetch the product list, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. He quickly walked to the market's generated stall and found the product list that had been generated over the past week. He had specifically informed his uncle to ensure that this territory had plenty of gold coins and to provide sufficiently excellent goods this time. When he saw the newly added categories, Demo's mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. Purple quality materials, blueprints, scrolls, all neatly arranged in rows, each marked with clear prices brimming with value. Just as expected, Demo cheered silently for his uncle in his heart. While still maintaining a calm demeanor, he secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, pondering the lord's financial capacity. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen spending money. He was worried that Jiang Chen would spend all his money on the construction of the territory and ultimately wouldn't have enough gold coins to fill his own pockets. This is the product catalog for this time. Demo handed the manual to Jiang Chen, then patted his forehead and added, also, the purple quality market building blueprint, which is a higher level replacement for the market, will be delivered to the territory by goblin specialists shortly. The goblins are known for their honest business practices, never having engaged in the trade of information. Otherwise, the Goblin Merchant Guild would not have developed to its current scale. Jiang Chen picked up the product catalog, and after glancing at the first page, even his accustomed eyes, which had seen various rare resources, could not help but slightly narrow in surprise. Indeed, Demo was right. The quality of the products offered by the Goblin Merchant Guild this time was exceptional. Soul Crystal Purple Material, 800 gold coins. Blueprint for Dark Horse Stable Purple, 2,000 gold coins. Skill Upgrade Scroll Purple, 1,200 gold coins. Skill Upgrade Scroll Blue, 500 gold coins. Withering Staff Blueprint Blue, 600 gold coins. Ash Stone 200, 10 gold coins unit. Death Gem 10, 200 gold coins unit. Mark of Immortality 5, 500 gold coins unit. The catalog was filled with an array of items prominently featuring rare purple quality materials. It even included rare purple quality materials such as the Soul Crystal and the Mark of Immortality. Just by their names, Jiang Chen could guess that these were definitely high-grade building materials for the undead faction. The blueprint for the Dark Horse stable could create a dedicated base for undead warhorses, and what made these items particularly valuable was that their levels perfectly matched the development needs of Jiang Chen's current level 5 territory. It seemed that Demo had indeed put in great effort this time. Not only had he persuaded the upper echelons of the guild to adjust the product list focusing on blueprints and scarce resources, but he also specifically gathered so many useful items suited for an undead lord. Although the Goblin Merchant Guild was always stingy, offering only a fixed selection of products each week, clearly to suppress the development of other territories. But it must be said, these little folk truly deserve their reputation for managing the trading network of the entire continent. They had quite a lot of good items in their hands. Jiang Chen's gaze swept to the end of the catalog, and after a rough calculation in his mind, he found that the total value of the entire batch of goods exceeded 10,000 gold coins. Demo rubbed his hands nervously, unable to hide the smile on his face, but at the same time feeling inexplicably tense. He had already estimated Jiang Chen's financial capacity to be quite high, but did not believe he could produce such a large sum of gold coins all at once. After all, 10,000 gold coins were enough to build a small army. Even a level 5 territory would need to be frugal to accumulate such a large amount. Demo's heart raced with Jiang Chen's movements, but it didn't matter. As long as Jiang Chen could buy half, or even a third of the items on the trading list this time, he would make a substantial profit. Jiang Chen seemed to sense Demo's tension, glanced at him, and with a bright smile and a casual tone, said, "I am very satisfied with this product list. Oh, I want them all." Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded beside Deimos' ear, jolting his body and causing him to momentarily stop breathing. All of them. This lord actually bought all the goods worth 10,000 gold coins without batting an eye. Demo, who had seen his fair share of extravagant lords, only felt the shock within him surge like a tidal wave. He had encountered many extravagant lords in his life, yet he had never seen anyone so decisively spend such a vast sum at the early stages of territory upgrading. If it weren't for a sliver of rationality still remaining, Demo would have almost lunged forward to give Jiang Chen an enthusiastic hug. To him, Jiang Chen was like the reincarnation of his parents, a presence akin to a dear father. "Ami, bring out the gold coin boxes from my room." Jiang Chen's voice broke Deimos' trance. Ami promptly responded and disappeared behind the Lord's Hall door. However, after a while, Ami returned with a frown and a hint of frustration, holding onto her clothes hem, and said softly, "Master, I can't move it." The box filled with gold coins was indeed too heavy for Ami, who was somewhat petite. However, she was clever enough to realize she couldn't keep the master waiting and boldly admitted her inability. Jiang Chen sighed, helplessly rubbed his forehead, and gently tapped her forehead, saying, "Silly girl, for such heavy work, just tell the skeleton soldiers at the door to do it next time." Ami, upon hearing this, quickly turned and hurried outside. Soon 4 elite skeleton soldiers entered the Lord's Hall carrying 2 heavy wooden boxes, following closely behind Ami. The skeleton soldiers moved steadily, unaffected by the weight of the wooden boxes, and placed them securely on the ground in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand and opened one of the wooden boxes first. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the box, and the crisp sound of coins clinking together was like a celestial melody ringing directly in Deimos' ears. Deimos' breathing became heavy and his round eyes were fixed intently on the coins in the box, his plump body trembling slightly. There were exactly 10,000 golden coins, each gleaming with a warm luster emanating an aura that sent the goblin's blood boiling. Jiang Chen pushed one full box towards Demo, then pulled out 1,600 gold coins from another. "Would you like to check it, eh?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Demo quickly nodded, but instead of counting by hand, he took out a palm-sized alchemical tool from his pocket. The tool appeared to be made of brass or gold, shaped like a small balance scale with a light blue magical crystal embedded at the top. He placed the tool gently on the wooden box, and the magical crystal glowed faintly, casting a light blue curtain over the coins. After a moment, a prominent green light lit up on the tool, accompanied by a crisp notification sound. "Quantity, check, complete, total amount is 11,600 gold coins." Demo contentedly put away the tool, his smile growing even brighter. "What is this?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "It's a small gadget that quickly counts the number of gold coins." Demo did not elaborate further, but Jiang Chen understood the existence of such a gadget was reasonable. Nowadays, with transaction amounts often exceeding 10,000, relying on manual counting would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also prone to errors. Gold coins are surely not so inconvenient. As the saying goes, where there is demand, there is a market. Hence, this gadget for counting gold coins was commissioned by the Goblin Merchant Guild's Wizard Association. By the way, this tool's function doesn't stop there. It can not only count various currencies, but also calculate the final transaction price, allowing even the goblins who love gold coins to quickly arrive at conclusions for calculations exceeding 5 digits, which often give them headaches. According to the rules of the Goblin Merchant Guild, he would soon be promoted from an ordinary salesman to a goblin merchant, gaining his own designated trading area without having to rush around anymore. This was originally Deimos' lifelong dream. However, ever since he met Jiang Chen, his ambitions began to swell wildly. What did it matter to be a goblin merchant? Demo wanted to take one step at a time, first securing a territory, then challenging the major forces, even trading between races. His ultimate goal was to advance towards the position of vice president of the Goblin branch. No, even further. He aimed to become the president of the entire Goblin Merchant Guild, to grow strong and achieve glory once more. Demo silently shouted in his heart, his plump fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He must firmly hold onto Jiang Chen. The 2 transactions had already brought him such substantial gold profits. What would it be like in the future? At that moment, the smile on Jiang Chen's face slightly faded and his brows quietly furrowed. He could clearly sense that a regular skeleton soldier node connected to the patrol area on the western side had suddenly vanished. Just a few seconds later, dozens of nodes disappeared in quick succession. A patrol squad didn't even have time to sound the alarm before being overwhelmed. Enemy attack. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned icy and the aura around him instantly dark. As if sensing Jiang Chen's seriousness, Deimos' smile vanished instantly, his hefty body tensed slightly as he hurriedly asked, "Dear friend, is something wrong?" "Someone is attacking my territory," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, his gaze already sweeping towards the door of the Lord's Hall, where the cold wind seeped through the window cracks, carrying a chilling aura of murder. "Who is so bold?" Demo exploded in anger, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Do you need me to help you fend off the enemies? Demo was by no means an ordinary goblin merchant without any power. The Goblin Merchant Guild had established a vast network connecting all major forces, relying not just on shrewd intelligence, but also on a policy of neutrality, doing business without forming alliances. Moreover, they possessed a unique deterrent. Although their race was not adept at direct combat, they wielded countless alchemical tools for self-preservation and enemy suppression. Though Demo himself only had 4th-tier strength, he carried a number of essential self-defense items in his pocket. These items were specially crafted by the Goblin Merchant Guild for salesmen. Against ordinary soldiers, and even facing average heroes, he had the means to fight back. This was also the guild's protection for goblin salesmen. After all, even with the guild's vast influence, there would always be some inexperienced hotheads or desperate bandits trying to forcibly seize goods. The self-defense capability of the salesman directly related to the safety of transactions. Of course, in most cases, those unaware of the Goblin Merchant Guild's influence were just third-rate characters, and their foolishness was evident. However, Jiang Chen cast a peculiar glance at Demo, teasingly asking, "Isn't the Goblin Merchant Guild a neutral force? By common logic, a neutral force should not get involved in territorial disputes." Yet Demo replied, seriously thumping his chest, his face full of righteous confidence, "Although our Goblin Merchant Guild is a neutral force, I am personally helping a friend. There is absolutely no problem with that." Jiang Chen understood in his heart. Indeed, the goblin's bottom line was always quite flexible. Whether to help or not depended entirely on the salesman's own willingness. If someone questioned him, Demo could confidently argue that he was not acting on behalf of the guild, but rather assist. What is it not allowed for goblins to make friends these days? This flexible approach to life is precisely the key to the goblin's survival in chaotic times. For those major forces, as long as it did not involve their own interests, such trivial matters would hardly attract anyone's attention. Moreover, the Goblin Merchant Guild was in the right. Even if it was a twisted logic, it was still logic. Then I will trouble you to help me out, although I feel it may not be necessary. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already summoned the Gargoyle Army and the Dark Priest in his mind. These were the true elites of the territory, not the cannon fodder skeleton soldiers patrolling the outskirts. Demo will certainly not stand idly by, Demo said, pulling out a small brass horn from his pocket and gently blowing into it. Do. The deep sound of the horn echoed through the Lord's Hall, the magical crystal at the horn's tip instantly glowing red. In the next second, Jiang Chen suddenly received a prompt from the Lord's book in his mind. Goblin Merchant Demo summoned exclusive guards. Goblin Ripper Squad, 5 members. Do you accept? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and then chose accept. Since a friend was helping him, he felt he couldn't refuse Demo's kindness. Such favors must be reciprocated to accumulate over time. A faint green light flashed behind Demo, and 5 goblins in towering power armor armed with various deadly weapons suddenly appeared. Most goblin units were designed in this manner. Compared to enhancing their own strength, goblins preferred to pursue mechanical armament. To Jiang Chen's surprise, these goblin rippers were all 9th-tier berserkers. This was the goblin salesman's confidence, seemingly inconspicuous, yet hiding deadly killing power. Demo looked at the goblin ripper squad behind him, his face displaying a fierce expression. Boys, make sure to keep those scum outside the territory. After the battle, I'll get you the best goblin ale. Oh, the 5 goblins let out a rough roar and began to maneuver their mechs, standing guard at the entrance of the Lord's Hall. Jiang Chen knew that Demo was just afraid that his extravagant core client might suddenly die, cutting off his future performance and dividends. However, he himself didn't mind. Just a moment ago, while Demo was chattering, Jiang Chen had quietly activated his mental power, connecting to the Ashen Tower in the center of the territory. This specially reinforced building had long since broken through its original limitations. Even if Jiang Chen was hundreds of miles away in Blackstone City, he could use the tower's power to manifest his consciousness into any unit under his command. At this moment, through the aerial patrol of the gargoyle, Jiang Chen clearly locked onto the unusual activity at the edge of the territory. The attacker turned out to be just one person. This result surprised Jiang Chen somewhat. He had expected it to be the vanguard troops sent by Blackstone City, or at the very least a scout. On the snowy battlefield below, this uninvited guest displayed terrifying combat prowess. Her fist winds were infused with a fierce bloodlust and explosive power. Each swing could shatter a low-tier skeleton soldier, nearly 1 punch per skeleton. In just a moment, a complete skeleton patrol unit on the outskirts of the territory was once again annihilated, their lifeless bones scattered across the snowy ground. In terms of individual combat power, this being is exceptionally strong, far surpassing the ordinary undead soldiers within the territory. Yet Jiang Chen is not worried that she could cause him any trouble. His territory has long ceased to resemble its initial form. Just the basic low-level skeleton soldiers accumulated within the territory have exceeded 5,000. At this moment, the undead legion, alerted by the Ashen Tower, has mobilized entirely, with countless skeleton soldiers surging from all directions, surrounding the lone invader tightly. The elite gargoyles in formation above, along with the dark priests skilled in curses and weakening spells, have also arrived at the battlefield. Jiang Chen's spiritual power has descended into the body of an elite gargoyle, hovering above the battlefield. The gargoyle unfurled its wings adorned with dark bony spikes, hovering at a height of 100 meters, its cold eyes looking down, surveying the attacker, ensnared beneath the layers of skeletons. The frigid wind of the far north whipped against the opponent's robes. With the advantage of height, Jiang Chen could faintly make out the silhouette of that figure. It appeared to be human, tall and slender, yet trailing behind was a flexible black tail, exuding a primal tension. That tail was also a lethal weapon capable of severing a skeleton soldier in half with each swing. A tail. A catfolk. Is she a relative of Aimi? From a distance, Jiang Chen could not see clearly. Judging from the silhouette and the tail's characteristics, it was very similar, but her aura was much sharper and more ferocious, clearly indicating she was a hero. Connecting consciousness and troops through the Ashen Tower does not allow the use of a transgressor's abilities. However, in terms of combat performance, she should be weaker than the orc hero encountered during the Lord's assessment. With this thought, Jiang Chen did not allow the elite skeleton archers to advance, instead opting to capture her alive. The elite dark priests had also arrived at the rear of the battlefield. Dozens of dark priests clad in black robes, their faces gaunt, formed a neat line, chanting obscure ancient necromantic spells, continuously casting weakening spells at the attacker, surrounded by the sea of skeletons. In terms of level and power, these dark priests were vastly inferior to the catfolk invader, and in unknown situations they would hardly inflict any substantial weakening. But the numbers of dark priests were overwhelming. 100 dark priests continuously unleashed weakening spells, layering the effects until Luo Jia felt her fists growing weaker. The speed and explosive power of her punches were visibly deteriorating. Trapped in the center of the skeletons, Luo Jia's mood had plummeted from initial rage to a bone-chilling despair. She had finally managed to get information about her kidnapped sister in Haishi City. Yet on the very night she planned to rescue Aimi, her sister was bought on the spot by a mysterious buyer. Initially, Luo Jia thought there seemed to be powerful figures accompanying the buyer, and she planned to quietly infiltrate their territory to rescue her sister. Little did she expect that, braving the biting cold of the far north, she would stumble into a realm of death, crashing headfirst into an undead territory. Heaven knows how many undead she has seen. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was filled with walking bones and swirling gargoyles, a place where no living being should tread. Aimi. She won't be transformed into an undead, will she? This thought ignited a fire of panic within Luo Jia. Worry, anger, fear, and self-blame intertwined, instantly overwhelming her composure as a hunter, inadvertently revealing her presence as a living being. And the undead are most sensitive to the aura of the living. Just like sharks sensing blood, the outer skeleton patrols immediately detected her as an intruder and rushed at her with weapons raised. The outcome was predictable, as a blue-level hero, Luo Jia, smashed through these skeletons as if they were mere children. However, this was undoubtedly stirring a hornet's nest. Soon a multitude of undead swarmed from all directions, and the shrill cries of gargoyles pierced the sky. Subsequently, numerous gray-black curses flew in from all directions, relentless and inescapable. Initially, Luo Jia thought these curses were harmless disturbances, believing her blue-level hero physique could easily shrug them off. But as dozens, even hundreds of curses piled up, she distinctly felt her limbs growing heavier, her strength gradually ebbing away, and her speed slowing down. In a moment of carelessness, an elite skeleton soldier wielding a round shield seized the opportunity, slamming the shield against the back of Luo Jia's head. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed, and Luo Jia felt her head spinning, her vision darkening as she staggered a few steps forward, dizziness sweeping over her. A few weakening curses flew in, further deteriorating her condition. Damn! Am I really going to die? A surge of unwillingness welled up within Luo Jia, but just as she tried to steady herself, a foot pressed down upon her back knee. The force of this foot was immense, clearly not that of an ordinary skeleton soldier. Luo Jia could no longer hold on, and fell heavily to one knee on the icy snow. Before she could struggle, the dense swarm of skeletons surged forward, completely pinning her down, followed by binding her tightly. Luo Jia had never heard of the fate that befell living beings at the hands of the undead, and she exerted every ounce of strength to struggle. At that moment, she turned back and saw the figure that had just ambushed her. It was a tall skeleton clad in golden armor. Just by looking at the equipment worn by this skeleton, it was evident he was no ordinary cannon fodder in this territory. That human who bought Aimi could very well be his subordinate. Damn, what have you done to Aimi? Feeling the weight of the ropes binding her, Luo Jia realized she could not escape and could only curse in frustration. Vija paid no mind to the orc's words. If it weren't for the master's orders to capture her alive, the skeleton archers would have already turned her into a pincushion. At this moment, how dare a captive question the mercy of the great undead overlord? In the sky above, Jiang Chen saw the battle situation had been resolved and unhesitatingly released the gargoyle's summoning state. His spiritual power returned to his body, and looking at the eager Demo, Jiang Chen said, "The invader has been captured." "What?" Demo, who was about to show off, was stunned at this response. "You caught her so quickly. How many of them were there?" Jiang Chen replied, "Only one, but she's quite strong." Hearing that there was only one invader, Demo couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Even if she is a hero, charging into battle without the support of an army would ultimately lead to defeat. However, not witnessing the strength of goblin technology left Demo somewhat disheartened. After confirming multiple times that Jiang Chen did not require any additional guards or support, Demo did not linger any longer. He repeatedly patted his chest, assuring that he would personally deliver the blueprints for the marketplace's advancement the next day before stepping into the teleportation array with a sigh of relief. As the light from the teleportation array flickered, Demo's figure completely vanished from the marketplace. After seeing off the guest, Jiang Chen, escorted by the skeletal soldiers, began to walk slowly towards the besieged Luo Jia. One must admit the combat prowess of this catgirl warrior was quite astonishing. Despite the weakening curse from the Dark Priest and the encirclement of thousands of skeletal soldiers, she continued to fight, while retreating, shattering over 100 skeletal soldiers. Ultimately, it was only under a surprise attack from Weijia that she was captured. Jiang Chen approached the encirclement and raised his hand to signal. The skeletal soldiers parted like a tide, creating a clear path to the center. Pinned down and helpless, Luo Jia heard footsteps and desperately lifted her head, wanting to see who the master of this undead territory truly was. But with her face pressed down, all she could see were a pair of black leather military boots crunching against the cold. As Jiang Chen walked to her side, Luo Jia's attribute panel appeared in his view, clearly revealing all her information. Nightfall, Luo Jia, Blue Tier 7. Faction Orc, race traits Orc, half-orc, catgirl, inherent skills intermediate, combat mastery, advanced fist mastery skills, breath, holding, blue, sky piercing, fist, blue, pounce, blue, rending claws, blue, breath, holding, eliminates personal scent, reduces presence, suitable for stealth assassination, sky piercing, fist, a powerful uppercut that easily causes dizziness to living beings, pounce, a technique to knock down enemies from behind when they are off guard with a high success rate, rending claws, unsheath sharp claws to inflict significant slashing damage, doubling the effect when paired with pounce. Indeed, she is a member of the catfolk, and judging by her skill combination and racial traits, Luo Jia is a natural stealth assassin adept at concealment, ambushes, and close combat. If she hadn't taken down the patrolling skeletal soldiers, catching Jiang Chen's attention, it was quite possible she could have stealthily infiltrated the core of the territory. However, Jiang Chen was not concerned about this. Within the territory, he possessed absolute dominion. Hundreds of fully armed elite skeletal soldiers surrounded the Lord's Hall, with at least 2 squads of elite gargoyles standing by around the clock. Even inside the hall, there were 2 gargoyles transformed into stone. Moreover, with the support of 2 guardian talismans, even if Luo Jia were at her peak, she could not get close to him, let alone attempt an assassination. "You are the one who bought Amy. What have you done to my sister? Where is she?" Luo Jia, pinned to the ground, burst into a fierce struggle, her body tensing like a leopard. Luo Jia let out an angry growl from her throat, her tail thrashing wildly, her eyes filled with crimson, killing intent and anxiety. Jiang Chen did not respond to her questions, his expression indifferent as he circled to her side and took out a blue quality contract scroll from his spatial ring. This was a type of contract similar to a slave contract, specifically targeting hero tier units, but its effects could be limited to heroes. Drawing a short blade, he gently sliced Luo Jia's fingertip, a drop of bright red blood seeping out. Jiang Chen's voice was cold and calm as he warned her clearly, "You now have 2 choices. First, sign this hero contract and become a hero under my command, and I will immediately take you to see Amy, ensuring she remains unharmed. Second, I will kill you right now, transforming your soul and bones into skeletal soldiers, allowing you to meet your sister in death. Think carefully before you answer. I only have 1 copy of this hero contract. Whether it is a slave contract or a hero contract, a refusal must be willingly signed by the target. Forcibly imprinting a handprint is completely invalid." Luo Jia was so furious she nearly cursed aloud. This was not a choice at all. It was clearly leaving her no way to survive. Trembling with rage, she wished she could charge at this human and perish together. But at that moment, she was a fish on the chopping block, completely bound and unable to move, her strength suppressed to the limit by a curse, leaving her no room for resistance. Moreover, at this stage, this human had no need to deceive her. To see her sister to confirm Aime's safety, she could only endure the humiliation and agree to sign the contract. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the poor girl. Luo Jia will remember this humiliation. She screamed wildly in her heart, pressing her bloodied fingertip gently onto the hero contract. With a flash of light, the contract instantly took effect, transforming into a pale blue light pattern that drilled into the depths of Luo Jia's heart. System prompt: Nightfall. Luo Jia has joined the Ashen Territory through the hero contract. Current loyalty 36. Jiang Chen looked at the glaring 36 points of loyalty on the panel, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This value was pitifully low, clearly indicating that at this moment what Luo Jia was thinking was undoubtedly how to snap his neck and how to escape the territory. However, with the forced constraint of the hero contract, even if her heart was filled with hatred, she could not inflict any harm upon him. After all, she was coerced into joining such a level of loyalty was quite normal. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to temporarily overlook that loyalty level. He raised his hand, signaling the skeletal soldiers to immediately release the ropes binding Luo Jia. Luo Jia suddenly stood up, vigorously brushing off the snow and dirt from her body, raising her head to glare at Jiang Chen with an unfriendly expression, the fury in her eyes nearly spilling over. Now viewing at close range, Jiang Chen discovered that this catgirl warrior possessed a remarkably stunning appearance and aura. In terms of fur color, she belonged to the Black Cat clan, with fur completely black, her figure slightly taller than Aime's, but not reaching Jiang Chen's height. She had a neat head of black short hair with a side fringe that gave her a cool and rebellious look. Two pointed black cat ears were half hidden in her hair, trembling slightly, exuding a hint of wildness. Even in the icy wilderness, she wore only a snug black leather vest tightly wrapped with sturdy bandages around her chest to prevent any movement that might impede her combat effectiveness. On her lower half were short black leather shorts revealing long straight legs and a well-defined abdominal line, her skin a healthy wheat color full of strength and vitality. Paired with her currently displeased and gritting teeth expression, she embodied the image of a rebellious and fierce delinquent girl. Jiang Chen stood before Luo Jia, his gaze calmly sweeping over her form before landing on her feet. The difference between Luo Jia and Aime lay in the fact that Luo Jia wore a pair of slightly worn but still sturdy black leather boots, the shafts snugly wrapping around her calves. From the exposed skin, it was evident that Luo Jia had normal feet, unlike Aime's furry paws with pads. Jiang Chen did not intentionally let Aime go barefoot. It was simply that he had no suitable shoes for her cat-like paws at the moment. Aime herself had said it was fine, so the matter was temporarily set aside. Could it be that after the catfolk evolved into heroes, their beastly traits would gradually fade, or even completely transform into human forms? If one did not look closely, Luo Jia's cat ears could easily be overlooked, completely hidden within her hair. For some unknown reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a twinge of disappointment. Luo Jia twisted her neck, the joints emitting a faint crack, then lowered her head to spit a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the snow. The lingering weak curse left by the dark priest had not completely dissipated. Her limbs still felt heavy, and her strength had only recovered to less than 50%. At this moment, rebellion was utterly impossible. Once her fist struck Jiang Chen's nose, the heroic contract would activate, instantly stripping her of all rebellious power. She lifted her head, her amber cat eyes narrowing as she looked at Jiang Chen with ill intent. Her tail flicked irritably behind her, each movement cracking the air with a sharp sound. "Where is my sister? You promised me that after signing the contract I could see her, and now it's time to fulfill that promise, right?" Jiang Chen glanced at her indifferently, offering no further explanation, and turned to walk towards the Lord's Hall. "Come on, I'll take you to see your sister." Luo Jia clenched her fists, filled with hatred and reluctance, yet she quickly followed him. "Let me remind you, Aime has also signed a contract with me. If you don't want your sister to accompany me to her grave, it's best to suppress those inappropriate thoughts." This statement pierced Luo Jia's most vulnerable spot like an ice needle. After a few moments of silence, she ultimately suppressed the turmoil in her heart and followed him without a word. The territory was under threat from an external invasion, with skeletons and gargoyles mobilizing en masse. Such a commotion could not go unnoticed by Aime, who was in the side room of the Lord's Hall. The cat maid had long sensed the danger and had been waiting at the hall's entrance. Only when she saw Jiang Chen return safely did her anxious heart finally settle. "Master!" Aime cheered, taking small jumps towards Jiang Chen, her furry tail wagging joyfully. However, as her gaze passed over Jiang Chen and fell upon the familiar figure following him, the smile on her small face instantly froze. "Sister." Aime's large eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock. Aime thought she was seeing things and rubbed her eyes vigorously, but the black cat girl in a leather vest with short hair and fierce eyes was unmistakably her long-missed sister Luo Jia. Almost the moment she saw AI Me, the fierceness in Luo Jia's eyes vanished, replaced by anxiety, and ignoring her own weakness, Luo Jia rushed forward, tightly embracing AI Me and carefully examining her sister from head to toe. With clean, fair skin, shiny and smooth fur, and dressed in a soft, finely crafted white cotton dress. Even her little paws were neatly trimmed, looking clean and well cared for. Yet this sight pierced Luo Jia's heart like a sharp blade. She knew better than anyone the purpose behind the nobles purchasing catgirl slaves on the continent. As she had pursued her sister, she had prepared for the worst and repeatedly told herself that as long as her sister was alive, that was enough. No matter what grievances she had suffered, it would eventually pass. But upon seeing her treasured sister, whom she had protected since childhood, dressed up to look so obedient and docile, the tightly strung thread in Luo Jia's mind snapped. How could you treat little AI Me like this? She's still a child. Anger surged, clouding her rationality. Luo Jia suddenly shielded AI Me behind her like a mother cat with ruffled fur and yelled fiercely at Jiang Chen. If it were not for Jiang Chen's earlier warning about AI Me signing the contract echoing in her ears, which made her cautious, Luo Jia would have been ready to explode at Jiang Chen. Even if it meant a mutual destruction brought by the contract backlash, she would tear apart this bastard who bull. AI Me sheltered behind Luo Jia blinked her big eyes, her little head tilted to one side, looking utterly confused at her sister's furious outburst, unable to comprehend her words. She was still a child and did not understand the knowledge that adults knew. All she knew was that her master treated her well, providing her with food and clothing, a separate room, and even arranged for a teacher to teach her alchemy. Although teacher Zizika had some abnormal tendencies. But regardless, she remembered that her master treated her. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Luo Jia's sudden outburst, looking at the ruffled black cat girl with a face full of questions. He certainly understood the implications behind Luo Jia's words, yet he had never touched even a single hair on AI Me. He had even deliberately left when AI Me was bathing. Moreover, despite Luo Jia insisting AI Me was still a child, the catfolk were naturally petite, and AI Me was already 16 years old this year. She merely appeared youthful. In other beastman tribes, 10 years old was already the age for marriage and reproduction, and 16 was seeing Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, and then glancing back at AI Me, who looked dazed and innocent, showing no signs of harm, Luo Jia's tense body gradually relaxed. She carefully observed AI Me's expression, confirming that her sister was genuinely at ease and not forcing a smile before her worried heart fully settled. I bought AI Me simply to have a maid for daily life, Jiang Chen said calmly. Currently, she is learning alchemy from the territory's alchemist Zizika. I respect her wishes and would never force any girl to do something she doesn't like. As his words fell, a crisp system notification sound suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. System notification: loyalty of Nightshade Luo Jia increased by 30 points, current loyalty 66. He did not expect that such a simple explanation would directly elevate Luo Jia's loyalty past the danger threshold to a safe passing level. It seemed that AI Me held far more weight in her heart than he had imagined. Or perhaps the reassurance of explaining himself after signing the contract made Luo Jia feel very secure. At least Jiang Chen was not the kind of twisted noble described in legends. A thought quietly emerged in Jiang Chen's heart. Since AI Me was Luo Jia's Achilles heel, guiding the sister through her in the future to gradually gain the elder sister's loyalty would surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Jiang Chen had even thought of the words of persuasion. Luo Jia, you wouldn't want AI Me. Just as a familiar line popped into his mind, Jiang Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly extinguishing the wayward thought. Ultimately, winning over heroes relies on sincerity. Loyalty gained through threats and manipulation is inherently fragile. He recalled his thoughts and looked at the cat sisters whispering together, exchanging feelings of longing. Clearing his throat, he began to arrange matters. It's getting late. You should rest early. There are important tasks to assign to you in the territory tomorrow. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. He had long planned to lead the undead army to explore another unlocked map around the territory, expanding its borders and resources. The first exploration outside led him to the tomb of the uneasy Emperor Andre, filling Jiang Chen with anticipation for the upcoming exploration. Who said the extreme northern lands were places where not even birds would defecate. There are still many treasures underground. Hey, Luo Jia called out to him, unhappily frowning. I'm a hero too. You should at least tell me where I'll be staying tonight, right? This lord is being too perfunctory. After winning over a hero, he doesn't even arrange a place for them to stay. It's simply absurd. For now, you'll stay with AI Me. Jiang Chen replied casually. Of course, if you want a room to yourself, the territory can accommodate you. The storage room is to the west of the Lord's Hall. If you need any living supplies, just let AI Me take you there. The undead area is off limits. If you are transformed into a skeleton, you will bear the consequences. Having Luo Jia and AI Me stay together was an idea Jiang Chen came up with on the spot. First, it was to soothe Luo Jia's heart by leveraging the sisterly bond, and clearly indicating that he would never harm AI Mi, thereby eliminating her concerns. Second, AI Mi's loyalty had already reached 85 points, making her utterly devoted to him. Having her subtly brainwash Luo Jia was far more effective than lecturing her 100 times. Seeing that Luo Jia had no objections, Jiang Chen said no more. He turned to instruct the patrolling skeleton soldiers and stone golems to enhance their vigilance before returning to the study in the Lord's Hall, preparing to tally the gains from the recent trade with the goblin merchants. On the desk, various props and blueprints were neatly arranged. Among them, the most eye-catching were 2 skill upgrade scrolls glowing with dazzling hues. One blue, one purple. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen picked up the purple skill upgrade scroll and directly applied it to the most useful skill for his territory, Skeleton Summon. The enhancement of this skill was equivalent to strengthening the foundational troops of the territory. It absolutely needed to be prioritized. As purple light flowed, the originally blue-tier Skeleton Summon skill instantly broke through its limits and upgraded to purple. Next, he picked up the blue scroll, contemplated briefly, and chose to apply it to the meditation skill. Now, with the support of the magical source in the territory, Ziska could already produce second-tier magic recovery potions in bulk. He no longer lacked for magical energy. Yet meditation remained the most core and indispensable foundational skill for a mage. The significance of meditation is not just to accelerate magical recovery, but also to gradually raise one's maximum magical capacity over time. The reason geniuses surpass ordinary people is not solely due to their exceptional talent, but also because they invest more time and resources than the average person. Jiang Chen understood this principle well, which was why he had never slacked off since crossing into this continent. With the skill upgrade complete, Jiang Chen raised his hand to attempt to release Skeleton Summon. A faint, dark necromantic energy surged from his palm. Under the enhancement of the Book of the Undead for skeleton soldiers, glistening with a silvery gray sheen slowly formed and then stood firmly before him. Skeleton Soldier 5th tier. The purple tier represents a critical watershed. Whether it is 5th tier or 6th tier directly determines the future potential of this skill. This skill upgrade allowed the skeleton soldiers to leap from 4th tier to 5th tier. Although it seemed like only a single tier increase, it meant a significant enhancement in the basic combat power of the entire undead army. 5th tier troops are considered mid-tier and can be regarded as elite in any race. If needed, with Ziska's magical potions, Jiang Chen could summon an army of over 10,000 5th tier skeletons at any time. In a true sense, he possessed the might of a necromantic calamity to sweep through the surrounding areas. Suppressing the excitement within, Jiang Chen continued to check the next item: purple building blueprint. Dark Horse stable purple construction requirements: 1 individual stone, 6 0 wood, 800 stone bricks, 50 ash stones, 20 death gems. The material requirements for this purple building are quite substantial, but not considered rare. Aside from the high demand for death gems, there were no other rare materials. Demo truly understood the situation and knew that this blueprint required a lot of high-level resources, so he generously sent everything at once. Build. Yes. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a brilliant light erupted in the empty space of the territory's recruitment area. Stone and wood rapidly piled up, and a small stable shrouded in dark purple mist quickly took form. The fence was built from pitch-black wood, and the area was filled with a thick aura of death, exuding a mysterious and eerie pressure. Dark Horse stable purple faction undead recruitable headless horse 5th tier recruitment, cost 5 soul crystals, 5 bones, 15 blood flesh, 1 ash stone. It was unexpectedly a type of undead mount. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, thinking it would be a recruitment building for death knights or similar cavalry. After considering it, Jiang Chen decided not to upgrade this building for now, but first recruited 20 headless horses as transportation and riding tools for the territory. The purple mist swirled and rolled, and majestic, completely black horses emerged from the mist. These horses stood tall and muscular with strong limbs. The only eerie part was that they had no heads on their necks, only a swirling mass of black mist. Headless Horse 5th tier faction undead racial traits: undead zombie weakness to light skills, charge heavy impact, charge greatly, increases movement speed for a short time, entering a high-speed charge state. Heavy impact, a full force impact forward capable of causing knockback and strong stun effects. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The headless horses have impressive combat power and require no food or rest, perfectly matching the needs of the territory. They are tireless and unafraid of injury. As long as the core of the undead remains intact, they can gallop day and night. Ordinary beasts and even low-tier magical creatures would be instantly broken and crushed upon colliding with a headless horse, making them an excellent charging weapon on the plains. With these mounts, the efficiency of movement and exploration will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen currently lacks a developed cavalry unit under his command, unable to fully unleash the potential of the headless horses. Nevertheless, the emergence of headless horses has completely resolved the transportation issues in the territory. Now there is no need to rely on skeleton soldiers pulling rudimentary carts. The speed of headless horses exceeds that of two-legged skeletons by more than tenfold. If there is a single drawback, it would be that headless horses do not belong to the skeleton type, who in the categorization of the undead, they are classified as ghouls and cannot benefit from the marching speed enhancement provided by Weijia. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Chen turned and walked into the workshop area, where the Lord's book opened to reveal a special blueprint. Withered with staff blue 1 wood 1 ash stone, a line of small text caught his eye, causing his previously relaxed brow to furrow once more. It is not that he does not wish to develop a magical unit. If the dark priest under his command could be equipped with a suitable staff, the power of curses and debuffs would be significantly enhanced. However, the materials required to manufacture this withered wood staff posed quite a challenge for him. Ash stones are priced at 10 gold coins each by the Goblin Trading Association. While the price does not seem exorbitant comparable to the soul crystal costs required for recruiting troops, the crux of the problem lies in Jiang Chen lacking a stable source for acquiring ash stones. This type of ore, which contains faint dark elements, can only be sporadically collected from graves in the wild or purchased at a high price from the Goblin Trading Association. Alternatively, one could open chests which may yield some resources from the undead faction. However, the Goblin Trading Association has also limited the quantity of transactions. This time Demo put in some effort and managed to bring back only 200. If only a small quantity is to be produced, it is feasible. The Dark Priest's performance would certainly warrant the use of the staff. Yet for mass production, even the cheapest items would eventually add up to astronomical figures. These materials, while not critical, are indeed essential. They are the key to advancing the territory. Looking at the few ash stones in his storage space, Jiang Chen let out a gentle sigh. Accumulating resources is meaningless. Only when each gold coin is tangibly converted into combat power can true value be realized. He hesitated no longer and adjusted the production quantity to 100, pressing the confirmation button. The workstation continuously activated, and 100 withered wood staffs, entirely blackened and embedded with gray crystals at the tips, were produced as if on an assembly line. Successfully manufactured withered wood staff blue 100. Jiang Chen bent down to pick one up, examining the properties of the withered wood staff. Withered wood staff blue type staff effect 20 enhancement to dark curse and undead magic effects. This 20 is not merely a slight enhancement. Sometimes it makes the difference between breaking through defenses and not. Even when facing opponents of a higher level, dark priests can leave lingering negative effects that are difficult to remove. Jiang Chen commanded the dark priests waiting in the open space. All dark priests, each of you take one withered wood staff. The dark priests stepped forward one by one, picking up their respective staffs. The ash stones at the tips resonated faintly, with the undead power within them intensifying the aura of darkness. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, once again returning the dark priests to the pages of the undead codex. The next time they encounter foes, these curses enhanced by the withered wood staff will surely deliver an unforgettable surprise. After sorting through all the important blueprints and resources, Jiang Chen concluded his day's work. He casually opened the public channel of the territory, glancing at the complaints and trade information from other lords. It was nothing more than complaints about monsters being too strong and resources being too scarce. After watching for a while, Jiang Chen lost interest, turning back to his room on the 3rd floor of the Lord's Hall, where he lay down to rest. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early. As dawn broke, he had already finished his morning routine. However, upon opening the door, he discovered that his maid and the newly joined hero had not yet risen, all still lazing in bed. Jiang Chen knocked vigorously on Amy's room door, and a flurry of flustered sounds came from within, followed by the rustling of clothes. Moments later, the door was yanked open. Amy was wearing an obviously oversized white shirt. The cat-eared girl's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, her hair was tousled, and her eyes were filled with apology and panic. "I am sorry, master, I woke up late." Behind Amy stood a disheveled figure, still half asleep. It was Roha. The girl bore a resemblance to Amy, yet with a wilder and more rebellious demeanor, currently glaring at Jiang Chen with an unfriendly expression. Roha's tone was thick with irritation from being woken up. "What are you knocking on the door for so early in the morning? Do you not let people sleep?" Roha seemed completely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Chen was of the opposite sex, wrapped only in a heavy blanket that hung loosely on her shoulders, exposing large swathes of smooth skin to the air. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over her indifferently, without saying much. The hall had already been equipped with several sunstones he installed continuously, emitting a gentle warmth that kept the indoor temperature comfortable, so he was not worried about Roha getting cold. Moreover, given Rojas' robust physique as a hero, there was no need to worry about her feeling cold, even when exposed in frigid conditions. Put on your clothes, after breakfast we will set out to explore. Jiang Chen's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible coldness. Rojas' slovenly appearance made it seem as if she regarded this place as her own home. While he was pleased that the hero treated the territory as her own home, Jiang Chen was not looking for someone who sought comfort. Gotta to call me when it's time for breakfast. Roja waved her hand, impatiently turning to close the door, intending to catch another nap. Amy stood to the side, her small hands tightly gripping her skirt, looking awkwardly at Jiang Chen, and stiffly explained, "Master, I'm sorry. My sister was talking to me very late last night, so we both woke up late." Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, even tighter, his gaze landing on the dark circles under Amy's eyes. "So you also didn't sleep at all last night?" Amy lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling, as she tacitly agreed. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Amy is his dedicated maid, and her staying up late and sleeping in is a serious dereliction of duty. Moreover, today she is scheduled to follow Zizika to learn alchemical knowledge. A lack of sleep will only hinder her learning efficiency, and she might even be scolded by Zizika. Although he knew that Zizika, having finally acquired a well-behaved alchemy apprentice, was unlikely to be harsh on Amy, it would still be effective to use this to frighten the cat-eared girl in front of him. As a maid, staying up late and lying in bed longer than the Lord is a serious dereliction of duty. Jiang Chen's tone became more serious as he looked at Imis' instantly frightened face, then softened his tone. "But I'll let it go this time. You must not make the same mistake again. If Luojia bothers you again at night and affects your rest, feel free to tell me, and I'll have her move out of your room. After breakfast, you can take a 2-hour rest first. I'll go greet Zizika on your behalf." "Thank you, master." Imis' eyes instantly lit up, her previous fear disappearing, replaced by joy, feeling that she had found a protector. She secretly thought to herself, "What about Sister Luojia? Now I have a master to protect me." Looking at the obedient and cute cat-eared girl before him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his hand and gently rub her fluffy cat ears. The warm and soft sensation traveled from his fingertips, making Amy squint her eyes in comfort, instinctively rubbing her little head against Jiang Chen's palm like a pampered kitten. Imis' loyalty increased by 3 points. Current loyalty 88. The system notification quietly sounded, stirring Jiang Chen's heart slightly, as he realized that such a simple, affectionate gesture could enhance loyalty. In the future, he could indeed be a bit more diligent with loyal subordinates. Under Imis' efforts, a faint aroma of food spread throughout the dining hall. Today's breakfast consisted of simple fried fish fillets, scrambled eggs, and vegetable soup, with ingredients all ordinary supplies purchased in Haishi City. However, under Imis' exquisite culinary skills, they exuded a unique deliciousness. At least it was much tastier than when Jiang Chen cooked for himself. The aroma wafted down the hallway into the room, and Luojia, who had initially wanted to stay in bed, immediately floated out of her room like a sleepwalker. Her hair was still messy, and her face bore traces of sleep as she rushed to the dining table, reaching out to grab a piece of roasted fish. Smack! Jiang Chen's wooden chopsticks accurately struck her hand, producing a crisp sound. Luojia shivered from the hit, instantly awakening from her daze. She abruptly looked up, her eyes igniting with anger as she bared her sharp tiger teeth at Jiang Chen, glaring at him like an enraged little beast. "Why did you hit me?" Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, unfazed by her fierce demeanor. "Go wash up. Also, if you take food with your hands again, I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat." "Hey, I'm a hero. You can't treat me like this." Luojia protested, hands on her hips, speaking with righteous indignation. Her pride as a hero made it difficult for her to accept such rules. Jiang Chen looked at her helplessly, his tone flat. "This is not abuse. Following the territory's rules is the only way to eat properly." "But this is Imis' breakfast." Luojia was still somewhat unconvinced. After all, this was her own sister. Why was she not allowed to eat her sister's breakfast? "Now Amy has signed an agreement with me, and she is my private property. You are the same." Jiang Chen took on the role of a slave owner, without any psychological barriers, reprimanding Luojia. He didn't mind that Luojia had some of her own quirks, but she had to understand that in this territory there was only one voice, his. "And don't think that just because you're a hero you'll receive special treatment. Including you, there are only 3 living people in this territory. Do you want me to give you privileges, or should I give Amy privileges?" Luojia turned to look at Amy, who was sitting at the dining table, the cat-eared girl obediently holding a fork, giving her a helpless smile. Last night Amy had chatted with her the whole evening, praising Jiang Chen, saying that the master was gentle, protective of his subordinates, and never harsh on his servants. Amy, well aware of her sister's temperament, knew that Luojia was always unruly and worried about her conflicting with the master. But on one side was her sister, whom she had known for over a decade, and on the other was her caring master. It was hard to choose between the two. "You've only been bought for a day, and you've already betrayed me." Luojia glared at Amy, her tone carrying a hint of feigned anger. Amy stuck out her tongue, still sitting obediently, without daring to interject. Luojia pouted. She certainly didn't want to genuinely be punished by not being allowed to eat, as that would undermine her sisterly authority in front of Amy. Reluctantly, she turned around and walked towards the washroom. She muttered under her breath, "What a stingy person, so many rules." Amy and Luojia had never seen chopsticks before, so Jiang Chen had prepared knives and forks for them. But both of them were always curious about the two wooden sticks in Jiang Chen's hands. How could these unremarkable pieces of wood easily pick up any food in the master's hands? Yet when it was their turn to try, they always slipped and fell. Luojia sat at the dining table staring at the chopsticks in Jiang Chen's hands, lost in thought, but the gurgle sound from her stomach made the girl decisively abandon her exploration of the utensils. At the moment, filling her stomach was the most important thing. During usual mealtimes, Zizika would always stay in her alchemy laboratory and never come to the dining hall for a social gathering. But today Zizika hurriedly ran over her steps, showing a sense of urgency. She originally wanted to inform Jiang Chen that her task was complete, but the moment she entered the dining hall, her gaze locked onto Luojia, who was devouring her food. Zizika's eyes instantly burst with fervent light, as if she had seen rare alchemical materials, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh, is this my second apprentice?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression turned somewhat strange. The idea of ranking students as first and second sounded as if they were some kind of assembly line products. Indeed, Zizika's thought process was unlike that of ordinary people. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this stubborn alchemist, and introduced both sides. "This is the hero newly joined to the territory, Luojia, also I'm his sister. This is the territory's alchemy instructor, and also I'm his future teacher." Upon hearing that Luojia was a combat-type hero, the spark in Zizika's eyes instantly dimmed, losing all interest. She understood Jiang Chen all too well. He would never hand over a precious combat hero to her for alchemy training without reason. Since she couldn't become an apprentice, the girl before her held no allure and was far less charming than the obedient and compliant Amy. However, Zizika's gaze still roamed over Luojia, secretly calculating in her heart, if Luojia dared to cause trouble in the territory and made a mistake, perhaps the master would hand her over to herself and transform her into the perfect alchemical puppet. Thinking of this, Zizika's expression grew eager, making Luojia feel uneasy, causing her to instinctively move closer to Amy. Why did it feel like there were no good people in this territory? Jiang Chen watched all of this with a helpless shake of his head, picking up the chopsticks and grabbing a piece of roasted fish, quietly enjoying his breakfast. "What brings you here?" This was the first time he saw Zizika hastily visiting him during a meal. Zizika glanced at Jiang Chen with confusion. "I came to find my disciple. Additionally, the alchemical puppet is complete and should meet your combat requirements." "The puppet is ready." Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. The news of the alchemical puppet's completion made him forget about his meal. "Where is it? Take me to see it." His tone was filled with urgency as he headed towards the door. Zizika looked at his hasty figure, shook her head helplessly, and followed along with Amy. She wanted her disciple to understand the greatness of her teacher so that Amy would wholeheartedly devote herself to the grand cause of mechanical ascension. Before getting close, Jiang Chen already saw a tall and sturdy figure standing in the open space at the entrance of the laboratory. The figure stood about 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular, exuding explosive power. On its shoulder rested a massive wolf-tooth club covered in sharp spikes, glinting coldly under the sunlight. What was most striking was its surface, which was not the texture of living skin, but rather covered in a layer of intricate alchemical patterns. The patterns flowed like living entities, emitting a faint metallic sheen, making its body appear as if forged from steel, yet carried an eerie mechanical quality. Despite being covered in alchemical patterns, the familiar silhouette and the iconic wolf-tooth club on its shoulder allowed Jiang Chen to recognize its identity at a glance. Had he not known that this orc was undoubtedly dead, Jiang Chen would have suspected it was Gawak reborn. To his surprise, Gawak now stood before him in this form. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the creature's neck, where the alchemical patterns were most densely packed, faint stitching marks of a wound visible. Raging puppet Gawak, blue traits, undead creature, alchemical puppet, soulless, undead creature. This species should not exist in this world, immune to toxins, diseases, blindness, mind interference, and a series of negative states. Alchemical puppet can freely replace discarded components. Alchemists can upgrade and modify the puppet with other soulless, not affected by soul interfering spells, will not betray, and has no loyalty settings. In an instant, all the information of the puppet flashed in Jiang Chen's mind as his gaze swept over the entire puppet. He did not see any emblems representing factions, nor sensed any trait fluctuations. There weren't even the most basic inherent skills. However, the power surging within the puppet far surpassed that of the strongest unit in the territory, the gargoyle, yet it carried a heavy, lifeless dullness, being a weapon completely devoid of a soul. As if sensing Jiang Chen's confusion, Zizika stepped forward and explained in a calm tone, The alchemical puppet technique is a method that completely erases the consciousness of the subject. In alchemy, it is considered a forbidden technique, at least it was in my time. In any era, creating an alchemical puppet from someone else's hero would never be accepted. Ziska gently tapped the puppet's arm with her fingertip, and the flowing alchemical patterns rippled with a subtle golden sheen at her touch. Although it can transform a deceased Boda's physical form into powerful combat strength, it cannot retain any traits or skills. Strictly speaking, it is not as powerful as an equivalent hero, whether in combat techniques or growth potential. It has irremediable flaws. Jiang Chen nodded, deeply agreeing. The significance of a hero unit goes far beyond mere combat strength. Just like Weijia, his power was not the most important aspect. Weijia's value lies in his ability to command the skeletal units of the undead faction, devising strategies that allow the originally expendable skeletons to exhibit greater strength. This is a core advantage that ordinary units can never possess. Currently, Weijia is an indispensable role in the territory. Jiang Chen wouldn't trade him even for a standard orange hero. However, when he heard that this puppet was merely a powerful, lifeless weapon, a thought suddenly ignited in his mind, like a spark setting a prairie ablaze. He turned to Ziska, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. So you're saying the alchemical puppet is entirely lifeless, without consciousness or independent thought, right? Ziska immediately understood Jiang Chen's implication, looking at him knowingly, and nodded lightly. Exactly. After receiving this answer, Jiang Chen immediately began to enhance the alchemical puppet. Enhance raging puppet Gawak. Yes. A dazzling light flashed, and 10,000 points were instantly consumed. However, the alchemical puppet before him underwent a tremendous transformation. Raging puppet Gawak purple. The originally blue-tier puppet had been directly upgraded to purple. This discovery brought Jiang Chen immense joy. He never imagined it would truly be possible, transforming, with just 10,000 points, into a powerful combat unit comparable to hero level. Since enhancing buildings, Jiang Chen had found a highly cost-effective enhancement method. Just thinking about having a large number of such strong alchemical puppets in the future made Jiang Chen feel his safety was well secured. Jiang Chen wanted to continue enhancing, but after reaching the orange tier, he found Ziska had stopped him. The quality of this material is not particularly good. If it is imbued with too much power, it might even collapse halfway through. In other words, the original body could not support the consumption of too much power, much like a character who had invested in strength, but not in constitution. Such an alchemical puppet would likely collapse completely after just a few bouts. Based on the enhancement rules for buildings, alchemical puppets, and various props, generally speaking, enhancing once on the original foundation is the most cost-effective approach. Enhancing twice becomes less cost-effective, and 3 times or more is an outright loss. Just like the orange tier grave, he initially enhanced the 7th tier skeletons recruited were still skeletons, and their combat power was even inferior to that of the gargoyles recruited from purple buildings. Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed, but it was a happy concern. Now he had an alchemical puppet whose combat power was not weaker than that of a purple hero, and after being transformed into a puppet, Gawak's strength even surpassed his living days. You truly are a creator of miracles, master. Ziska couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. Such miraculous techniques were not even possessed by her mother. Without any process, and even without paying any price, forcibly elevating the grade of an item. Such a method seems to be something only the legendary creator could possess. Just a little trick, Jiang Chen said with a hint of anticipation as he added the alchemical puppet should be able to fit into a spatial item, right? The Death Book's spirit space can hold ordinary troops like skeleton soldiers and gargoyles, but it cannot accommodate undead heroes with autonomous consciousness. As for ordinary space rings, they cannot even store the most basic skeleton soldiers and can only hold lifeless items. However, if the alchemical puppet can be stored in a space ring, everything will change. This means he can summon a powerful puppet from the space ring at any time, with combat capabilities comparable to a hero, yet free from the constraints of a hero's consciousness, utterly obedient to his commands. Just imagine if someone were to pose a threat to Jiang Chen in the future. In that fleeting moment of approach, they would find themselves surrounded by a multitude of high-level alchemical puppets. That scene is simply too beautiful to fathom. Moreover, if the number of such alchemical puppets increases, he could summon an invincible elite squad on the battlefield at any time. The feeling of it is simply exhilarating to think about. You think I am surrounded by you. In fact, it is you who are surrounded by me alone. Upon hearing this, Ziska was momentarily taken aback, then nodded silently, affirmatively responding, indeed. I had already considered this, and have made your magical aura the key to activation. As long as you touch it with your magic, you can store it in the spatial item and release it for battle at any time. He immediately followed Ziska's instructions and summoned his magical energy. A faint black magical energy swirled in his palm as he extended his hand and gently touched the metallic arm of the berserk puppet. The moment the magic made contact with the surface of the puppet, the swirling alchemical patterns suddenly lit up, and the puppet's massive body trembled slightly, kneeling on one knee before Jiang Chen. He attempted to give commands in his mind: advance, retreat, attack. Almost as soon as he issued the commands, the puppet executed them without hesitation. Jiang Chen watched the puppet's fluid movements with great satisfaction. Though this puppet had no consciousness, it excelled in absolute obedience, rapid response, and formidable strength. As an emergency trump card for combat, it couldn't be more fitting. Just as he was enjoying himself, immersed in the joy of having a large toy, he didn't notice that Roja had already run to the door of the laboratory at some point. She was staring intently at the berserk puppet, her face grave as if she had seen something repulsive. That is, berserk Gavok. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with a gritted teeth resentment, as if the puppet before her was a sworn. Jiang Chen paused his commands to the puppet, turning to Roja with a hint of confusion. Do you know him? Roja turned to Jiang Chen and scoffed. Who doesn't know this guy in this area? He and his berserk tribe are infamous. It's no exaggeration to say that even the stray dogs passing by their territory have to endure a few slaps. She shuddered slightly, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. They have long been pillaging and burning across the wasteland, attacking passing caravans, bullying weaker tribes, and their hands are stained with who knows how much blood. Several times I was nearly surrounded by the orcs of their tribe. If I hadn't run fast, I would have probably been captured. Roja clearly had a strong aversion to Gavok. Although both were blue-tier heroes, it was evident from Roja's appearance that a lone hero surrounded by an army would ultimately meet a dead end. Though Gavok is not particularly powerful, he commands a tribe of at least 1,000 orcs. Roja's gaze shifted back to the puppet, her expression growing more complex. How did he die at your hands? And in such a miserable way. To be stripped of consciousness after death and turned into an emotionless alchemical puppet is no small tragedy for an orc who prides themselves on bravery. Jiang Chen succinctly replied, he brought men to raid my territory and was completely annihilated by me. His understated words caused Roja's body to tremble violently. Roja's ears twitched rapidly. How many men did he bring? Jiang Chen replied curiously, over 1,000. Why are you so agitated? Do you have a grudge against him? After hearing this, Roja grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist and started running outside. Hurry. We need to leave now. Jiang Chen stumbled as she pulled him, only managing to steady himself after activating the golden armored gauntlet to enhance his strength. What's got into you? There are still matters in the territory that need handling. There's no time to explain. Roja felt she couldn't pull Jiang Chen along and didn't have time to ponder why a warrior couldn't move a mage. The main force of the berserk tribe has been wiped out by you, and the remaining remnants are not to be feared. I'll take you to destroy their lair. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless as she pulled him, yet he was intrigued. He asked, destroy their lair. Roja said matter-of-factly, all the wealth, food, and equipment they have plundered from various tribes over the years are hoarded in their lair. Her voice was filled with excitement and a hint of urgency. We need to act quickly, or it might be discovered by other orc tribes. If that happens, we won't even have a drop of soup to drink. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. Although his territory had begun to take shape, resources were still tight. Troops need equipment, the alchemical laboratory needs materials, and every aspect of territorial development relies on resources. If he could take down the berserk tribe's lair, it would undoubtedly alleviate the resource pressure on his territory. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his original plan. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved, storing the berserk puppet into the space ring, then shouted to Vega, not far away, Vega, go to the Dark Horse stable, bring out all the headless horses, and assemble 3,000 skeleton soldiers to stand by at the territory's entrance. Hearing this, Vega immediately knelt on one knee, uttering a low yes, sir, before turning and running towards the Dark Horse stable. Roja, be ready. Once the army is assembled, we will set off. Upon hearing this, Roja immediately puffed out her chest, proudly raising her chin. I'm ready to set off at any time. What else do I need to prepare? Jiang Chen glanced at her from head to toe. Luo Jia was dressed in a form-fitting leather jacket and shorts made of the same material, revealing her long legs and smoothly contoured arms. This outfit exuded the wildness of the catfolk, her skin glowing with a healthy hue under the sunlight, truly pleasing to the eye. However, on the battlefield, such attire was far too flimsy and offered no defense. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and took out a set of reinforced purple-quality leather armor from his spatial ring, tossing it onto Luo Jia. At least wear this armor. In the battlefield, neglecting defense could be deadly, and Jiang Chen was determined not to let her make such a rookie mistake. Luo Jia instinctively caught it, feeling the coldness of the armor, yet sensing its defensive power. Looking up at Jiang Chen's serious gaze, the complaint that was on the tip of her tongue was silently swallowed. Although she had a proud and reckless nature, she was not foolish. Jiang Chen's gesture of providing her with such good armor was genuinely for her safety, and she was not blind to it. Do you need a weapon, Oi? No need. Luo Jia replied with a grin, her sharp tiger teeth visible as she shook her fists. My fists are the best weapons. Her fists had shattered the skulls of beasts on the icy plains and had knocked down many provoking orcs. For her fists were the most reliable companions. Jiang Chen said nothing further, but had already made plans in his mind. After this expedition, he would find an opportunity to craft a suitable pair of gauntlets for Luo Jia, preferably with claw-like weapons. Then Jiang Chen turned to look at Siska, who was standing at the door of the laboratory, speaking seriously. Siska, I'll leave 100 stone statues for you on standby. You are responsible for all affairs within the territory. If anything unexpected happens, contact me at any time. No problem, I will guard the territory well. Siska waved her hand, impatiently urging Jiang Chen to leave quickly. She wanted to cultivate a good relationship with her student, hoping to bring her onto the great path of mechanics. Siska's gaze swept over to Amy, who was standing in the corner. The young catfolk girl was curiously observing everything around her, appearing to have suffered little psychological trauma. Siska's mouth twitched. It seemed that the master she had taken on was not all that capable after all. Amy was so small, yet this morning, she showed no signs of weakness. How foolish of her to have prepared a physical enhancement potion for Jiang Chen, or it seemed to have been a waste. Frail dog. Siska silently labeled Jiang Chen in her mind, but did not voice it. Jiang Chen was oblivious to Siska's inner thoughts. He mounted the headless horse beside him with 3,000 skeleton soldiers lining up in formation, following the horse's pace, heading towards the south of the icy plains. Riding a horse requires skill. Even with a saddle and harness, constant adjustments to one's posture are necessary to maintain balance. However, Jiang Chen was currently riding a headless horse. As long as he indicated a direction, the horse would gallop in that direction without needing any handling. Moreover, even with the enhancement from Vega's skills, the speed of the undead army could not keep up with the headless horse, leaving the skeleton soldiers behind, forced to slow down slightly. It was Luo Jia's first time riding such a headless horse, and she was filled with novelty. Like an ordinary cat, she touched here and grabbed there. But upon finding that the headless horse showed no reaction, she lost interest and stopped. She followed Jiang Chen, her cat ears swaying gently with the rhythm of the horse, looking quite in a good mood. Luo Jia's direction was clearly leaning towards the south. Based on the distance, Jiang Chen suspected they had crossed Blackstone City. This made him wonder if Luo Jia had taken a wrong turn. They had clearly exceeded the range of the Ashen Tower's influence. Without the assistance of this all-map artifact, Jiang Chen felt completely in the dark. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at Luo Jia and asked, "Are you sure the direction is correct?" Luo Jia rolled her eyes helplessly. "Don't look at me like that. It's right in front." Jiang Chen was about to question further when he suddenly heard faint sounds of battle cries, immediately commanding the army to halt. At this moment, they had reached the edge of the icy plains where sparse grassland lay around. In the distance, a large tribe was being slaughtered, victims being orcs, and the attackers also orcs. "Damn it. We've been intercepted. Which damn bastard dares to steal our goods?" Luo Jia, who had regarded the rampant camp as her territory, was furious to see a strange force raiding her loot. "Damn it." Luo Jia slammed the headless horse and was ready to charge out. "Those scoundrels dare to steal my spoils, or I will twist their heads off and kick them like a ball." Unfortunately, the control of the headless horse was entirely in Jiang Chen's hands. Without his permission, no matter how much Luo Jia kicked, the horse wouldn't budge. "Calm down." Jiang Chen reached out to grab her arm. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable strength. Luo Jia struggled a couple of times, but could not break free. Luo Jia stared at the battlefield, saying, "We can't just watch them take away the spoils. Just the orcs sold to the slave trade would be a significant profit." Jiang Chen did not expect Luo Jia to be involved in the slave trade. However, this somewhat crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line. He instinctively felt resistance towards such matters. He did not intend to change the world, but he did not want to engage in such morally reprehensible acts. It would be better to kill them all and bury them in the territory, turning them into skeletons to continue serving the land. Jiang Chen raised his eyes to observe the chaotic battlefield. A group of orcs clad in coarse battle armor was frantically slaughtering the remnants of the rampant tribe. These orcs were agile and coordinated, clearly part of an organized raiding party. The morale of the rampant tribe's orcs had already plummeted due to the annihilation of their main force by Jiang Chen, and now they were in complete disarray, fleeing in all directions. The rampant tribe had previously committed many heinous acts, and their current fate could only be described as just deserts. In this world, there are no innocent parties. Those who benefit must be prepared to pay the price. There are quite a few of them. Let the skeleton soldiers move in first to deplete their stamina. We shouldn't rush into a heated clash. Jiang Chen quickly assessed the situation and raised his hand to issue the command. Luo Jia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her impatience. She knew Jiang Chen was right, but watching wealth slip away right before her eyes was truly painful. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Nightfall Luo Jia Loyalty 5, Oi Current Loyalty 71. The sudden system notification rang in Jiang Chen's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He turned to Luo Jia, just meeting her serious gaze, and suddenly understood. Although this girl had a rather rash and impatient personality, she had no resistance to concern from others. Jiang Chen opened the Lord's book, turning to the page of the necromancer's secrets, and lightly tapped it with his fingertip. 100 stone gargoyles suddenly materialized, soaring into the air with their pitch-black wings slicing through the twilight, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. At the same time, 100 dark priests clad in black robes also appeared, wielding gnarled wooden staffs topped with flickering emerald flames that emanated a chilling aura of the undead. Advance. With a command from Jiang Chen, 3,000 skeleton soldiers marched in unison, charging forward to the heavy beat of drums. The clattering of bones echoed as the skeletons collided, resembling a symphony of death. Behind the formation, well-equipped elite skeleton archers and dark priests followed closely, ready to unleash long-range support at any moment. The stone gargoyles initiated the attack, first diving down like black lightning, using their sharp claws to seize the surrounding orcs, tearing them apart in the air. Although the damage caused by a single gargoyle was not significant against the orc army as a whole, the sudden attack and the sheer number of them instantly incited panic among the orc ranks. Undead. It's the undead. Demons are here. Run. The undead were long regarded as embodiments of evil on this continent, with countless tales of their slaughtering of the living circulating among the people. At this moment, the raiding orcs were not a regular army, but a group of slave catchers looking to take advantage of the chaos. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. The emergence of the undead was like a boulder thrown into a lake, instantly disrupting their formation, with panic spreading like a plague. The dark priests were also continuously casting confusion spells. Almost as soon as the tide of skeletons crashed into the orc encampment, the opposing forces began to slide toward defeat. Jiang Chen stood elevated, observing everything. A faint smile crept across his lips, satisfaction blooming within him. After some time, his army had finally taken shape, with various units working in harmony, no longer the ragtag group that could barely defend itself. The skeleton soldiers surged into the battlefield like a tide, their long swords and iron spears swinging, accompanied by the screams of the orcs. Unaffected by morale, the skeletons executed their orders mechanically, each strike precise. The orcs in disarray fought individually, unable to mount an effective resistance. Adding to their chaos were the elite gargoyles diving down intermittently, these reapers from above, snatching away their companions, further amplifying the orcs' panic. Stay calm. All units gather and smash these skeletons. A gruff roar from the center of the battlefield shattered the chaotic atmosphere. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly orc standing tall, wielding a massive axe, his armor drenched in blood, clearly an orc hero. He was slightly smaller than Gawak and had diminished presence. Seeing this, Luo Jia felt a twitch in her fist and was ready to charge, but Jiang Chen held her back again. Don't rush. Play with him a bit and test the feel of the berserker golem. A glint of mischief flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. As his words fell, he released the alchemical golem from his spatial ring. The berserker golem stomped heavily onto the battlefield like a tank, sending several unsuspecting skeletons flying as it barreled through, bones shattering. The berserker golem charged straight into the camp of the rampaging tribe, swinging its massive spiked mace, creating a howling wind as it swept side to side. With each strike, there was a scream as multiple orcs were sent flying to crash heavily onto the ground, dying on the spot. Gawak. The unmistakable figure caused the orcs who were originally attacking the rampaging tribe to become even more chaotic, while the morale of the remaining orcs soared. But when they realized that Gawak could even kill his own kind, when enraged, they began to sense something was amiss. Charge in. Stay organized. The orc hero roared, attempting to reorganize the formation to resist Gawak. The berserker golem gave him no chance, relentlessly charging up to this orc hero, raising its massive spiked mace high, its metallic sheen gleaming in the twilight. With a loud bang, the spiked mace struck heavily against the orc hero's chest. The green-tiered orc hero didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before being sent flying like a kite, with its string cut crashing against the tent of the camp. The tent collapsed instantly, and after struggling a few times, he coughed up blood and completely lost his combat ability. An orange-tiered war machine was not something a single low-tier hero could contend with. Luo Jia, it's your turn to enter the fray. Leave some alive. Jiang Chen's voice reached her. A hint of displeasure flashed across Luo Jia's face. She had wanted to rush in and slay everything, but now she was being relegated to cleanup duty. It was only natural for her mood to sour. However, Luo Jia did not refuse Jiang Chen's command, controlling the headless horse to charge into the battlefield, her eyes flashing with ferocity. At this point, the orc army had long since crumbled, losing the leadership of their commander, and with the berserker golem wreaking havoc in the camp, the remaining orcs had no will to resist and began to flee in all directions. But they did not know that the elite gargoyles in the sky had already set up a net of death. Each fleeing orc was swiftly taken down by the diving elite gargoyles, their lives easily snatched away. This was the superiority of the undead warriors. No matter how brave the orcs were, they were still affected by morale, but once they faltered, it was difficult to recover. The undead had no emotions, no fear, and would simply execute their orders until their enemies were utterly annihilated. Weijiao stood among the ranks of the skeleton soldiers, calmly commanding them to scour the battlefield. The skeleton soldiers ensured the death of every orc that was not completely dead, yet while gathering all valuable materials, including orc corpses, weapons, food, and more, categorizing and stacking them together. Jiang Chen took out a folding stool from his spatial ring and leisurely sat down, his gaze fixed on the captured Iron Tooth Luke. Green tier faction orc racial traits: living being, orc wolfman. Inherent skills: intermediate combat mastery, intermediate axe mastery, intermediate strength mastery. Skills: sweep, charge, berserk. Jiang Chen glanced at the attribute panel, understanding everything. The wolfmen were a particularly special subset of the orc race, superior to ordinary wolfmen. Though slightly weaker in strength, they were inherently ruthless and agile, making them a force not to be underestimated on the plains. But at this moment, Luke had lost all of his former arrogance. First, he had been severely struck in the chest by the berserker golem's spiked mace, which had taken most of his life. With his limbs broken by Luojia, he lay limp on the ground like a dead dog, only able to glare at Jiang Chen with venomous eyes. Jiang Chen, without even glancing at his skills, spoke straightforwardly. "Tell me, which tribe are you from? How do you know about the manpower shortage of the savage tribe?" The orcs attacking the savage camp this time numbered only a little over 500, accompanied by a green hero, and were no match for the full might of Gawak. Jiang Chen did not believe they were merely passing by. There must have been someone who had leaked information. Luke spat violently, a mouthful of bloodied saliva aimed at Jiang Chen. After dodging, Jiang Chen's gaze turned even colder. Luke, undaunted, glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. "You dream. If you have the guts, kill me." Luojia yawned, her tone indifferent. "Don't ask. They must have bound their hero altar, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to die." Luke's eyes suddenly narrowed, filled with rage, as he looked at Luojia. He had not been this angry, even when he was knocked away by the savage puppet, like a speed bump. The hero altar is the core of a power. Even after death, heroes can be resurrected by consuming certain resources at the altar. Once the altar is destroyed, the bound hero loses the chance to be revived. However, this does not mean heroes are invincible. Various factions have different methods to bypass the restrictions of the hero altar and directly extract the hero's soul. However, this indirectly indicates something, as those who possess a hero altar are generally not weak factions. "Let me go!" Luke screamed with a hint of internal weakness in his tone. "Otherwise, the Iron Fist tribe will definitely not spare you." Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards Luojia, inquiring with his eyes. Luojia shrugged, explaining the Iron Fist tribe is a troll tribe on the border between humans and orcs. "Don't pay it any mind. I heard they are currently engaged in battle with humans and won't be able to spare any effort to deal with us for a while. This unfortunate guy is probably the chieftain of a small tribe who relied on the Iron Fist tribe, having accidentally heard about the main force of the savage tribe being annihilated, and intends to pick up the scraps, trying his luck. Since they won't let us go, we shall strike first." Jiang Chen nodded slowly, standing up, revealing the King Beast arm armor embedded with golden patterns. Jiang Chen swung his left arm, the King Beast arm armor, smashing heavily onto Luke's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, Luke's body softened, and he fainted instantly. "What are you doing?" Luojia hurriedly approached, checking Luke's condition, and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding he had merely fainted. "I thought you were going to kill him." "Of course I know I can't kill him." Jiang Chen shook his head. "At least not now. If Luke is killed, the Iron Fist tribe will know it was the undead's doing. Currently, the two factions are in friction. There is no need for me to become a target for hatred." He wiped the bloodstains off his arm armor and said calmly, "Tie him up and take him back. Zizika has ways to ensure he can never be revived and can also extract information from him." Not long after, the gargoyles in the sky returned one after another, all the fleeing orcs having been cleared. Vigia assessed the spoils and approached Jiang Chen to report, "Master, the battlefield has been cleared with a total of 927 orcs killed and a large amount of supplies seized. Except for the Wolfhead tribe, everyone from the Savage tribe has been executed," which made Luojia feel quite pained. "These are all gold coins." Jiang Chen truly was a spendthrift. Jiang Chen nodded and ordered, "Bring back all the spoils." Although it added quite a bit of trouble to transport the orc corpses back. But Jiang Chen had no choice. Skeleton soldiers were merely the lowest tier of the undead army, while higher-tier undead soldiers generally required powerful physical strength or special abilities from their past lives. To enhance the strength of their territory, they must constantly collect flesh and bone resources, which is an inevitable path for the undead forces. To grow stronger, one must not hesitate. Riding a headless horse, Jiang Chen led his army slowly on the way home. Behind the team, skeleton soldiers carried the seized weapons, food, and orc corpses, all loaded onto carts being pulled away. The valuable items had long been sorted out and placed in Jiang Chen's spatial ring. Due to the abundance of spoils, the return journey was much slower than the trip there. Sitting on horseback looking at the mountain of resources, Jiang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The savage tribe indeed prospered through plunder. The wealth within the tribe far exceeded his expectations. Upon returning to the territory, Vijaya immediately organized the dark priests to count the supplies. With the ability to communicate with living corpse soldiers, this task no longer required Vijaya to do it personally. Jiang Chen then called Zizika, pointing at the unconscious orc hero Luke. "This is a gift for you. Make sure his soul cannot return to the hero altar." Zizika glanced disdainfully at the unconscious orc, saying, "Master, could you please not bring such low-level materials to me next time? A puppet made from a green hero is sometimes even inferior to a tier 10 soldier. Moreover, the rare materials consumed by alchemical puppets are quite substantial. I suggest you check your treasury when you have time." Jiang Chen, however, nonchalantly replied, "Have you forgotten my abilities?" Zizika then remembered that Jiang Chen possessed unreasonable enhancement capabilities. While green quality puppets are of little use, blue and purple quality ones are worth looking forward to. Zizika nodded and dragged one of Luke's legs, preparing to pull him into the alchemical laboratory. On the way, for some unknown reason driven by a strong desire to survive, Luke unexpectedly woke up. Seeing a figure about to drag him into a room, a look of terror immediately spread across his face. His soul, was it about to be eternally damned? Just as he was about to scream and struggle desperately, Zizika struck him on the head with a punch. Luke fell back into an infant-like slumber. Jiang Chen glanced at him and no longer concerned himself with sitting on the throne in the Lord's Hall and looking at the list of supplies handed over by the dark priest. Jiang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Beast tooth gold coins 234581, universal gold coins 5640, various white weapons 1654, green weapons 486, armor and shields 896, various furniture, livestock 96, fruits, salt small amount, silver, treasure chest 1. The list was filled with a variety of resources, including various miscellaneous items like orcist hides, bones, and ornaments, which Jiang Chen had Vijaya pack up as well. Even if these items cannot be sold, recycling them as materials for the system still counts as an income. It must be said that robbery is indeed the fastest way to make money. This time the haul amounted to an astonishing 120 universal coins. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Previously gathering 2 universal coins in his territory required selling a portion of resources in the market of Blackstone City. Of course, this is not to say that Blackstone City lacks wealth from the savage camp. It's just that as a commercial hub, its liquidity is not particularly ample. Moreover, with the recent preparations for war, resources were stretched thin. In contrast, the savage tribe, which survives by plundering, has almost no expenses and indeed possesses far greater wealth. What a sudden fortune overnight! Jiang Chen mused, his gaze fixed on the silver treasure chest he had scavenged. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open the silver treasure chest, a new message suddenly popped up in the chat channel of the Book of Lords. Is there anyone in need of stone bricks? The core material for upgrading to a level 5 Lord's Hall is stone bricks, 1 soul crystal each, or equivalent rare materials. Act fast if you wish to purchase. This message was immediately drowned out by a wave of skepticism that followed. The words in the public channel were rolling in a cacophony of mockery and disdain. Are you out of your mind? How dare you sell it at such a high price? 1 stone brick for 1 soul crystal. Why don't you go rob the Bank of Blue Star? Exactly, who would be such a fool? Materials like stone bricks can be easily gathered even from ordinary stones. Why would we give you soul crystals? You shouldn't dismiss it so quickly. I've been in contact with local forces. After upgrading to a level 5 Lord's Hall, you can build purple construction blueprints and recruit advanced troops. Those wanting to develop faster should stock up on stone bricks quickly. Don't miss this chance. Who knows when the next opportunity will come? The speaker was Zhao Qi, an ordinary traveler ranked over 1,000 in the Lord's assessment. At this moment, he acted like a prophet who had grasped core secrets, fervently promoting his insider information in the channel. Skepticism persisted, and the cold words carried a strong sense of distrust. Let's not even discuss whether what you say is true. What if you upgrade to level 5, so what? Now in the entire Lord's world, who actually possesses purple building blueprints? Without the blueprints, upgrading to a level 5 Lord's Hall is merely futile, right? With so many resources available, it's better to recruit more troops. Exploring outward can also lead to development. Those top 10 big shots in the last Lord's assessment should have them right. After all, I heard that the exchange condition for purple buildings is 1,000 points, and they should have met the standard. Did those big shots really acquire a purple building? I don't even have a single blue building, and upgrading to a level 3 Lord's Hall is a challenge, a level 5. I can't even dare to think about it. Jiang Chen scanned through these messages, a level 5 Lord's Hall, purple buildings, advanced troops. These terms indeed struck a chord with every lord. After the first lord's assessment, a third of the lords were directly eliminated, creating a sense of urgency among all lords. Because there's no way to guarantee that a similar assessment won't come again. It's like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, forcing lords to continuously explore outward and grow stronger step by step. Moreover, the rewards for the lord's assessment are extremely enticing. The high-level props and building blueprints shown in the last few pages of the assessment leave every traveler drooling. But none of this had anything to do with Jiang Chen now. His territory had long surpassed all lords' understanding. The resource output from his orange-level buildings is something no one could imagine. He originally planned to continue observing this farce to see what tricks this Zhao Qi could pull. Just then a private chat notification from the Book of Lords unexpectedly broke Jiang Chen's calm. Zhao Qi, Boss Jiang Chen, I have the core material stone bricks for upgrading to a level 5 Lord's Hall. Each one is only 1 soul crystal. How many do you want? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. This Zhao Qi actually took the initiative to reach out. Although he addressed him as boss with a very humble attitude, the arrogance in his tone was impossible to conceal. He didn't even ask if Jiang Chen wanted to buy it, was as if he was certain of Jiang Chen's decision. Jiang Chen replied, do you think you're funny? Zhao Qi, Jiang Chen calling you boss is a sign of respect. If you don't buy now, your status will soon be surpassed by those who do. My supply of stone bricks is limited in the entire Lord's world. Only I possess the blueprint for the stone brick processing plant. If you don't buy, you'll regret it sooner or later. In Zhao Qi's view, those top-ranking big shots in the public channel would eventually bow to him due to the scarcity of stone bricks. It's incredibly lucky to open specific blueprints from treasure chests, and being able to obtain the treasure chest containing the stone brick processing plant requires at least a copper-level chest. What does it matter if the price is a bit high? In the face of the temptation to develop the territory, soul crystals are merely a trifling matter. Jiang Chen glanced at the public channel again. Indeed, discussions about Zhao Qi selling stone bricks were heating up. Most wandering lords were just watching the excitement, as they didn't even have blue buildings, making upgrading to a level 5 Lord's Hall a distant dream. Hoarding materials was completely unnecessary. However, those big shots who ranked in the top 100 of the assessment, as well as the lords fortunate enough to obtain purple blueprints from treasure chests, found themselves in deep conflict. Do we really have to buy it? 400 stone bricks is not a small amount. 1 soul crystal each means 400 soul crystals. How many troops can I recruit with that? What else can we do if we don't buy? Our territory has to be upgraded, right? What if Zhao Qi is telling the truth? If purple buildings can recruit advanced troops, the loss would be too great. Just as everyone hesitated, a new message from Zhao Qi completely stirred the atmosphere of the channel. He uploaded a chat record with a screenshot clearly showing his conversation with Jiang Chen. Zhao Qi, I just made a deal with the boss Jiang Chen. He has decided to buy a large quantity. You all can rest assured. As soon as this message appeared, the channel fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chaos. Even boss Jiang Chen has bought it. Should we start stocking up too? You're just going to let go of the soul crystals you worked hard to obtain. But those top-ranking lords are buying. If we don't buy, won't we fall further behind? It's all for better development. Oh, everyone won't lose anything by buying. Although Zhao Qi's stone bricks are expensive, with a big shot backing it, there should be no problems. Jiang Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. He saw through Zhao Qi's trick. This guy simply wanted to use his reputation to rise in status, using his fame as a guarantee to put other lords at ease and encourage them to purchase his stone bricks. Jiang Chen always looked down upon such despicable people who deceived others' trust.